Chapter 1 This woman isn't my type. Freshmen who are 18 years of age or older must be successfully matched before they can be assigned to a dormitory. The empire does not leave an inch of land for single people. If you don't have children and she doesn't have children, am I supposed to have them? The discipline director patted her 68-year-old chest and swept her imposing gaze across the 100,000 students on the playground. But there's one holdout among the new students 3 days into the semester. He still hasn't logged into the matching system. Who is Yang Wei? Get up here. The 100,000 new students remained motionless, looking at each other in bewilderment. Who would be foolish enough to choose such a name? The discipline master glanced at the notebook and cleared his throat. Ahem. Yang Ding, a freshman majoring in postpartum care at the College of Engineering and Agriculture, come up here. Hiding in the very back corner, Yang Ding walked for a full 10 minutes, passing the Superpower Academy formation and then the Martial Arts Academy formation, all under the watchful eyes of the students, before finally reaching the podium. 5,000 instructors sat on the platform, silently watching this extraordinary event. Yang Ding was the first man who wasn't proactive about getting married after the Great Catastrophe. He doesn't even want free female college students, so what does he want? Why aren't you paired up? The discipline master asked sternly. Yang Ding stood tall and spoke in a loud voice. I am not an awakened one, I have a lowly status, a bleak future, and I cannot satisfy my wife and children, director. You don't need to have a promising future. The system will match you with a wife of the same social class, and you will be taken care of by a maternity and child health center after giving birth. I just want to work hard and take good care of the sows, director. Taking care of the sow won't affect your childbirth, a ding. The discipline director, unaware of what he was gesturing at, pointed to the instructor's bench behind him and whispered. I'm giving you a choice, either log into the system now to get matched, or go with your tutor, who's an expert at castrating pigs. Yang Ding glanced back and saw the counselor, with a full beard, playing with a gleaming scalpel and revealing an evil smile. He wanted to remain single because he had a dislike for marriage before he transmigrated. Women were just too difficult creatures to deal with. Pointing all 5 fingers at her husband, she cried, I want it, I want it. Having arrived in this apocalyptic world, Yang Ding only wanted to lie down in the pig farm and waste his life. Who knows when the next catastrophe will come? What's the point of getting married or having kids? What hope does humanity have? But starting out as a eunuch is a bit much. Director, I will log into the system to pair up today. The discipline director, with a smug look on his face, shouted to the 100,000 students below the stage, Yang Ding has violated school rules and must be punished. We'll pair up in front of everyone, under the supervision of 100,000 teachers and students. If he can't have a child, we'll call in Yang Wei, mock him, and disgust him. That old woman is so damn wicked. Yang Ding wished he could kick her off the building. Upon hearing that another man had been paired up, the single women in the audience's eyes lit up. This year's freshmen from the 3 academies total 30,340, 4,000 from the Martial Arts Academy and 3,500 from the Supernatural Abilities Academy. The College of Engineering and Agriculture had the most new students, with 22,840 students in total, including 6,852 males and 15,988 females. Normally, Yang Ding would be in the largest pairing pool at the bottom. The first forced pairing is usually monogamous, to help each other adapt to married life, and then each person has to rely on their own abilities. Men with good career prospects can marry multiple wives, while those without such prospects can simply serve one wife well and have several children. Therefore, there are as many as 9,136 girls waiting to be paired with Yang Ding. The pretty girls naturally wouldn't be interested in him. They wanted to climb higher, to seduce awakened male students and become their concubines. But 99% of them are ordinary girls. A man who can take care of a sow must be meticulous and considerate, and helping to take care of the family would be a good choice. Yang Ding turned around and looked at the huge screen on the podium. Facial recognition successful. Yang Ding, male, 18 years old, with no relatives or connections and no special talents, is a freshman majoring in postpartum care at the College of Engineering and Agriculture. Pairing up will begin now. System pairing successful. A high-definition photo pops up, showing a girl with ear-length curly hair, exquisite and beautiful features, and a black leather outfit that perfectly showcases her stunning figure, while leather boots perfectly highlight her long legs. She held the 7-foot-long soul-severing spear in her right hand, the spearhead still bearing a trace of blood, exuding a chilling aura. She could only be described as heroic and valiant. First wife hero. The 100,000 students in the audience gasped in surprise. They must have paired it wrong. That's impossible. It's definitely a system bug. Jealousy, envy, hatred, doubt, resentment, 100,000 emotions intertwined. Even the discipline master thought he was seeing things and quickly rubbed his old eyes. Yi-ro, female, 18 years old, an orphan after the war, living with her older sister, a genius martial artist in the Imperial Youth class, with a cultivation level of the middle 5th grade, currently a close combat instructor at the Martial Arts Academy of Jiangling University. Marital relationship registration successful. Congratulations to you both, may you have many children and many blessings. Please contact your workplace to arrange dormitory accommodation according to your rank. Then, a live feed of the couple appeared on the big screen. Yang Ding was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even know who Yi-ro was, and he couldn't understand how the College of Workers and Peasants had been assigned to the College of Martial Arts. In the picture, Yi-ro was wearing a refreshing tracksuit, with her legs crossed and her head tilted to one side as she slept soundly on the instructor's seat. Her best friend Fong Jing, who was standing next to her, tried to wake her up but to no avail, so she resorted to dirty tricks and pinched her thigh hard. Yi-ro suddenly woke up, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, and looked around. What's wrong? What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Go back and fight your husband, Fong Jing whispered. Where did I get a husband? Here you go. Yi-ro glanced at the big screen and immediately woke up in fright. She stood up and yelled at the discipline director, who was Yang Ding. What's going on? The discipline master shrugged and said, I don't know either. Yi-ro instantly flew into a rage, pulled the stainless steel chair out of the concrete, and smashed it against the large screen, which landed right on Yang Ding's head. Then, under the watchful eyes of more than 100,000 teachers and students, she leaped into the air 100 meters high and disappeared behind the building. Yang Ding asked tremblingly, Director, this woman isn't my type. Can we pair her with someone who raises pigs? You can't untie the bond after registering your marriage. Take your luggage and wait downstairs at the instructor's dormitory. She must have gone to the principal to cause trouble. I'll go and calm her down. In the principal's office, Yi-ro's eyes were red with emotion. The Empire has a rule that as long as the students in the Gifted Youth program reach the 5th rank of cultivation before the age of 18, they can choose their own marriage time and partner. How did I end up in the matching system? The 80-year-old white-bearded principal, wearing reading glasses, replied solemnly. I just called the higher-ups and found out that a hunting party at the northern wall was attacked and 5 young warriors were killed. From today onwards, all young students must get married and have children before they can enlist, so that the genius gene can be continued. What about my sister? Yi-ro asked nervously. Your sister isn't on the list of casualties, she should be fine. Then you can't assign me an ordinary person to take care of Asao, can you? I transferred him to the maternal and infant care major. What's the difference? Yi-ro slammed her hand on the table and shouted. You can take care of the children in the future. This Yang Ding is definitely a defective gene selected by the system, so it won't interfere with the inheritance of your talent genes. Can I join the army after giving birth? Yi-ro asked. That's right, have 3. What, 3? Yi-ro got angry again. Even if you have good genes, you can't just ruin them like this. With a mother at the 5th grade cultivation level and nourished by powerful true qi, the baby can be born in 6 months. Even 3 babies would only take a year and a half. If they were triplets, it would be done in 6 months. They really treat me like a sow. Instructor Yi, let's go back to the bridal chamber. You'll get pregnant in the blink of an eye, and give birth in the blink of an eye. It's not as difficult as you think. I have 2 conditions. Speak. First, after I give birth to 3 children, I want a divorce from him, and the children will stay with me. You should apply to the higher-ups in the Empire. Second, this is very unfair to him. As compensation, transfer Yang Ding to the Martial Arts Academy. He hasn't even awakened his powers yet, what's the point of him going to the Martial Arts Academy? I'll channel my inner energy into him, and I'll buy him cultivation resources. Even if his aptitude is terrible, he is still better at raising a sow. The principal hesitated for 3 seconds, he has to pass the freshman monthly exam. It's a deal. After Yi-ro left, the head of discipline came in and asked, Principal, can I apply for a divorce after having 3 children? The principal revealed a sly smile. After she gives birth to 3, see if she'll be willing to leave. Why did the system match Yi-ro with an ordinary person? My grandson has had his eye on her for a long time. The principal shrugged. I don't know either. Luckily, my grandson has his eye on her older sister. Chapter 2 Newlyweds Handbook. Downstairs in the instructor's dormitory building. Yang Ding dozed off on his suitcase, completely ignoring the strange looks from the instructors coming and going. This kid got incredibly lucky, getting matched with a fairy like Yi Ro. He's having a good time, but Yi Ro is really unlucky. Yi Ro didn't care much about these words. It's just having a baby, every woman has to go through that. After giving birth to her, she could join the Legion and become a warrior, and fighting alongside her sister was her dream. She walked up to Yang Ding silently and carefully examined his appearance. It's not ugly, it just smells a bit bad. She nudged Yang Ding awake. After registering the marriage online, you can enter my house just by scanning your face, didn't you know? I know. Then what are you doing guarding this place? It's not my home, I have to wait for you to come back. What if the principal manages to untie you? Yi Ro was very surprised. Was this boy mentally unstable? A beautiful girl with both talent and looks like her would make even the geniuses of the Empire drool, let alone an ordinary person from a worker agriculture college. Is this guy impotent, or does he have some kind of weird quirk? We can't untie you right now, come with me. Yi Ro's attitude remained relatively gentle, considering that she would have to confront him later. The safe zone is small, and the Empire needs to expand its population significantly, so the houses are built particularly tall. The instructors' building is 200 stories high and houses 5,000 instructors' families, but it only has 8 elevators. Yi Ro's family lives on the 198th floor. You have to get up early for morning exercises at 6 o'clock every day, because the elevators get very crowded during peak hours. Don't the drill instructors have to lead the exercises? We all jumped off the balcony. Yang Ding was a man of few words, and the two remained silent for a full 3 minutes before the elevator reached the 198th floor. Throughout the entire process, his eyes were fixed on the floor display, and he didn't even glance at his beautiful wife beside him. This floor has 125 small apartments, which are mostly occupied by newlywed couples. If they are pregnant with their third child, they can apply to move down 20 floors to live in a 3-bedroom apartment. If they have 5 children, they can move down another 20 floors. Oh. Yang Ding couldn't utter a sound for a long time, and Yi Ro didn't want to pay any attention to him. But since he was her legal husband, she felt it was necessary to know more about him. In case of any problems, they might be able to use this as grounds for divorce. Where have you been staying for the past 3 days? Classroom. Isn't that a pigsty? You'd rather live in a pigsty than log into the system to find a wife? It's so much better to be carefree and independent. Why bother with a wife? You're just asking for trouble. Yi Ro was speechless. I didn't look down on you, and you still look down on me? She led Yang Ding around halfway before finally arriving at the door of room 198-91. A basket of abundant Northwest-style pre-cooked vegetables sat by the door, along with a red candle, a red rose, and a red greeting card that read, wishing Mr. Yang Ding and Ms. Yi Ro a happy marriage and many children. Yi Ro picked up the flower, a hint of barely perceptible good mood showing on her face. Although the groom wasn't ideal, it was her first time being a bride. Try fingerprint or facial recognition, both should work. Just as Yang Ding leaned closer, the door lock lit up and clicked open. Welcome home, new owner. The apartment has an internal area of 60 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It is fully furnished, clean and tidy, and exudes a youthful fragrance. Because the floor is high enough, the balcony offers a beautiful view of the entire city at night. Yi Ro placed the red roses into the white porcelain vase. That room belongs to my sister. She can't come back for the time being, so you can stay there from now on. Go take a shower first, I'll tidy myself up, and then we'll do that. After we're done, you have to go back to your own room. Okay. Yang Ding replied decisively, almost like a man. When he came out after taking a shower, Yi Ro was already wearing an apron and heating up food in the kitchen. These days, everything is pre-cooked and delivered once a week, with a surprise extra meal on the wedding day. Open the wine bottle and then take a look at the newlywed operation manual. It's everyone's first time, so we're all bound to be unfamiliar with it, Yi Ro called out. Yang Ding flipped through it casually. It was nothing more than how newlywed couples cultivate their relationship, how to create a romantic atmosphere for their wedding night, and how to get pregnant efficiently. As someone who's been through it all, he's very familiar with this and doesn't need to learn it at all. He walked into the kitchen. Instructor Yi, go take a shower. I'll heat up the food. Men wouldn't do these things, would they? Yi Ro asked, somewhat surprised. After the Great Catastrophe, polygamy was practiced. Men work hard enough outside the home, and when they come home they have to work hard to continue the human race. It's very tiring, so they basically don't do housework. I can do it. Before he transmigrated, Yang Ding not only had to earn money to support his family, but he also had to do all the dirty and tiring work at home. Not to mention hot meals, I can even cook 8 dishes and a soup without any problem. In an era where women are as lazy as pigs, marriage is a disaster for men. Then I'll have to trouble you. I was all sweaty in class today, so I need to take a shower. The manual says that a bride can only arouse her husband's interest if she takes a nice shower. When Yi Ro took off her apron and handed it to Yang Ding, she peeked at him a second time. After washing it, it felt clean and the odor was gone, so it wasn't unpalatable. When we get home, I'll be your wife. From now on, you can call me Yi Ro, and I'll call you Mr. Yang. We don't have to insist on using terms like husband and wife, okay? Yang Ding tied on his apron and nodded in agreement. With your terms, don't you feel like you're getting a bad deal by dating me? Yi Ro hesitated, then said, I'll tell you during dinner. She knew her conditions were unreasonable and worried that Yang Ding wouldn't agree, so she carefully dressed up after taking a shower. Following the advice of Fong Jing, a married young woman, Yi Ro put on a black crop top to show off her fair skin and shapely figure. His lower abdomen had no excess fat, and there were even faint signs of abs. She wore shorts on her lower body, showing off her long, straight legs. It looks delicious. Yang Ding was dumbfounded, slur. Did I really time travel, or am I dreaming? First wife Yi Ro image provided by user 108999988. Today's pairing was too sudden. I didn't go out to buy clothes. The vest is what I usually wear under my training. I hope Mr. Yang won't mind. I don't mind. Seeing Yang Ding start drooling, Yi Ro finally felt at ease, at least his orientation was fine. She was nervous too. She glanced at the wedding handbook and picked up her wine glass. It says here that we should drink a toast together, as alcohol can arouse feelings, and feelings can increase the chances of getting pregnant. Yang picked up the wine glass, skillfully bypassed Yi Ro's right hand, and downed it in one gulp. She wanted to say a few polite sweet nothings as instructed in the manual, but there wasn't enough time. Yi Ro couldn't hold her liquor after the first cup, her pretty face flushed red. Mr. Yang, I don't want to hide it from you. After I give birth to my 3 children, the principal will help me apply for a divorce and transfer me to the Northern Great Wall. My sister is serving there, and becoming a soldier in the Blue Star Allied Forces is my dream. I know this is going too far, so as compensation, from now on I will help you cultivate, channel your true energy into you, help you purchase cultivation resources, and help you pass the freshman monthly exam so that you can be transferred to the Martial Arts Academy. After that, your fate will depend on yourself. Although talent is important, as long as you work hard enough, with the training resources of the Martial Arts Academy, finding a good wife in the future will not be a problem. Yi Ro finished speaking in one breath, then looked nervously at Yang Ding, waiting for his reply. Yang Ding put down his wine glass. Whether I go to the Martial Arts Academy or not, it doesn't matter to me, but what about the child? The child is being cared for by the Imperial Women and Children's Hospital, but I have custody of the child. If you give birth and then abandon the child to someone else, will the child still recognize you as their mother? I really hadn't thought about that. Yi Ro was only 18 years old and had never been a mother, so it was naturally difficult for her to empathize. But a martial arts prodigy like her, who was born in a special class of gifted children, could never be a housewife. It doesn't matter. We're all just breeding tools for the Empire. Let's do it your way. So you agree? Yang Ding nodded. Yes, I didn't suffer any losses. Yi Ro was in a great mood and quickly opened the newlywed operation manual, frowning as she studied it seriously. What should we do next? Chapter 3 Marrying a wife comes with a system. It says that you shouldn't drink too much alcohol, and it's best to be slightly tipsy, otherwise it will affect your husband's vitality and even your child's health. Mr. Yang, what do you think about us brushing our teeth after dinner and then trying a kiss? I've never tried it before, you. Before Yi Ro could finish speaking, Yang Ding leaned over and kissed her lips. This is so sudden, so amazing. Yi Ro felt a wave of dizziness, her whole body stiffened as if she had been electrocuted, and she opened her eyes wide without any experience. Aren't you going to brush your teeth? No need, a young and beautiful girl's breath won't taste bad. Yang Ding felt he couldn't get enough of kissing her, so he picked her up and was about to take her into the room. He never expected to be able to eat it tonight. Women of this era are truly different, they have such a strong sense of contractual obligation. Yiro pushed his head away and clung to the doorframe. Wait, the manual, bring the manual. I'll teach you. This is your first time too, right? How do you know all this? Men are born with this skill. 15 minutes later. The door opened, and Yiro, wrapped in a sheet, pushed Yang Ding out, apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry, I'm just too nervous. If I force it, it will trigger my self-defense instinct, and I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Can we try again tomorrow night? It's okay, go to sleep early. Giving up halfway is not a big problem for a woman, but it is painful for Yang Ding. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep, when suddenly thousands of images of women flashed through his mind. I thought he was just desperate for women, but it turns out it was the system that came to my rescue. Ding! You have gained a martial arts wife. The multiple wives, multiple blessings system is activated. For each wife acquired, her talents and cultivation can be copied. Your wife's love for you determines the pace of replication. You have unlocked your martial arts talent. You can view detailed information in the wife management interface. Yang Ding was no longer sleepy. Not only did he pick up a beautiful wife, but he was also given a system as a gift. He clicked on the box for first wife. First wife, Yiro. Talent cultivation, 5th rank mid-level martial artist, soul severing spear technique 4th level, melee attack power bonus 30%. Affection level, 1%. Cultivation level copy, 1%. System interface. What do you mean? If I marry someone from a superpower academy, I can unlock other abilities? Yes. Yang Ding was stunned. No one could awaken two abilities at the same time, so Legion battles relied heavily on teamwork. I don't need to cultivate? The wife can focus on cultivation. Personal cultivation is an extra bonus. Will my cultivation disappear after a divorce? The abilities you already possess won't disappear. You can find another wife with the same ability to further enhance your cultivation. Yang Ding sensed it and found that there seemed to be no obvious changes in his body. He still really wanted Yiro's body. He had never slept with such a gem in his past life. Yiro is not only exceptionally beautiful and has a great figure, but she also doesn't use her beauty as a bargaining chip. In the modern society before time travel, such girls could only be seen in science fiction movies and short videos. It's normal not to feel anything today. It's the first day of our marriage. Martial arts cultivation is divided into 3 levels per grade, and the difficulty increases exponentially with each grade advancement. 1% is not even considered to be the entry level. Just then, the system data automatically increased. Affection level, 1.3%. Cultivation progress, 1.3%. Yiro couldn't sleep either. Lying in bed, she relived the intimate scene from earlier, and felt quite good about it. In the past, she only knew about cultivating chi and practicing with a spear. This was the first time she had ever known that the relationship between men and women could be so wonderful. Yang Ding opened the door to a new world for her. Is his technique so skillful because it's related to his major? Hey, I didn't back down in battle, so why should I back down on this? We have to succeed tomorrow. Give birth early so you can become a great warrior. Yang Ding got up at 5 o'clock the next day. He thought he was getting up very early, but he didn't expect Yiro to be already tinkering in the kitchen. Mr. Yang, breakfast is on the table. It's already heated up. Take it and eat it on the way. Have you got a meal yet? I'm eating. I'll finish refining the chi-nourishing pill for you before I leave. Yang Ding walked into the kitchen curiously. Yiro was munching on a steamed bun, staring at the pressure cooker. She turned the heat to 2,500 degrees. You use a pressure cooker to refine elixirs? Yes, this thing is fast. Since you don't have martial arts talent, you can't gather true chi in your body, so you need to take a chi-nourishing pill every day. How much money is wasted by taking it every day? Don't worry about money. I earn over 80,000 yuan a month. I have housing and food provided. My sister's money is also in my account. I have over 6 million yuan. I'll give you my salary card when we divorce. The income is higher on the front lines, so we can leave some for our children later. This girl is being a bit too honest. Yang Ding didn't ask for such details. After graduating and starting work, he earned only 3,500 yuan a month, and even with overtime, it was no more than 5,000 yuan. At that moment, he made up his mind to go to the martial arts academy. Having such a wonderful wife, even if the marriage is short-lived, one would be too embarrassed to give up. I'm leaving, wife. He had long been tired of pleasing women, but Yi-ro exceeded his expectations of women. Okay. Yi-ro was stunned for a moment, then quickly poked her head out. What did you just call me? But Yang Ding had already left and gone to queue at the elevator entrance. Living on the 198th floor, I didn't have to worry about not having a seat in the elevator. I could always squeeze in. But during the morning rush hour, there are only 2 elevators that go up to the 180th floor and above. Who told you not to have more children? It took me a full 40 minutes to go downstairs. The security guard at the gate numbly shouted, "Watch out for falling objects. Watch out for falling objects." When he glanced at Yang Ding, he added, especially some of the newbies. Even the security guards were envious of his marriage to Yi-ro. Yang Ding was swept along by the crowd and didn't understand what falling objects from a height meant. He walked out of the gate and ran towards the playground. Make way now. A desperate cry came from the air. Yang Ding looked up and exclaimed, "Holy crap!" People were falling from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. A male instructor landed steadily on the ground while standing on an iron pot. He was likely a metal-type ability user. Those with supernatural abilities must manipulate objects to fly. That was close, we shouldn't have stood on that open space. Yang Ding had just escaped one disaster when he heard someone exclaim, "Make way! Make way! Make way! Make way!" A large marble slab came crashing down on Yang's head. He didn't even have time to dodge. At the critical moment, a familiar fragrance wafted over, and Yi-ro suddenly appeared beside Yang Ding, supporting the marble with one hand and throwing it away forcefully. "Instructor Zhu, could you please be more careful? You almost hit my husband." Instructor Zhu was a big fat pig. He fell face first into the mud but didn't get angry. He just got up from the grass. "I'm sorry, Instructor Yi, I forgot your husband is an ordinary person. The fog is too thick today, and we can't see anything." "Then slow down, why are you making sarcastic remarks?" Instructor Zhu chuckled and waved his hand, and the marble flew to the corner to lean against, where it could still be used when going upstairs. He and his colleagues ran towards the playground. Being late would result in a deduction in pay. This Yi-ro is quite protective of her husband. A woman who has been in the bridal chamber can only have a man in her heart. Yi-ro handed Yang Ding a pill with a burnt smell, saying, "It was a little overcooked, but it won't affect the effect of the Peiyuan pill. Try it first, and I'll channel my true energy into you tonight." Is this kind of brute force input feasible? Before Yi-ro could answer, a petite woman appeared between the two like a ghost, coldly replying, "It will affect her cultivation speed." "Do you think that will work?" "Sister Jing, I'm a genius-level martial artist, no problem." "Oh my Missy is finally acting like a dutiful wife. Could you take Yang Ding with you? He's going to be late." "We're on the instructor's bench, we can't take the students, let us go." Fan Jing looked down on Yang Ding, but she didn't say anything out of consideration for Yi-ro. She took Yi-ro's hand and disappeared from the spot. This young woman is actually an extremely rare spatial ability user. You should be secretly happy about Chapter 4. By the time Yang Ding ran to the playground, morning exercises had already begun. The 9th set of broadcast gymnastics of the Jinglong Empire, now beginning, Section 1, Jumping Exercises. The sight of 100,000 students jumping together was quite spectacular. The instructor's attention was all on the first 2 groups who cared how high the Saucare, grain planting, and screw tightening workers could jump. The most exaggerated jumps are from the Martial Arts Academy, where senior students can reach the 4th rank of cultivation and easily jump 100 meters high. The gap between freshmen is huge. Some are talented, come from good families, and have abundant resources for cultivation, and can jump more than 10 meters high. Some of them have just awakened and are only slightly better than ordinary people, about 5 or 6 meters tall. The Academy of Superpowers relies on bouncing around on objects. They do gymnastics not to train physical strength, but to train mental strength. Only the ordinary students at the Institute of Workers and Peasants were like short, stout gourds, panting after just a few jumps. The chubby boy with glasses was so tired he was about to have a heart attack. He was quite surprised to see Yang Ding jump more than 2 meters high. "Yang Ding, why are you jumping so high?" "Oh, am I tall?" Yang Ding was staring at the sky and had no idea. He felt that as a grown man, he couldn't always let his wife work hard to support him. He had to work hard too, so he danced very happily. During martial arts gymnastics, one can initially feel the flow of true qi and learn how to circulate it. You not only jump high, but you can also keep it up. The chubby boy was filled with envy. He was Yang Ding's high school classmate, and they both majored in self-care. He was paired up on his first day of university, and after only 4 nights living with his wife, he already felt inadequate. Yang Ding stopped and realized that everyone else was exhausted and grumbling, while he himself wasn't even out of breath. There seemed to be a force emanating continuously from my body to my limbs. Yi Rose Qi Nourishing Pill does have a certain enhancement effect. Hu Feng, look how out of breath you are. Aren't you going to exercise with me? With Instructor Ye's looks, I bet your kidneys can only stay arrogant for a few days. Yesterday, Hu Feng was particularly envious of Yang Ding, but now he thinks that ugly old woman is better. 10 times is enough, 20 times will make him feel nauseous, and he will never be greedy for alcohol. For ordinary men, the only way to live a few more years is to focus on health and wellness. When the fog cleared, Yang Ding realized that Ji Ro was leading the free exercise session for the 8th period today. On the platform, she wore a black quick-drying, fitted sportswear, wielding a red tasseled spear with agility, sometimes as powerful as a dragon emerging from the sea, and sometimes as nimble and agile as a swallow skimming the water. He was agile and had an exceptional physique. 30,000 male students were drooling over it. It was hard to imagine the joy of having such a beautiful wife. Hu Feng swallowed hard. If he could have a wife like that, he wouldn't mind living a few years less. Your wife is as beautiful as an angel, while my wife is as ugly as a sow. How can we be brothers in the future? Yang Ding was the only one focused on practicing his exercises, while his wife could watch him however she wanted and do whatever she wanted after she got home. He put 2 fingers together, using them as a gun, and imitated Yi Ro's gun techniques. Because the system was copying Yi Ro's marksmanship, Yang Ding learned it very quickly, and some moves seemed to be hidden deep in his memory. Affection level, 1.3%. Cultivation progress, 1.35%. The affection level did not increase, but the cultivation progress increased. If I continue to cultivate and combine it with my wife's cultivation level, wouldn't I be able to reach the 6th rank or even higher? After finishing his morning exercises, he felt completely refreshed and relaxed. Yang Ding, why are you practicing so seriously? You can't be a martial artist. You don't need martial arts to take care of sows. Yang Ding made a gesture to stop. Little fatty Hu, I can only stay with you for another month at most. What nonsense are you talking about? You think you're all that just because you married a high-class wife? The jobs at the College of Workers and Peasants are lifelong. Housing, food, wages, and medical care are all provided by the pig farm, and children are born on the pig farm. This used to be a great place to just laze around and wait to die, but now Yang Ding can no longer enjoy it. My wife wants me to take the monthly exam at the Martial Arts Academy. If I pass, I can change my major. But you haven't awakened yet. Your muscles and bones can't be tempered. Those guys could beat you to pieces with one punch. Wouldn't it be better if you just stayed with us and raised pigs? She refines pills for me and then transfers her true energy to me. Passing the test shouldn't be a problem. Hu Feng stood there, stunned. Refining elixirs requires a lot of money, which Yi Ro might have, but martial arts instructors earn extremely high incomes. This world is one where 70% of the slaves support 30% of the awakened. But using one's own inner energy to support an ordinary person is just too outrageous. These two have only been married for 1 night. Does Yang Ding have some special tricks for dealing with women? Yang Ding waved his hand in front of Hu Feng's eyes. What's with that expression? Aren't you happy for your brother? A few days ago, Yang Ding had nowhere to stay, so Hu Feng brought him food and invited him to sleep on the floor at his house. Hu Feng watched as the large, buck-toothed, fat woman weighing over 160 pounds walked over and patted Yang Ding on the shoulder with grief and indignation. I want to be happy, but I just can't feel happy. His wife's name is Luo Hohat. She studied veterinary medicine and was also Yang Ding's high school classmate. Yang Ding, how's your instructor's wife? Does she let you touch her? She asked. We've explored everywhere, and we're planning to have 3 children. I don't believe it. Instructor Yi looks like the kind of girl who is high and mighty. She is a martial arts genius in the gifted youth class. How could she be interested in ordinary people like us? Luo Hohat patted Hu Feng on the shoulder. Honey, you should be secretly happy to have found a wife like me who will never find fault with you. Hu Fengqing nodded dejectedly. Yes, yes, yes. Few of the other high school classmates who came to watch believed that Yang Ding could pass the monthly exam. We were all just chickens, destined to spend the rest of our lives together in a farm, but you, of all people, want to fly up to the top and become a phoenix. Who can stand that? The Institute of Technology and Agriculture was essentially a technical school. Most majors only required 1 year of study before students were assigned to work in the corresponding units. Because of their large production volume, pork and chicken became the only two types of meat in the empire, and more than 100 million people relied on these two animals for nutrition. The pig farming major is extremely specialized, covering sow care, boar breeding, hygiene and disease prevention, manure treatment, slaughtering, and so on. Everyone takes classes in the same teaching building. This school building has 3,000 pigsties and houses 10,000 pigs. The so-called classrooms were actually these pigsties. The first 3 days were all theoretical classes, and today we will start practical classes, assisting sows in giving birth, with the main focus on practice making perfect. During the 3 practical classes in the morning, Yang Ding delivered more than 20 piglets, and his whole body reeked of fishy stench. The bearded counselor, holding a ruler and with his hands behind his back, paced back and forth between the cubicles, shouting at the top of his lungs. Your only value is raising pigs. Don't be disgusted by the dirt, don't slack off, and don't complain. Don't think you're superior to pigs. Without these pigs, you'd be the scum of the empire, and we'd be eating you. Hu Feng's back couldn't take it anymore, and he had just stood up to stretch when he was hit hard on the face with a ruler. His face jiggled and then turned bright red. The sound of being slapped in the face attracted the attention of many students, but no one dared to utter a sound. The counselor pointed a ruler at Hu Feng's nose and asked aggressively, "Who told you to be lazy?" He was just looking for someone to vent his anger on and establish his authority, and these guys were even more obedient than the previous administration. Hu Feng covered his ears. "Instructor, my back." Snap. He received another hard blow to his left cheek with the ruler. "Who told you to eat fatter than a pig?" Then the counselor pointed at Yang Ding next to him. "Why isn't his back sore?" Squat down and continue delivering babies. Hu Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at his wife Luo Hoat, then at Yang Ding, before squatting down, enduring the immense humiliation. "Get to work. What are you looking at?" The counselor struck Luo Hoat's face hard with the ruler again. When the ruler was about to strike Yang Ding, he caught it. "Hey, you're pretty quick-witted." The counselor snatched back the ruler and was about to strike a second time when it stopped in mid-air. "Are you Yang Wei, Instructor Ye's husband?" Chapter 5 My best friend became a widow. Reporting to the counselor, "My name is Yang Ding." The bearded counselor then put away the ruler and patted him on the shoulder. "Focus on your work and don't meddle in other people's business. Yi Rou has a temper that's not easy to mess with. She comes from a good family, is highly talented, and has a certain status at Jiangling University." Yang Ding only breathed a sigh of relief after the counselor turned and left. Being hit in the face with a ruler won't cause serious injury, but for a married man, it's extremely humiliating. Looking at Hu Feng's face, which was starting to swell and turn red, Yang Ding suddenly realized that it was impossible to lie down and relax in the pig farm. Rather than being humiliated, it's better to cultivate oneself, marry more talented wives, and become a superior person. The Jinglong Empire is strictly hierarchical. Awakened individuals determine their social status based on their abilities and military achievements, while ordinary people have no way to advance. "Hu Feng, is your ear all right?" Yang Ding asked. Hu Feng pushed his hand away. "It's all right. You should leave here as soon as you have the chance. We're no different from pigs." Even at lunchtime, everyone had to go to the canteen to get food to take back to the pigsty. The piglets were at risk of being crushed, and anyone who did so would be punished. Hu Feng sat by the pigsty, holding his lunchbox, lost in thought. He didn't eat a single bite, and no one dared to disturb him. "Luo Hoat, go check on your husband," Yang Ding reminded her. As a man, he understood Hu Feng's feelings at that moment. "What's so interesting about it? It's just a slap in the face. We'll get slapped a lot more often in the future. We're not some high-ranking person." Luo Hoat eats with the sound of a sow, and the smell of feces and urine doesn't seem to affect her appetite. Those who cannot awaken quickly accept their lives as worthless as pigs and dogs. Faculty and staff canteen. The bearded counselor was eating when Yi Rou walked over with her lunchbox and swaggered down in front of him. "Instructor Yi, you haven't gotten your food yet, have you? I'll save you a seat." Yi Rou didn't answer, but went straight to the point and asked, "Instructor Xiang, your son's name is Xiang Tianyu, right?" He's a freshman at the Martial Arts Academy? Yes, Instructor Yi, what advice do you have for me? I will give him special instructions on close-range tactics. Don't make things difficult for my husband, Yang Ding. I heard you like to play against students. The counselor quickly smiled and said, I'm only beating those lowly bastards. If I don't beat them, they'll slack off. The more I beat them, the more diligent they become. Production needs to be efficient, right? I've already given Yang Ding special treatment, so don't worry. That's good. Yiro didn't say much, but her meaning was clear. If you dare touch my husband, I'll cripple your son. She first packed a low-grade beast bone soup, then ground the beast bones into powder and mixed it with beast blood broth to refine a chi-nourishing pill. Then she went to collect her nutrition package. The instructor's package was provided according to her cultivation level to meet her daily energy needs for cultivation. If you want to cultivate faster, you either need to be diligent or spend money. Yiro wouldn't spend a single penny anyway. She could crush almost all her peers with her talent and hard work. Before she had even taken a few bites, Fang Jing walked over with red eyes. Jing Jia, what's wrong? My husband is in an accident. What's up? He died on a mission at the wall in the north, and his body was never recovered. Sob sob. Fang Jing leaned on Yiro's shoulder and cried her heart out. Yiro never expected that among the 5 people the principal mentioned, there was actually her best friend's husband. Fang Jing's husband is also from the Gifted Youth Program, a B+ level fire-type ability user with considerable attack power. The two grew up together in a maternity and children's hospital, and were childhood sweethearts. After they grew up, they voluntarily got married and had a daughter. Sister Jing, maybe he's just missing. Yiro hugged her and comforted her. The report said he was dead and no more troops would be sent to search for him. I wanted to go to the front line in the north, but the principal said that students from the Gifted Youth Program had to have 3 children before they could join the army. At this point, Fang Jing was both anxious and angry. The Empire's policies change so easily. My husband's dead, who am I supposed to have a child with? I don't want any other man touching me, sob sob. Space ability users are rare, and Fang Jing is a genius. It's impossible for her to join the army without leaving behind a child. Yiro didn't know how to comfort her. Any words seemed powerless at this moment. She was very worried about her sister. It seemed the situation beyond the wall in the north had become dire. In the classroom, everyone was taking a lunch break. Students lay scattered about in the middle of the pigsty's walkway. Bending over to serve sows for extended periods is extremely physically and mentally taxing. Yang Ding felt no fatigue at all. He found a place to practice the soul-severing spear technique and sensed the faint, almost imperceptible energy within his body. Because he directly copied his wife's cultivation level, he seemed to be able to sense why Yiro, as a genius-level martial artist, chose to practice spear techniques among many cultivation methods. The essence of gun training lies in being able to quickly concentrate all your true energy into a single explosive point. Especially in close combat, it can reduce energy consumption and enable you to easily defeat opponents of higher levels. Having grasped this secret, Yang Ding was quite confident. He concentrated his true energy in his 2 fingers and slammed them into the concrete wall. Ah! Yang Ding gripped his 2 nearly broken fingers and almost burst into tears. Counselor Xiang Bin happened to witness this scene and was greatly shocked. Did Instructor Yi transfer his true energy to you? He took the pill. If you had only taken the chi-nourishing pill, you would have already broken your bone. Yang Ding didn't intend to answer the question. Does the counselor also understand martial arts? Xiang Bin clenched his fist and slammed it heavily against the wall, creating a large crater, while his hand remained unharmed. My parents spent a lot of money to force me to improve my martial arts skills, but aptitude cannot be changed. I rely on taking chi-nourishing pills every day to maintain my true energy, but my cultivation level will never improve. Now I spend 30,000 yuan a month to buy chi cultivating pills, and I have to practice diligently for 3 hours a day just to barely maintain my cultivation at the middle level of the 1st grade. I have spent millions of yuan in total, which is not worth it at all. Fortunately, my son has awakened. Xiang Bin patted Yang Ding on the shoulder. Although you're trash, you're lucky to have Instructor Yi protecting you. I won't touch you, and you shouldn't embarrass me. Let's keep to ourselves, okay? Yang Ding coldly replied, okay. Okay, let's keep practicing. Xiang Bin turned and went into the pigsty, shouting, get up, all of you. Who gave you permission to take a nap? Yang Ding looked at the fist imprint on the wall and scoffed, humph, mid-stage 1st rank? When he returned to the classroom, he saw the counselor bullying Hu Feng again. Xiangbin grabbed Hu Feng by the back of his collar and shouted to everyone, "This guy is so fat and lazy. He stretches in the morning and takes a nap at noon. If it weren't for the system pairing, even a sow wouldn't marry him." Xiangbin kicked over the lunchbox on the ground. "If you dare to slack off again this afternoon, it won't be as simple as just being slapped in the face." When her husband was disciplined, Luo Hohat not only didn't comfort him, but also came over to complain, "Can't you give me a break? You're useless at night and useless during the day. Why are you making me feel so wronged? My counselor is targeting me. Why is he targeting you out of all your classmates?" Yang Ding picked up the lunchbox from the ground, wiped off the dirt, and handed it to Hu Feng. He said nothing, and Hu Feng could not escape his fate of being bullied. He could only deal with pigs for the rest of his life. Thinking of Yi Ro's care for him, Yang Ding went to the vegetable market outside the school after school and bought chicken blood, pig stomach, cucumbers, and bean sprouts, planning to make a spicy soup for Yi Ro that evening, since she seemed to like spicy food. "I'll have a couple more sips of wine, and tonight I'm definitely going to take her body." Yi Ro brought her best friend Fong Jing home, and as soon as they opened the door, they smelled a fragrance. "You didn't leave the stove on when you went out, did you?" Fong Jing asked. "It must be Mr. Yang who is cooking. Men can do this kind of work?" Fong Jing was greatly shocked. Yi Ro quickly put down her bag, rolled up her sleeves, and rushed into the kitchen. Regardless of social status, it is not the behavior of a virtuous wife to always make her husband cook. Chapter 6 Cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds. Yi Ro walked into the kitchen, looked at the spicy blood curd in the pot, and swallowed hard. She had no parents growing up and had never eaten freshly cooked food before. She was completely captivated by the aroma of the pot. "Did you go out and buy the groceries yourself?" "Yes, eating pre-cooked food every day is so bland. On your wedding day, I'll cook you something delicious. Dinner's ready in a minute." She can make pre-cooked leafy greens, but she knows nothing about cooking fresh ones. "Mr. Yang, you also grew up in an orphanage. Who taught you to cook?" "This is just a hodgepodge, nothing special. My best friend's husband died in the north, and she's in a very bad state. I'm taking her home to comfort her." "Are there enough for 3 people? This big pot is definitely enough to eat. Is she staying here tonight?" Yang Ding asked meaningfully. Yi Ro actually understood. "She's staying in my room, I'll go to yours, and I promise you'll be able to exercise your rights as a husband, okay?" That's good, that's good. After dinner, we'll accompany her to the maternity and children's hospital to see the baby. You should also get familiar with it. If I go to fight in the north, you'll still have to look after the baby." She no longer emphasizes child custody after divorce. Because it's obvious that Yang Ding is a very responsible man and is perfectly capable of being a good father. Yi Ro wasn't idle either. She went to wash the 2 of their clothes. Fong Jing sat blankly on the sofa, her eyes glazed over. A moment later, Yang Ding came out carrying a large pot of spicy blood curd. "Instructor Fong, dinner is ready." Fong Jing hadn't eaten lunch, but the aroma was already making her hungry. She looked at Yi Ro hanging clothes on the balcony, then at Yang Ding wearing an apron, and was so moved by the heartwarming scene that she burst into tears. "It's so nice to have a man in the house," sob. "My husband and I hadn't even finished our honeymoon when he went to the front lines in the north." She was only 2 years older than Yi Ro. Her best friend had just gotten married while she was still a widow, and she hadn't even enjoyed the happiness of having a man for a few days. After Yi Ro comforted her for a long time, Fong Jing finally calmed down and sat down at the dining table to eat. "I'm sorry, you're still newlyweds. I shouldn't have come here to complain." It's all right. Eating this dish will make me feel much better," Yang Ding said. "Is it really that amazing?" Yi Ro picked up a piece of pig's blood and stuffed it into her mouth. The spicy, salty, and savory flavor exploded in her mouth, stimulating her taste buds. "Wow, it's so spicy, numbing, and delicious. Sister Jing, you have to try it." Fong Jing ate a piece of pig liver with some skepticism. "This tastes really good, Xiao Ro is in for a treat." Yi Ro, who initially felt ashamed for marrying an ordinary person, was now in a much better mood. The 2 girls ate until they were sweating profusely, and Fong Jing's mood improved considerably. Yi Ro's eyes welled up with tears from the spiciness. "It's so delicious I could cry, it's so satisfying." Affection level, 1.5%. Cultivation progress, 1.6%. Fong Jing nodded frantically. Finding an ordinary man is the right thing to do, at least you won't be a widow. "Just eat, don't make yourself cry again," Yi Ro reminded her. Xiao, why do you insist on sending Yang Ding to the martial arts academy? Raising pigs is fine too, at least he won't have to participate in the war. Thinking of instructor Xiang's character, Yiro shook her head. Pig farms don't treat people like human beings. Mr. Yang doesn't need to be too strong in cultivation either. Even if he is forced to have a second-grade cultivation, he can still work in the law enforcement team. If the Northern Great Wall can't be defended in the future, he can still protect himself and his child. After finishing their meal, the three of them walked to the maternal and child health hospital outside the school. Everyone in the Jinglong Empire has to work, so after a child is born, the maternal and child health hospital takes care of the child, and the parents can visit and accompany the child at any time. The health center next to Gangnam University has a total of 100 high-rise buildings and cares for 200,000 babies, mostly students and faculty members of the university, with university students being the main birthing group. As a highly talented instructor, Fong Jing's daughter received special protection and was placed in a 9th-floor apartment in Building 74. In the lobby on the first floor, 20 armed guards stood ready, and everyone had to undergo identity verification before they could go up. Yiro and Yang Ding are not related by blood, so they cannot go upstairs to visit them and can only wait downstairs. Ordinary law enforcement officers are usually at the first or second rank of cultivation level, mainly responsible for urban security. You can work here in the future, and your salary will be more than 20,000 yuan a month. You can also take care of your children, Yiro introduced. Will our children also live in Building 74 in the future? Yes, the descendants of the Gifted Youth Program are all here. The conditions here are really good. We need to have 10 children. Yiro looked at Yang Ding with a puzzled expression. Do you like children, or do you like doing that kind of thing? I like them all. Why don't you help my sister Jing? She needs 2 more children before she can join the army in the north. Yiro is a tall, beautiful girl, and Yang Ding likes her. Fong Jing is a petite and pretty woman, and Yang Ding likes her too. Moreover, Fong Jing's spatial ability is extremely important. With the cultivation of a 5th-grade martial artist and the ability to teleport, she can almost easily defeat opponents by skipping levels. But he said, "What do you take me for? That's your best friend. What's wrong with being her best friend? We know each other inside and out. As long as you agree that after she gives birth, she can go to the northern border to find her deceased husband, that is fine." No way, I'm not that generous. Come on, Sister Jing wouldn't even look at you. There are plenty of instructors who like her. It's just about borrowing sperm, he has billions, what's so unacceptable about that? But Yiro only mentioned it casually, so Yang Ding didn't dare to be too enthusiastic, lest it affect their affection and slow down the transfer of their internal energy. After seeing the child, Fong Jing's mood soured again. As her best friend who grew up with her, Yiro could only do her best to keep her company. Yang Ding was almost asleep in bed when Yiro sneakily pushed open the door around midnight and whispered, "Mr. Yang, I'm going to take a shower." "Wait for me. Let's wash together." "Didn't you already wash?" Yang Ding rushed over and carried Yiro into the bathroom, saying, "Who said you can't shower again after you've already showered? Keep your voice down, don't disturb Sister Jing." This time, because it wasn't as formal, Yiro wasn't as nervous, and things went surprisingly smoothly. The pain of losing her virginity was nothing to her. On the system panel, the affection level is also increasing rapidly. Affection level, 1.7%. Cultivation progress, 1.8%. Affection level, 2%. Cultivation progress, 2.1%. Affection level, 2.3%. Cultivation progress, 2.4%. 6/4 of an hour later, Yang Ding picked up Yiro and threw her onto the bed. "Mr. Yang, you are stronger than I imagined. Miss Yi, you are even more beautiful and delicious than I imagined." Yang Ding pounced on him and showered him with kisses, as if he couldn't get enough of them. I'm not coming. "I forgot to transfer my inner energy to you," Yiro reminded her. "Let me send it to you first." Affection level, 2.6%. Cultivation progress, 2.7%. Affection level, 3.1%. Cultivation progress, 3.2%. Affection level, 3.4%. Cultivation progress, 3.5%. The numbers on the panel were jumping so fast that Yang Ding was extremely excited, as if his true energy had been fully replenished and he had inexhaustible strength. "Ding, congratulations host, you have reached the lower level of the first rank. With bones and muscles fully tempered, punching power reaches 800 gene. Practice the first two moves of the soul-severing spear technique, the shaking and thrusting, as much as possible, and put them into actual combat as soon as possible to accumulate combat experience. Holy crap, that fast? It's important to know that only a very small number of exceptionally talented freshmen can reach this level. 800 gene of force is the strongest limit for an ordinary human being, but it is the starting point for a martial artist. Mr. Yang, why are you daydreaming? Yi Ro reminded him. Call me husband. Don't want. Should we call or not? Husband. Chapter 7. Temporary couples are still couples. While Yang Ding was fast asleep from exhaustion, Yi Ro circulated her qi and adjusted her breathing to regain her strength. She gently broke free from Yang Ding's embrace, placed her palm on his stomach, and transmitted her inner energy. This true energy will be absorbed by the Peiyuan pill and slowly released to temper Yang Ding's bones and improve his cultivation. Yi Ro was unaware that Yang Ding had already broken through to the lower first rank, and dared not send too much energy, fearing that his body could not withstand it. After transferring her inner energy, she wiped the sweat from Yang Ding's forehead. You got me pregnant, so I'll give you my true energy. That's fair, isn't it? Actually, you're quite good. It's just a pity that as a talented martial artist, I bear the mission of fighting for the Empire. As agreed, she got up and went back to her room to sleep. Before he could even lie down, Fong Jing kicked him off the bed. You're so manly, go sleep in your husband's arms. Yi Ro rubbed her bottom and said, Sister Jing, it's already past midnight, why aren't you asleep yet? You brat, are you planning to get pregnant tonight? You've been making a fuss for hours. Of course, the sooner the better if she gets pregnant. The war at the wall in the north is intense, and my sister is in danger at any time. We also need to consider his health. Yang Ding is an ordinary person, not an awakened one. I channeled my inner energy into him. You're only at the mid-5th rank, how can he possibly outlast you? Yi Ro scratched her head. Okay, I'll take it easy. Go sleep with your husband. You can't just do it and run away. Yi Ro also felt that this was too heartless, so she took a shower and snuggled into Yang Ding's arms again. This was the first time in her life that she had slept with a man. She was so nervous that she couldn't sleep all night. She got up at 5:30 in the morning to go to the kitchen to refine the qi-nourishing pill for Yang Ding. Yi Ro plans to refine about 10 pills a day, so that she can refine 3,650 pills a year, enough for Yang Ding to eat for 10 years. Fong Jing also didn't sleep all night. Watching Yi Ro busy in the kitchen, she couldn't help but think of her own wedding day. Yang Ding is lucky to have met a girl like you. No other woman would treat him with such sincerity. Even temporary couples are still couples. If I die in the north, he will be able to take care of the children. You jinx. I'll go to the Northern Territory sooner or later. When that happens, the three of us sisters will be an invincible combination, slaying all monsters and becoming the queen's right-hand women. Then who will you have 2 children with? Yi Ro asked. Fong Jing shook her head. She still couldn't accept men other than her husband. Yi Ro hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. She had wanted to recommend Yang Ding, but it was a bit awkward to be married to the same man as her best friend, and now wasn't the right time. Let's talk about it after I've given birth to 3 children and divorced Yang Ding. Yang Ding was the last to get up, rubbing his eyes and stretching as he came out. Wife, are you refining pills again? Yes, Mr. Yang, I've heated up your breakfast. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. After you finish eating, take the elevator. Yi Ro called him husband a few times last night when she was emotional, but now she's embarrassed. Yang Ding's calling was quite natural, and she found it pleasant to hear. Fong Jing peeked at Yang Ding's condition and muttered, he's in great shape, better than I expected. I feel the same way. Perhaps he has martial arts talent, but he just hasn't awakened it yet. Then you've hit the jackpot. While brushing his teeth in the bathroom, Yang Ding glanced at the system panel. Affection level, 3.8%. Cultivation progress, 3.9%. He just cuddled his beautiful wife and slept, and his cultivation level increased again and again. With a slight squeeze of his 2 fingers, the porcelain cup shattered. The shards didn't pierce his enhanced skin, but left a deep mark. Yang Ding rubbed his fingers together, feeling incredibly strong. I should have already surpassed the lower first-grade cultivation level. Martial arts geniuses like Yi Ro usually awaken their powers at the age of 4 or 5. I have not awakened my powers for a long time, yet my progress is so rapid. I will also have multiple abilities in the future. This is completely unreasonable. The system cannot be exposed, we must learn to conceal our strength. He felt that at the current pace, he would be able to reach at least the second rank of cultivation by the time of the monthly exam and class placement, easily crushing the freshman. For him now, the most important thing is not to quickly improve his cultivation level, but how to control the output of his power. There was a knock on the door. "Mr. Yang, did you break the cup?" "Yes, my hand slipped. There's a cup in the cabinet that belongs to my sister. You can wash it and use it." "Honey, I've finished brushing it." Yang Ding kept calling her wife, and Yi Ro didn't spoil the mood, responding enthusiastically. Fang Jing could have used her spatial abilities to teleport him down, but holding hands would have been inconvenient, so Yang Ding could only take breakfast to the elevator entrance to queue up. This morning during exercise, Yang Ding didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He only dared to jump a little over a meter high. Whenever Hu Feng stopped to catch his breath, he would stop to rest as well. Hu Feng, who was originally depressed, felt much more cheerful when he saw that Yang Ding was not as good as yesterday. "Yang Ding, I told you your wife is too beautiful, your body can't handle it." "Bullshit, I could have 10 wives like that. I've heard that awakened ones have superhuman physical abilities, and ordinary people are no match for them." "Who exercises while sleeping?" "It's similar to an ordinary person, but gentler." Luo Hohat said impatiently, "Stop lying to my Hu Feng. A woman like Instructor Yi will never be gentle to you." "Who the hell is lying? Do you think everyone is like you, Luo Hohat?" Hu Feng failed to fulfill his duties as a husband last night. "If you continue to disturb his peace of mind, I will make you fulfill them." Holy crap, Yang Ding was so scared he turned into Yang Wei on the spot. Back in the classroom, the tedious work of caring for sows resumed. The sows that gave birth yesterday need careful care today. They are given warm salt water to drink and liquid food to eat. Those with low milk production need to be massaged, and those with no appetite need to be given glucose solution. Like a plague god, Xiangbin held a ruler and surveyed the area with an air of arrogance. The relaxed atmosphere instantly turned icy, and no one dared to joke in front of him. "These sows can produce 200 piglets in their lifetime, which is more than your wives contribute, so don't be afraid of getting dirty when taking care of them." He seemed to have his eye on Hu Feng, deliberately standing behind him and raising his voice. Hu Feng was so frightened that he misplaced the needle when administering glucose, causing the sow to let out a miserable scream. "You fat bastard, get out here right now." Hu Feng was terrified and sweating profusely. "Counselor, please give me another chance?" Xiangbin pointed at the needle in his hand and said aggressively, "Fine, I'll give you one chance. If you still can't stick it in properly, then come out and take a beating." The more he stared, the more nervous Hu Feng became, his right hand holding the needle trembling. "Damn it, 3, 2. Hu Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet and give the injection. "Ah!" The sow let out another scream. Xiangbin rushed in, grabbed Hu Feng by the hair, dragged him outside the pigsty, and beat him mercilessly until the ruler broke. Hu Feng tried to resist, but it was like an egg hitting a rock. Xiangbin is at the mid-level of the first rank, with a punching strength of 1200 gene. If you don't want to become trash like Hu Feng, then you'd better do your job properly. Yang Ding watched his brother being beaten with cold eyes, his fists clenched tightly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Hu Feng, an ordinary student majoring in pig farming, would be beaten to death and no one would care at most. The school would give Xiangbin a warning. Chapter 8, deliberately drawing a line. As Xiangbin passed by Yang Ding, he stopped and looked at him with disdain in his eyes. His beating of Hu Feng was partly a way of demonstrating his authority to Yang Ding. Neither of the two young men had ever provoked this old man, simply because Yang Ding had married a high-class wife like Yi Ro. However, his son was paired with a female martial artist who was of mediocre talent and extremely ugly, which displeased him. He beats students when he's unhappy, not because he's a pervert, but because he doesn't have to pay any price. "I heard that Instructor Yi wants to help you get into the martial arts academy. Don't associate with this kind of trash who has no future. It's best to keep your distance. If you really have the ability to pass the monthly exam, you can try to curry favor with my son, Xiang Tianyu. You two will be teammates in the future. With your qualifications, it's safer to find an older brother." Yang Ding looked at Hu Feng. Hu Feng, covered in pig manure, touched his injured lumbar spine, his bloodshot eyes looking at his old brother with whom he had grown up. Yang Ding avoided his gaze and replied loudly, "Yes, Instructor Xiang, I will keep my distance from Hu Feng." He wanted every student in the classroom to hear him, and Hu Feng naturally heard him too. After the instructor left, Luo Hohat helped Hu Feng up. Did you hear that? Your good brother has cut ties with you. Wake up. Hu Feng was unaware that Yang Ding was intentionally avoiding suspicion and preparing for future actions. If we don't draw a clear line, are you going to take a beating with me? You're so good to your brother, it's a pity good people don't live long. What's the point of pigs living so long? Hu Feng roared, his eyes wide. Go ahead and die if you dare, why are you yelling at me? Hu Feng, supporting his back, limped into the pigsty to continue working. Yang Ding also switched pigsties with the other students to keep his distance from Hu Feng. At noon, while the other students had to watch over the piglets, he could secretly practice his kung fu. He didn't do anything in the morning, yet the affection level increased by 0.2, which felt as good as receiving interest. Affection level, 4%. Cultivation progress, 4.1%. Intimate contact really makes a difference. If she gets pregnant with my child, that would be terrible. The 2 fingers that almost fractured yesterday have already recovered and I feel no pain at all. He looked at the small dent the counselor had made on the wall, put his 2 fingers together, and concentrated his inner energy in his right hand. It shouldn't hurt this time, right? After saying that, he suddenly slammed into the wall. 2 fingers sank into the wall, causing only a slight pain, even though the dents were deeper than those from the counselor's fist. My wife's marksmanship is amazing. I should be able to reach the mid-level of the first-rank cultivation soon, not much worse than the instructor, but the true chi pulse of the spear technique is more penetrating. If you want to teach him a lesson, you have to completely overwhelm him with strength, but I have no practical experience. Then Yang Ding punched the wall several more times, digging a large pit at the finger hole to avoid leaving any trace. Students are strictly prohibited from disrespecting their superiors or attacking instructors. Such actions will be investigated and severely punished by the student council, and must be carried out flawlessly. Affection level, 4%. Cultivation progress, 4.2%. Although one's cultivation progresses slowly through self-cultivation, even a fly's meat is meat. Yang Ding didn't speak to Hu Feng until school ended in the afternoon, and Hu Feng didn't come to find him either. The 2 got out of the elevator at the same time after school, without even saying hello. Yang Ding is so arrogant now that he's living off a woman, he really doesn't care about his best brother anymore. He's also afraid of getting beaten up. The counselor wouldn't dare hit him. His wife is Instructor Yi. Given Instructor Ye's position, couldn't he use his connections to put in a good word for Hu Feng? Who is Hu Feng to Instructor Yi? Besides, if we don't beat Hu Feng, he might beat you or me. In any case, we all need to find someone to vent our anger on. Then let's fight Hu Feng. As his cultivation level improved, Yang Ding's hearing became several times better than that of an ordinary person. He was about to leave this godforsaken place and didn't care about gossip at all. The important thing is whether you can help your good brother out when you part ways. Hu Feng has always had a strong sense of self-esteem, and he's about to become a father. Being publicly beaten and scolded every day, it's impossible for him to make it to graduation. When he got home, he prepared to cook, but Yi Ro was already busy in the kitchen. Wife, why are you back so early? Yang Ding asked. My classes are all in the morning, so I don't have much to do in the afternoon, which is why I come back to tidy up the house. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. I didn't eat much at noon. Why? Yi Ro asked, looking at him. Did Xiang Bin bully you? He didn't bully me, he always bullied my classmates. There's nothing I can do about it. He's notorious for beating students. I can only protect you, not your classmates. The discipline director is his aunt. I never imagined that kinship reproduction also existed in universities. Only by becoming a warrior and facing a strong enemy can you rely on your true abilities. Other organizations can't do that. Yi Ro was still worried after speaking, and instructed, I heard that this Xiang Bin also has the martial arts cultivation of the middle level of the first rank. Don't fight him head on. If he hurts you, I can't really kill him. Yang Ding looked at Yi Ro and said, Wife, thank you for bringing me ashore. If I hadn't been paired with you, I might have been the one getting beaten up. So I will definitely cultivate hard and make sure I pass the monthly exam for freshmen. Affection level, 4.5%. Cultivation progress, 4.7%. Yi Ro was both touched and ashamed. Mr. Yang, please don't get sentimental in the future. What if I fall in love with you? I still have to go to the front lines. I've recently noticed some changes in my body. Maybe I have a talent for fighting too. I'll bring the kids to the front lines to find you then. Yi Ro smiled calmly. Keep it up, Mr. Yang. On the surface, she encouraged him, but she also knew in her heart that if Yang Ding hadn't awakened his martial arts talent by his age, he probably didn't have much talent left. Furthermore, awakening is also divided into different levels. Not everyone has the opportunity to join the Northern Alliance. It is the elite force of the 5 great empires of Blue Star, protecting the world's remaining 700 million people. After Yang Ding finished showering, he looked at Yi Ro, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen. She was wearing a white tank top underneath, a pink floral apron over it, and black loungewear shorts. A few strands of short curly hair were tucked behind her right ear. Yang Ding walked over, put his arm around her slender waist from behind, and kissed her ear. Yi Ro's fair temples instantly broke out in goosebumps, but she didn't flinch. These are the vegetables you bought yesterday. Can you teach me how to cook them? Okay, I need to peel some garlic. Jingjie praised you to the skies in front of me today. Didn't she look down on me? Yang Ding asked with a smile. That was true before, but now she feels safer with a man like you. I will never be at risk of becoming a widow. That's true, I don't want to be a widower either. No, I've already thought it through. I'll try to get you and Sister Jing together before I leave. I don't want a divorce. Yi Ro hesitated for a moment and then gave up on even the idea of divorce. Even without going through divorce proceedings, according to the laws of the empire, you can marry 2 wives. Yi Ro originally wanted to invite Fang Jing to dinner, hoping that having a man there would distract her. But Fang Jing didn't want to bother the newlywed couple any longer, so she went to the maternal and child health hospital to be with her child. Yi Ro took out the leftover red wine and poured it for Yang Ding. Tonight I'll transfer my inner energy to you and teach you how to circulate it. After you finish these things, you can rest, so as not to delay important matters. The monthly exam is on the 25th, which is only half a month away. Chapter 9. Are we that familiar? Yi Ro didn't want to develop real feelings for Yang Ding, and she handled their marital relationship in a rigid and businesslike manner. But Yang Ding wanted to win her heart, and he had to do so, both in terms of his affection for his wife and the system's level of affection. It's still early. Let's take a walk after we finish eating to digest, and then we can come back and run our errands. Yi Ro was slightly taken aback. Yang Ding wanted to date her. Shouldn't you use your time for cultivation instead of taking a walk? You've received the true energy I transmitted, so you need to learn how to circulate it throughout your body's meridians to strengthen your muscles, bones, and skin. You don't have much time left, Mr. Yang. I guarantee I'll pass the monthly exam. I don't think I'm bad at aptitude, I just lack an opportunity to activate it, and that opportunity is you. Yi Ro was speechless. Cultivation was never that easy. What if we just say nice things but still can't get approved? Even if we can't make it through, you don't need to feel guilty. Yi Ro has already done more than enough for Yang Ding. Yi Ro could only nod. Alright, you're an adult, and you're about to become a father. This is something you have to do on your own. I can't force you. After dinner, Yang Ding quickly washed the dishes, and Yi Ro put on a shirt, planning to go for a walk outside. After the two entered the elevator, they leaned against a corner, and soon many instructors and their spouses came in. Instructor Yi, go for a walk. Yes, Instructor Sun, Instructor Hu. Where are you planning to go shopping? I'm taking my husband to visit the maternity and children's hospital, and to register the baby for a bed while we're at it. Instructor Yi is already preparing to be a mother so quickly. Once you're married, you just follow the steps. Everyone was envious of Yang Ding. Yi Ro not only had excellent qualities, but also had a straightforward personality. She wouldn't cause trouble or make things difficult for anyone. She was definitely a good wife. Previously, there were at least 100 unmarried male instructors in this building who pursued her and her sister, but they all refused to date them. Now, the system malfunctioned and suddenly paired her up with an ordinary person. Yi Ro smiled and brushed off each colleague who came in, while Yang Ding took the opportunity to hold her hand. She didn't dare to make any big movements and struggled a few times, but Yang Ding not only didn't let go, but also took advantage of the situation and intertwined his fingers with hers. A warm current struck Yi Ro's girlish heart. For a girl, this feeling was no less than a first kiss or losing her virginity. A prompt also appeared on the system panel. Affection level, 4.9%, plus 0.4%. Cultivation progress, 5.1%, plus 0.4%. The security guards downstairs were stunned to see Yang Ding and Yi Ro walking out of the elevator hand in hand. If an ordinary pig farmer can quickly subdue a beauty like Instructor Yi, then they should be able to do the same. Why did the system match these two together? Yi Ro was already a celebrity at Jiangling University. All the teachers and students on campus knew her, and wherever she went, she was the center of attention and discussion. Either let go of my hand, or we go outside for a walk. I'm embarrassed by people staring at me. Let's go out and check the weapons. The weapons market is also full of teachers and students from the school. You're my wife, so why can't I hold your hand? Yang Ding held on even tighter. Those little hands were so smooth and tender, it felt incredibly comfortable. Why wouldn't he enjoy it? Why shouldn't I show off having a wife like this? Yi Ro couldn't resist his insistence and had no choice but to agree. Alright, I'd like to give you a weapon too. When they arrived at the mall entrance, Yi Ro tried to shake off Yang Ding's hand. Yang Ding went even further, directly putting his arm around her slender waist and swaggering in under the envious gazes of everyone. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you for living off a woman? They laugh at me for being a kept man, but I laugh at them for not being able to afford it. Put. You're so shameless. Yi Ro had no choice but to let him hug her if he wanted to. She would just do her job as a wife and fulfill her duties as a wife. As long as the two are still husband and wife, her body belongs to Yang Ding, so what does it matter if they hold hands or hug? The weapons market is directly operated by the Empire and is the most upscale commercial venue in the university town. It not only sells various high-level weapons, but also various cultivation pills and common cultivation techniques. For those with good talent, the university provides sufficient training resources. Those who aren't naturally gifted have to rely on their families to spend money on them. Their parents' hard-earned money has to be poured into this shopping mall. Those who have neither talent nor money should honestly join the law enforcement team and do grassroots work after graduation. Yi Ro is the goddess of the boys in the martial arts academy. Wherever she goes, she becomes the center of attention. Mr. Yang, look at the way those senior brothers are looking at you. They wish they could tear you apart. Aren't you ashamed? What are you feeling guilty about? If anyone dares to touch me, my wife will kill him first. I can give birth to my third child in a year and a half. By then, you won't have graduated yet. How will you protect yourself? Don't worry, I won't be afraid of them anymore in a year and a half. Yi Ro was helpless. Yang Ding had no idea about the difficulty of cultivation. She'll have no choice but to entrust her confident husband to her best friend. Yi Ro led Yang Ding to the sword and knife counter. Since you've just awakened, I suggest you use a sword or knife, preferably with a shield for both offense and defense. The lower-level martial artists in the enforcement team have limited cultivation levels and are mostly skilled in melee weapons, which are easy to master. If one's own physical strength is insufficient, a shield can be used to compensate. But Yang Ding shook his head and turned to look at the store's prized possession, the iron-blooded gun, which was displayed independently in the center of the mall. You don't want to use a gun too, do you? My wife uses a gun, so naturally I should use a gun too. Shots are hard to master, and high-end guns are very expensive, while ordinary guns are easy to break. Yang Ding walked step by step toward the iron blood spear, looking at the gleaming spearhead and the silver-gray shaft that was a full 2 meters long. He seemed to instantly connect with the gun, his eyes gleaming with longing. Iron blood gun, 5 million. Honey, how much did this gun cost? 5 million. Holy crap, 5 million? Yang Ding could no longer walk. Yes, you can get a loan, but the down payment is 2 million, and with interest, it will come to 6 or 7 million in the end. Why is it so expensive? This is an alien weapon, rare in number. It is a pair with my soul-severing spear. It can shrink to 2 feet in length and has a mother and child spearhead, making it infinitely versatile. As long as the user is strong enough, it is almost indestructible. The technology on Earth cannot currently produce it. Forget it, it's not interesting. Yi Ro also breathed a sigh of relief. Without going to the northern frontier and without interest-free benefits, using such advanced weapons was pointless. She wouldn't make any money back at all. She bought the soul-severing spear for only 3.5 million, and still has a loan of over 1 million to pay off. My sister's ironblood bow still has a loan of 7 or 800,000 yuan, which is simply not enough to maintain so many expensive weapons. Xiang Bin and his son Xiang Tianyu were also there selecting weapons when they heard their conversation and burst into laughter. Instructor Yi is so generous to her husband. How could an ordinary martial artist who can't awaken his powers possibly wield this gun? Instructor Xiang, we're just here to take a look, Yiro replied coldly. Xiang Tianyu and Yang Ding were high school classmates, but in different classes. Recently, Yang Ding has become very famous among their classmates. Everyone knows him. He glanced at his incredibly ugly wife beside him, then at the stunning beauty beside Yang Ding, and was consumed by jealousy. Hey Yang Ding, you've got a taste for being a gigolo, huh? Instructor Yi is a girl, do you think it's easy for her to earn money? How dare you ask for a 5 million Ironblood gun? Yang Ding knew that after tonight, his cultivation level would catch up with, or even surpass, his tutor, not to mention his silly son, so he was not afraid at all. Do we know each other that well? It's none of your business if my husband and I are chatting. You fucking. Xiang Tianyu was a prominent figure in high school, and after awakening, he became even more arrogant, completely disregarding Yang Ding and Hu Feng's group. Chapter 10, Being Watched, There's Nothing You Can Do About It. A hint of hostility flashed in his eyes as he looked at the counselor, but out of consideration for Yiro, he could only force a smile and say, Yang Ding is right, Tianyu, you can't use your own noble character to demand things of others. Dad is right, we shouldn't bother with a gigolo. After Xiang Tianyu finished speaking, he looked at Yiro with a fawning expression. Instructor Yi, please forgive me for my rudeness. Then you'd better be more mindful in the future and not offend them again, Yiro said irritably. Instructor Yi's words of advice are correct. It is important to know your own limitations. I request to fight Yang Ding in the close combat section of the monthly exam. After all, he has been personally trained by you, so he is probably no worse than an ordinary awakened person like me. In close combat sessions, instructors will assign students of similar skill levels. Yiro rolled her eyes speechlessly, then took Yang Ding's hand and prepared to leave. Xiang Tianyu persisted, saying, if I remember correctly, the monthly exam challenge encourages free challenges, and if the opponent doesn't dare to accept, they have to automatically admit defeat. Yang Ding stopped, turned around and looked at the father and son dogs. If you have the guts, then submit your application. Yiro dragged Yang Ding away, saying, what's wrong with you? You only need to prove that you've mastered the basics in the monthly exam. He reached the first grade lower realm before even entering school. There's nothing we can do about being targeted. Yiro sighed and instructed, he's very jealous that you married such a beautiful wife like me. He'll try to kill you. Giving up on the spot will only affect your class assignment, not your major. Do you understand? Okay, I'll listen to my wife this time. Yiro pointed at Yang Ding and said, keep your word. Don't be reckless. If you get seriously injured, it will take you a long time to recover, given your abilities. Yang Ding was prepared to admit defeat in front of everyone when he accepted the challenge. He couldn't allow anyone to test his true strength. The purpose of diligently practicing advanced martial arts skills every day is to kill, not to compete or perform. He had not been cultivated by the Empire and did not need to be loyal to the Empire, he only needed to serve himself and his family. His primary goal now is to eliminate the counselor so that his good friend Hu Feng can have a way out. As long as he puts on a convincing performance, the student council and law enforcement team won't suspect him. Xiang Tianyu watched as Yang Ding, with his arm around the shapely Yiro, disappeared into the crowd, his fists clenched tightly. Dad, based on your experience, do you think Yang Ding can break through to the lower first grade cultivation level with Instructor Yi's help? That's impossible. At most, they can only pass the Awakener test. Martial artists who cannot awaken before the age of 18 will take a year to break through to the lower first rank, even if they are forced to do so with the best resources. I'm currently trying to break through to the middle stage of the first rank, so crippling him shouldn't be a problem. His wife, somewhat puzzled, asked, honey, you didn't know Yang Ding before, and you had no grudge against him. Why did you want to cripple him? Don't ask too many questions about men's affairs. Are you also interested in Instructor Yi? Even if you cripple Yang Ding, it's not your turn. Before he could finish speaking, Xiang Tianyu slapped his wife hard across the face. You're so ugly and you still talk so much nonsense. I'll cut your tongue out if you're not careful. Dad, look at Tianyu. Xiang Bin also slapped his daughter-in-law across the face, saying, you should respect your husband. If you don't know how to be respectful, you have no right to be my Xiang family's daughter-in-law. In this era of polygamy, women who oppose their husbands taking new wives are considered unvirtuous. Xiang Bin, a pig-raising instructor, has already married 3 beautiful concubines. Yang Ding, with his young wife in his arms, swaggered around the weapons market. When he arrived at the martial arts section, after careful consideration, he chose a book called 9 Sword Techniques. Honey, I'll practice this. Are you sure you don't want to practice your sword skills? Yes, I want to practice swordsmanship. Yiro couldn't persuade him otherwise. It was better than him wanting to practice shooting. Alright, then you'll have to buy another shield. Okay, I'll do what my wife says. The 9 forms of sword only costs 10,000 yuan, which is considered a cheap and common item. You can find a second-hand one at school for only 5,000 yuan, because there are only 2 types of people who practice this sword technique. One type is the low-level martial artist, equipped with a shield for close combat, sufficient for maintaining order in the law enforcement team. Another type is the Grandmaster level expert of the 9th rank or above, who controls the sword with chi, and even with the same move, the power can be 10,000 times greater. Mid-level martial artists prefer techniques that rely on brute force to achieve miracles, while subtle and elegant methods are less appealing. Yiro wanted to buy better swords and shields, eyeing high-end products, but Yang Ding was not happy about it. The hardness of the black gold shield is equivalent to the physical enhancement level of a 7th grade martial artist, which can protect you very well. But this thing costs 200,000 yuan. If we buy a black gold sword as well, it will cost 500,000 yuan in total, my wife. 500,000 it is, you'll use it for the rest of your life anyway. No, I don't want that. I only want the sword. Yang Ding never expected his wife to be so willing to spend money on him, asking for 500,000 yuan right off the bat. His choice to practice swordsmanship was merely a cover-up, since he didn't need to specifically train in marksmanship. He could simply copy it from his wife. He will use gun techniques when killing experts, and sword techniques to cover his tracks at other times. The Wu Jin sword is entirely dark blue-black, forged from the strongest materials on earth. It has an 8-sided Han sword design, exquisite and beautiful, and can cut through iron like mud. Black gold sword 300,000. Although it's a bit expensive, it can be used for a long time and will retain its value even if resold. Carrying a shield would just be a burden. At the current pace of their relationship, he will be able to break through to the 4th or even 5th rank in cultivation within a year. His body will be strengthened and his defense will be improved. Which expert would need a shield then? Ignoring Yiro's objections, Yang Ding randomly chose a shield worth 20,000 yuan. Yiro hadn't expected her pig-farming husband to be so stubborn, so she had no choice but to swipe her card to pay. You're so disobedient. Don't blame me, your wife, for not warning you if you get hurt in the future. 320,000 is already a lot. Yang Ding, carrying a shield on his back, holding a black gold sword in his left hand, and holding Yiro's hand with his right, left the mall with an arrogant air. The sales assistant in the mall was a part-time martial arts academy student. Instead of being excited about selling high-end goods, she grumbled and cursed. Why does this good-for-nothing get to sleep with Instructor Yi? Why does he get to use the black gold sword? It's infuriating to compare people like this. Back home, Yiro took off her outer shirt and threw it on the sofa, revealing her white camisole. I'll transfer my inner energy to you first before I take a shower and go to sleep. Yang Ding didn't actually need her to transmit true chi. He'd rather just take a nap than have that much true chi. He sat on the sofa and took off his t-shirt. It's not like we're doing that. You don't need to strip naked, Mr. Yang. How can you transmit true energy without taking off your clothes? Speechless. Just as Yiro was about to gather her inner energy, Yang Ding kissed her. What's the rush? The skill hasn't been passed on yet, and I haven't even taken a bath. Send it after you're done, then wash it all together, and send it while you wash it. Then what's the point of spreading it, Mr. Yang? Call me husband. Husband. Affection level, 5%, plus 0.1%. Cultivation progress, 5.2%, plus 0.1%. Affection level, 5.1%, plus 0.1%. Cultivation progress, 5.3%, plus 0.1%. Affection level, 5.2%, plus 0.1%. Cultivation progress, 5.4%, plus 0.1%. Affection level, 6.1%, plus 0.9%. Cultivation progress, 6.3%, plus 0.9%. Ding, congratulations host, you have reached the mid-stage of the first rank cultivation level. With bones and muscles fully tempered, punching power reaches 1200 Jin. The second level of the soul-severing spear technique, consisting of 3 moves shaking, thrusting, and blocking, has been unlocked. Please practice it extensively and engage in actual combat as soon as possible to accumulate combat experience. Chapter 11 Can't be that fast, right? Yi-Ro woke up in Yang Ding's arms the next morning. The sofa is too narrow, so we can only sleep on top of each other. They agreed it was just a temporary marriage, but Yang Ding treated her like his real wife and slept with her constantly. Yi-Ro angrily punched Yang Ding's chest several times. What are you doing? You keep fiddling with it, and you're interrupting my flow of energy to you. It's okay, honey, we've lost now. Another flurry of tiny pink punches followed, losing now, losing now. You're late for morning exercises. Yi-Ro quickly got up, dressed, and washed up before going to Yang Ding to refine the qi-nourishing pill. She persists so persistently in order to prepare for the future. But Yang Ding didn't need these things at all. The energy of the Peiyuan pill was too low, so it had little value to him. But he couldn't stop his wife's good intentions. Mr. Yang, could you heat up my breakfast for me? It will take me at least half an hour to refine my pills. Call me your husband and I'll go. You really like it when I call you husband? Yes. Husband, husband, father-in-law, is that enough? Yang Ding heated up the food for the two of them and then rushed to catch the elevator. To prove that he practiced swordsmanship, he even brought along the 9 Sword Styles manual and the black gold sword. Hey, isn't this Xiaoya's new husband, Xiao Yan? You've chosen to practice swordsmanship, an old fire mage asked. Yes, the 9th sword style. Why not practice shooting? Shooting isn't something just anyone can do. Among all the young people in our Jiangling city, only Yi-Ro has become a shooting master. Yes, we forgot that this child hasn't awakened yet. When they arrived at the playground, a bunch of high school classmates surrounded them, asking all sorts of questions. They weren't interested in practicing swordsmanship or shooting, but when they heard that the sword cost 300,000 yuan, they were all incredibly envious. Based on their post-graduation monthly salary of 3,000, it would take them 7 or 8 years to save up without eating or drinking. Only Hu Feng showed no interest whatsoever, standing silently there, clutching his back, his expression pained. His back injury was quite serious, he couldn't sleep all night because of the pain. His wife, Ugly, kept nagging him all night because she wanted to be allocated a 2-bedroom apartment at the pig farm as soon as possible, which would require having 3 children. As it stands, Hu Fengsheng has no interest in any of them. Luo Hohat believes that he was led astray by Yang Ding. Hu Feng, come take a look. This black gold sword is ridiculously expensive. From now on, we'll only be able to see pig slaughtering knives, and we'll never have the chance to see such high-end goods again, a classmate shouted. Hu Feng actually wanted to see, and he glanced at Yang Ding. Yang Ding ignored him and instead put his sword away. All right, it's almost time for exercises. Luo Hohat sneered, our top dog is about to leave the pigsty, and he's starting to look down on the good brother who used to bring him food. What the hell are you talking about? You can respect your husband, but it's not like I'm the one living with him, Yang Ding cursed. Get out of here, don't interfere with my Hu Feng taking care of the sow. After the exercise started, Yang Ding danced very happily, waving his big sword, which scared the other students into making way for him. Hu Feng could only endure the back pain and grit his teeth to keep jumping. If he didn't move at all, the patrolling teachers would report him to the counselor, and he would be beaten. Back in the classroom, Xiang Bin was already waiting for him. Yang Ding didn't give his son any face last night, so today he plans to take revenge on Hu Feng. Xiang Bin changed to another ruler, clapped his hands, and arrogantly lectured the students. I just received a notice from the school that the end of the month is the peak production period at Jiangling Livestock Farm, and all of you are required to go and help. If you are not skilled enough and kill the piglets, be prepared to be beaten. You are not allowed to get up and move around for 4 hours this morning. Don't tell me you have back pain. Hu Feng was already sweating profusely. Even a fool could tell this was targeted at him. First, they injured his back, then he had to endure 4 hours of torture. Who could stand that? Yang Ding never expected that even though he had already severed ties with Hu Feng, this scoundrel of a counselor would still target him. A mere reprimand is insufficient to justify the crimes Xiang Bin committed against his students, only death will suffice. What is Yang Ding thinking about? Xiang Bin asked. Report to the counselor, I wasn't thinking about anything. You have to take the Martial Arts Academy exam at the end of the month, so go practice your skills. Let your classmates do the dirty and hard work. Thank you, counselor. Xiang Bin certainly wasn't that kind-hearted, he mainly wanted to see what level Yang Ding was at. The father and son looked down on Yang Ding, but dared not underestimate Yi Rou. Yang Ding opened the 9 sword techniques, drew his black gold sword, and began practicing the moves. Because he deliberately concealed his strength, he soon became breathless and covered in sweat. Looking at his clumsy moves, Xiang Bin knew that his son had the upper hand. Is wielding a sword really that tiring? There's nothing I can do, counselor. My wife says I can't accumulate a lot of internal energy, it's all used up after a while. That's what happens when you're not awakened. Even if Instructor Yi were willing to channel his true energy into you, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Could you ask your son to withdraw his application? I don't want to compete with him anymore, Yang Ding asked timidly. A sinister glint flashed across Xiang Bin's face. Who told you to provoke my son? His weapon is an 80-pound meteorite iron battle axe. Good luck. Yang Ding's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be very expensive? That's right, the loan alone is 500,000. Although meteorite iron is not as good as black gold, the weight of the battle axe is more than 10 times that of the sword. Just then, the system in Yang Ding's mind suddenly popped up. Affection level, 11.1%, plus 5%. Cultivation progress, 11.3%, plus 5%. Ding, congratulations host, you have broken through to the upper first rank. With bones and muscles fully tempered, punching power reaches 1600 gene. The second level of the soul-severing spear technique, the 3 forms of shaking, thrusting, and blocking, has been unlocked. Please practice diligently and engage in actual combat as soon as possible to accumulate combat experience. Powerful true energy instantly spread throughout Yang Ding's body, making him feel light and airy, with sweat pouring down his forehead. Holy crap, what's going on? How did it suddenly jump so much? It's never increased by 5% before. Has Yi Rou suddenly had a breakthrough, or? It can't be that fast. The system also prevented him from chatting, and Yang Ding wished he could finish class and go home immediately, but it was only 7:30 in the morning. Although technology was relatively advanced at that time, non-combatants were not allowed to possess communication tools, which made it easier for the Empire to rule. Martial Arts Academy. After finishing her close combat class for freshmen, Yi Rou hurriedly went to the Superpower Academy to find her best friend, Fang Jing. Fang Jing is teaching a class on the theory of portable domains to her students. She only has 12 students in total. There are only 12 space-related ability users across all 4 grades at Jiangling University. Today we're talking about portable domains, which, in layman's terms, are spatial storage. Essentially, they are the taming and sculpting of spatial folds. It's like carving out a private space in the gaps of dimensions with an invisible carving knife. It requires not only the precise control of supernatural abilities, but also a deep understanding of the laws of space. After saying that, she stretched out her slender finger and drew a line in the air, creating a 30-centimeter long spatial rift out of thin air. You can store cash or weapons here, but only you can find them. Yi Rou knocked on the classroom door. Instructor Fong, could you please come out for a moment? It's urgent. Seeing that she was very flustered, Fang Jing knew that something was wrong, so she quickly left the students and went out. What happened? I think I'm pregnant. Chapter 12. I'm pregnant with your child. What's here? When I was teaching my students how to circulate their chi in close combat, I felt something subtle invade my body. It scared me so much that I almost shook it out. Luckily, I carefully read the newlywed manual, which said that this situation should mean I was pregnant. Yi Rou was scared by her own words. Someone with her level of cultivation could detect even the slightest changes in a person's body. Invulnerable to all poisons and free from all diseases. He almost forced his own flesh and blood out of his body. That was after 10 consecutive hours of diligent labor by Yang Ding. As someone who's been through it all, Fang Jing was completely dumbfounded when she saw Yi Rou's belly. What the hell? The wedding was only 3 or 4 days ago. Is Yang Ding really that good? Didn't the principal say that you can just open and close your eyes and it will appear? Don't listen to that old Deng's nonsense, he can't have children anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Jing realized that she had insulted the wrong person. I forgot that you are a martial artist of the 5th rank or above. It is normal that your true chi can nourish the fetal chi twice as fast as that of ordinary people. Yi Rou was pregnant for the first time, and instead of being happy, she was very scared. Can I still engage in strenuous exercise? The wedding manual says that a martial artist with strong internal energy can still fight even if she is pregnant. The intensity of the training should be fine. Go ask the martial arts instructors. Fong Jing is not a martial artist. Superpowered individuals cultivate mental power, so their bodies cannot be strengthened and they do not have true qi. In terms of pregnancy, she is no different from ordinary women and also needs 10 months. Okay, should I go find Yang Ding? What's the point of talking to him now? We can tell him tonight. He's the one who got me pregnant. He can't let me suffer alone. Yi Ro was almost in tears. She was still a child herself, and suddenly she became a mother. Despite preparing mentally for several days, it was all for naught when the time came. Ro, it's normal to panic the first time. I was the same way. You'll be fine in a few days. You can go to the Imperial Women and Children's Hospital for testing in a few more days. Fong Jing mainly provided psychological support, as the two women were in completely different pregnancies and she couldn't offer any substantial advice. After calming down, Yi Ro returned to the academy to ask the older women for advice. At this moment, Yang Ding felt the continuous surge of true energy throughout his body, and looking at the system panel, he was still in a daze. Reaching the first grade upper realm is a crucial milestone. Once you break through to the second grade lower realm, your physical enhancement and strength increase will double. A second-rank lower-level martial artist possesses a punching power of up to 3,200 Jin and a jumping height exceeding 30 meters. Without the advantage of weapons or martial arts techniques, they would completely overwhelm a first-rank martial artist. Therefore, the changes in the body are also clearly visible. He returned to the classroom and saw Xiang Bin disciplining Hu Feng again. Fearing a beating, Hu Feng could only kneel on the ground and kowtow, begging for mercy. "Counselor, please stop hitting me. I feel like I'm going to be paralyzed." Xiang Bin squatted down, tapped his fleshy face with a ruler, and asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I've been targeting you?" "I don't know." "Tell me what to do, and I'll change." "The first time I hit you was because I didn't like you. The reason I'm hitting you now is because you're Yang Ding's good brother. If I can't beat him, can't I beat you? But we've already broken off all ties. Just because we've broken off our friendship doesn't mean I can't fight?" Xiang Bin stood up with a sneer. "If you don't want to get beaten, kneel until the end of get out of class, and you won't be allowed to eat lunch." "Yes, counselor." After Xiang Bin left, Yang Ding took out the qi-nourishing pill from that morning, tossed it into Hu Feng's palm as he passed by, and whispered, "Eat it." Hu Feng didn't hesitate at all and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. From childhood to adulthood, the person he trusted most was Yang Ding. At lunchtime, Yang Ding wanted to go to the Martial Arts Academy's cafeteria to find his wife and find out what was going on, but ordinary people weren't allowed in. In front of the canteen of the College of Workers and Peasants, there is a notice from the Martial Arts Academy. All martial artists who awaken later can sign up for the monthly exam and get the last chance to defy fate in their lives. Ordinary students who had no chance of learning martial arts crowded in front of the notice, filled with envy. Who wouldn't want to soar to the sky and escape this life of slavery, worse than that of pigs and dogs? This benefit wasn't available before. Has the school rule changed this year? They're probably worried about burying geniuses. It's no use changing it. There are very high requirements. The minimum punching strength for beginners is at least 500 Jin. Without cultivation resources, it's impossible to achieve that. Isn't this announcement pointless and unnecessary? The canteen at the College of Engineering and Agriculture serves only pre-made dishes, no different from pig swill, and contains no energy-rich food suitable for cultivation. If the parents are ordinary people, they will not be able to afford any cultivation resources. Even if they have talent, they will still spend their lives in pigsties, chicken coops, and farms. Yang Ding had a vague feeling that this school rule was set up temporarily for him. Being late to realize something means having poor aptitude, something the school previously didn't care about at all. Does my wife have that much face? That can't be right. After finishing lunch in the cafeteria, Yang Ding wanted to find a place to secretly practice shooting during his lunch break, but Yi Ro rushed in. She not only possessed beauty and a great figure, but also a powerful aura brought about by her own cultivation, instantly attracting the attention of more than 5,000 male students in the cafeteria. Isn't this Instructor Yi? What's she doing here? They're definitely looking for that Yang Wei or something. His name is Yang Ding, from the pig farming department. Students majoring in pig farming have to eat lunch in the classroom. His wife is powerful, she has special privileges. Yang Ding also saw his wife, and quickly stood up and waved, his smug expression impossible to hide. Yi Ro shut down her powerful hearing, too lazy to pay attention to the gossip, and plopped down next to Yang Ding, sulking. You're still eating so heartily, something's happened to me. What's wrong, honey? I think I'm pregnant with your child. Yang Ding couldn't help but smile. The sense of accomplishment from getting this exquisite fairy pregnant was no less than advancing 3 realms in martial arts cultivation. So fast? Don't you trust me? Do you suspect you're a cheating father? Do you think I've cheated on you? Yi Ro was quite anxious in the morning as she became a mother for the first time. Yang Ding didn't say anything, but she had already imagined a series of parallel sentences. I didn't say that. The reproductive cycle of a 5th grade martial artist is only 5 or 6 months, so the conception cycle should naturally be halved. 3 or 4 days is reasonable. How do you know so much? Did you ever cheat on someone and get another woman pregnant? Knowing that Yi Ro was in a sensitive period, Yang Ding quickly explained, I've read the Newlyweds Handbook. Yi Ro then realized that she had gone too far. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I didn't mean to cause trouble. I'm just so distracted that I can't concentrate on my class anymore, sob. Yi Ro's eyes were red. Under the watchful eyes of more than 10,000 male and female students, Yang Ding embraced her and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Isn't getting pregnant your dream? Your husband will accompany you to the maternal and child health hospital for registration and checkup this weekend. Honey, you're so good to me. Affection level, 11.5%, plus 0.4%. Cultivation progress, 11.7%, plus 0.4%. Previously, the increase was only 0.1, but now a single hug can bring in 0.4. Sure enough, once a woman becomes pregnant with a man's child, her emotions will burst forth. Chapter 13. Why do you show off everywhere? The two left the cafeteria hand in hand, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Yang Ding was naturally smug, not caring whether you were a kept man or a kept man, as long as you were delicious. Yi Ro no longer cared about the strange looks. The child seemed to be the anchor in her heart. For the first time, she truly considered Yang Ding as her man. Since he's her own man, he's the closest to her, so why should she care what others say? Even the names they previously refused to use came out of their mouths. Honey, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Either is fine, that's not what I care about. What is it? You can think of a name slowly. The surname Yang is easy to choose a name for. I'm not concerned about the name. Yi Ro stopped in her tracks. What is it? We haven't even been intimate many times yet, and you experts get pregnant so quickly. Is it okay to do that while pregnant? Yi Ro's beautiful face immediately turned red, and she slapped Yang Ding hard. Why do you think about that all the time? Isn't it because you're pretty, have a great figure, and smell good? We'll have to ask the doctor about that later. You can ask me if you want, I'm not asking. Yi Ro could have asked the senior female students at the martial arts academy who had given birth, but she was too embarrassed to. We agreed that our intimacy was for the purpose of getting pregnant. Why would someone who's already pregnant still want to be intimate? I won't ask even if you kill me. The Newlyweds Handbook didn't give a clear answer to this, only saying that it would depend on the pregnancy test results. Yang Ding was also worried that being too vigorous would affect the fetus. Yang Ding escorted Yi Ro to the entrance of the martial arts academy, where martial arts teachers and students passing by all turned to look at them. The gatekeeper quickly stopped him, saying, Instructor Yi, your husband is not an awakened one and cannot enter the martial arts academy. My wife is pregnant, can't I even take her to the office? Yang Ding shouted loudly, as if afraid that others wouldn't hear him. He wanted the head of discipline and everyone at the martial arts academy to know that his name was Yang Ding, the Ding meaning standing tall and upright, not Yang Wei. Yi Ro glared at him fiercely, why do you show off everywhere? What if you're not pregnant? Wouldn't that be incredibly embarrassing? It's better if you don't get pregnant. Let's do it a few more times. We have to let everyone know that you are my wife. Rogue. The gatekeeper was quite surprised and glanced at Yang Ding with envy. Although he was of mediocre talent, he was a martial arts awakener and his cultivation had already broken through to the 1st grade upper realm, but he could only work as a gatekeeper. This mere pig farmer was surprisingly paired with a school beauty instructor by the system, and within days he even had a child. Really? Congratulations, Instructor Yi. Your husband needs the school leadership's signature to get in. Yi Ro pushed Yang Ding away, never mind, you can come in next month. Go back to class now. When Yang Ding returned to the classroom, his classmates immediately told him that Yi Rou had just come over. Xiang Bin was also there, looking at Yang Ding with great curiosity. Is it about registering for the monthly exam? My wife already took care of the registration. What is it? Yang Ding now completely disregards this guy and has become much more arrogant. Counselor, classmates, my wife, Yi Rou, the close combat instructor at the Martial Arts Academy, a 5th grade mid-level martial artist, a young genius, and a pure and beautiful 18-year-old girl, is pregnant. He patted his chest. My bad, please excuse my poor performance. The students were stunned, then forced smiles and said, congratulations. Then everyone went about their own business. Xiang Bin's face turned ashen, and his daughter-in-law remained completely unresponsive. Although children are sent to imperial maternity and childcare centers for care these days, guardianship still rests with the biological parents, as reproduction is very important for the growth of the family. The more children are born, the more awakened individuals are likely to emerge. Xiang Bin had 3 wives who gave birth to 10 children, but only one talented martial arts awakener, Xiang Tianyu, emerged from among them. Even if other children use connections to arrange jobs, they still can't get any good jobs. Get to work. Yang Ding pulled him aside, saying, Instructor Xiang, you haven't congratulated me yet. Xiang Bin was somewhat surprised that this kid dared to touch him. If it weren't for Yi Rou, Yang Ding's hand would have been broken. Now he can only shake off Yang Ding. I didn't expect you could actually handle Instructor Yi. Don't just celebrate, the monthly exam is the real deal. Close combat is very dangerous. If my son accidentally hurts you, your beautiful wife will belong to someone else. Thank you for your concern, instructor. I'm going to practice now. Go. Xiang Bin thought Yang Ding was trying to curry favor with him. He never imagined that Yang Ding had planned this all along to create the illusion that the two had a good relationship. Yang Ding was a meticulous person. If he was going to assassinate someone, he had to make sure it was done flawlessly. Luo Hohot glared fiercely at Hu Feng, who was kneeling at the entrance of the pigsty. Your brother got his wife pregnant in just a few days, and you're not even fulfilling your responsibilities. I'll do it with you once my back is better. You get beaten by the counselor every day because of that bastard brother of yours. What's the point of all this? If your back gets crippled, I'll find someone else to fix it. Don't waste my youth. These days, having an extramarital affair isn't illegal. As long as you can get a child, you can easily become the legal wife. Hu Feng remained silent. After taking the Peiyuan pill, his back injury eased somewhat, and he felt extremely grateful to Yang Ding. Although he didn't say it, he was the only one who was genuinely happy for his good brother. Yang Ding was the only ordinary student who broke through class segregation. Xiang Bin had been secretly monitoring Yang Ding to find out his progress in cultivation. Seeing that he was practicing boxing today, he asked curiously, aren't you practicing the 9 forms of sword? The first step in the Martial Arts Academy qualification exam is to have a punching power of 500 Jin 250 Catties. I'll practice that first. How much punching power do you have now? Have you ever tested it? Almost there, about 400 Jin. You're already far beyond the average person. Keep practicing. Xiang Bin sneered. His son's punches were already worth over 1,000 pounds, more than enough to deal with Yang Ding. Actually, he misunderstood. Yang Ding wasn't pursuing advancement, but rather control. The problem he needs to consider now is how to conceal his punching power of 1,600 Jin or even 3,200 Jin after advancing to the 2nd rank, and pretend to exert all his strength to deliver a punch of 500 Jin during the test. Yi Rou, a star student at Jiangling University, became the talk of the town in the afternoon with news of her pregnancy. All the male students in the Martial Arts Academy, from freshmen to seniors, were so jealous of Yang Ding that their fists turned purple. Many sons of noble families in Jiangling City were fond of Yi Rou, but unexpectedly, the empire's marriage system malfunctioned. Even after the malfunction, they didn't break off the engagement, they just went along with it, and nobody knew why. Xiang Tianyu glanced at his ugly wife and burst out laughing in anger. What is Instructor Yi thinking? Doesn't she have any picky eating habits? That kid is really arrogant. He was shouting and yelling in the guardhouse this afternoon. Don't worry, he doesn't have much time left. I'll beat him so badly during the monthly exam that his parents won't recognize him. What good is a good wife? Aren't you afraid that Instructor Yi will retaliate against you? A public test, a public fight, what can she do to me? My aunt is the discipline director. Chapter 14 Wife, you're going too far. When school was over, Yang Ding was already waiting at the entrance of the martial arts academy. Thanks to Yi Ro, he is now a celebrity at Jiangling University, but his reputation is not good. Hey, isn't this the gigolo? Yang Ding wasn't angry. He clasped his hands in a fist and smiled. Senior sister, you flatter me. My wife, has your instructor Yi finished get off work? If you dare to be arrogant again, I'll punch you to death. Damn, this is a disgrace to men. Senior brother, don't be jealous. My wife is your instructor Yi, and she loves me to death. Don't pull me back, I'm going to kill this good for nothing. If you touch a single hair on his head, given instructor Yi's temper, he'll break your hand. Yang Ding knew that once he entered the martial arts academy, his life would not be easy. The women felt that he had lowered the standards for husbands and broken down class barriers. The boys were jealous that he married the most beautiful girl in the martial arts department. Fortunately, his cultivation level had reached that of a second-year university student, so he wasn't afraid of these guys at all. Gangnam University has many children of powerful and wealthy families, whose members are even part of the ruling class of Gangnam City. Even after they went back and inquired, they still couldn't figure out how the imperial marriage system could make such a basic mistake. Normally, a genius girl like Yi Ro, who had been received by the queen of the Jinglong Empire, would definitely be matched with a noble family. Some people even investigated Yang Ding's family background. His family had been farmers for generations, and no one had ever been enlightened. Their family could only be described as poor. Therefore, some people suspect that this is not a system bug, but a deliberate arrangement by the Imperial High Command. Yi Ro came out with a heavy heart, but when she saw Yang Ding, she instantly smiled with relief, and her steps became much lighter. She ran up to Yang Ding and jumped into his arms. Honey, what brings you here? I'll come pick you up after class. It's not like I can't find my way home. That's different. Now that you're pregnant, you're more vulnerable and need your husband's care. Yi Ro was instantly moved. People always said she was strong, but no one saw her vulnerability. She is indeed very vulnerable right now. She has a baby in her belly, no parents to take care of her, her sister is not around, and her husband is the only one she is close to. Yang Ding put his arm around her waist and swaggered across the campus. Yi Ro was quite relaxed, chatting and laughing with Yang Ding. Affection level 11.7% plus 0.2%. Cultivation progress 11.9% plus 0.2%. Pregnant women, no matter how virtuous they are, become more emotional. They amplify even the smallest acts of care from their husbands, leading to a surge in affection. Honey, now that you're a father, can you focus a little more on your training? The monthly exam is coming up soon, and you haven't even reached half of your 500 gene strength level yet. Come with me tonight to practice Benkwon on the rooftop. You should be able to handle 500 gene 250 kilograms without any problem. Okay, we won't sleep together tonight. We can transfer more internal energy to you so you can digest it slowly. Can I be gentler? No, for our baby's sake, you have to endure it for half a month, Yi Ro said seriously. Yang Ding immediately became anxious. Isn't it supposed to be 3 days? What if the maternal and child health hospital says it's okay after the examination? The Women and Children's Hospital's decision doesn't count, it's my decision. You can only touch it after the monthly exam. Wife, you're going a bit too far. With your looks, who could resist for half a month? If I were going too far, I would have pushed you long ago. Now that you have a baby, you are the father, so you have to work harder. Yi Ro was also anxious. As a genius martial artist, she would have to go to the front lines at any time if the situation became tense. When she leaves, Yang Ding has no skills. How will he take care of the child? Jiangling City is only temporarily safe, and the maternity and children's hospital can't take care of so many children. Seeing that Yang Ding remained silent, Yi Ro took his arm and acted coquettishly. Honey, don't be angry, okay? As long as you pass the monthly exam and it doesn't affect the baby, you can do whatever you want. That's settled then. As long as you pass the monthly exam, you'll do whatever I ask you to do. Yi Ro, with her simple mind and limited imagination about matters between men and women, immediately replied, okay. After dinner, the two did not go for a walk, but instead went to the rooftop to practice boxing. The dormitory building is enormous, with a rooftop area of 5,000 square meters, where hundreds of instructors quietly train with the children. Among them are martial artists or superhumans who have already awakened their powers, and are being forced by their parents to take extra classes. One's cultivation level at graduation determines their future employer and position. Yi Ro's older sister is a 5th-rank upper realm cultivator who became a lieutenant upon enlisting and earns a monthly salary of 120,000. There are also those like Yang Ding who deadlift, preparing to take the monthly exam and defy fate. A female martial arts instructor at a martial arts academy is angrily scolding her son. This year, Jiangling University has changed its monthly exam rules for the first time and expanded the number of awakened individuals. The competition will be extremely fierce. If you don't even have 500 gene of strength, how can you transfer from the farm to the martial arts academy? Do you want to spend your whole life playing in the mud on a farm? The son was so scolded he couldn't even lift his head. Mom, are you saying the monthly exam standards will be raised at the last minute? The number of applicants for the martial arts academy has exceeded 20,000. I heard that the entrance exam requires a strength of 600 gene. Jiangling University doesn't need so many low-level martial artists at all. Yi Ro felt a chill in her heart upon hearing this news. Her husband works in the admissions office. This is not nonsense. There are many half-baked awakened individuals in breeding farms, and factories, and they will also participate in this monthly exam. Although these people don't have much money, they save money by eating frugally to buy some low-quality cultivation resources. Over time, they can easily reach the first-grade lower realm cultivation level. Whether it's 500 pounds or 600 pounds, please rest assured, wife, I can do it. Yi Ro held a force gauge in her hand. Honey, test your strength first, and then I'll decide how much true energy to transfer to you. You don't need to worry with your wife here. Fortunately, Yang Ding had been training his strength control these past few days, and he could easily deliver a punch with the force of 365 gene. Yi Ro stared at the numbers in shock. Husband, have you awakened some kind of power? You can exert more than 300 pounds of strength in just a few days. It's all thanks to my wife's amazing internal energy. You're a genius. Really? Then I'll transfer more of my inner energy into you. You can definitely handle it. If I can exert 400 pounds of force after losing, can we sleep together tonight? Yi Ro rolled her eyes speechlessly. Sure enough, Sister Jing was right, all men are lecherous. Practicing martial arts? What are you thinking about? Yang Ding doesn't need to practice his fist strength at all. What he needs to practice now is his marksmanship, which is his true killing technique. Since I can't sleep tonight, I might as well send my wife home to sleep first. Honey, after you finish transferring your inner energy to me, I'm going to practice my punching power 1,000 times. You don't need to stay with me. Go back and rest, or go keep Jing company and learn about pregnancy-related knowledge. I have to keep an eye on you. The more you stand on the side, the less I can concentrate. Yi Ro knew she was beautiful and charming, but she never expected it to be this exaggerated. After transferring her inner energy to Yang Ding, she pressed the force gauge into the wall and hung it up, saying, You can only come down and sleep after you've reached 400. Please rest assured, my wife. After Yi Ro left, Yang Ding threw a powerful punch, and the force gauge instantly spiked to 1940 gene, approximately 625 caddies of force. This indicates that he has far surpassed the cultivation level of the first-grade upper realm and is currently striving to reach the second-grade lower realm. An average person's skull can only withstand a force of about 1,000 gene 500 kilograms, but his punch could blow someone's head off. Chapter 15. I'm afraid of being mistakenly hurt. Yang Ding found a secluded corner, used 2 fingers as a spear, and frantically practiced Yi Ro's soul-severing spear technique. The shaking, thrusting, and blocking 3 styles may seem simple, but it contains the most basic close-range offense and defense techniques. As long as you master these 3 moves, combined with your own cultivation, you can be invincible in the martial arts academy. The instantaneous true chi pulse technique, invented using the principles of gunfighting, is a unique creation of the genius girl Yi Ro, and it is difficult for ordinary people to master at will. The moment Yang Ding thrust his 2 fingers into the wall, all his true energy rushed to his fingertips. With a muffled thud, a black hole the thickness of 2 fingers was punched into the concrete wall. In that instant, the force of a 2,000-pound punch was amplified tenfold. Even if you encounter a 4th-rank martial artist, as long as you can release a pulse at close range, you can kill them with 1 blow. Just as Yang Ding was fully focused on his cultivation, a huge head emerged from behind the wall. Dude, are you practicing your finger techniques? Yang Ding quickly withdrew his 2 fingers and realized that this guy was the son of the female boxing instructor from earlier. Who are you? My name is Mao Jian, and I am a rice technician at Xinyang Farm. I was practicing swordsmanship, not finger techniques. I just forgot to bring my sword and was too lazy to go down and get it. I knew it. Who would be stupid enough to practice finger techniques? To make 2 fingers harder than a high-grade sword, you would have to be at least a 9th rank master. I'm just a noob, I'll never reach the 9th rank, Yang Ding replied. Then we're a good match, right? You're that instructor Ye's husband, aren't you? Yang Ding didn't find it strange the Yi sisters were school beauties, and everyone in the school knew that. Yi Ro became even more famous after marrying him. Now the entire Jiangling city probably knows her. I need to practice my martial arts. Is there anything I can help you with? Hee, we're all newbies. Let's be friends. It'll be good to have someone to look after us when we get into the martial arts academy. My mom is a boxing instructor, my dad works in the admissions office, and my brother is influential in the law enforcement team. Our family backgrounds aren't much worse than yours. Seeing that Mao Jian had a kind face and was somewhat similar to Hu Feng in temperament, Yang Ding nodded and said, My name is Yang Ding. Please give me your guidance. I'm 20 years old this year. If you're kind enough, you can call me Brother Mao. Sorry, I'm not going to give you that kind of face, Mao Jian. Marrying instructor Yi gives him the right to be arrogant. Mao Jian didn't argue with Yang Ding. Are you a student in the pig farming department now? Yes, we're just waiting for the monthly exam to change our fate. Me too. You guys are going to the Jiangling breeding farm to help out at the end of the month, right? Be careful. What's wrong? Yang Ding asked hurriedly. My brother told me that the farm has been frequently attacked by unidentified beasts recently, resulting in injuries and deaths among both people and pigs. Isn't the enforcement team doing anything? Mao Jian spread his hands and said, Those things seem to be able to root up the soil and drag the pigs into the burrows. It's very difficult to wipe them out completely. Yang Ding immediately had a wicked idea. Wouldn't it be a good opportunity to shove the counselor into the hole? Thanks for the reminder, buddy. With so many people from our pig farming department going to help, the law enforcement team should be able to protect us, right? The enforcement team has been very busy lately. Why are they expanding the number of low-level martial artists? I think it's because the enforcement team is short-handed. Yang Ding nodded, and then pretended to practice his punches with Mao Jian a few times. Mao Jian has been training for a year and a half. With his parents' best efforts, his current punching strength is 450 Jin. With some effort, he should be able to reach 500 Jin. But now the threshold is very likely to be raised to 600 Jin, so he will have to continue to increase the dosage of medicine and training. If he fails, his parents will have wasted over 100,000 yuan, and he has 5 younger siblings. Seeing that Yang Ding's punch only weighed 380 Jin, Mao Jian shook his head and sighed. You're even worse than me. It would take at least a year for you to go from 380 to 600 pounds. What if I awaken? You awaken so late, and your talent is just as bad as mine, so you're useless. What if my wife is channeling my inner energy into me at the same time I awaken? Mao Jian's lips twitched. Instructor Yi is a genius girl. Her true qi is extremely pure. There is indeed a slight possibility. I think it's highly likely. After Yang Ding finished speaking, he slammed his fist on the force gauge, and the red number quickly climbed up to 408 Jin, approximately 204 caddies. Holy crap, he gained 28 pounds with just one punch. He really is a genius with true qi. Good luck, see you at the Martial Arts Academy. Yang Ding took the force gauge home, where Yi Ro and Fang Jing were chatting in the living room. Yi Ro's fair little ears twitched. Sister Jing, he is almost home. Please don't tell him that it's okay to do it during pregnancy, otherwise his mind will be on me and he won't be able to practice his skills. You are truly a model of hoping your husband will succeed, Fang Jing said with a smile. Yi Ro touched her firm little belly and said, Sigh, I don't think he can become a dragon. After I leave Jianling, I just hope he can protect himself and the child. Yang Ding pushed the door open and came in. Wife, I've reached the 400-pound weight limit. Sister Jing is here too. Yi Ro glanced at her watch. Honey, you've only been practicing for an hour. You must be missing your wife, huh? Fang Jing joked. See for yourself. Yang Ding casually tossed the force gauge over, and Yi Ro easily caught it. Upon closer inspection, she was both surprised and delighted. Honey, you're really talented. You haven't actually awakened your full potential, have you? It doesn't matter, I'm sure I'll pass the martial arts monthly exam anyway. After Yang Ding finished speaking, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. Your husband is better than I imagined. He's becoming more and more pleasing to the eye, Fong Jing said with a smile. I also realized that you don't need fame and fortune to make a living, and my income is enough for 2 people to live on. Does your sister know you're married? I sent her a message, but I haven't received a reply yet. She is probably out of the country on a mission. Fong Jing propped her head up and said, You're so lucky. You got pregnant in just a few days and will be able to join the Northern Alliance in a year and a half. I don't know when I'll be able to join. Yi Ro sighed, offering no reply and showing none of her previous excitement. Since becoming pregnant, she seems to value her family more and is less willing to lend her husband to her best friend for conception. Yang Ding came out wearing only shorts. Wife, where are my pajamas? It's in my room, I'll go get it. After Yi Ro got up and went back to her room, Fong Jing looked at his muscular upper body and felt a pang of guilt, so she quickly turned her head away. She hadn't been with a man for a year since her husband went to the front lines in the north. Thinking of her husband, she felt sad again and stood up, calling out, Ro, I'm going home. Sister Jing, I'm pregnant and can't sleep with Mr. Yang. Will you stay with me tonight? Never mind, I'm afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. What accidental injury? Yi Ro didn't understand, but the experienced driver Yang Ding did. This pretty woman, Fong Jing, is a type of girl with contrasting traits. She appears cold on the surface but is extremely free-spirited inside. As she walked past Yang Ding, she quickly held her breath, afraid that the smell of a man would make her overthink and affect her sleep that night. Yang Ding was very polite and saw her to the door, saying, Take care, Sister Jing. Okay, take good care of Ro. Fong Jing immediately lost her composure as soon as she opened her mouth. Manliness is wonderful. Chapter 16 Getting more and more arrogant. Yang Ding closed the door, turned around and looked at his wife, who was becoming more and more feminine, and sighed, Jing Jia is really pitiful, all alone in an empty room. I'm afraid I'll have to endure this kind of pain tonight too. How about I call Sister Jing back to sleep with you? Yi Ro asked with a meaningful smile. Wife, you've misunderstood. What I meant was that I'll hold you while we sleep, and I promise I won't do anything. I'm just naive, not stupid, honey. I'll go to sleep after I transfer my inner energy to you. She realized that when Yang Ding was holding her, he couldn't possibly sleep while he was awake more often than asleep. She possesses profound skills and can recover quickly. Yang Ding is an ordinary person, and the monthly exam is coming up soon. He can't afford to overwork himself like this. Yi Ro transferred her true energy to him again. When Yang Ding broke through 400 Jin earlier, she thought it was because she had increased the amount of energy he had used. Honey, Sister Jing said that transferring my true energy to me will affect your cultivation speed. Once I pass the monthly exam, you won't need to transfer it anymore, right? That won't do. You need to break through to the middle stage of the first rank as soon as possible to gain a foothold among your peers. It will have a limited impact on my cultivation. Once you reach the 5th rank, you can only obtain higher-level cultivation resources by going to the Great Wall in the Northern Territory. Otherwise, it will be difficult to advance quickly. I guess my sister has already broken through to the lower 6th rank. Yang Ding silently kept this in mind. It seemed that he absolutely had to go to the wall in the north. After transferring her inner energy, Yi Ro kissed Yang Ding's cheek. Consolidate your inner energy and go to bed early. Are you sure you want to? Good night, my love. Yi Ro smiled and extinguished Yang Ding's last hope. After returning to her room, she made sure to lock the door. What could Yang Ding do? He could only digest Yi Ro's true energy and sleep alone. The next day, Yang Ding was woken up by Yi Ro. She touched her belly and said with certainty, Mr. Yang, I'm sure I'm pregnant. The signs of pregnancy are becoming more and more obvious. So fast? My pregnancy only lasted 5 or 6 months, so the growth rate was naturally fast. Honey, you've worked hard. I'll go make breakfast. Yi Ro got up earlier than him, and was refining the qi-nourishing pill in the pressure cooker. Yang Ding wanted her to stop making trouble, but he couldn't explain the system issue to his wife. After breakfast, he carried the black gold sword and took the elevator downstairs. When the elevator reached the 120th floor, Mao Jian entered with his parents, his head hanging low. It was obvious that he had been scolded by his mother again, and his eyes lit up when he saw Yang Ding. Mom, this is Yang Ding, a good friend I made last night. His wife is Instructor Yi. Okay, I understand. All the instructors in the building knew Yang Ding, so an introduction was completely unnecessary. His punching power reached 400 gene last night, and he's full of confidence for this monthly exam. This guy's voice is so loud, he's probably afraid that dozens of people in the elevator won't hear him. His mother was getting a little impatient. Don't just focus on making friends. Your abilities determine your circle of friends. Mao Jian looked helpless. If he failed the exam this time, his mother would abandon him, her own son. Yang Ding ignored Mao Jian and his mother, ran to the playground, and told Hu Feng the news before everyone else arrived. You should find a reason to ask for leave. Ever since Hu Feng ate a qi-nourishing pill from Yang Ding yesterday, he knew that his brother was still alive. I'm afraid the counselor won't approve it, and I might even get beaten up. Can't you just say your wife is pregnant and has stomach pains, and needs to go for a checkup? My wife wouldn't dare lie, she might expose you. I would never betray you. At worst. Hu Feng's eyes turned murderous as he watched Xiang Bin and his son stride towards him. Holy crap, what are you thinking? It's nothing, the counselor is here, don't talk to me. Hu Feng quickly returned to his seat. Luo Hohat nudged him. What was your bastard brother talking about with you? Screw you. If you don't tell me, I'll tell the counselor. If you dare to betray your own people, I'll push you off the building tonight, and I mean it. Hu Feng glared at Luo Hohat with a fierce look in his eyes, which frightened her so much that she dared not utter another sound. After finishing the exercises and returning to the classroom, students still have to receive daily admonitions from their counselors. Because of Xiang Bin, that lousy tutor, Yang Ding was eager to finish the monthly exam and become a student at the martial arts academy. Since transmigrating, he has never been so ambitious. In the past few days, many people have submitted leave requests, making up various reasons not to participate in the farm support at the end of the month. Jiangling City has a population of more than 20 million, and the farms rely on them for meat supply. I've approved all the previous leave requests. From today onwards, if anyone dares to ask for leave, I'll shove the leave request up their ass. Yang Ding immediately realized that those who had their leave requests approved all had connections and had received advance notice, while ordinary students were kept in the dark. After the morning meeting, Yang Ding was called outside by Xiang Bin. Did Instructor Yi ask you to ask for leave? No, I told her to stand firm until the very end. Okay, if you need to take leave, I can approve it. Just write yesterday's date. Thank you, counselor. Don't thank me, thank the bug in the marriage system. You're no different from those trash, you're just lucky. Yang Ding sneered, does the counselor really think it's a bug? Don't forget that the Empress of the Empire is a time manipulation ability user with the power of prophecy. Xiang Bin laughed loudly, you haven't even awakened yet, do you really think you're worthy of Instructor Yi? I will prove myself. The way you talk to me is getting more and more arrogant, and I really don't like it. Xiang Bin was somewhat displeased. Yang Ding was pushing his luck almost every day, and the ruler in his hand was itching for a fight. He had been waiting for the Imperial High Command to cancel the marriage between the two so he could beat Yang Ding to a pulp. Now that Yi Ro was pregnant, the marriage was officially confirmed. Since my counselor made a deal with my wife and won't do anything to me, why can't I be a little arrogant? Xiang Bin's chubby face twitched. You'll have to get past my son first. I'll have him treat you well. When school was over, Yang Ding picked up Yi Ro, and she immediately brought up the matter of the Jiangling breeding farm. She only heard it from Fang Jing this morning during exercise. Fang Jing's younger brother was not very talented. After 2 years at the martial arts academy, he was still only at the mid-level of the first rank, so he went to work in the law enforcement team. I heard about my brother-in-law's death last night, so I rushed over to visit my sister. Honey, the farm is outside Jiangling City. Although it is protected by law enforcement, accidents have been happening frequently lately. You should take leave. You're late, honey. The instructor said no one is allowed to ask for leave, and I told him to my face that I wouldn't ask for leave. I'll go see Xiang Bin tomorrow. Don't bother looking for me. You owe so many favors that it will be hard to repay them in the future. This time, there are tens of thousands of classmates, 50,000 employees of the farm, and hundreds of law enforcement officers patrolling. Even if there is danger, it won't be my turn. Yi Ro thought about it and realized that Yang Ding was right. He had some cultivation level, so he could run faster than ordinary people and his life wasn't in danger. Alright, after our prenatal checkup tomorrow, we'll treat Fang Dalong to a meal and ask him to look after you. You'll most likely be working for the law enforcement team in the future. Fang Dalong is Fang Jing's younger brother. The two siblings have parents who are of high status, but they don't live in Jianling City. Chapter 17. Why is it so fierce? Yi Rou and Yang Ding hadn't finished their dinner when Mao Jian knocked on the door. Yi Rou opened the door and asked irritably, "Who are you? Don't you know it's lunchtime?" Mao Jian turned pale with fright. "Instructor Yi, I came to find your husband to practice martial arts." "Honey, do you know him?" Yang Ding nodded. "I met him last night. His mother is your colleague and she also has an exam at the end of the month. Go up and practice by yourself. My husband will be here after he finishes eating. Don't knock on my door anymore, or you'll disturb our dinner time." Yes, I'm sorry to bother you." Frightened, Mao Jian turned and ran away. Yang Ding didn't quite understand. "Wife, why are you being so fierce? I don't like people knocking on my door. When my sister lived here before, she was harassed by suitors every day, which made us so angry that we went to the principal's office to complain several times. My wife's value is still increasing." "That's true. So Mr. Yang should eat his fill and hurry up to practice his punches. That way he'll be worthy of his 24K pure gold wife. I promise I'll train to 450 today. Honey, get some rest. We'll go for a prenatal checkup tomorrow." Yang Ding's boasting grew louder and louder, but his cultivation speed did indeed exceed Yi Rou's expectations, so she did not discourage her husband's confidence. "This at least shows that my husband is more ambitious than the average person, and his talent may be better than I imagined." She had new expectations for Yang Ding, such as that he could reach the second rank of cultivation and get a group leader position in the law enforcement team with a monthly salary of up to 30,000. When the children grow up, they can still have someone to rely on in the local area. Yi Rou quickly finished her meal and then channeled more of her inner energy into Yang Ding. "Honey, go practice. I'll do the dishes and housework. Give me a kiss as encouragement." Yi Rou pecked him on the cheek. Go quickly, go quickly." Yang Ding hooked his arm around her neck, pulled her close, and kissed her hard on the lips. That's what a real relationship is. Affection level, 12%, plus 0.3%. Cultivation progress, 12.4%, plus 0.3%. Yang Ding had already left, but Yi Rou was still standing there, her pretty face flushed. Getting married feels pretty good. Pregnancy makes people more sensitive, even a kiss on the lips can be a bit much. I wonder if my sister has found a man she likes and married him on the northern frontier. On the rooftop, Mao Jian was being scolded by his mother. "You're useless, just as stupid as your father. There are only 10 days left until the monthly exam, and you can't even weigh 460 pounds. Don't go to sleep tonight until you reach 500. Mom, can I go practice with my friends?" Mama Mao glanced at Yang Ding and said, "What are you training with him for? He's only been training for a few days, and he probably doesn't even have the strength to throw a punch of 300 pounds. Mom, he has 360 or 370. What a load of crap. He's only been practicing for a few days. You're not talented, and you're even lazier than others. You'll never get to eat shit in the future. How did I give birth to such a good-for-nothing son like you?" Mao Jian's mother was large and fleshy, and she didn't look like a kind person. When she's angry, everyone around her can feel her volatile aura. "Who said I didn't tea?" Yang Ding asked. Mao Jian's mother sneered and pointed at the force measuring device. "You try punching me, I don't believe you're more talented than my son." Yang Ding walked over and, without saying a word, punched a 452-pound man. Mao Jian's mother was stunned on the spot. "Holy crap, you've awakened?" "I don't know, I don't feel anything, it doesn't matter. Maybe my wife's energy is purer and easier to absorb. She never scolds me, she encourages me while giving birth to my child. Therefore, I am full of energy and practice boxing very diligently." Mao Jian looked at his mother, who was beaming with joy, and asked, "Mom, can I practice boxing with him?" "All right, let's learn from him and ask him how to circulate our energy. Yi Rou is best at that." "Okay, Mom, you should go and rest now." After his mother left, Mao Jian instantly became lively again. He was an optimist by nature and was fine with being a technician on the farm, but his parents wanted him to work in the law enforcement team. His mother, in particular, who had high hopes for him, was putting so much pressure on him that he could hardly breathe. "Let's start practicing." Yang Ding had other ideas. He had heard last night that this guy had been practicing the half-step collapse fist for 2 years, so he wanted to find him to spar with a few times. because Xiang Bin also practices this set of boxing techniques, which emphasizes power over internal energy, making it suitable for martial artists with poor talent to practice relentlessly. Once your strength is up to par, what will you do with your melee skills? I'm confident in close combat. My brother beats me up every day. He has a lot of combat experience in the law enforcement team, so he definitely has an advantage over the noobs. How about this? If you can beat me in a real fight, I'll tell you my wife's exclusive energy cultivation method. Really? Mao Jian immediately got excited, rolled up his sleeves, and unleashed a set of half-step Banquan punches at Yang Ding. Yang Ding used a slick, serpentine movement to skillfully dodge the three-hit combo and widen the distance between them. You son of a bitch, you have no sportsmanship, you actually resorted to sneak attacks. You actually managed to dodge it, kid. Mao Jian was shocked. His mother told him that the half-step Banquan, a type of fist technique, was powerful but not long-lasting. If you miss your opponent with 3 punches, you might get hit yourself. A sneak attack increases the probability of a decisive victory. Unfortunately, it didn't work on Yang Ding. Besides her true chi pulse, Yi Ro's second most powerful weapon in close combat spear fighting is her footwork. A sudden pulse of true chi can instantly circulate true chi to the feet, increasing footwork agility. It sounds easy, but to do it with ease in combat is extremely difficult. Yang Ding was also doing this move for the first time in a real fight, and he didn't expect it to be so effective. He drew his black gold sword. Come on. Mao Jian objected. Wait, using this black gold sword against my fists is a bit much. Yang Ding was just trying to scare him and cover up his marksmanship. That's true. There's no need for sparring. I can use my fingers as a sword, right? Mao Jian felt a surge of smugness. Hee, don't blame me if I break your hand later. Yang Ding threw the sword aside. I'm not as sleazy as you. Come on. Mao Jian used another set of Banquan moves, still the same 3 basic attacks. However, Yang Ding did not dodge this time. He wanted to test the effectiveness of his finger gun in actual combat. He first used a flicking motion, using only 2 fingers to deflect all 3 of Mao Jian's punches. Then came a thrusting motion, striking Mao Jian's chest like an acupuncture point. Mao Jian clutched his chest, his face pale and his expression pained, and he knelt down with a thud. Holy crap, Yang Ding was terrified. He only used his first-grade lower realm cultivation level just now. Did he accidentally kill this guy? This guy is too fragile. He hasn't even used his true chi pulse yet. Mao Jian, should we call an ambulance? Mao Jian suddenly opened his mouth and took several deep breaths before he came to his senses. What kind of finger technique are you using? Why are you so fierce? My body has been tempered, you know. Chapter 18, it's the wife's turn to panic. I didn't use any finger techniques. This is the sweeping sword technique from the 9 sword styles. Impossible. Sword 9 style is such an ordinary technique, and you are such an ordinary piece of trash. You couldn't possibly defeat me with just 2 fingers. Yang Ding understood this guy hadn't figured out the clues, but rather couldn't accept failure. Mao Jian had been training for 2 years, and his mother had spent over 200,000 yuan on his training, while Yang Ding had only been training for a few days. If his mother found out how easily he could be defeated, he would get scolded again. It must be because you were careless and underestimated me like your mother did. Yang Ding gave a very serious analysis. Mao Jian nodded frantically. That must be it. My mother has had a huge influence on me. Shall we do it again? Alright, let's do it again, and I'll show you what Brother Mao is capable of. This time, Mao Jian dared not be careless. He practiced the half-step crushing fist several times on the spot, while muttering incantations. Spread your elbows outwards, relax your shoulders, straighten your back, lift your head, and tuck your chin. Slightly bend your right leg and push your left knee forward. After typing it 10 times, he looked at Yang Ding with great enthusiasm and a confident smile. I won't fail this time, don't blame Brother Mao for being ruthless. Then, brandishing his powerful fists, he lunged at Yang Ding. Sword sweeping style. Yang Ding shouted about sword techniques, but he actually practiced spear techniques. Before Mao Jian could react, he was stabbed in the chest again by 2 fingers, and collapsed to the ground with a pale face. By the time he regained his senses, Yang Ding had already practiced the soul-severing spear technique 5 times. Affection level, 12%. Cultivation progress, 12.6%, plus 0.2%. As expected, real-world practice is much more effective than rote memorization and hard training. Yang Ding's confidence soared after his first real battle where he repeatedly beat Mao Jian. Mao Jian got up, his previous arrogance gone, looking utterly dejected and lifeless. My mom was right, I really am an idiot, and I used to be unconvinced. Are you all right? I'm not practicing anymore, I can't even hit you. Shall we try again? Try my ass. You can't bully people like this. I've been training for 2 years, and you, who's less than a month old, are humiliating me. Wouldn't it be a pity to give up? Don't try to persuade me. Call me brother, and I can tell you a cheating technique to pass this monthly exam. Elder brother. Mao Jian saw hope again. He was willing to do anything as long as he could get into the martial arts academy and shut his mother up. Don't even mention calling me brother, calling me father wouldn't be out of the question. Then Yang Ding shared his experience with him, explaining how to use the pulse principle of the soul-severing spear technique to channel all the body's true energy into the right fist at the moment of impact. Wouldn't it be dangerous to do this in actual combat, since the defenses of other parts of the body are weak? Mao Jian asked. You decide what to do. I'm going home to be with my wife. I'm going for a prenatal checkup tomorrow. You haven't even started practicing yet. Instructor Yi is so beautiful, her standards must be very high. No, my wife only has endless love for me and asks for nothing in return. This can't be right. When Yang Ding returned home, Yiro had already taken a shower and was in the kitchen in her pajamas preparing a qi-nourishing pill for him, as he was going for a prenatal checkup the next day. He leaned over and hugged Yiro from behind, kissing her fragrant, tender neck. Oh dear, here we go again. Have you achieved the 450-pound strength you mentioned? It's over, 452 Gene. Really? Honey, you're amazing. Yiro was as excited as a young bride and took the initiative to kiss Yang Ding. Wife, aren't you exaggerating? With your 5th grade mid-level cultivation and over 3 million Gene of punching power, you can demolish buildings and blast mountains with a single punch, which is more than 7,000 times that of me. It's different. As long as you are hardworking and ambitious, you are my good husband. She didn't check whether Yang Ding was bragging or not, she just kept praising him. Praise is praise, and intimacy is intimacy, but if you want to sleep together, you have to pass the monthly test first. The following Saturday, Fang Jing arrived early. She was also going to the maternal and child health hospital to be with her child. Seeing Yang Ding busy helping Yiro pack her things, she was filled with envy. My husband went to the front lines after I got pregnant. I went to all my prenatal checkups by myself, and I gave birth by myself. Looking back now, it was really miserable. All the talented awakened ones want to pursue higher and stronger levels, and they all want to go to the Northern Territory to obtain high-level cultivation resources. Actually, children and family are also very important. Fang Jing muttered to herself, while Yiro remained silent. She was increasingly reluctant to give Yang Ding to her best friend. Compared to those guys who get their wives pregnant and then run away, Yang Ding is an exceptionally good man. At the entrance of the Imperial Maternity and Infant Hospital, Fang Dalong, dressed in a law enforcement uniform and carrying a large knife, looked quite imposing. No one in the enforcement team uses guns anymore. The bullets have too low damage and are ineffective against the monsters, sometimes not even penetrating their hides. Sister, hello Instructor Yi. He greeted Fang Jing and Yiro warmly, but ignored Yang Ding. The couple's marriage has been the hottest news in Jiangling City recently, and the law enforcement team is naturally discussing it extensively. Fang Dalong had a crush on the Yi sisters since childhood, but unfortunately, he was too unattractive to have any improper thoughts. Who would have thought that the person who got the goddess pregnant would be a good-for-nothing from a pig farming department? It's strange that this matter went so smoothly until Yiro became pregnant, and not a single powerful figure in Jiangling came out to stop it. Dalong, this is my husband, Yang Ding. Hello. Fang Dalong forced a smile. Your name is nice. Your name is also very nice. Fang Jing naturally knew what her younger brother was thinking, so she changed the subject. You guys go for your prenatal checkup first. My brother and I will go keep the baby company. We'll contact you again when we're done. Okay, we'll treat Dalong to lunch. We'll need your help if needed. After Yiro and Yang Ding entered the elevator, Fang Dalong asked unwillingly, Sister, is Yiro really pregnant? It's almost certainly true. Seeing her younger brother looking constipated, she advised, this matter is definitely related to the upper echelons of the empire, so don't be upset. Is someone who delivers piglets really worth the attention of the empire's high command? What's there to be sour about? Yang Ding is just as good as anyone else. In my opinion, the more talented a martial artist is, the more they should marry an ordinary person. At least the children will have someone to take care of them in the future, and they won't all die on the front lines. I'm just an average person, why didn't it happen to me? Sometimes you have to accept your fate. After Yi Ro finished her examination, she and Yang Ding took the report to the obstetrician gynecologist. Instructor Yi, congratulations, you are indeed pregnant. All the data are normal. Based on our experience and with your cultivation level, the baby is expected to be born in about 5 months. Yi Ro was mentally prepared and remained relatively calm. What dietary and lifestyle precautions should I take? With the nourishment of vital energy, diet is secondary, but your fetal growth is very fast, so it is best to avoid sexual intercourse during pregnancy. Throughout the entire pregnancy? Yes. Yi Ro glanced at Yang Ding in a panic. She'd only tried a few times, and it's already gone? Chapter 19. I will strictly follow the doctor's orders. When Yang Ding heard this, he was even more anxious than Yi Ro, but he remained calm. As a time traveler, dealing with hospitals was a common occurrence for him, and he immediately understood the deeper meaning behind the doctor's use of the word best. A doctor's priority is to absolve themselves of responsibility to the greatest extent possible. If the patient doesn't ask questions, she won't care whether you want it or not. But if his wife is anxious, Yang Ding can't be anxious, he can't just keep it to himself. Yi Ro nudged him. Mr. Yang, what are you daydreaming about? This isn't just about me. Yi Ro felt that her husband would definitely ask the doctor. Unexpectedly, Yang Ding seemed indifferent, saying, Wife, let's listen to the doctor. Yi Ro's big eyes widened, and she immediately became anxious. Are you sure? This is 5 months. Everything is for the children. You weren't like this before. Honey, don't be impatient. It's only been 5 months. Can't you wait? Me, oh dear, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Don't blame me for not warning you later. When the doctor saw the young couple arguing about it, he knew that the woman was addicted. Just as he was about to say something more, Yi Ro left in anger, and Yang Ding followed her out. No, Instructor Yi, don't worry. Yang Ding caught up with Yi Ro and tried to take her hand, but she shook him off. You promised not to touch me. Holding hands won't affect the baby, honey. If you really want it, I'll go back and ask the doctor. I don't care about that. This kind of thing is unnecessary for us girls. I'm mainly worried about you. That's good, that's good. Yang Ding figured that since his wife wouldn't let him touch her anyway, he might as well whet her appetite first, and then ask the doctor after the monthly exam, and that he would have to come for a checkup every week. The two took the opportunity to slip into the elevator and go to the 9th floor to visit Fong Jing's daughter. The little girl wasn't even 2 years old yet, she had just learned to speak. When she saw Yang Ding coming over, she opened her little arms and called out, Daddy, Daddy. Fong Jing quickly stopped her, saying, Don't shout nonsense, this is your godmother's husband, Uncle Yang. Daddy, Daddy. Fong Dalong was a little jealous. Sister, why doesn't your daughter call me Dad? I'm a man too. You always come in uniform, which might scare her. Yang Ding has a more approachable face. Yi Ro wasn't angry. She squatted down and picked up the little girl. Calling him Dad is not wrong either, Uncle Yang is your godfather. Unexpectedly, the little girl didn't want to be held at all and kept snuggling into Yang Ding's arms. Yang Ding was caught off guard and had no choice but to take the child away. The little girl stared straight at him with her big, dark eyes. Daddy, Daddy. I didn't realize Mr. Yang was so popular with kids, Fong Jing said with a smile. Now I can have 3 children with him without worry. While Yang Ding was playing with the children, Yi Ro pulled Fong Jing aside and whispered, Jingjia, did you have sex when you were pregnant? It's not allowed for the first 3 months or the last 3 months. But I'm only 5 months pregnant, and the doctor said I can't do it at all. Just ask. Sometimes doctors just say things casually, waiting for you to bring it up so they can distance themselves from the situation. If Yang Ding doesn't mention it, how could I possibly bring it up? Fong Jing glanced back at Yang Ding. Impossible, right? You're so beautiful, how could he resist touching you? He was in such a hurry the other day, but I stopped him. He's acting so strangely today. Do you think he might be thinking of finding a second wife? There are plenty of girls in the pig-raising category who don't have a partner. With a wife like you, who would want a woman who's like a pig? Yi Ro doesn't object to Yang Ding having a second wife, but he needs her consent, since he'll be using her money to support him in the future. She risked her life on the front lines, sending 1.5 million yuan home every year. Her second wife should at least care about her own flesh and blood. Fang Dalong watched Yang Ding playing with the child and couldn't help but ask, is Yi Ro really pregnant? How could it be fake? I've already picked out a name for the child, Yang Dingtian said, making it up on the spot. Will the child take your surname? Should I take your surname? Yang Ding retorted. Fang Dalong, realizing he had made a fool of himself, had no choice but to change the subject. She invited me to dinner because she wants me to protect you at the Jiangling breeding farm? Probably. My wife loves me so much that she's afraid something might happen to me, so this is just unnecessary. Yang Ding didn't want this guy watching him. He absolutely couldn't let the law enforcement team know that he had killed Xiang Bin. Is this unnecessary? Do you know how dire the situation is at the farm? Tell me, how serious is it? The ground around us is full of holes. Those things hide underground and come out at night to steal meat. They not only eat pork, but also human flesh. Many zookeepers have been dragged in, and not even bones or scraps were left. Among tens of thousands of farmers, the probability of me getting a turn is extremely low. That's true. The enforcement team has recently deployed over 1,000 people to patrol and guard the farm. Besides, Fang Dalong was just a lowly soldier in the enforcement team, with only a first-grade upper realm cultivation level. His skill was even inferior to Yang Ding's, so what help could he possibly offer? Since you're so arrogant, then good luck to you. Yang Ding ignored him and just played with the children. Daddy, Daddy. Xianer is great, say it again and let me hear it. Dad. Fang Dalong couldn't hold back any longer and snatched the child from Yang Ding's hands, saying, her father is my brother-in-law, not you. Wow. Xianer suddenly burst into tears. Fang Jing quickly came over, slapped her younger brother hard, and stuffed her daughter into Yang Ding's arms. What are you doing? Yang Ding is holding her just fine. Sis, are you really going to make her call this guy Dad? He was originally Xianer's godfather. Yi Ro quickly smoothed things over. Dalong, why are you taking this so seriously? Let's go eat. I have to go on a mission, so I won't go for dinner. Your husband is arrogant and probably doesn't need my protection. After saying that, Fang Dalong stormed off in a huff. Just as Yi Ro was about to criticize Yang Ding, Fang Jing pulled her aside and said, forget it. Yang Ding married you, so he has to bear the jealousy of all the men in Jiangling City. He'll have a lot of trouble in the future. You should treat him better instead of criticizing him. These words awakened Yi Ro, and she said with deep remorse, if anyone dares to bully my husband, I will beat him to death. You're still too young. The waters of Jiangling City run deep. Don't worry, Sister Jing, my wife treats me very well, and I won't let anyone bully us or the children. Your husband is becoming more and more manly, Fang Jing praised. Whether he has the ability or not is another matter, but at least Yang Ding has the will. Because Fang Dalong ran away out of jealousy, the three of them ate something quick outside and then went back to their dormitory to rest. After Fang Jing left with the child, Yi Ro tentatively asked, Mr. Yang, I don't think you're interested in me anymore. If we take a nap together, you should be able to control yourself, right? I will follow the doctor's advice. Okay, you should keep your word. Yi Ro was so angry that she went to the bathroom to change into her little tank top and short skirt, revealing her long, straight legs, and she even put on some perfume. Honey, it's still noon. Aren't you dressed a bit too much? Anyway, you can control yourself, so what's there to be afraid of? Yi Ro smiled gently and snuggled into the covers. Chapter 20 The day of the monthly exam. Yang Ding swallowed hard, calmed himself, and snuggled into Yi Ro's soft, fragrant bed. He knew the principle of temporary hardship leading to lifelong happiness, and always stood back to back with his wife. Half an hour later, Yi Ro couldn't hold it in any longer. You won't even hug me anymore? Wife, once you hug me, there's no stopping you. Don't you say you can hold back? Follow your doctor's advice and maintain a safe distance. You're ruthless. Pregnant women are particularly prone to drowsiness. Yi Ro held back for an hour, but finally couldn't take it anymore. She turned over and snuggled into Yang Ding's arms, falling fast asleep. A pregnant tigress becomes as docile as a kitten. When she woke up in the afternoon, she found that Yang Ding was gone. There was a glass of water and a note on the bedside table. Honey, I'm going to practice my kung fu on the roof. I've noticed that my punching power has increased dramatically since I stopped having sex with women. Yiro angrily threw the note into the trash can. Your punching power has increased dramatically because of your wife's internal energy, not because you don't touch women. If one could improve their cultivation level without touching women, those bachelors would have been grandmasters long ago. That evening, Yang Ding requested to sleep in a separate room, in accordance with the doctor's orders. The two treated each other with utmost respect throughout Sunday. Yang Ding got up very early on Monday morning to make breakfast for his wife, who needed plenty of sleep during her pregnancy. Yiro leaned against the kitchen doorframe, brushing her teeth lazily, already showing signs of pregnancy. Mr. Yang, you behaved very well over the weekend. Continue to keep your distance from your wife. Honey, there are only a few days left until the monthly exam. I'm focusing all my energy on practicing boxing right now, and I absolutely won't let you have any problems with the baby. Yiro sneered. At the current rate of pregnancy, it will take at least 15 months to give birth to 3 children. You can wait and see. Once we get divorced and I'm at the Great Wall in the north, you can forget about ever touching me again. Yang Ding was secretly pleased pregnant women have high hormone levels and definitely can't outlast him. Despite her displeasure, Yiro still refined more than 50 chi-nourishing pills for Yang Ding over the weekend and took care of all the housework, keeping herself busy for a while. Because she was worried that jumping from a 1,000-meter-high building would frighten her unborn baby, Yiro decided to take the elevator downstairs with Yang Ding during her pregnancy. As a highly skilled star instructor, Yiro rarely takes the elevator, mainly because she's too lazy to queue, which makes everyone very curious. A middle-aged woman who has given birth to multiple children can be easily identified as pregnant. Oh, Xiao Yi is going to be a mother. They've only been married a few days, not even a month yet, right? Her cultivation level is high, and her fetal energy grows quickly. She can give birth in 5 or 6 months. Then, once you reach the grandmaster level, wouldn't it be possible to give birth in just 1 month? I heard it only takes 7 days. How many grandmasters are there? Who can get a grandmaster pregnant? Grandmasters can live for hundreds of years, why would they have so many children? Yang Ding, holding Yiro's hand, wore an awkward smile. The couple didn't have a chance to interject, they just listened to the women gossiping. Yiro was matched with an ordinary person by the system, causing a sensation in Jiangling City. Yiro's pregnancy caused a sensation throughout the school. Yang Ding, who wanted to keep a low profile, was pointed at and talked about wherever he went. Even Mao Jian's mother told her son to stay away from him, lest he be tormented by his senior brothers and sisters after entering the martial arts academy. Soon, the monthly exams for freshmen at Gangnam University arrived as scheduled. In the past, this monthly exam for new students only determined their class assignments and the corresponding resources and techniques they would receive based on their level. This year's highlight, however, is the large-scale supplementary enrollment open to the entire society, and the fact that the governor of Jiangling City Law Enforcement Bureau was invited to personally observe the competition. Yiro got up early to prepare breakfast for Yang Ding, and didn't forget to give him all sorts of instructions. She was a judge for the close combat segment today and didn't have time to contact Yang Ding privately. Honey, I heard that the punching power will be temporarily increased to 600 gene. I'll take 2 Peiyuan pills today to consolidate it, just in case. Governor Zhou's personal visit this time indicates that the situation of Jiangling's defense is severe and that there is a need to expand the number of law enforcement officers. This is an excellent opportunity. The Governor Zhou that Yiro mentioned is named Zhou Ruoshi. She is the daughter of the Lord of Jiangling City and a water-type ability user who graduated from the junior class of Jiangling University. She is only 25 years old this year and is already an S-level expert. She was in charge of 100,000 law enforcement officers in Jiangling City, making her arguably one of the most powerful women in the city. He previously benefited from the rule that the Gifted Youth program allowed them to freely choose their spouses, and he remains unmarried to this day. But at her level, the rules of the empire no longer apply as much, and even the queen has to show her respect. I hope she's not after me. Among tens of thousands of new students, why is she staring at you? Because my wife is the famous instructor Yiro. Don't worry about her. Make sure you pass the punching and martial arts skills tests. Just admit defeat in close combat. It doesn't matter if you're assigned to the regular martial arts class. Your wife will buy you cultivation resources and transfer your true chi to you. My wife is so wonderful. Yiro quickly waved her small hand. Mr. Yang, you're too kind. If I were that good, would you be so honest with me? Follow the doctor's orders carefully, follow the doctor's orders carefully. Yang Ding was taking the monthly exam, and Yi Ro was even more anxious than he was, constantly reminding him of various precautions along the way. You look a bit like my mom. There's nothing we can do. If you miss this opportunity, you might not have another chance next year. Today, morning exercises were cancelled because the playground was occupied by tens of thousands of test takers. Yi Ro was going to her judging position when she left, and she even kissed Yang Ding on the cheek. Honey, you can do it. When she jogged to the close combat testing area, the principal and the discipline director were already there with Governor Zhou. Good morning, Governor Zhou. Good morning, Principal. After bowing and greeting everyone, Yi Ro put on her work badge and sat down at her seat. Zhou Ruoshi had a head of fluffy curly hair, wore a white shirt underneath a fitted black blazer, and was barefoot in burgundy high heels. She crossed her legs and looked down at the students on the playground, exuding a mature and sophisticated aura. Governor Zhou Ruoshi. Instructor Yi, was that your husband you were just kissing? She asked coldly. Yi Ro was a little confused. There are 30,000 to 40,000 students. Why are you staring at us? Yes, Governor Zhou. How would it feel to marry an ordinary man? That's good, he knows how to care for people. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhou Ruoshi's face. The Yi sisters were not only child prodigies but also descendants of martyrs. They had adapted to life married to ordinary men so quickly. Originally, the higher-ups in Jiangling City hoped that Yi Ro would make a big fuss so that they could interrogate the Empress about the reasons. Who would have thought that this girl would actually enjoy it? You want him to go to a martial arts academy and work in the law enforcement team in the future? That's the idea. If you don't have the talent, don't come here to die. The situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse this year. The Great Wall in the north has made a big mistake, and the defense of Jiangling City has become much more difficult. I can give him a clerical job for your sake. But my husband said he wants to rely on himself. Zhou Ruoshi smiled dismissively. Only capable people have the right to say such things. Yi Ro ignored her, picked up her tablet, opened the student roster, and then all she had to do was click the checkmarks and crosses. Chapter 21. I made him admit defeat. The test was conducted in two groups on the playground. The group with more participants was from the Martial Arts Academy, and the group with fewer participants was from the Supernatural Abilities Academy. The test at the Superpower Academy is relatively simple. It tests what substances you can manipulate. This is something that can't be faked or exaggerated, it's simply a test of aptitude to facilitate class placement. The Martial Arts Academy has 3 tests: punching power, martial arts technique, and close combat. The 4,000 newly enrolled freshmen who have awakened to the new system are in front of the queue, while more than 30,000 students admitted through supplementary enrollment are in the back. All students enter the force testing machine in turn, and each person can hit it a maximum of 3 times. The best score will be recorded. Due to the large number of applicants this time, the admission standard may be raised to 600 Gene 300 caddies. Please give it your all. After testing your punching power, please proceed to the martial arts demonstration area to perform. You only have one chance. After the performance, we will move on to the final close combat duel. Those who have already arranged a duel in the system, please find the corresponding examination room after hearing your name. The rules for the monthly exam were being broadcast repeatedly over the loudspeaker. Mao Jian and Yang Dingpai moved slowly through the crowd. The method you taught me is somewhat useful, but I can only lift about 550 kilograms, and no matter how much I supplement, I can't lift it higher. 550 is already very good. Look, even the higher-ups from the Law Enforcement Bureau came to watch the fight, which means they are short of manpower. You mean they'll increase enrollment? That's right, but the work of the law enforcement team is more dangerous now. Let's get past Mom first. At worst, we can just eke out a living after we start working. It wasn't until noon that it was the two of them's turn to enter the force measuring machine. Mao Jian used all his strength to throw 3 punches in a row, with the highest record being 556 Gene 278 caddies. He retreated to the side, quite frustrated, and watched Yang Ding perform. Yang Ding also pretended to throw 3 punches, with his highest record being 602 Gene 300 caddies. Holy crap, you barely passed. This is also my best record. Yang Ding rubbed his hands and entered the martial arts performance area with Mao Jian. 300 senior students sat around the venue. They could find an empty seat, give their name and student ID, perform a set of exercises, and be scored by their senior classmates on the spot. Yang Ding, student ID number 6969, will perform the martial art 9 sword forms. Upon hearing the name, the senior student who was giving the grades immediately looked up and exclaimed, "Your instructor Yi's husband?" "Yes, senior brother." "Let's begin." Yang Ding drew his black gold sword, instantly attracting countless envious glances. Which ordinary student who has just entered university can afford a 300,000 yuan sword? It's like finding a good wife. He was very proficient in the first move of the 9 sword forms. Even if the senior students who were grading him were unhappy, they would not dare to give him a low score in front of everyone. Instructor Yi was no pushover. The senior student reluctantly gave Mao Jian a passing grade of 60 and called out, "Next." Mao Jian's half-step collapsing fist technique is simple and brutal, making it easy to pass the test. Besides, his mother had already given instructions, so he received a score of 80 in the skill manual. These senior students knew perfectly well who was whose child and tried their best not to offend anyone. On the judges' panel, Governor Zhou Ruoshi casually picked up her tablet and glanced at Yang Ding's score. It's not easy for an ordinary person to gain 600 pounds of strength in just a few days. It shows that your husband is really hardworking. The discipline director said with a forced smile, "Yang Ding is where he is today thanks to Instructor Yi, who directly channeled her true energy into him. This is blatant cheating and cannot be discussed in a formal setting." Yi Rou quickly explained, "It mainly depends on him. He also needs to be able to absorb my true energy." Zhou Ruoshi, however, seemed indifferent, looking at Yang Ding off stage. "Let's see how good he is in actual combat." "Cheating is fine, but I'm afraid he'll join the law enforcement team and won't live to see his children grow up." Yi Rou pursed her lips and looked at her husband with concern. She didn't know whether her attempt to force growth was right or wrong. The principal leaned close to Zhou Ruoshi and whispered, "Governor Zhou, there are too many applicants this time. Should we raise the admission score to 600? No need, all will be admitted. I will apply to the Empire for subsidies for cultivation resources, but I will change the school system rules. From now on, monthly exams will be replaced with internship assessments. Students in grade C and D will not need to study for 4 years. They can start working after 1 year and earn cultivation resources based on their abilities. This means that law enforcement is no longer a lucrative and well-paid job, but a high-risk job where only the fittest survive." Yi Rou listened intently, wishing her husband wouldn't have to take the monthly exam. But once they start working at the pig farm, they leave the main urban area and can no longer easily come out to visit and spend time with their children. At this moment, the loudspeaker in the close combat examination room announced, "Yang Ding, student number 6969 from the Workers and Peasants Academy, please hurry to examination room number 78 to accept the challenge from Xiang Tianyu, student number 1444 from the Martial Arts Academy." The discipline director chuckled and said, "Governor Zhou, this Xiang Tianyu is my nephew. I hope you'll take good care of him in the future." "He hasn't awakened either?" "It's awakened, and its talent isn't low at all." Zhou Ruoshi sneered, "A formally awakened individual from a martial arts academy has the nerve to publicly challenge this kind of supplementary student?" The discipline director was speechless at the time. Zhou Ruoshi tapped the table. "Yi Rou, regardless of the outcome, give Xiang Tianyu a score of 0. "Yes, Governor." Yi Rou replied readily. The discipline master, who was too clever for his own good, ended up turning green with embarrassment. Although the law enforcement team has no right to interfere with the university's decisions according to imperial law, the Zhou family is the most powerful family in Jiangling City, and the principal does not dare to utter a word. Yang Ding quickly found exam room number 78, and when he entered the exam room, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. He thought Yi Rou had taught him some secret technique, which was why he dared to accept Xiang Tianyu's challenge. Unexpectedly, after entering the room, he looked at the judges and said, "Instructor, I voluntarily concede defeat." His voice was loud and clear, neither humble nor arrogant. The onlookers were in an uproar. It's not shameful. He was just an average student admitted through supplementary enrollment. How could he be a match for Xiang Tianyu? But isn't his voice too loud? It's not just big, it's like everyone else is admitting defeat. Even Zhou Ruoshi couldn't help but ask, how can he be so dignified even after admitting defeat? "The contest I made him admit defeat was never a fair one," Yi Rou replied. Xiang Tianyu was very pleased with himself. He glanced back at Yi Rou and Zhou Ruoshi on the platform, wanting to make a deeper impression, completely unaware of his aunt's constipated expression. "Sorry, you won too easily," Xiang Tianyu said with a smile to the senior judge who was giving the scores. The senior judge knew he had powerful backing, and was about to give him 95 points for his close combat performance when he discovered that Yi Ro had already given both of them 0 points. Xiang Bin, who had been hiding behind the judges and peeking at the scores, immediately turned grim. A score of 0 means that the son is likely to be assigned to a third-class class, where he will enjoy inferior training resources, thus jeopardizing his promising future. He glanced at his sister, puzzled, but didn't dare go up to the stage to ask what was going on. After leaving the examination room, Xiang Tianyu ran over excitedly. "Dad, how's my melee rating?" "Not good. No matter how many points I get, as long as I get 90, I can get into the top class." 0 points. "What?" Xiang Tianyu immediately became furious. Chapter 22. You should keep your promise. Even with a score of 70 or 80, Xiang Tianyu could still get into Class B. But if he got a 0, he would most likely be assigned to Class C, which would be almost the same level as Yang Ding. The father and son were completely panicked, their future was ruined. "Dad, Yi Ro is the chief judge for close combat. She must have deliberately messed with me." Xiang Bin shook his head. "Not necessarily. Your aunt is there, she wouldn't dare to be so arrogant." "Who could it be?" "We haven't offended the principal or Governor Zhou in any way, and the dean and I are still friends. Why should the governor bother arguing with us? It's just that Yi Ro has abused her power, and we have to file a complaint." Xiang Tianyu turned to look at Yang Ding, who was chatting and laughing with Mao Jian, his face revealing murderous intent. Xiang Bin nodded, agreeing with his son. "Don't panic. I'll find a chance to ask your aunt later. If Yi Ro really did this on purpose, then I definitely won't let Yang Ding off the hook." "What can you do to Yang Ding?" Don't forget that you have to go help out at the farm tomorrow. The Martial Arts Academy's admission list won't be released until the 1st of next month, so there are 5 days in between. Your father is a mid-level first-grade cultivator, killing him is as easy as crushing an ant." On the judging panel, the head of discipline made things worse, like an ant on a hot pan, and huddled up to the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. "A challenge is allowed by the rules, so it's not fair to give Tianyu 0 points. His talent is quite good. You should go find the principal. He's quite familiar with the governor. I wouldn't dare to get involved with him." She moved closer to the principal and repeated what he had said. "Don't worry, I'll ask around for you later." The discipline master didn't dare to go directly to Zhou Ruoshi, lest he anger the governor and his whole family be kicked out of Jiangling City. Zhou Ruoshi appears to be exceptionally beautiful and elegant, but as the leader of the armed forces in Jiangling City, everyone knows that she can be ruthless and cold-blooded when she wants to be. Her most famous feat was when she was 17, she used her powerful water-based abilities to drain all the moisture from the body of an opponent who had challenged the Zhou family, turning them into a dried corpse. Zhou Ruoshi watched the game for a while, but she couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she left first, accompanied by the principal. "If it weren't for the need for manpower to defend the city, I wouldn't even look at any of these things. They're not much better than ordinary people. Governor, you've worked hard. That Xiang Tianyu is quite talented, and he's also the nephew of the discipline director. Perhaps we could promote him?" Zhou Ruoshi sneered. "That guy is obviously an idiot. He's jealous that Yang Ding married Yi Ro. He should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. It's good to put him in Group C so that the two stupid dogs can tear each other apart." The principal was puzzled, but dared not ask. He speculated that it must be related to Yi Ro, because according to the old rules, she should have married into the ruling class of Jiangling City. In other words, members of the Zhou family or allies of the Zhou family can enhance both the family's strength and the family's bloodline talent. Regardless of gender, the Gifted Youth program is highly sought after. After several generations, each member will be a genius-level awakener, completely disregarding the Empire's deterrence. Yi Ro is not only highly talented, but also beautiful. Zhou Ruoshi's younger brothers, older brothers, and even uncles have long had their eyes on her. However, the Zhou family dared not confront the Empire head-on, and could only rely on Yi Ro's fiery temper to fight back. As it turned out, the girl got pregnant. Since all parties involved have accepted this, the matter can only end here. But the Zhou family understood that the Empress intended to weaken the power of local warlords. When the admission list is announced, the new academic system will also be announced. Anyone who dares to back out at the last minute will be punished as a deserter. "Okay," the principal replied quickly. On the roof of the office building, 10 large armed drones were parked, and 80 law enforcement officers were on high alert. Zhou Ruoshi boarded the middle drone, and the principal stood below waving goodbye. Only after the drone disappeared into the horizon did he dare to straighten a few strands of hair. She's a real devil. Anyone who marries her is in for a world of trouble. Yang Ding only knew that he had probably been accepted, but he didn't know that Xiang Tianyu had been given a score of 0. When he returned to the classroom after lunch, he saw Xiang Bin brutally beating Hu Feng. The ruler broke, so he picked up a stool and smashed it. Hu Feng was beaten until he cried out for his parents. But he was an orphan, without parents. Counselor, please stop hitting them, okay? I promise to correct any mistakes I made. I'm kowtowing to you, it hurts so much. Xiang Bin's face turned ashen. Without uttering a word, he threw away the broken stool and picked up a brick from the ground. What's going on? Yang Ding asked in a low voice. One classmate replied, I don't know, we'll head straight for Hu Feng when we get back and beat him to a pulp. Yang Ding rushed over and grabbed the brick from Xiang Bin's hand, saying, Counselor, you'll kill someone. Get out of my way. Yang Ding held on tightly to the brick, refusing to let go. Xiang Bin tried several times but found that he couldn't gain any advantage. But he was in a fit of anger and didn't think much about it. Do you think the law enforcement team won't hold anyone accountable for murdering an ordinary person? Yang Ding advised. Nobody cares about trash like you. Xiang Bin released the brick in his hand and pointed at Yang Ding's nose. I beat this fatso because of you. Thinking about going to the farm tomorrow, Yang Ding didn't want to become a suspect for the enforcement team, so he suppressed his anger and said with a smile, Counselor, don't be angry. I'm where I am today because of your help. Go back and ask your wife. Xiang Bin shook off Yang Ding and stormed off. Counselor, I'll bring fruit to your door tonight to apologize. After shouting, Yang Ding immediately resumed his cold expression. As he passed by Hu Feng, he tossed him another qi-nourishing pill. Hu Feng lay on the ground and inhaled the pig manure directly into his mouth, not caring that his lips were covered in pig manure. Dignity was a luxury for him. He endured immense pain, staring blankly at the ceiling, utterly despondent. At that moment, he had the idea of jumping off the building to commit suicide. It's meaningless, living is fucking meaningless. Yang Ding returned to his dormitory. Yiro came out of the kitchen, jumped excitedly into his arms, hugged his neck and laughed, Honey, congratulations. You'll definitely get accepted with your score. My skill points don't seem to be high. It doesn't matter. The supplementary students have the highest proportion of punching power. They can exert more than 600 gene of force, which is almost the same as a martial arts awakener. Yiro looked at him with deep affection, and Yang Ding could clearly sense that she was holding back her feelings. Then you should keep your promise. No, you'll hurt the baby. No, it won't. After Yang Ding finished speaking, he kissed Yiro's beautiful neck. After a short while, Yiro couldn't resist anymore. Could you be a little gentler later? Absolutely, my wife and my children will be treated with kindness. Fire is on. Yang Ding carried Yiro to the kitchen, turned off the stove, and then went to her bedroom. Affection level, 15%, plus 3%. Cultivation progress, 15.6%, plus 3%. While kissing Yiro, Yang Ding sighed, it's better to hold it in. Ding, congratulations host, you have broken through to the lower second rank cultivation level. With bones and muscles fully tempered, punching power reaches 3,200 gene. The second level of the soul-severing spear technique, the 3 forms of shaking, thrusting, and blocking, has been unlocked, gaining 5% experience points. Please practice diligently, engage in more real combat, and accumulate combat experience. Chapter 23 Departure from the Farm. 15 minutes later. With his wife pregnant, Yang Ding didn't dare to be too rough or aggressive. He knew when to stop and instead spent time chatting with her to cultivate a genuine relationship. Yiro nestled in his arms, obedient and adorable, making it impossible to tell that she was a beautiful young warrior who could deliver a punch with the force of over 3 million pounds. Honey, be very careful when you go to the farm tomorrow. Just eat, work, and sleep in the same place. Don't go out. Anyway, you can transfer to the martial arts academy in 5 days. If there's a White Walker attack, take your classmates and run to the roof. Law enforcement officers will come to your rescue. Were the attackers at the farm White Walkers? Yiro nodded and began to teach her husband about the otherworldly beings. A type of underground orc that can walk upright like a human, has hard claws, is white all over, can crawl on walls, is not strong in combat, but is intelligent and can fight in groups. They can survive without breathing air, and their flesh and blood are an excellent energy supplement for Earth and Wood type ability users. When they get close, they will have a strong earthy smell, like earthworms. Your black gold sword can easily kill them. Wife, how did this thing end up in Jiangling City? Yi Ro sighed with worry. From Governor Zhou's words, I can clearly feel that the Great Wall in the north is in great danger. If the wall falls, millions of alien beasts will come south, and humanity will once again face annihilation. After the cataclysmic war, human superhumans built the Great Wall of the North, which is thousands of meters high and 30,000 kilometers long, to keep the alien beasts out of the cold north, while the warm south belonged to humans. The 5 great empires of Earth, with a combined force of 100 million awakened warriors, are stationed on this 30,000 kilometer long Great Wall. Humans tried to gradually eliminate these creatures through hunting, but the beasts multiplied faster than expected, and even humanoid monsters like the White Walkers appeared. Yang Ding knew that his wife was worried about her sister again. Do you think we could bring our child to live in the northern city in the future, so that the whole family can be together and share life and death? Isn't that putting the child in a dangerous area? Jiangling City is located in the far south, so it's easy to retreat south. I can fight in the north. You should protect the child. Why drag the whole family down with you? Yi Ro knew that no matter how strong she was, she couldn't be in 2 places at once and couldn't protect her husband and several children at the same time. Yang Ding planned to be honest with his wife when he reached a point where he was no longer afraid of being ambushed. He believed that honesty between husband and wife could improve their compatibility. At least for now, Yi Ro is a wife who was worth cherishing and trusting. Let's talk about it later. Then Yi Ro told him about Xiang Tianyu. Be careful of Xiang Bin. He's treacherous and cold-blooded. If he blames you for this, he might attack you in the chaos, which would be troublesome. It's alright, I'll come over and explain after I finish eating. There's no need for that. We're not afraid of him. Your wife will protect you. Under normal circumstances, there would be no need for this, but Yang Ding is not normal. He has to make the performance convincing. If his wife treats him well, he will treat her even better. Xiang Bin wanted to eliminate him, so he struck first. This is his life principle. After dinner, Yang Ding carried 2 baskets of fruit to the instructor's building of the Institute of Technology and Agriculture. These days, fruit is a luxury, only the wealthy can afford it. 2 baskets of fruit cost over 1,800 yuan. Yang Ding stood at the door carrying fruit, pacing back and forth for a full hour before going up, wanting to show the instructors coming and going his sincerity. Xiang Bin has many wives and children, so he lives in a 200 square meter apartment on the 20th floor, a prime floor. When he opened the door and saw Yang Ding, he was somewhat surprised this guy had actually come. Where is your wife? My wife is pregnant and is resting at home. If your wife doesn't come, you're not sincere. What face do you have? Good luck to you. Xiang Bin slammed the door shut. Yang Ding didn't bother with further formalities, left the fruit at the door, and left. The play has already reached this point, so it's pretty much done. The discipline director was at the Xiang family's house at that moment. She didn't dare admit that she had made a stupid mistake that harmed her own nephew. Instead, she said that Yi Ro had gossiped about her to Zhou Ruoshi. She said that Tianyu was jealous that Yang Ding married her, so he deliberately challenged him to a duel, hoping to use the opportunity of the battle to openly cripple Yang Ding. Damn it, Yi Ro, that bitch. Xiang Bin cursed. She's just a greenhorn, yet she dares to play dirty tricks on me. I'll make her a widow. The next morning, he took the 10 qi nourishing pills his wife had given him, along with the black gold sword, and went to the playground to queue for the bus. 500 trucks carrying pigs were parked on the playground, and 15,000 freshmen majoring in pig farming struggled to squeeze onto them. This truck can't even carry 30 pigs. Do you think we're any better than pigs? From now on, we'll have to go every 4 months. It's going to be tough. Yang Ding Shuang is still the best. He found a good wife and will be going to the martial arts academy next month. Can an ordinary person like him pass the test? With the support of powerful figures, ordinary people can also rise to prominence. What we lack is an opportunity. Yang Ding kept his eyes closed and didn't say anything. It just smelled awful. Hu Feng was beaten so badly yesterday that he has difficulty standing, but there is no room for him to lie down on the crowded pig transport truck, and he can't even squat down. Yang Ding secretly slipped him a qi nourishing pill. Hu Feng felt guilty. The Peiyuan pill cost over 1,000 yuan apiece, and he was not worthy of eating it at all, as it would affect his good brother's cultivation speed. But he was in so much pain that he couldn't bear it without taking the Pei-Yuan pill. 500 instructors from the pig farming department also went with them. They were better off and could travel by bus. This was the students' first time leaving the city. When the convoy drove out of the south gate, all they saw was a scene of ruins and broken houses. There are large shopping malls overgrown with weeds, dilapidated skyscrapers, and collapsed subway tracks, all rusty and eerie. Before the catastrophe, this area was also part of Jiangling City. Later, in order to build city walls, the area of the city was reduced to 1/3 of its original size. With the birth rate increasing year by year, the residential density in the city has increased fivefold, and all newly built houses are 200 stories high, behemoths that can house tens of thousands of people. 20 patrol drones from the law enforcement team hovered in the sky. 200 law enforcement officers were on board the drone, tasked with escorting the students safely to the farm. Attention all teachers and students, I am Captain Zhao Hu of the 22nd Team of the Jiangling Law Enforcement Bureau, and I am in charge of your security mission this time. No matter what happens during the journey, my team members will handle it. The driver is not allowed to stop, and teachers and students are not allowed to jump out of the vehicle without permission. I'll emphasize again, if you jump off the vehicle and leave the group, you will bear the consequences yourself, and no one will come looking for you. Immediately afterwards, the drones spread out, with 5 scouting ahead, 5 bringing up the rear, and 10 following closely behind the convoy as it moved slowly forward. Chapter 24. We are underground. The route to the farm is a regular one. These pig transport trucks make several round trips every day to deliver the pork to the pre-cooked vegetable processing plant in the city. Once you leave the abandoned city area, you'll find yourself in the vast wilderness. There was only one bumpy asphalt road, with lush grasslands and forests on both sides. We have now entered a high-risk zone. Please do not stick your heads out of the cage. The machine guns on the drones were also in place. Although martial artists don't like carrying guns, their combat tools are generally equipped with firearms, which are sufficient for suppressing fire, especially when dealing with some low-level alien beasts. This thing won't kill us, will it? Soon, everyone noticed that holes could be seen from time to time along the roadside, some as large as 3 or 4 meters in diameter and others as small as 40 or 50 centimeters. The closer you get to the farm, the more densely packed the burrows become. The students watched with trepidation, thinking about having to work on the farm for the rest of their lives, living in constant fear, and couldn't help but envy Yang Ding even more. What's in there? Don't peek out. The law enforcement team has deployed so many drones to protect us. Isn't their intention obvious? I've heard that people often go missing from farms. What do you mean missing? They must have been dragged into this cave and eaten by a monster. The farm is not far from the city, only half an hour's drive away. It is located outside mainly for hygiene reasons. Otherwise, given the population density in the city, the stench would be unbearable. If swine fever were to break out, all the ordinary people in Jiangling City would suffer. Soon, a giant building complex appeared before everyone's eyes. The Jiangling breeding farm has 200 buildings, each 50 stories high. 80 of them are used for raising chickens, 110 for raising pigs, and 10 for slaughtering and processing plants. There are connecting corridors between each building. The farm has a very advanced breeding system, and electricity is mainly supplied by biogas digesters. Students from the pig farming department were assigned to help out in buildings 1 through 20, with 750 students in each building. Yang Ding and Hu Feng's group were assigned to building 9. Xiangbin got out of the car and shouted to the students, "Take your luggage and go straight to the pigsty to work. For the next 5 days, you will be eating and sleeping with the sows and piglets. Be on your best. If anyone is negligent and causes the piglets to die, I guarantee you will regret it for the rest of your life with my ruler." Yang Ding noticed with his sharp eyes that his ruler had been changed. It now had a leather sheath and the wooden handle sticking out. Clearly, this is not an ordinary steel ruler, it is most likely a knife or sword. Hu Feng originally wanted to keep his distance from Yang Ding and not work on the same floor, but Xiangbin specially arranged for the two of them to work together. Hu Feng was filled with unease. Even the sound of Xiangbin's footsteps could send chills down his spine and make him break out in a cold sweat. Yang Ding knew exactly what this guy was up to. Everyone put their luggage on the rack and started working. There were already many staff members assisting with births on site, their faces expressionless as they mechanically went about their tasks. No one was whispering or chatting, because there were surveillance cameras inside, and anyone caught doing so would be punished. The oppressive atmosphere made Yang Ding realize once again how wise Yi Ro was to let him enter the martial arts academy. This godforsaken place is no place for humans. After everyone was in place, Xiangbin glanced at his watch. It's 10 a.m. now. You'll work until 10 a.m. tomorrow before you can rest. You'll sleep at the entrance of the pigsty and take turns getting up to stand guard. Everyone has 30 minutes of toilet time per day. They have to apply for permission each time. If they exceed the time limit, they have to defecate and clean themselves in the pig pen. After saying that, he found a quiet room and went to sleep. Because more than 10,000 students from Gangnam University came to help with the delivery, the law enforcement team strengthened security at the farm and dispatched a full 800 law enforcement officers to patrol. Fong Dalong was naturally among them. He and 7 colleagues formed a group and patrolled back and forth continuously. This group consists of 1 Earth-type ability user, 1 Fire-type ability user, 1 Metal-type ability user, and 4 martial arts-type users. The farm is surrounded by a 10-meter-high wall, and the barbed wire on the wall is electrified. The security here is almost as strict as that of a prison. High-voltage electricity is usually fine for dealing with ordinary monsters, but these White Walkers can burrow underground and will never climb up. If we can't find their lair in Jiangling City, we'll never be able to wipe them out. They're as cunning as moles, Fong Dalong replied. It's strange, even though the situation is so dire, the governor won't let everyone quickly explore the lair and find the Queen of Ghosts' habitat. Fong Dalong's team patrolled until 10 p.m. before they got off work. They had temporary dormitories and slept fairly comfortably. Remembering Yi Ro and her sister's instructions, Fong Dalong tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After thinking it over, I got up with a yawn and prepared to go to Building 9 to check on Yang Ding's situation. When Fong Dalong arrived at Building number 9, he found that the building was teetering on the verge of collapse. He thought he was just too sleepy and his eyes were blurry, so he rubbed his eyes a few times. That's right, Building 9 was indeed shaking, and students could be heard crying for help from inside. Holy crap, did they dig up the foundation? As Fong Dalong spoke, he rushed toward the gate. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth. The entire Building 9, a giant structure reaching a height of 180 meters, has sunk underground. Fong Dalong, who was originally as insignificant as an ant, can now reach the rooftop with just 1 step. The red alert at the farm was blaring, and soon hundreds of law enforcement officers rushed over. Captain Zhao Hu arrived immediately and was so frightened by the horrific scene before him that he remained silent for a long time. Boss, what should we do? Send a distress call to headquarters and mobilize all A-level and above Earth-type ability users in the city, including instructors from Jiangling University, to see if we can pull the building out. We need to be quick. Captain, should we go in? Fong Dalong asked. Zhao Hu quickly shook his head. Those beasts must have dug an astonishing number of holes to be able to dig such a big and deep one. Going down there rashly would be suicide. But there are thousands of living people inside. Save your own life first, don't bother me, Zhao Hu roared. Building number 9, which had sunk underground, had its emergency doors locked instantly, and the emergency power supply was activated. But many windows were shattered, and the monsters could get in at any time. Xiang Bin, still half asleep, got up from the ground and looked at the students running around in confusion. When he turned to look out the window, he found only a mud wall with water dripping from it into the house. Where am I? What's going on? Counselor, we're underground. Underground? Xiang Bin felt a chill run down his spine. He just took a nap. How did he end up in the underworld? The distress call from the farm quickly reached Jiangling University. The person on duty who answered the phone today happened to be a martial arts instructor, Yi Ro's colleague, who also relayed the matter to Yi Ro. Yi Ro panicked on the spot, rushed to the room, opened the wardrobe, and after facial recognition, took out her soul-severing spear, worth 5 million, from the safe. She put on a black leather jacket and combat boots, disregarding her pregnancy, and sprinted from the rooftop, leaping 1,000 meters into the air. She performed a clean front flip at a height of 1,000 meters, landing on a rooftop 2 kilometers away. Then he leaped forward, and with a flick of his right hand, the metal rod, which was originally 3 feet long, popped out of its concealed gun barrel with a clicking mechanical sound, instantly becoming 2 meters long. First Wife Yi Ro. Chapter 25. A good young man who respects his teacher. Underground, Building 9. Yang Ding led Hu Feng and his group of high school classmates from the 7th floor to the 17th floor, which took a full hour. Large numbers of sows were fleeing in all directions with their piglets. The emergency lights were dim, and the piglets were often trampled and screamed, or knocked down by the panicked sows. It was practically impossible to move an inch. Students who grew up in the city have long since become panicked chickens. Even in this critical moment, the cunning Yang Ding did not forget his mission. Have you seen your counselor? He's asleep, so he's slower to react than us. He should be behind us. We have to wait for him. Hu Feng, who was on the verge of death, asked in bewilderment, why wait for him? It would be better if that bastard died. We're all alive. He is only at the mid-stage of the first rank and he is carrying a weapon. How could he die so easily? Yang Ding retorted. With a deathly pale face, Luo Hohat shouted, everyone, be quiet. Listen to what's going on downstairs. The stairwell echoed with the agonizing screams of a herd of pigs, wave after wave, incessantly, indicating a large-scale attack. The howling was interspersed with faint, sharp laughter. It wasn't a pig's voice, nor was it a human's. It was chilling to hear. Yang Ding sniffed, and a strong earthy smell hit him. He remembered his wife's words, the White Walkers are catching up. What White Walkers? Yes, Yang Ding, what are White Walkers? I've never seen it before either. My wife reminded me that the taste and sound match. Holy crap, let's run. Just then, the fire door on the 17th floor was kicked open. Xiang Bin, panting heavily, came up, gripping a 3-foot-long narrow sword. What's the panic? You bunch of good-for-nothings. Counselor, we should run uphill. Maybe the law enforcement team has already come down to rescue us, someone replied. Humph, dream on. What kind of trash are you? Are you worth taking the risk for? He pointed to the surveillance footage on the wall. The building fell 200 meters, all the power was cut off, and the emergency lights quickly ran out of power. They won't rescue us unless we climb to a higher floor. So what should we do? Xiang Bin was not flustered. He believed that with his cultivation, dealing with 1 or 2 alien ghosts would not be a problem. Moreover, as long as students are around to feed the White Walkers, he will always be safe. Yang Ding and Hu Feng will stay behind with me, the rest of you run uphill quickly. Exhausted, Hu Feng quickly retreated, saying, I can't run anymore. You hurt my back. I don't want to be the last one standing. At a time like this, you suddenly have the guts to talk back to me? Xiang Bin brandished his sword sheath and walked toward Hu Feng with a cold smile. Hu Feng, clutching his back, quickly stepped back and looked at Yang Ding pleadingly. The shrill laughter grew closer and closer, pounding desperately against the fire door on the 17th floor. He would rather die than hold off the enemy. Yang Ding quickly said, Counselor, let me go with you. After all, I have some cultivation and I'm carrying a sword, so I can run faster than them. Whether Xiang Bin kills Hu Feng, this fat pig, or not is irrelevant. He can keep him alive and torture him slowly later. But he was determined to kill Yang Ding to avenge Yi Rou for ruining his son's promising future. Alright, everyone listen to my orders and climb up as high as you can. Anyone who can't hold you back will be kicked down to feed the White Walkers. The students were so frightened that they ran away. We must guard the fire door and give them a chance to escape. They can run 2 minutes later. Okay, I'll do as the counselor says. Yang Ding acted like a complete idiot, appearing utterly innocent. Soon, the students' footsteps disappeared, and the White Walkers had already smashed the fire door on the 17th floor before the two of them started climbing up. Lock the door from the inside after each floor you climb. Xiang Bin followed behind Yang Ding, intending to launch a sneak attack and pierce his back with his sword, but unexpectedly, Yang Ding always maintained a speed faster than him. Yang Ding, what's your cultivation level now? I'm not even at the lower first rank yet. My wife can only reach 600 gene of punching power after she drains all her true energy. The next day, it dropped to around 480 gene. Then how come you're not breathing and your face doesn't change color? I'm young. When the two reached the 24th floor, Xiang Bin roared, Stop right there. Yang Ding stood on the stairs. What's wrong, counselor? You have no manners. Young people should respect their teachers. You stay behind and lock the door, and I'll clear the way for you. All right. Yang Ding stepped down from Xiang Bin's side and saw that the guy was gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. It was time for a showdown. Do you want me to help you with your sword? Thank you, counselor. I can do it. Yang Ding stood behind the door, fiddling with it for a long time but failing to lock it, which made Xiang Bin curse in frustration. The White Walkers were catching up, and he wanted to wait for Yang Ding to lock the door before he started killing. Counselor, this door latch is faulty. You idiot, die. Xiang Bin swooped down the steps, his narrow sword aimed at Yang Ding's back. Unexpectedly, Yang Ding suddenly turned around and opened the fire door at the same time. Xiang Bin, who was sprinting at full speed, couldn't stop and fell directly to the 23rd floor. Several white others on the rooftop, their eyes glowing green with excitement, let out sharp, piercing laughter as they pounced down to tear at Xiang Bin. Xiang Bin was no pushover either. He wielded his narrow sword and killed 2 of them. This was the first time Yang Ding had seen a White Walker, green triangular eyes, protruding fangs, a pale body, sharp toes and fingers, and covered in a thick, snot-like liquid. "What are you standing there for? Come and help." "Counselor, I have no combat experience." Yang Ding did not flee because he realized that these White Walkers were not strong enough and the main force had not followed. He was worried that Xiang Bin might have survived by chance. "Since you've decided to kill, you must make sure the other person is completely dead." Upon hearing the sound, 7 or 8 more White Walkers followed. Xiang Bin's legs had already been scratched several times, and the smell of human blood excited the White Walkers once again. There's a saying about the Great Cataclysm: Earth is a breeding ground for interstellar colonists, and 7 or 8 billion humans are the most delicious food in the entire universe. But once the food awakened, it began to rebel. "Throw your black gold sword over here, quickly, quickly." Yang Ding was very anxious. These White Walkers were too weak. If he doesn't kill Xiang Bin soon, the White Walker army will catch up, and he won't be able to escape either. The counselor takes the sword. Just as Xiang Bin grasped the sword hilt, Yang Ding appeared in front of him. He sensed a strong killing intent and roared, "What do you want?" Yang Ding sneered without saying a word, then suddenly stabbed 2 fingers into his heart, spleen, stomach, and liver. Feeling unsure, he also stabbed his throat. "You fucking dare!" "Ugh!" Xiang Bin stared with eyes as big as copper bells, blood gushing out. The vital energy that had been injected into his body suddenly exploded at the places where he was stabbed, and blood gushed out. Yang Ding took the black gold sword, killed 3 White Walkers in succession, kicked the already dead Xiang Bin towards the pursuing army of White Walkers, locked the door, and ran away. Along the way, he also washed the bloodstains of the White Walkers off his black sword in a pool. Soon, he caught up with his classmates who could no longer run on the 38th floor. "Yang Ding, where's the counselor?" "He said I was too slow, so he would stay behind and lock the door, and let me come up first, Yang Ding plopped down on the steps and began acting, panting heavily. "Although our counselor is usually fierce, he risked his life to protect us. If we manage to get out of here alive, we will definitely write a letter of commendation to the school." Yang Ding nodded. "I'll write first, I'll write 800 words. Chapter 26: Holding Out and Awaiting Rescue. Yang Ding's acting was so convincing that, apart from Hu Feng, who didn't believe the counselor was being so kind, none of the other students had any doubts. No matter how fierce the counselor was, he still took good care of Yang Ding, and the two had a very good relationship, which everyone could see. The group continued climbing. When Luo Hohat finally climbed to the 40th floor, she slipped and fell to the ground. When she got up, she was holding a bloody human head in her arms. The human head's face was so badly gnawed that it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. "Ah!" Luo Hohat screamed in fright and threw the severed head to Yang Ding. Yang Ding took it and examined it carefully. He noticed deep claw marks on the top and inwardly cried out in alarm. "There are still many, dozens of heads, in this corridor." When Yang Ding rushed into the stairwell, he felt a chill run down his spine. Besides human heads, there were also broken bones scattered all over the ground. The flesh had been gnawed clean, and the marrow had been sucked out. "Don't rush up there, there are White Walkers up there, lots of White Walkers." Yang Ding's words instantly plunged the more than 100 high school classmates who were with him into despair. "With pursuers behind and ambushed in front, I'm doomed." I was already so exhausted that I could hardly breathe, and my willpower was on the verge of collapse. Hu Feng collapsed to the ground. "Yang Ding, you have martial arts skills and a sharp sword in your hand, so perhaps you can break through the encirclement." He pointed to his neck and said, "Give your brother a quick death, and run away now. Don't waste your time with us. We've reached the 40th floor. There are only 10 more floors to go before we reach the top. There's still hope for survival." Hu Feng said speechlessly, "Those things can burrow underground. They're blocking us from above, trying to devour us completely." Yang Ding thought for a moment. If he continues upwards, he might run into the horde of ghosts above, leaving him with no way out. Even with his cultivation level, it would be difficult for him to escape. Why not just set up camp on this floor and wait it out? From this position, the law enforcement team can easily reach us. As long as we hold out long enough, we will definitely be rescued. How can we hold it up? Fire doors are simply not enough to protect us. There is a large tool room on each floor. We went in, blocked the doors and windows, and waited for rescue. Hu Feng was already tired of living and just wanted to die a quick death. He was speechless and said, "You clearly had the ability to escape, so why did you do it?" Yang Ding scanned the young faces. "You all grew up with me in the orphanage and were classmates for over 10 years. If I can save you today, consider it my farewell gift. I'm going to the Martial Arts Academy next month. From now on, I will not be able to help you with your life, death, fortune, or misfortune." The students were deeply moved by these words and felt a renewed sense of hope. They quickly found the tool shed, but the iron door was locked from the inside, indicating that someone was hiding inside. The people inside seemed to have heard the commotion outside and opened the door a crack to check the situation. Yang Ding seized the opportunity and kicked the door open. Inside, 7 or 8 guys blocking the door were lying on their backs, their faces covered in blood, looking completely bewildered. "How come you're so strong? Get out of here, and don't attract those things." Inside, dozens of middle-aged men and women in employee uniforms were confronting Yang Ding, holding various tools. Yang Ding drew his dark, black sword and swaggered into the tool shed, forcing everyone to retreat in defeat. "I'm about to enter the Martial Arts Academy. With my cultivation, I can kill you all like slaughtering pigs. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Otherwise, you'll have to follow my orders and work together to survive. What are you going to do? These windows must be sealed immediately, and the iron gate must be sealed as well. We only have 15 minutes. What's with the lockdown? Take the tools and go outside to knock down the fence of the pigsty. 20 people in a group carry it in. We have about 200 people, so each person can do it once. The wall isn't so easy to tear down. That's why I told you to use tools to pry it open. Use a forklift to pry it open. Hurry up." After Yang Ding finished speaking, he turned around and went to the nearest pigsty. Each pig pen has 4 1.2-meter high-strength cement walls. He exerted 3,200 G of force and actually shook the walls. "This wall is loose, come quick." The young and strong men, some driving forklifts, some pulling trailers, and some wielding crowbars, pried the wall down with a gentle touch. "It's really loose now." It was probably loosened by the fall just now. These pigsties are about 10 years old. The veteran employees automatically defended Yang Ding, offering insightful and plausible arguments that were even more convincing than his own fabricated stories. "Don't talk, hurry up, they'll find us soon." Yang Dingzhao copied the pattern and shook 12 more walls in succession. Each wall weighed at least 2 tons. Although there were various tools and more than 150 men, it was still very difficult and made a lot of noise. Fortunately, a large number of sows and piglets were making noise. The first batch of wall panels was finally transported into the tool shed, but 20 men couldn't push them up. The wall is 4.5 meters wide. If it were erected, it could completely seal off the windows. Yang Ding went over to help, but still wanted to conceal his strength, so he shouted, 10 more, use the forklift to lift them up to 1 meter high. As soon as the forklift exerted force, he activated his true chi pulse technique, and with a sudden thrust, the wall slammed against the window. Holy crap, it worked! Dingu is awesome. Hurry, put 2 more layers of brick wall underneath to support it, so it doesn't fall down and hit people. After the second window was blocked, the last group of students who were moving the wall all went into the tool room. The White Walkers have spotted us. They're charging at us. Close the door quickly. Use all your strength to prop up the wall and seal it off. Just as Yang Ding had bolted the 3 bolts, a violent banging sound came from outside the door. The White Walkers' laughter mingled with the sound of their claws scratching at the iron gate, so shrill it sent chills down your spine. Strictly speaking, this is not laughter. White Walkers do not laugh. This is their uncontrollable excitement when they smell human flesh. The girls were already hiding in the corner, sobbing. They needed to have babies frequently, and most of them were pregnant. Unlike windows, the tool shed has a particularly large door opening because carts and wooden crates need to be moved around there. Fortunately, these buildings were designed with post-apocalyptic shelter in mind, and the iron gates are thick enough. 6 concrete walls completely sealed the iron gate. Yang Ding had exhausted a lot of his true energy and collapsed to the ground. He had eaten all the chi-nourishing pills his wife had prepared. Suddenly someone shouted, "The counselor is still outside. If he comes over, how can we let him in?" "There are others outside the door. Only a fool would come here," Hu Feng replied. "That's true. A workshop foreman in his 30s took out a cheap cigarette from his pocket, handed one to Yang Ding, and respectfully lit it for him. "Brother, you're a true friend. If we manage to get out, we promise to write to Jiangling University to praise your great kindness." Yang Ding doesn't actually smoke, but this is very likely to be his last cigarette, so he might as well smoke it. He took a deep breath, exhaled a puff of smoke, and felt much more relaxed. "As long as we hold out long enough, we will definitely survive. Those corrupt law enforcement officers didn't get in, but my wife dared to." "Wouldn't your wife be committing suicide by coming in?" "Bullshit. My brother's wife is a close combat instructor at the Martial Arts Academy. She's beautiful and talented. Killing these White Walkers is like chopping carrots for her." The workshop foreman looked completely bewildered. Beauty and killing White Walkers don't seem to have anything to do with each other, do they? Chapter 27. My wife is about to unleash her ultimate move. At this point, the law enforcement team still hadn't decided whether to go down for the rescue. According to reports from students who escaped, the area below the 6th floor is occupied by a large number of White Walkers. Based on this intelligence, the number is estimated to be over 10,000, and law enforcement officers will suffer heavy casualties. Whether it's worth it for law enforcement officers who have lost their senses to save ordinary pig farming students is a question. The most disgusting thing is that after searching for a long time, the students had already been eaten. Captain Zhao Hu frowned as he looked at the structural drawings of building number 9 with his subordinates. "What did they say?" the lieutenant asked. "The governor instructed us to make our own decision based on the actual situation," Zhao Hu replied heavily. This statement means that, regardless of whether he is a student or a team member who died, he is basically out of a job. The captain of the law enforcement team earns 80,000 yuan a month and can still take care of his family, making it a high-paying and lucrative job. "Boss, don't you understand what the governor means? He means don't save them. Let's wait for the Earth-type ability user. There are thousands of students and staff in Building 9. If the Empire holds us accountable, I will be the scapegoat. If you go to rescue them, you will still offend the governor and send many brothers to their deaths." Zhao Hu scratched his head anxiously, but protecting the people of Jiangling is a duty entrusted to us by the Empire. Just then, a black figure plummeted from 1,000 meters in the sky and landed steadily on the roof. Fang Dalong hurriedly went to greet her. "Yi Ro, what brings you here?" Yi Ro ran 30 kilometers, not in the mood for small talk. She had come to rescue her husband. "Were Yang Ding's class assigned to Building 9? "Yes." "Which floor is he on?" "It should be on the 7th floor. "7? Who the hell assigned my husband to the 7th floor?" Yi Ro exclaimed. "It must be that bastard Xiangbin. The lower the floor, the closer to the White Walkers, and the more difficult it is to rescue them." "How many people did you send down?" she pressed. "I haven't decided yet." "Still haven't decided?" Yi Ro said anxiously, glancing at her watch. "It's been 2 hours since the incident started." More or less." She pushed Fang Dalong aside and walked towards Captain Zhao Hu. Yi Ro has recently become a big celebrity in Jiangling City, and Zhao Hu naturally knows her as well. "Instructor Yi, what brings you here?" "My husband is downstairs. Why haven't they sent anyone yet?" "There may be more than 10,000 White Walkers below." "Then you should go down even sooner. There are thousands of you." "I dare not make a decision on my own without orders from my superiors. I'll go down and lead the charge, while your people will cover the rear and be responsible for evacuating the students. How about that?" Yi Ro asked. "If there is any danger, you should retreat immediately." Apart from a few major generals, almost none of the martial artists in the enforcement team had the 5th rank cultivation level. Those with higher cultivation levels had all gone to the northern Great Wall. Most of the lower ranking team members are 1st rank, and those who reach the 2nd rank are 2nd lieutenants, who can then become captains. Even Captain Zhao, who was only at the 2nd grade upper realm, and these people naturally couldn't compare to Yi Ro's courage. Yi Ro said angrily, "Lieutenant Zhao, your situation couldn't be worse than it is now. You were put here to protect the farm, so you have to do something, right?" "I need to consult the governor." "You can ask for instructions slowly. I'll go down myself." "Instructor Yi, it's too dangerous for you to go down alone. If something happens, I won't be able to handle it. I want to go down, can you stop me?" Yi Ro was anxious to save her husband, so she flashed through the door on the rooftop and went inside. As a lowly soldier, Fang Dalong had little say and cautiously approached Zhao Hu. "Captain, she's at the mid-5th rank. These aliens are nothing but radishes in front of her." Let's follow behind and try to rescue some students. Maybe we can get less punishment. These words woke Jiaohu up. That's right, groups 1 through 3, stick close to me, or you won't be able to keep up later. Inside the tool shed, the blocked doors and windows remained sturdy, but the solid walls were starting to give way. Thousands of White Walkers clung to the entire wall, frantically scratching at it with their claws, something they excelled at. Judging by the sound, the entire wall will soon be hollowed out. There were 200 people crammed inside, with nowhere to hide. Ordinary people today have almost never seen anything like the White Walkers. Many of them have wet their pants in frustration. The room, which was already poorly ventilated, was filled with the smell of urine. Everyone's hopes were pinned on Yang Ding. What should we do? It looks like we're about to tear a hole in the wall. Yang Ding didn't know what to do either. Who knew those law enforcement teams would be so cowardly? It seems that Zhou Ruoshi, this beautiful but dead warlord, really doesn't care much about the lives of ordinary people. Now he can only rely on the power of the masses. He drew his sword and walked toward the wall. What do you mean, what to do? Of course, we should pick up our weapons and fight back. Are we just going to sit here and wait for those monsters to come and eat us? How can we fight the White Walkers if we haven't awakened? If you can pick up a shovel, you can kill the White Walkers. If you don't resist, you're doomed. You must take control of your own destiny. Just then, a sharp claw pierced through the wall and grabbed at Yang Ding's back. He turned abruptly, first severing the White Walker's arm, then thrusting his sword into its head. The White Walker, its snake-like tongue lolling out, hissed in pain. Yang Ding picked up the smooth, pale arm. That's all. Pregnant women, step back. Everyone else, regardless of gender, step forward. Hu Feng, who was considered the most cowardly by everyone, nodded and stood up while gripping the iron rod. Yang Ding is right, we're all going to die anyway. 100 men, each holding a different kind of ironware, stood behind Yang Ding. Just as the wall began to shake, Yang Ding suddenly roared and used all his cultivation to slam into the wall. Charge with me. The wall collapsed outwards, scaring the others away. Yang Ding seized the opportunity to kill 5 of them. Hu Feng, who was behind him, also stabbed one of them to death with a long iron rod. A brave female student, wielding a butcher's knife, was also fighting hard against the White Walkers. When she wasn't careful, her legs were pierced by sharp claws, and she was dragged into the horde of ghosts. Yang Ding, save me! Yang Ding brandished the black gold sword with his left hand and tried to pull her wrist back with his right, but all that was left was half of her fair arm. The girl was dragged into the White Walkers and devoured, her shrill screams echoing throughout the pigsty. Hu Feng pointed behind Yang Ding, so many, so many. Yang Ding looked back and saw a sea of white pigs in the sty, probably numbering over 1,000. Hearing human voices, they rushed over, laughing excitedly. Holy crap, I'm doomed this time. A loud bang. A piece of ceiling suddenly fell from the 40th floor, measuring 20 to 30 square meters, killing more than a dozen White Walkers. Yiro descended from the ceiling, sweeping her spear and killing more than a dozen more. Honey, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. I'll make your classmate kneel down. As Yang Ding slayed the White Walkers, he shouted, my wife is here. My wife is about to unleash a powerful attack. Get down, all of you get down. As he spoke, he lay down on the ground, and the people behind him followed suit. Yiro gripped the butt of the gun in her right hand, spun 360 degrees on the spot, and a sharp burst of gun energy swept across. The otherworldly being that rushed up to Yang Ding suddenly had its head fall to the ground, its fangs landing squarely on his head. Yang Ding, rubbing his head, witnessed a horrifying scene. 1,000 White Walkers had their heads chopped off at the same time, lying on the ground in a white mass. So my wife is not only good at close combat, but she can also project gun energy? Yiro, propped up by her spear, hopped and skipped over the corpses of the otherworlders, afraid of slipping and spilling her juices all over the ground. It was so slippery. Where's my husband? Where's my husband? Is he hurt? Chapter 28. It seems you two are truly in love. Yang Ding quickly stood up and called out, wife, I'm here. When Yiro saw her lively husband, she leaped over and pounced on Yang Ding, who quickly caught her in his arms. Honey, are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Did you have any problems with the baby? I have internal energy protecting me, so dealing with these ghostly things won't scare the baby. Let's hurry up and leave, there are still many White Walkers down there. Are all the people down there dead? That's right, a lot of them were eaten. Yiro's hearing was 1,000 times better than Yang Ding's, and her fair little ears twitched. There are at least tens of thousands of White Walkers swarming downstairs. I'll guard this floor. You all hurry up and take all the living people away. Yang Ding knew that if he stayed, he would only become a burden to his wife, so he said, "We're on the 40th floor now. You only need to hold on for 20 minutes. If you can't hold on, just retreat. You're my wife, and you're carrying my child. You two are the most important people, okay? Affection level, 16%, plus 1%. Cultivation progress, 16.6%, plus 1%. Yi Ro was deeply moved and gave Yang Ding a big kiss. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. 20 minutes is definitely no problem. Let's go. Yang Ding led his classmates in a frantic run toward the rooftop. Those who still have the strength should spread out and check if there are any survivors in the tool shed. Could there be White Walkers? My wife searched it up there. There is absolutely no living White Walkers. Yang Ding, do you have any special talents? Why does Instructor Yi like you so much? My wife is ugly and stupid, and she complains about this and that every day. Sigh, it's all fate. Yang Ding replied. Yes, it's really a stroke of good luck to be matched with a wife like Instructor Yi. Yang Ding glanced at his watch and roared, "Stop babbling and wasting the precious time my wife bought for us. Only go through each floor once, and if there's nothing there, just go straight up." Just as everyone was rushing towards the 42nd floor, footsteps suddenly came from the stairwell. Holy crap, what's going on? That sounds like a real person, Yang Ding replied. Sure enough, it turned out to be the enforcement team that followed Yi Ro down. Captain Zhao Hu looked at Yang Ding and asked, "Just these 200 of you?" "Yes, there's nothing below, just tens of thousands of White Walkers." Zhao Hu's face turned green. There were 1,000 employees and students in this building, but only 280 had escaped. This means that at least 500 people died this time. These people are nowhere to be found, and the hungry White Walkers would probably swallow even a hair. It's all over, it's all over. Yi Ro wasn't idle either. She used the soul-severing spear to send dozens of alien corpses flying, blocking the stairwell. Then he planted the gun in the ground, sat on the pigpen wall, wiped Xiao Mei's hands clean with a wet tissue, took out a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. The earthy smell of the White Walkers was too strong. I had to use lemon candy to neutralize it. The first wife eats a lollipop. With so many cultivation resources, earth and wood elemental ability users are going to be ecstatic. Who would have thought that there would be so many others beneath the Jianling breeding farm? Whether these things had been multiplying underground for a long time or escaped from the wall in the north by earth. Earth is a technique used to describe a method of escaping from the ground. If more than 10,000 of them are breeding underground, it means that there is a ghost mother or ghost queen beneath Jiangling City. A single demon queen can give birth to 500 to 1,000 demons every year. If they are not eliminated in time, the entire underground system of the city may be destroyed. Yi Ro sucked on a lollipop, looking at the wall next to the stairwell. In no time, a large hole was carved out of the wall. A white ghost poked its head out, staring at Yi Ro's long legs, baring its fangs, sticking out its snake-like tongue, and hissing with laughter. This sound is something humans cannot produce, nor can they describe its disgust and horror. Yi Ro kicked the soul-severing spear, which pierced the mouth of the otherworldly ghost. Then, she flashed forward and used her true energy to unleash a powerful burst of energy while gripping the spear handle. The more than 100 White Walkers blocking the way were instantly pierced through the body by the true energy. At this moment, the wall collapsed with a roar, exposing a gap of more than 10 square meters, and the others rushed towards Yi Ro like a flood. Yi Ro wielded her 2-meter-long soul-severing spear with impenetrable skill, causing numerous casualties wherever it went. Fong Daolong was right. With Yi Ro's cultivation level, killing these alien demons was as easy as peeling a radish. It's even easier than peeling a radish, because she can kill for 3 days and 3 nights. After killing another 300, the corpses of the White Walkers piled up like a mountain, once again blocking the gap in the wall. Yi Ro glanced at her watch and decided it was about time. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. There are just too many. If they keep killing them, they'll really exhaust her. Just as Yang Ding and his classmates reached the rooftop, Yi Ro burst out of the ground and came up at almost the same time. Looking at the concrete rooftop, Yang Ding was a little worried about whether his wife's head was hard enough. Enforcement team Captain Zhao Hu rushed forward. Instructor Yi, have the others caught up yet? They didn't catch up. Instead, they're running downhill. These guys are almost as intelligent as humans. They're incredibly organized. After Yi Ro finished speaking, she glanced at the rescued teachers and students and asked, "Where is Xiang Bin?" He arranged for my husband to stay on the 7th floor. I haven't settled accounts with him yet. I didn't see him come up. He didn't come up, did he? Yi Ro's tone conveyed concern, but in her heart she was praying, he didn't come up, he didn't come up. It doesn't matter anymore. So many students have died, what does it matter if a few instructors die? Zhao Hu quickly arranged for people to seal the rooftop door and take turns on guard duty to prevent the aliens from escaping. The White Walkers live in darkness and have excellent night vision, but they are very afraid of light. They rarely leave their caves to hunt during the day, so as long as they can survive until daytime, they are basically safe. Just then, 10-man drones sped over. The first to come down was Zhou Ruoshi, followed by all the earth elemental experts that could be found in Jiangling City. She seems to particularly like wearing business suits. Today, she wasn't wearing a jacket, just a white shirt, gray striped trousers, and high heels, which matched her sophisticated and mature aura. Zhao Hu immediately led hundreds of law enforcement officers in shouting in unison, "Welcome, Governor! Welcome, Governor!" Zhou Ruoshi glanced at Yi Ro and asked, puzzled, "What are you doing here?" "I'm saving my husband." "Did it jump over from the instructors' building at Jiangling University?" "Only 30-odd kilometers, it's a piece of cake." Zhou Ruoshi was speechless. "It seems you two are truly in love. Yi Ro, your taste is indeed unique." Seeing that she was always acting strangely, Yi Ro decided not to pay any attention to her and put away the soul-severing spear. Zhou Ruoshi glanced at Yang Ding, looking at him with newfound respect. Yi Ro was notoriously difficult to deal with. Does this unassuming fellow possess some unique skill in charming women? Yang Ding was also looking at Zhou Ruoshi. This was the first time the two had met. As a seasoned driver, Yang Ding was surprised to discover that, if Governor Zhou's aura wasn't too strong and aggressive, her face shape and appearance were actually quite gentle and kind. "Report the casualty figures to me." Zhao Hu swallowed hard. The law enforcement officers didn't suffer any casualties, but the livestock workers in Building 9 probably died by more than 500. Zhou Ruoshi stared at him and asked, "More than 500? There are more than 10,000 White Walkers down there." This is what Instructor Yi said. She alone killed more than 1,000 White Walkers. Yi Ro nodded quickly. "Aside from those I killed, there are at least 10,000 more." Chapter 29. You two are a perfect match. Zhou Ruoshi turned her head and looked coldly at Zhao Hu. "As a captain in the law enforcement team, what have you done with so many people guarding this place?" Zhao Hu turned pale with fright. He glanced at Yi Ro and stammered, I went down with my teammates and Instructor Yi to rescue more than 200 people." After saying that, he glanced at Yi Ro guiltily. Yi Ro used to be a girl who couldn't tolerate any nonsense, but now she is both a wife and a mother. Thinking that Zhao Hu might be her husband's boss in the future, she quickly nodded. "That's right, Governor." Zhao Hu and his men reacted in time. "I was responsible for stopping the White Walkers, and they were the ones who escorted the students and staff up here. More than 500 people have died, including many instructors from the Workers' and Peasants' College. We cannot explain this to the Empire. Zhao Hu, you will lose your captain rank and be demoted to lieutenant." Zhao Hu had no choice but to accept it. A lieutenant was just an ordinary squad leader, with a monthly salary of around 30,000, less than half the income of a captain. This means he doesn't have any more money to buy cultivation resources and has to start from scratch. Then Zhou Ruoshi looked at all the law enforcement officers and said, "Your bonuses for this year are all cancelled." "Yes, Governor." The 750 law enforcement officers answered in unison, and no one dared to raise any objections. Zhou Ruoshi waved to the 5 Earth-type ability users, "Please, you 5, quickly lift the building up. There might still be survivors." "Yes, Governor." These 5 S-level Earth-type ability users are on par with Zhou Ruoshi in terms of cultivation level alone. However, given their status and positions in Jiangling City, they also had to obey the governor's orders. After everyone left the rooftop, 5 S-class Earth-type ability users went up, 4 of them standing at the 4 corners and 1 in the middle. They both squatted down at the same time, pressing their hands to the ground, veins bulging on their foreheads, their faces flushed red. A miraculous scene unfolded. The massive 50-story building actually loosened and then rose from the ground. The 50th floor is exposed above ground. The 49th floor is exposed above ground. The 48th floor is exposed above ground. The building is roughly estimated to have a volume of 1 million cubic meters, and even with the use of special high-tech materials, it would weigh hundreds of thousands of tons. The spectacular sight of pulling something out of the ground by human labor is something that ordinary people in the pig farming department of the College of Engineering and Agriculture could never imagine unless they saw it with their own eyes. Hu Feng didn't realize how ordinary he was before, but now he does. In this era, ordinary people who cannot awaken are indeed no different from pigs, merely food. Yang Ding stood beside his wife, looking up at the slowly rising skyscraper, and was also deeply impressed. Zhou Ruoshi walked to his side. How are you feeling? That's amazing. Your wife belongs to this level of awakened beings, and may even surpass them by a great margin. Do you, an ordinary man, deserve to be her husband? After Zhou Ruoshi finished speaking, she looked at Yang Ding with a mocking gaze, waiting for his shameful and self-conscious reply. Unexpectedly, Yang Ding calmly replied, reporting to the governor, I am qualified. Zhou Ruoshi. Put. Yi Rou almost burst out laughing. Zhou Ruoshi was completely speechless, looking at the two of them as if they were idiots. Yes, you two are a perfect match. She said this from the bottom of her heart. The Jinglong Empire has a strict hierarchy. Even if Yang Ding is shameless and arrogant, no ordinary person would ever be interested in someone of Yi Rou's status. The truth is, this girl thoroughly enjoyed it. Zhou Ruoshi felt that this was because she had no parents or family constraints. If her older sister Yi Ke were in Jiangling City, she might not agree to her younger sister's marriage. As long as Yi Rou herself disagrees, the Zhou family and the ruling class of Jiangling City will put pressure on the empress. Therefore, it is possible that this marriage proposal could be withdrawn. Governor, be careful. Zhao Hu, who was standing to the side, suddenly shouted. At this moment, the building had been pulled up to the 35th floor when suddenly 7 or 8 otherworldly beings broke through the windows, brandishing their claws and lunging at Zhou Ruoshi. Just as Yi Rou unleashed her soul-severing spear, Zhou Ruoshi made her move. With a wave of her hand, she sucked a wisp of moisture from the 8 white walkers, who then fell to the ground, becoming 8 light, desiccated corpses. Holy crap! Yang Ding couldn't help but speak up. The other students from the pig farming department looked at Zhou Ruoshi as if she were a devil. This was the first time everyone had seen such a terrifying ability. They had originally thought that water-type ability users were not very powerful in combat, which made Yang Ding want one too. Zhou Ruoshi looked smugly at her long, beautiful hands and asked Yang Ding, are you scared? Yang Ding was always stubborn even though he had already retreated behind Yi Rou, he shook his head. I have a wife, I'm not afraid. Zhou Ruoshi no longer wanted to pay attention to the shameless gigolo. She silently watched the building, and when it was almost at the first floor, she reached out and called out, wait. Zhao Hu immediately shouted at the top of his lungs toward the rooftop, the governor has ordered you to halt. 5 Earth Elemental ability users stabilized the building and prevented it from moving. Although the building was pulled out from underground, there was a 200-meter deep pit below, so Zhou Ruoshi needed to pump out groundwater to form a 10-meter deep layer of solid ice to temporarily stop the building from falling. 5 Earth Elemental ability users continued the filling work. Although the S-class ability users had strong mental power, they were still unable to stabilize the 2,000-ton building while filling the million cubic meter pit below. Zhou Ruoshi pressed her palms to the ground, closed her eyes, and soon beads of sweat began to seep from her fair temples. Extracting groundwater and freezing it into ice layers to support giant buildings weighing 2,000 to 3,000 tons is an incredibly exaggerated feat. Yang Ding finally understood how the Great Wall of the North, which was thousands of meters high and 30,000 kilometers long, was built. 5 Earth Elemental ability users slowly descended from a height of 300 meters. They did not need to rely on stones or bricks because the soles of their shoes were covered in mud and dust, which allowed them to fly while avoiding the dust. Governor, the building is now stable. You can rest. Leave the rest to us. 5 S-level masters simultaneously pressed their palms to the ground and unleashed their power together. Honey, where did they get the soil to fill such a huge pit? Draining it horizontally is definitely not an option, as there are tall buildings all around. We could extract 1 million cubic meters from underground and then mix it with the surrounding soil and compact it. It's like moving mountains and filling seas. Yang Ding saw this amazing ability and wanted to have it too. It's hard to imagine how amazing it would be for one person to possess all these abilities. Looks like I'll have to take the initiative and win over a few more powerful wives in the future. Thinking of this, he glanced at Zhou Ruoshi. Is this woman even a possibility? Soon, the 5 Earth Elemental experts filled in the giant pit. Although many parts of the building were damaged, they were easily repaired, and the broken concrete was restored to its original condition. I'll trouble you 5. Zhao Hu, take your men in and search the area to see if there are any survivors or White Walkers. It would be best to capture a few White Walkers alive. Yes. Hu Feng gently nudged Yang Ding. Do you think Instructor Xiang is still alive? With his level of cultivation, there's no way he could have survived. Chapter 30 is just about being overly protective of her husband, isn't it? Hu Feng, who had originally wanted to die, suddenly felt a renewed hope for living after hearing what Yang Ding said. He had no idea that this was a great gift from his brother Yang Ding, given to him as they parted ways. On the 1st of next month, the two brothers who grew up together will have completely different lives. We'll never have much contact in this lifetime. Seeing that Zhou Ruoxi was also going in with the law enforcement team to investigate, Yi Ro quickly caught up with her, forcing a smile. Your Excellency, my husband was greatly frightened this time, and he is going to enter the martial arts academy next month. Could I take him home to rest for a few days? Zhou Ruoxi asked irritably. What, is your husband pregnant too? He. Yi Ro chuckled. Isn't my husband an ordinary person? The fact that he survived proves he's capable. What if he's the kind of talent the Empire needs? Yi Ro was so humble because the number of otherworlders below the breeding farm was incalculable. The fact that they were able to dig out a massive pit of 1 million cubic meters shows that these otherworlders had their eyes on the farm long ago, and it's possible that this is their hideout. It's very dangerous for my husband to stay here. You're just trying to get special treatment because you're so protective of your husband, aren't you? Although Zhou Ruoxi is only 25 years old, in this era of early marriage and childbirth, she is already considered an older single woman. It wasn't that she didn't want to get married, but rather that her marital status affected the power structure of the entire Jiangling city. Currently, among her extended family members of similar social standing, there isn't a single person her age who catches her eye. So the affection between Yi Ro and her newlywed husband made her so jealous. All right, wait here. I'll take you back to school in my drone later. Thank you, Governor. You may go ahead with your work. We'll wait for you. Normally, Zhou Ruoxi isn't in charge of the farm, but no one dares to defy her. Who told her grandfather to be the lord of Jiangling City? The enforcement team, consisting of over 1,000 members, worked until dawn, capturing more than 20 living White Walkers. There were no students or farm workers left alive. 500 or 600 people died at once. This was a very serious matter and had to be reported to the Empire. Moreover, most of the dead people didn't even have bodies, making them unidentifiable. Fortunately, both the farm workers and the students of the agricultural and engineering college were couples, so it was easy to tell who had lost their wife and who had lost their husband. Fang Dalong walked towards the students with a narrow sword in his hand. Do you know whose sword this is? Someone answered, I know, that's the sword of our counselor, Xiang Bin. Fang Dalong handed him the sword, saying, take this back and tell his family that he's dead. What? Our counselor is dead? When I found the sword, there was a hand on it. Do you think it was dead or not? Yang Ding remained calm upon hearing this. Hu Feng couldn't help but smile, as if all the beatings and humiliations he had suffered in the past had been released at this moment. He found hope for survival again. Although as an ordinary person at the bottom of society, he will still not receive any respect in the future, at least he should no longer be targeted and bullied by trash like Xiang Bin. As dawn broke, Zhou Ruoxi came out of building number 9. She plans to add 1,000 law enforcement officers to the farm, while leaving 5 Earth elemental experts there to support the extermination of the otherworldly beings underground. Yi Ro, bring your man and come with me. Yi Ro quickly waved to Yang Ding and followed Zhou Ruoxi onto her drone. As the governor of Jiangning Law Enforcement Bureau, Zhou Ruoxi has a private jet and a guard of 80 law enforcement officers with 10 drones. The drone is spacious and technologically advanced, with no pilot or cockpit. When fully loaded, it should be able to seat 20 people. But there was only Zhou Ruoxi in this drone, which was filled with her personal belongings. It can be analyzed that she is a clean and particular woman. Zhou Ruoxi plopped down on her luxurious sofa and lazily called out, Xiaolong, take Instructor Yi to Instructor Building number 3 at Jiangling University first, and then take me home. Yes, Master. Zhou Ruoxi looked at the two of them and said, I'm tired and need to rest for a while. Please make yourselves at home. Just go downstairs when you get there, and don't wake me up. Yes, Governor. Yi Ro replied. The drone then automatically took off and headed towards Gangnam University. Zhou Ruoxi lay on the sofa, closing her beautiful eyes to sleep. Yang Ding pulled Yi Ro into his arms, kissed her lips, and whispered, "Wife, you're pregnant and have been traveling all night. Rest in my arms for a while." Yi Ro nodded and stretched. "Yes, honey, I am really tired." Then she handed the soul-severing spear to Yang Ding and snuggled into his arms to fall asleep. Zhou Ruoshi, who was already very tired, couldn't stay calm when she heard the two of them showing affection. She pretended to turn over and squinted as she observed. Zhou Ruoshi agreed to let Yi Ro and Yang Ding ride on her private jet because she wanted to see if Yi Ro was sincere. Yi Ro lay quietly and obediently in Yang Ding's arms, and within a minute, she fell into a baby-like sleep. Her expression was peaceful and sweet when she slept, unlike Zhou Ruoshi, who almost never got a good night's sleep. Yang Ding went even further. He seemed to know that Zhou Ruoshi was peeking, and deliberately stroked his wife's beautiful face, delicate skin, and refreshing, fragrant hair. He kissed his wife's forehead, the tip of her nose, and her little mouth, feeling like he couldn't get enough of kissing her. His actions disgusted Zhou Ruoshi, who was peeping. This man was so annoying. What's there to kiss? Yi Ro is pretty, but that's not enough. Strangely, Zhou Ruoshi found herself particularly enjoying watching it, feeling like she couldn't get enough of it. These days, the most explicit book is The Newlywed's Handbook, and there are no DVDs or online versions available. If you don't get married, you have no way of understanding matters between men and women. When Yang Ding stopped his intimate actions, she felt a little disappointed and kept opening her eyes to see if he would continue. For a drone, a distance of more than 30 kilometers is just a blink of an eye. The voice of the Jinglong Empire's mascot appeared on the screen. "Instructor Yi, this is Xiaolong. We have arrived at Instructor Building Number 3 of Jiangling University. Please take your personal belongings and disembark." Yi Ro sat up and yawned. "I had just fallen into a deep sleep when you woke me up. Honey, I had a dream." "What dream?" "I dreamt that our son was born. He was very handsome and an unparalleled martial arts genius." Just as Yang Ding was about to answer, Zhou Ruoshi waved her hand. "Come on, let's go back to your own homes and talk." "Governor, you're still awake?" Yi Ro asked. "None of your business, get off." Chapter 31, Be Mentally Prepared. Zhou Ruoshi had known the Yi sisters for a long time, so Yi Ro wasn't very afraid of her. She got up from Yang Ding's arms, stretched, and yawned. "Honey, you're holding me so comfortably, I'm sleeping so soundly." Zhou Ruoshi was speechless. This brat always brings up the most awkward things. "Yi Ro, if you keep showing off, I'll kick you off the stage." "Yes, Governor, we'll be right there." "Honey, let's go home quickly, I still want you to hold me while I sleep." "Okay, honey, slow down. Roll." After the dog couple left, Zhou Ruoshi couldn't fall asleep anymore. Her stunning figure was curled up alone on the large sofa with the drone, the tightness of her neckline barely visible, and her long curly hair hanging down to the floor. If it weren't for her overly fierce identity and behavior, which suppressed her charm, she would definitely be one of the most beautiful women in Jiangling City. Looking at the brightly lit night view of Jiangling City, what has she gained as the protector of this city, besides hardship and danger? I've never even tasted a man's flavor. Perhaps Yi Ro's choice was not entirely foolish. Whether you are a child prodigy or an ordinary person, you could lose your life at any time in this era. What is the meaning of living such a short life? It's like Yi Ro, who disregards class status and indulges in marital bliss. They still sell their bodies and souls for power and family interests. Yi Ro and Yang Ding returned home hand in hand. She was overjoyed that her husband had returned safely, and she chattered excitedly. "Honey, you must be tired. Go take a shower, and I'll heat up some food for you. You can rest for 4 days, which is a good time to go shopping with me and buy some baby clothes and nutritional supplements. I want to ask to take the baby back to take care of him in the evening, but this is my first time being a mother and I don't know anything about it. As the baby's father, could you also learn some parenting knowledge?" Yang Ding chased Yi Ro into the kitchen and pinned her against the door, kissing her passionately. "Honey, what are you doing? Aren't you tired?" Yi Ro said this, but her body language betrayed her. Affection level, 16.5%, plus 0.5%. Cultivation progress, 17.1%, plus 0.5%. He only stopped when he had kissed Yi Ro until she was completely dizzy and disoriented. "With a wife like you, I, Yang Ding, will never be a gigolo. One day, you and the children will be proud of me." Yi Ro was immediately touched. "Honey, don't stop if you're not very hungry." "I'm starving, I'm going to eat you." As Yang Ding spoke, he carried Ji Ro back to her room. Honey, why does your mouth taste so sweet and sour? Oh, I ate a lemon candy while I was fighting monsters. Should I go brush my teeth? No need, it tastes great. Affection level 16.1% plus 0.1%. Cultivation progress 16.7% plus 0.1%. Affection level 16.3% plus 0.2%. Cultivation progress 16.9% plus 0.2%. Affection level 16.6% plus 0.3%. Cultivation progress 17.2% plus 0.3%. Affection level 17.6% plus 1%. Cultivation progress 18.2% plus 1%. Yang Ding held Yi Ro and slept until noon, when he was woken up by Fong Jing's knocking on the door. Yi Ro had been sleeping soundly, and opened the door with a lingering sense of anticipation. Sister Jing, why did you come over at noon? Is Yang Ding alright? I just heard it from my brother. He is fine. I've already asked for leave for him. He'll be resting at home for the next few days. Fong Jing came in mysteriously and said in a low voice, you need to make him mentally prepared. What preparations? It's said that the student council is going to interrogate the surviving students. There must have been quite a few instructors who died this time. More than 500 students died, but only 20 or 30 instructors died. What's so bad about that? Who cares about those ordinary people from the lower classes at the Workers' and Peasants' College? Yi Ro nodded and thought about it. Who is in charge of the investigation by the student council? Who else could it be? The discipline director, I think. Her brother, Xiang Bin, is dead. Yes, he died at the hands of a vengeful ghost. Yang Ding came out of the room at this moment. He had heard the conversation between the two, but he remained very calm. His style of doing things is to act discreetly, eliminate all threats, and leave no room for doubt. Sister Jing, I happen to have some free time these days. Could you teach me some parenting knowledge? Yi Ro wants to bring her child home to stay every night from now on. Fong Jing was somewhat surprised. Are you, a man, really willing to learn these things? Why wouldn't I want to? My wife is carrying my child. She's going through so much hardship. Shouldn't I help her? Fong Jing glanced at Yi Ro with envy. You've struck gold, girl. You have no idea how tiring it is to take care of a child. I also wanted to take care of the child myself, but I couldn't sleep well at night. If two people took turns, it would be much better. Although every couple works these days, their children are still their own flesh and blood, and who wouldn't want to raise them themselves and increase the time they spend together? Yi Ro also looked very happy. Jingjia, why don't you bring your child back to my house tonight? The three of us can take turns taking care of him, and he can study at the same time. Is this all right? Will it disturb your rest? As a young widow, Fong Jing now has to raise her child, and she feels lonely, depressed, irritable, and sad with nowhere to relieve her stress. Her parents live far away in Donghai town, guarding the coastline. With Yi Ro and her husband by her side, life will be a little easier. What's the big deal? We're not that close, are we? Yi Ro grew to like Yang Ding more and more and was reluctant to give him up to her best friend. But after having 3 children, she had to go to the wall in the north. In the next year and a half, Jingjie might get married. So it's not a bad thing to try to match them up first, at least it can keep Fong Jing hooked. If her husband were to find a second wife, Fong Jing would be the one she could accept the most. Aside from her older sister Yiku, only this best friend wouldn't mistreat her child. The marriage system of the Jinglong Empire has a unique feature. Marriage is mandatory at age 18, after which one can either continue to be matched within the marriage system or marry freely. Free marriage requires the consent of existing wives, and registration in the system requires the fingerprint confirmation of all wives. Fong Jing also wanted to spend time with her child every night, so she nodded and said, okay, I'll go get the child's supplies first. Just be quiet tonight. Yi Ro smiled foolishly, I'm pregnant now. Mr. Yang is very gentle and promises he won't disturb you. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Yi Ro asked irritably, who is it? Instructor Yi, I'm from the student council. The discipline director asked me to come and summon Yang Ding for questioning. Chapter 32 He's lying. Yi Ro flung open the door, hands on her hips, and demanded fiercely, my husband is also a victim. What kind of investigation is he being subjected to? Is it an investigation or just a routine questioning? The Yi sisters were once personally received by the Empress of the Empire. She holds a very high position at school, even the head of discipline can't do anything to her. This is also why she dared to cause trouble in the principal's office when she was forced into a pairing. The student council members could only stammer, "It should be an inquiry. If Instructor Yi is worried, you can come along." "Of course I'm going. I can't let people take their anger out on my husband just because some of them lost loved ones." She slammed the door shut and said to Yang Ding, "Honey, I'll go with you. I'm going to change my clothes. Wait for me." Yang Ding stopped her, saying, "I can handle these kinds of simple inquiries myself. It's embarrassing for me as her husband to have to come with you every time. People will think I'm a complete useless person. But the head of discipline is a very difficult woman to deal with. I'm worried that you'll get into trouble with her." Yang Ding chuckled, "Don't worry, wife, that old witch can't trick your husband. Fong Jing is 2 years older than Yi Rou. She has more experience in the ways of the world and is more accurate in judging men. Xiaorou, don't worry. The discipline director wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Your husband is much more cunning than you. If he can't handle it, you certainly can't." "Who said that, Sister Jing?" "My husband is very honest and reliable." Fong Jing poked her forehead hard. TSK, when did you become such a fangirl? What tricks did Yang Ding use on you?" Yang Ding got dressed and went to the student council headquarters with the student council members. This incident at the farm is the deadliest tragedy to occur in Jiangling City in the past decade. 75% of them are students from the pig farming department of the College of Engineering and Agriculture at Jiangling University, so the Jiangling University Student Union must be deeply involved in the investigation and evidence collection and submit a report to the Lord of Jiangling City and the high-ranking officials of the empire. The student council headquarters is located next to the principal's office and holds a very high position. The student council president is usually a senior student with high academic standing. His position is second only to the principal and he can sit on equal footing with any teacher. When he arrived, Yang Ding discovered that he was the only student there. The others were all there to listen to the proceedings. The group consisted of 8 student council members, a captain from the enforcement team, and a training officer representative who was also the discipline director. 10 people sat behind a long table, 20 eyes staring intently at Yang Ding, a gesture intended to intimidate him. The discipline director, his eyes bloodshot, said menacingly to Yang Ding, "Come sit down. You were the only one who sneaked back, so we'll only interrogate you today. We'll also ask the other students for their statements at the farm. So you'd better not take any chances. If we catch you, you'll die a horrible death." Yang Ding stood at the door, hands in his pockets, and slowly walked to the 10 people and sat down, looking at the discipline director. "First of all, let me correct you on one point. I didn't sneak back on my own. I came back with Governor Zhou's approval and on her drone." Yang Ding knew that under these circumstances, his wife Yi Rou's reputation was not enough to deter these guys. But Zhou Ruoxi's reputation is enough to scare these people to death. Sure enough, the discipline master's attitude softened instantly. Does President Zhou care about an ordinary person like you from the bottom of the pig farming industry? You think you're worthy to be his personal drone? Yang Ding pointed to the landline on the table. "The captain of the enforcement team should be able to contact the governor, right? You can just ask him yourselves." The discipline director turned to look at the boy next to him. He was Zhao Zikai, the president of the Jiangling University Student Union. He is Zhou Ruoxi's cousin and is currently a senior student at the Martial Arts Academy of Jiangling University, with a martial arts cultivation level of the lower 4th rank. The Zhao family is an ally of the Zhou family and also part of the ruling class in Jiangling City. He is not qualified, but his wife is. Let us accept that for now. The governor is very busy, don't bother her with this kind of thing, Zhao Zikai replied. It is obvious that among these 10 people, his voice carries far more weight than that of the discipline director. The discipline director had no choice but to give up, and sneered, "So what if you took President Zhou's private jet? We now suspect that you are involved in the death of Councillor Xiang Bin." The old woman paused deliberately after speaking, wanting Yang Ding to deny it so she could catch him off guard. Regardless of the truth, she wanted to use her age and status to force Yang Ding to admit that he was the murderer, so that she could at least fulfill her brother's last wish. After all, he's only 18 years old and hasn't seen much of the world, so he should be easy to deal with. Unexpectedly, Yang Ding replied frankly, "That's right, the councillor's death is indeed related to me." "You've confessed without being asked?" What do you mean by confessing without being asked? Yang Ding asked. Shouldn't you have asked me first what happened back then? Seeing that Yang wasn't taking the bait, the discipline director had no choice but to say, fine, tell me what happened back then. 10 minutes later, Yang Ding still hadn't spoken, his eyes were red, and he was very agitated. Even the captain of the enforcement team couldn't hold back any longer and tapped the table. Are you mute? The student council president sneered. Are you scared out of your wits? Yang Ding pulled out a tissue, wiped his nose, and then said emotionally, you weren't there at the time, so you have no idea how terrifying that situation was. Thousands of White Walkers were chasing us, and my counselor and I were responsible for covering the rear. In order to buy me time to escape, he took the initiative to close the fire door in the stairwell. Originally, I didn't want to leave alone and wanted to live and die with him, but the counselor said that his cultivation level was higher, reaching the middle stage of the first rank, and that he could completely deal with these alien ghosts. Everyone was watching Yang Ding coldly, except for the discipline master, who was starting to get restless. She interrupted Yang Ding's sentimental recollection. You mean to say that my brother let you go first and covered for you while he stayed behind to protect you? Yes, although the counselor is usually strict, we saw his noble qualities at the critical moment. He's lying. The discipline director slammed his fist on the table. Yang Ding's wife, Yiro, caused Xiang Tianyu to lose his chance to get into the top class. He hates you so much, why would he save you? Dean of Students, you've completely misunderstood. I already explained to the counselor that Xiang Tianyu getting a 0 was President Zhou's decision, not my wife's. Surely the counselor wouldn't hate me or even want to kill me over something like this? The discipline master suddenly stood up and slammed his hands on the table in a fit of emotion. He wanted to kill you, there was no way he would save you. No one knows my brother better than me, so your testimony is all false. You killed my brother. Everyone inside the room was shocked. The discipline master suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing. She quickly explained to the people in the audience, Chairman Zhao, Captain Sun, what I mean is that Yang Ding is lying. Chapter 33 is not a good idea. I never imagined that our counselor, who was so good and selfless for his students, would have a sister like you. He's already dead, and you're framing him for trying to kill his own students. Yang Ding looked heartbroken and said, what would our counselor think if he were inside the White Walker's belly? This unconventional approach of moral blackmail left the discipline director completely bewildered. Originally, she wanted to get Yang Ding to talk about his grudge against his counselor, so that he would have a motive to kill. You cunning little thief. Student Union President Zhao Zikai stood up. All right, the investigation into Yang Ding is over. Everyone, go back to your work. Chairman Zhao, we can't let this kid get away with it. Did my brother die in vain? If your brother wanted to kill him, then he was acting in self-defense, and even if he died at Yang Ding's hands, it would be in accordance with the laws of the empire. If your brother and he had no grudges, then there is no motive between them to kill each other. It was probably an accident. Why investigate? It's not like he was the only one who died. Moreover, Yang Ding hasn't even broken through to the lower first rank, while your younger brother has already reached the middle first rank. Zhao Zikai's words are logical. The discipline chief was speechless. Captain Sun, isn't your enforcement team doing anything about this? Director Xiang, you don't think our enforcement team is idle, do you? There are tens of thousands of otherworldly beings waiting for us to exterminate them underground in Zhanling City. All the other jurors left, leaving only the discipline director and Yang Ding sitting at the table facing each other. Now that you're safe, can you tell me how you killed my brother? You are no match for him. Did you launch a sneak attack? Yang Ding gave a meaningful smile, then turned and left. He neither admitted nor denied it. But the discipline master could tell from his smile that his younger brother had been killed by this brat. For the first time, she realized that she and her brother had underestimated this guy. The discipline director stared at Yang Ding's retreating figure, muttering fiercely to himself, as long as you're still at Jiangling University, the Xiang family will definitely kill you. When Yang Ding returned home, Yiro and Fong Jing were making their beds. Yiro had long forgotten their agreement to sleep in separate rooms. Or perhaps she simply didn't want to bring it up again. After being held and slept by a man, she felt as if her heart was completely empty. Honey, they didn't give you any trouble, did they? It was just a normal inquiry to understand what happened at the time. Fong Jing asked in confusion. The discipline director took the initiative to investigate you, and she didn't make things difficult for you? Of course, this old hag wants to pin my brother's death on me, but the student council president and the head of the enforcement team are also there. It's not like she can make the decisions all by herself. That's true. After all, with your current cultivation level, even if you wanted to kill Xiang Bin, it would be like an egg hitting a rock. It's alright. We've already prepared lunch. Jingjia has to go to work this afternoon. Yi Ro didn't press the matter further. She hadn't suspected anything to begin with. Fong Jing was clearing the table. So, what are you all doing this afternoon? Yi Ro smiled mischievously. Of course we'll take a nap this afternoon. After Sister Jing gets off work, we'll go shopping in the evening to buy some baby supplies, and then we'll pick up your daughter. Fong Jing gave Yi Ro a hard knock on the forehead. You better watch yourself. You're pregnant and you're taking time off to do that kind of thing. Are you addicted? Don't worry, my husband is very gentle, we only ever dabble in things. I don't believe a man can stop it. After the three finished lunch, Fong Jing went to work, Yi Ro went to wash the dishes, and Yang Ding stayed with her. Honey, if you invite Jing over to stay, we'll feel awkward being intimate. The more intimate we are, the more she'll think about her deceased husband. Isn't that too cruel? Yi Ro thought about it for a long time before finally expressing her thoughts. Honey, what do you think of Sister Jing? What's the meaning? Is she pretty? She's pretty, but not quite as pretty as you. Her legs aren't as long. After I gave birth to 3 children, even if I don't want to go to the northern frontier, the Imperial Army will require me to go. You have to go to work alone, you don't have time to see the children, and there is no one to take care of you. You definitely need a woman. Of all the wives I can accept, the only one is Sister Jing. She comes from a good family, is beautiful, and so far she seems to have a good impression of you. Yang Ding was overjoyed and extremely grateful to his wife. Fong Jing possesses a unique mature woman's charm, and she is also a genius girl with spatial abilities. Spatial abilities are extremely rare and were of great help to Yang Ding. For example, if he collects weapons in the future, he can secretly store them in a personal space he creates, and no one will ever know. Moreover, if we move to the wall in the future, we can leave our children in this space without worrying about their safety. But he can't show it at this moment, otherwise he'll seem like a jerk and hurt his wife's feelings. A woman can recommend her best friend to you, but you can't be impolite. Wife, what are you thinking? You and I are a forced pairing. Sister Jing is different. With her and her family's conditions, she wouldn't even look at me. Don't you have your wife to help you get together with someone? And now is a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Honey, I'm not that kind of person. Jing is your good friend, and her father is a high-ranking officer in the East China Sea garrison. Her family Wun Ti agree to it. Yang Ding's answer made Yi Ro feel very comfortable. At least this man is reliable. Any other man would probably be overjoyed. You don't need to worry about that. Jingjia can decide her own marriage, and her parents are too far away to interfere. Yang Ding declined repeatedly, saying, that's not a good idea. Yi Ro could only say, if you really don't like it, then forget it. It's a pity we can't become family. Yang Ding kissed Yi Ro's cheek hard. Since my wife wants us to be a family, to rely on each other and protect each other, how can I let you down? Yi Ro turned to look at Yang Ding and said with a mischievous smile, honey, you must be secretly thrilled, right? Sister Jing is petite and exquisite, definitely the type you men like. Yang Ding remained defiant, insisting, my wife is the best. Don't rush, we have to take it slow. She and her husband are childhood sweethearts, it's impossible for her to accept another man so quickly. I'm not in a hurry, but I'm afraid that if I marry her and have a child, her husband will come back alive, and that would be awkward. What nonsense are you talking about? The battle reports from the front have all been sent out, there can't be any mistakes. Okay, I'll do as my wife says. After washing the dishes, the two went back to their room and cuddled together to sleep. Yang Ding couldn't resist, but Yi Ro, after Fong Jing's reminder, stopped letting him touch her. Yang Ding had no choice but to immediately finish his afternoon nap and prepare to wait for Fong Jing to come back, have dinner, and then go to the maternal and child health hospital with his wife for a checkup. This time, he decided to persuade the doctor, otherwise Yi Ro wouldn't be able to get over this hurdle in her heart. Chapter 34. It's all for the children, isn't it? When Fong Jing returned home from get off work, she found that Yang Ding and Yi Ro had already prepared the meal. Besides the fragrant pre-cooked dishes, there was also a pot of spicy hot pot made by Yang Ding, the aroma of which was so strong and savory that it filled your nostrils. This is the taste of home. Fang Jing felt a lump in her throat as a long-lost feeling of emotion welled up in her heart. In her memory, the last time she smelled the aroma of food when she came home was when she was 7 or 8 years old. Her parents were away fighting wars most of the year, and she could only see them once every year or two. This dish was also made by Yang Ding, right? It tastes a bit like the last one. Yi Ro came out of the kitchen. Yes, Sister Jing, it's so fragrant and spicy, I could eat several bowls of rice with it. I always use your husband's cooking skills, you won't be jealous, will you? Fang Jing joked. We're all family, we're all related, what's mine is yours. Silly girl, you're talking nonsense. Yang Ding came out with the bowl and chopsticks, and Fang Jing gave him an appreciative look, then immediately looked away guiltily. It was still a bit awkward. The spicy hot pot made Fang Jing eat 2 bowls of rice that night, making her so full that her stomach was round. She was drenched in sweat after finishing her meal. This meal was so enjoyable. I haven't felt this good in a long time. You guys go and rest, I'll do the dishes. Yi Ro was also covered in sweat. Sister Jing, let Yang Ding go take a shower. Let's go take a shower and go to the maternal and child health hospital as soon as possible so we can come back earlier. I'm sorry, but I'm eating, drinking and living here, so I should at least help you with some housework. Yang Ding took the bowl and chopsticks from her hands. Sister Jing, you go ahead, we're all family, no need to be polite. Fang Jing once again felt the benefits of having such a husband. She and her husband used to say they were childhood sweethearts, but they were both busy with their cultivation and rarely took care of each other in their daily lives. After the 2 women finished showering and changing their clothes, Yang Ding had also finished washing the dishes and chopsticks. Yi Ro was still wearing her refreshing and casual sportswear, while Fang Jing wore a little black dress. After all, she was a woman who had just lost her husband, so her clothes couldn't be too flashy. The 3 of them walked and talked, first going to the maternal and child health hospital to pick up their child, and then going to see an obstetrician for a checkup. As expected, Yi Ro had worried too much. The fetus was developing very well and growing very quickly. The doctor was the same one as last time. Yi Ro was too embarrassed to ask, so she pinched Yang Ding instead. Doctor, will sleeping together these past few days affect the fetus? The doctor immediately remembered that this was the young couple who had become addicted last time, and so he went along with it, saying, It's fine if it happens occasionally, but young people are too energetic, so we have to keep a close eye on them and prioritize the children's needs. Yi Ro felt very uneasy listening to these ambiguous words. Doctor, is it okay or not? It's hard to say whether it will work or not. Let's see how it goes. Anyway, you'll be coming for prenatal checkups every week. I'll remind you if there are any issues. But the key is to be gentle, and gentle again. Sir, you understand? Understood, Yang Ding replied quickly. What do you know? Is it okay or not? Yi Ro's stubbornness left the doctor speechless, and Yang Ding quickly pulled her out. What are you doing, honey? I haven't even asked you properly yet. Isn't the doctor's meaning quite clear? As long as you're gentle, there won't be any problems. Why are you asking so many questions? What doctor would dare to give you any guarantees? Fang Jing understood immediately. Yes, Ro, the doctor will never give you a definite answer. After all, the priorities in this matter are not something he can control. Yi Ro then realized what was going on. She counted on her fingers. That's right, my husband and I have done it 6 or 7 times recently, and it doesn't seem to have had any effect. All right, you can talk about these things in bed when you get home tonight. There's no need to tell everyone. Then the 3 of them took Fang Jing's daughter to the mall to buy some baby and toddler supplies. The young couple, Yang Ding and his wife, were first-time parents and had no idea what to prepare. The 3 of them spent a full hour shopping in the mall. When they came out, they ran into Xiang Tianyu, who was shopping for funeral supplies with his wife and mother. It seemed they were buying them for Xiang Bin's memorial service. When Xiang Tianyu saw Yang Ding, his eyes immediately turned red and he became aggressive. He shook off his wife's hand, walked over, and said, "You killed my father, and I will make you pay tenfold." Yang Ding wasn't angry. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Please accept my condolences, classmate. Your father was a good instructor. We all owe him a life. I will repay him when I have the chance." This has left Xiang Tianyu, who was filled with hatred, completely helpless. He was determined to kill Yang Ding to avenge his father, but Yang Ding said he would repay him with his life in the future. Would Dad really be willing to save Yang Ding when he went there to kill him? How do you plan to repay it? From now on, we'll not only be classmates, but also teammates. If you're in danger, I'll lend you a hand. You're such a noob, how dare you be my teammate? You have the audacity to say you'll save me. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Xiang Tianyu was still determined to avenge his father's death, but he misunderstood. Yang Ding meant that he would help him, but this help doesn't necessarily mean rescue. Okay, honey, let's go. Let's not argue with him. Yi Ro pulled Yang Ding away. You should be careful with two things. If his melee score is 0, he might be in the same group as you next. Yi Ro nodded. That's right, honey, you're probably all in the 3rd tier. This is a good thing, perhaps there's a chance to turn hostility into friendship. My husband is so generous. Being generous these days isn't a good thing, especially when you're going out on missions in the future. Yang Ding, you need to be a little more careful, Fong Jing reminded him. Back home, Fong Jing got busy bathing the child, applying baby powder, and changing clothes. Honey, why don't you go and learn from Sister Jing? At this rate of pregnancy, I basically won't have much of a chance to take care of the baby, so I'll have to trouble you. Just then, Fong Jing called out from the bathroom, Yi Ro, could you please bring me the baby's bath towel? It's hanging on the balcony. Yang Ding went to the balcony, grabbed a towel, and pushed the door open to go inside. Fong Jing was simply bathing the child, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, the straps of her top were too low, and Yang Ding had a complete view of her chest. This startled Fong Jing. She quickly covered her face with her hands and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing? How did you get in here?" Yang Ding quickly closed his eyes. Sister Jing, my wife asked me to learn how to take care of the child from you. I don't know how to bathe him or change his diapers. Did you see it just now? Don't go around spreading rumors, including to your wife, or she'll start overthinking. Don't worry, I won't say anything. It's all for the children, so don't overthink it. Chapter 35. How come you've progressed so quickly? Fong Jing asked Yang Ding to look after the child while she went back to her room to put on a coat, zipping it up tightly before daring to go back to the bathroom. The child was excitedly playing in the water, and Fong Jing awkwardly taught Yang Ding how to care for the baby, and Yang Ding awkwardly learned as well. Until the end, neither of them mentioned the incident of their accidental exposure. Sister Jing, you take the child to rest, I'll bring the bath water. Okay, thank you. Fong Jing didn't dare to meet his gaze, and her reply was tinged with embarrassment. Yang Ding returned to the room, snuggled into bed, hugged his wife, and said, I felt really awkward taking care of the baby with Sister Jing just now, being so close to her. Yi Ro not only didn't blame her, but also comforted her, saying, It's okay, it's okay. It's like this at first. You'll get used to it once you get used to it. Aren't you jealous? These days, capable men have multiple wives. If all the women are jealous, life becomes unbearable. As long as you are good to me and the children, that's enough. It must be said that the times and environment have a huge impact on women's thinking. Yang Ding realized he no longer wanted to lie flat. He wants to proactively become stronger and create a future of his own. The next morning, considering that both women had to go to work, Yang Ding got up early, only to find that Fong Jing had already heated up breakfast. He walked into the kitchen, their eyes met, and another awkward moment ensued. It seems Fong Jing has been keeping last night's events in mind. You can sleep a little longer. I'll heat up the milk for the kids and heat up your breakfast too. I've been waiting for the Martial Arts Academy results to be released these past 2 days, and I've had nothing to do, so I'll help you. Then you should learn how to make milk. Sure enough, practice makes perfect, and Fong Jing began to generously teach Yang Ding how to prepare formula. The water temperature is best at 35 or 36 degrees Celsius. Children's stomachs are very delicate and cannot be scalded. After soaking, drip a few drops on the back of your hand to test. Yang Ding demonstrated the steps she had described. Fong Jing was so engrossed in watching that she never expected there would actually be a man willing to do such a thing. In Yang Ding's view, men and women in this era share the same family responsibilities, it's just that there are more women than men. It is only natural for men to help take care of children when they are energetic. At least it can ensure that your child will be closer to you when they grow up. Sister Jing, why don't you leave the child at home today? I'll play with her, otherwise there's nothing else to do. I did not apply for 24-hour care. The maternal and child health center requires that the child be sent there during the day, but you can pick him up earlier in the evening. I will give you an authorization form to sign. Then Fong Jing told Yang Ding her home password. When you're free, go open my windows to let in some fresh air. There's a lot of pre-cooked food in the fridge that we need to eat, so just bring it up. After feeding the child and eating a few bites of breakfast, Fang Jing activated her spatial ability and teleported directly to the maternal and child health center. She needed to return the child before she could go to her morning exercise. After Yiro jumped off the balcony to go to work, Yang Ding went directly to Fang Jing's home on the 195th floor. Because the couple only had one child, they were allocated a one-bedroom apartment, which was even smaller than Yiro's home. Yiro's apartment is a two-bedroom unit because her older sister was allocated one room. On the living room wall hung their wedding photo. This was the first time Yang Ding had seen Fang Jing's deceased husband's face. It's just so. Yang Ding looked at the wedding photo and walked over step by step, her eyes filled with longing for the man's wife. He rolled up his sleeve, wiped the man's dusty eyes, and said ambitiously, "Brother, go in peace. I will take care of your wife and children." He then opened the window to let in some fresh air, and as soon as he entered the room, Fang Jing's unique fragrance wafted towards him. Yang Ding sniffed the small clothes on the bed. They smell so good. He was soon drawn to a book on his bedside table, a book called The Portable Realm Mind Method. Yang Ding was very interested, so he sat on the bed and started reading. Although he hasn't awakened his spatial abilities yet, perhaps he'll succeed someday with his wife's encouragement. It's also good to memorize the theoretical knowledge of the exercise first. According to string theory, our universe is a membrane floating in an 11-dimensional hyperspace, and gravity, as a closed string, can propagate in all dimensions. A strong consciousness or mental power is key to building and maintaining a personal domain. Through highly concentrated consciousness, superhumans perceive and influence the surrounding spatial structure, establish connections with spatial particles using their thoughts, and thus create their own personal domain. Yang Ding studied it for half an hour and found it very difficult. Without awakening, he could only memorize the technique temporarily, and it was almost impossible to understand it thoroughly. Creating your own personal domain requires a combination of theory and practical application. Just like building a house, it's not something that can be accomplished overnight. It's much easier to just copy the techniques from my wife. Yang Ding yawned, took the food out of the refrigerator and put it in his home, then went to the rooftop to practice his marksmanship. He opened the panel to check, and after the last battle with the White Walkers and the mentor, his experience points had increased significantly. The second level of the soul-severing spear technique, the 3-step shaking and blocking technique, has been unlocked, gaining 15% experience points. The first move of the 9 sword styles, the sweeping sword style, has been unlocked, with 10% experience points. As his experience points increase, he will gain a deeper understanding of the soul-severing spear technique and the 9 sword styles, becoming more proficient in actual combat. On the rooftop, many instructors' children were quietly practicing. They probably also thought they were about to be hired, so they asked their employers for leave. Mao Jian was one of them. Seeing Yang Ding, he was very happy and ran over quickly. "You're not dead? Oh my, I heard from my mother that the farm was attacked by the White Walkers, and you were basically dead. It made me feel so bad last night that I couldn't sleep." "Do you really want me dead?" Yang Ding asked. "You're my friend, of course I want you to be okay. It's all because of what my mom said. If you want to achieve something great in the future, the first thing you need to get rid of is your mother. Don't be a mama's boy. There's nothing I can do. My mother controls the finances in my family." In public, Yang Ding was still practicing the 9 forms of swordplay. After all, it was purchased with money, and the 9 styles of swords are extremely exquisite and very elegant to fight. It is a sword technique that all martial arts grandmasters in the Jinglong Empire must learn. Mao Jian watched from the sidelines, admiring Yang Ding's powerful and fluid sword-wielding technique. "Yang Ding, how come you've improved so quickly? Did your wife teach you another secret technique?" In his view, Yang Ding was better than him not because of his talent, nor because of his hard work. It's not because he has a genius girl as his wife. "I have fought White Walkers, and I have killed several White Walkers." Mao Jian immediately became excited. "What, you've killed White Walkers?" Although the White Walkers are not strong individually, they are agile and can move freely on walls and ceilings. They also fight in teams, so killing them is not an easy task, especially for ordinary people who have not yet awakened. Isn't Chapter 36 a bit too high profile? Yang Ding felt that he would need to take on a few followers after he went to the martial arts academy. Although Mao Jian's aptitude isn't great, his parents hold a high position at the school, which is sufficient for now. Isn't that obvious? I was on the 7th floor when the whole building collapsed. How could I have escaped without killing a few White Walkers? Wow, this is awesome. When we get to the martial arts academy, we can show off for months. None of those freshmen have any real combat experience, let alone White Walkers, they've never even seen one. Keep it low key, keep it low key. This kind of practical experience should be given to our good brother. What do you mean? Are you going to teach me your swordsmanship? I'm going to teach you practical experience. How to teach? In actual combat, of course, it's a head-to-head fight. I'll show you some moves I used to deal with the White Walkers. Mao Jian was so frightened that he immediately backed down. Brother Ding, you've killed White Walkers, why bother comparing yourself to a useless piece of trash like me who can't awaken? You are a bit lacking, but I can't find anyone else to help me gain experience points right now. Whether the second move of the soul-severing spear technique can be mastered to Yi Rou's level is currently only something Mao Jian can help with. Mao Jian was indeed too weak. In the morning, he was covered in bruises from Yang Ding's finger gun, and the whole rooftop could hear him howling in pain, but he only gained 0.2 experience points. It seems that only in real combat where life and death are at stake can one gain rapid training. You beat me up like this, is it alright for you to treat me to lunch? Mao Jian asked. No problem, come to my house for dinner. Did your wife tell you that the lower level classes at the Martial Arts Academy, namely grades C and D, will have their study period shortened to 1 year, after which they will have to work in the law enforcement team, and the monthly exams will become internships? I know. Governor Zhou came over personally during the last monthly exam to discuss this matter with the principal. My mother said that the situation in Jiangling City is getting more and more serious, and we will be in great danger in the law enforcement team in the future. That's right, you'd better stop practicing that half-step crushing fist. People with low cultivation levels need to learn to use weapons. We'll see if there's a salary for the internship. I don't have any money right now. My mom has spent almost all of her money on me. Mao Jian was particularly frustrated when he said this. He was unlucky. No matter how much he begged his mother, she forced him to cultivate. Now his mother agrees to let him honestly become a farm technician, and he might be accepted into the job. Students who have been admitted to the Martial Arts Academy are essentially half soldiers, similar to reserves, and cannot easily drop out. I hope my name won't be on the list in a few days. After all, I don't weigh 600 pounds. As soon as Yang Ding opened the door, Mao Jian smelled two completely different women's scents. Sit here for a while, I'll go heat up the food. I heard that instructor Ye's sister went to the Northern Wall 2 years ago and has never come back. She should still be alive. Of course she's alive. My sister-in-law is from a gifted youth program, and her cultivation level is even higher than my wife's. Why are there baby bottles and baby clothes everywhere in your house? Is this a newborn baby? Instructor Fang's husband died, so she's staying here temporarily. Is that Fang Jing, the instructor from the Space Department, who's petite, exceptionally beautiful, and has incredibly good skin? Otherwise, there aren't many people in the Space Department. Mao Jian was so envious he almost cried. Did this kid save the galaxy in his past life? We're all noobs, so why does Yang Ding get such good treatment? 3 days later, the results will be announced. Although Yang Ding knew he would most likely be accepted, he was still very excited because it was a day to finally hold his head high. His wife, Yi Rou, was just as excited as he was and got up early to prepare breakfast for him. Fang Jing also said that after finishing her morning exercises, she would accompany him to look at the rankings. A student from Class C of a martial arts academy doesn't need to be accompanied by 2 beautiful female instructors, does he? Isn't that a bit too high profile? What's wrong with being high profile? With me and your wife backing you up, who in the martial arts academy will dare to bully you in the future? Although Fang Jing's words were touching, Yang Ding just wanted others to bully him. This way, he can both beat up those who don't like him and continuously accumulate practical experience. After the 3 finished breakfast, Fang Jing asked, Ro, why don't we sneak over there? Taking the elevator takes too long. Yi Rou replied without hesitation, sure, that's much faster. Yang Ding knew perfectly well why Fang Jing asked the question. If you wanted to use her spatial abilities, you had to hold hands. Yi Rou would never have agreed to this before. But now Yi Rou has become more generous and proactive. She stood to Fang Jing's right, their fingers intertwined, and then said to her husband, don't just stand there, go and hold Sister Jing's hand, it's almost time for morning exercises. Yang Ding could only wipe the sweat from his palms, take Fang Jing's small hand, and then insert his fingers between her fingers. Fang Jing's hands were small and smooth, and she was sweating with nervousness. This was the first time in Fang Jing's life that she had been led by the hand by a man other than her husband. The essence of the technique of spatial teleportation is spatial folding. Listen to my command later. As a modern person, Yang Ding was quite excited to experience such a magical technique for the first time after transmigrating. Lift your leg, take a big step, that's it. As soon as Fang Jing finished speaking, Yang Ding, who was still in the room, suddenly found himself standing next to Hu Feng. The students from the pig farming department screamed in fright and scattered in all directions. What's the panic? Haven't you ever seen a space-type ability user before? Fang Jing scolded. She was worried that these people would cause a disturbance. Although everyone knew that there were people with spatial abilities, this was the first time they had seen one, so their shock was inevitable. The students couldn't understand it either, that Yang Ding had already found a goddess like Yi-Ro. Why is there another charming and lovely woman next to me? Hu Feng was starting to regret it. They had been classmates for so long and grown up together, how come he hadn't noticed Yang Ding's skill in dealing with women? Honey, see you at the results posting area later. Yi-Ro said as she quickly walked to the instructor's area. Okay, honey, I'll be waiting for you there. You still have to wait for me. Okay, Sister Jing. After finishing their exercises, many people were already heading towards where the results were posted. Yang Ding then turned to Hu Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and said, I'm leaving. No one will hate you anymore. Live well and come visit me when you have time. Hu Feng looked at his brother who had grown up with him, his eyes red, and forced a smile, saying, Okay, I will definitely come to find you. Take care. Yang Ding pinched Hu Feng's chubby cheeks. Fatty, take care too. Everyone understands that in the future, with their own families and children, and going down completely different paths, it will be very difficult to see each other again. When Yang Ding left the Sao Care team, his classmates said goodbye to him one by one. He saved everyone's lives at the farm and earned everyone's respect and gratitude. When no one was looking, Hu Feng squatted down and cried like a fool. Chapter 37 is definitely accepted. More than 30,000 people flocked to the posting location, creating a dense crowd. Yang Ding heard from his wife that the number of people admitted this time was around 20%. This means that the number of new students in the martial arts academy, which originally enrolled only 4,000 or 5,000 each year, has suddenly expanded to more than 10,000. Moreover, most of them are weaklings who have not yet awakened and have been forced into the academy by their parents' investment of cultivation resources. Yang Ding noticed that many people weren't as excited as they had been a few days ago, probably because they had heard rumors. With such an acceptance rate and such educational reforms, it's obvious that they're just throwing money away. He couldn't squeeze in at all, so he had to wait outside for his wife and Fang Jing to come over. Xiang Tianyu and a few friends walked over, cursing and swearing. I am a genuine awakened one, and there is absolutely no way I could be placed in Class C, or at the very least, Class B. But Tianyu, your melee score is 0, which is very important for the advanced class. The advanced classes should value talent more. My punching power has exceeded 1,000 Jin, while those weaklings only have 400 or 500, and the highest is only a little over 600. Can they compare to me? Xiang Tianyu couldn't squeeze in either. He hadn't seen the list yet. But he firmly believed that he would be assigned to the second-class class, and that the school had no reason to bury such a talent as him, especially since his aunt was also working hard. His good friend, also a stubborn fellow, reminded him again, You're right, but unfortunately your melee score is 0. Can you shut the fuck up? If you keep babbling, we're not friends anymore. After this educational reform, the difference between Class B and Class C is very significant. The course duration for Class B is still 4 years. During this period, students can advance to Class A through monthly exams. Entering the top-tier class means receiving the best training resources and guidance from the best instructors. After graduation, one can serve in the Northern Legion of the Empire, where they can obtain top-tier cultivation resources, ultimately changing their family's fate and becoming a superior person. Class C and Class D are completely different. The original 4-year study period has been changed to 1 year for graduation. There are no resources to help them, so ordinary people with average abilities have no chance of being promoted. Clearly, this is a job that's just asking for trouble. As fate would have it, Xiang Tianyu and Yang Ding met again in the crowd. Does someone like you, with weak punching power, poor skills, and 0 close combat record, even have the right to look at the rankings? Yang Ding chuckled, Please excuse me, I'm just here to join in the fun. Theoretically speaking, I should be able to go to the D class. You only deserve to be in the lowest grade. Are you also in Class D? Yang Ding asked deliberately. That's ridiculous. My punching power is 1030 gene. Even if you don't give me close combat points, I'm still in Class B. You'll find out which class you're in when you check the list later. Don't be so arrogant in front of my husband. You're 18 years old and you still have the nerve to brag about having 1,000 pounds of strength. Yi Ro walked over and stood beside Yang Ding, coldly looking at Xiang Tianyu. Xiang Tianyu was still unconvinced when others said that. But Yi Ro said that he had to admit it. Yi Ro is also 18 years old this year. Her strength has reached the middle stage of the 5th rank, her punch strength is more than 3 million gene, and she has also created the soul-severing spear technique. You've caused trouble for my husband several times already. I'm warning you to watch your step. Xiang Tianyu was very unhappy to be scolded by the goddess in his heart. As an instructor at the martial arts academy, do you really think you can lay a hand on me, your student, just because you're her husband? I don't care if you're students or what, anyone who dares to mess with my husband, I'll beat them to death. Yi Ro clenched her fists to scare people. Although her fists were small and white, few people in the martial arts academy or even the entire Jiangling city could withstand a single punch from her. Xiang Tianyu's face turned green, and his previous arrogance vanished. At this moment, Fang Jing also came over. Seeing Yi Ro's displeasure, she asked, "Who's the blind fool who offended our Xiaoro this time? Who else could it be?" Yi Ro glared at Xiang Tianyu and his friends. Fang Jing gave them a sharp look. Some people just need to be taught a lesson. Xiang Tianyu and the others never expected that Yang Ding, that bastard, an ordinary person from the pig farming department, who got the school beauty Yi Ro, would actually get together with the rare space-age beauty instructor Fang Jing. Forget it, honey, forget it, Sister Jing, let's not argue with them, let's look at the rankings. Yang Ding felt a sense of guilt, as if he were the arrogant villain. With these two women backing me up, I'm really in a tough spot. Soon, they were at the top of the list. There were 2,500 places available for Class C, and it took the three of them a long time to find Yang Ding's name. Yi Ro was overjoyed and skipped along, holding Yang Ding's arm. Here it is, honey, you've been accepted. Really? Your husband has finally become a martial arts practitioner. Fang Jing said with a smile. Yang Ding was actually quite calm. With his current abilities, he could already be a sophomore or junior in college, so he didn't care about being in a third-class class at all. But when he looked closely, he saw that above his own name was Xiang Tianyu. That guy is currently frantically searching for his name on the list of students in the second-tier class, along with his classmates. The other students had already found him and were helping him search. I searched again and again, but I still couldn't find it. Yang Ding waved at him and shouted, "Hey, you idiot, you're here. Give me a class." He called several times before Xiang Tianyu finally heard him. He looked up, finding it hard to believe. Bullshit. I could never be in a third-class class, I could never be your classmate. Xiang Tianyu can accept Class C, and there will be a chance for him to be promoted in the future. But he really couldn't accept being classmates with a good-for-nothing like Yang Ding. Just a month before the college entrance examination, he still thought of himself as a chosen one of heaven. Really, you're right here. Yang Ding shouted at the top of his lungs, determined not to give up until Xiang Tianyu came over. Xiang Tianyu pretended not to hear and forced his buddies to look on the list of Class B students. His friend was getting impatient. Why don't you go and see for yourself? A guy ran up to the edge of Yang Ding and spotted it immediately. He was overjoyed and slapped his thigh. Tianyu, you're here. Come quickly, we've finally found you. You'd better look carefully, there might be other people named Xiang Tianyu at Jiangling University. Impossible. This Xiang Tianyu used to be in the top class. It's you, there's no mistake. Xiang Tianyu walked over with a pained expression. Yang Ding, afraid he wouldn't see it, tapped his name. Here. Xiang Tianyu's lips twitched, he hoped this was a dream. This is pure nonsense. I'm going to appeal to the school. How can I be with these practicing trashy techniques and using trashy cultivation resources? Appeal my ass. This is President Chou's order. The principal wouldn't dare to protect you. You might as well accept reality and try to make a difference in the next monthly exam. At this moment, Mao Jian also came over dejectedly, his face showing no sign of happiness. He's definitely been accepted, Yang Ding said with a smile. Chapter 38. I also want a wife like that. Mao Jian showed no excitement at being accepted, and replied with a sigh, that's right, I was accepted into Class C. Which class are you in? Yang Ding pointed at Xiang Tianyu. He and I are both your classmates. Mao Jian did not recognize Xiang Tianyu, but politely extended his hand. Hey classmate, are you also a clueless noob who's just throwing your life away? Are you fucking polite? I'm an awakened one, you're the noob, your whole family are noobs. Impossible, an awakened one competing against noobs like us. These words were like rubbing salt into Xiang Tianyu's wounds. Mao Jian is obviously an idiot. He actually wants to cultivate with these guys, and they might even work together in the law enforcement team in the future. He'll be screwed over sooner or later. Xiang Tianyu's friend patted him on the shoulder. Tianyu, from now on we'll go our separate ways. These two mediocre idiots will be your comrades in arms who will fight alongside you through thick and thin. Impossible. You just wait and see. I have divine protection, and I will definitely be promoted to Class B. The cultivation resources and techniques for Class A and Class B are completely different from yours. Your father is also dead. Do you still have the money to buy high-level cultivation resources? Xiang Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine after being doused with cold water. These sarcastic remarks were made to his ordinary high school classmates, and now the retribution is coming onto him. Without the free cultivation resources provided by the school cafeteria, he would need to buy them himself, which would cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per month, and even if his father were alive, he couldn't afford it. Yi Ro, who had been silent for a while, added more salt to his wound. She pulled Yang Ding aside and comforted him. It's okay, honey. I can afford the cultivation resources, and I'll also transfer my true energy to you. Just then, the discipline director's voice came over the loudspeaker. The information of all martial arts academy freshmen on the list has been entered into the system. Please take your places and go to your respective classes. Fang Jing patted Yang Ding on the shoulder. All right, I have to go teach my students now. Wait for me after school this afternoon. Sister Jing will treat you to dinner to celebrate. Yang Ding and Yi Ro walked toward the gate of the martial arts academy. This time, he was not stopped at the gate. He was allowed to pass simply by having his face scanned. Yang Ding whispered in Yi Ro's ear, Wife, can I call you any time from now on? Do you have your own office? I do have a private office, but you're a student, so you can't come to my place. You can talk to me, Yang Ding whispered in her ear. Talk to you, my foot. I only teach close combat techniques to the top and second class students. You're so mean. What are you planning to do when we get home tonight? Mao Jian, the tagalong, nudged Yang Ding. Dude, I'm not deaf. You don't think I'm deaf, do you? Can't you guys be a little more subtle? Yi Ro shyly shook off Yang Ding's hand and strode to her classroom. This treatment made the surrounding classmates drool with envy. There are a total of 2,500 students in Class C, divided into 25 classes with 100 students in each class. Yang Ding and Mao Jian were both assigned to Class 2. When they found their classroom, they saw Xiang Tianyu sitting in the front row as soon as they entered. Wow, this is really fate. Mao Jian said excitedly. Xiang Tianyu felt like dying. He was a proud man and didn't want to pay any attention to these two. He was already in a bad mood today, but those two guys just wouldn't leave him alone. He will definitely kill Yang Ding with his own hands and tear him to pieces when he gets the chance in the future. Yang Ding didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down on his left, while Mao Jian sat on his right. Xiang Tianyu said impatiently, There are so many empty seats in the back, why are you all crowding next to me? Yang Ding smiled and said, I've said it before, your father has been kind to me, and I will repay you properly in the future. Roll. Yang Ding was deliberately trying to annoy this guy, so of course he wouldn't leave. Soon after, the counselor for Class 2 arrived. Classes A and B have many gifted instructors like Yi Ro and Fang Jing, who came from special programs for gifted children. Class C and Class D instructors are ordinary martial arts instructors whose cultivation level generally does not exceed the third rank. The counselor tapped the materials on the podium. Here are the moves and mental techniques of the Thunder Blade technique that I made for you. Take a copy each and practice whenever you have free time. Those with money should buy good knives, those without money should wait until they have memorized the manual and then go to the Jiangling University Law Enforcement Team office to collect their standard knives. Okay, then go to the cafeteria for lunch at 12 noon. Those with money can buy their own cultivation resources, while those without money will just have set meals. After lunch, come back to practice. Okay, that's settled. No fighting, no duels. Everyone practice on their own first. The counselor left after speaking. Hundreds of students waited patiently in the classroom for more than 10 minutes, but no one returned. Xiang Tianyu, who had spent a month in Class B, was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, he's just leaving like that? Is he abandoning us? On the first day of Class B, the 10 instructors asked each student to demonstrate their best technique and then introduce themselves. The instructors will be very patient in guiding everyone. The Class A and Class B classes do not have everyone practice the same technique. Instead, they choose the appropriate technique based on each person's characteristics and preferences. The difference is just too big. Mao Jian patted Yang Ding on the shoulder. Looks like you jumped from a Care training class to a law enforcement training class. This is not college at all. All I can say is that the law enforcement team really needs to send these leaks victims to their deaths. Yang Ding didn't really care. Whether he practiced swordsmanship or saber techniques, he would practice his wife's spear techniques when no one was paying attention to him. He and Mao Jian each took a photocopy of Thunderbolt knife technique. This sword technique is the basic sword technique of the law enforcement team, which the team members use for daily practice. It's basically free, and the difficulty is not as high as 9 sword styles. Besides practical experience, it also requires a great deal of personal cultivation. Yang Ding and Mao Jian first memorized the inner cultivation method, and then used the black gold sword as a knife to train freely outside the door. Outside the gate, 1,000 or 2 people had gathered on the playground, each pondering the Thunderbolt saber technique. Yang Ding lent his sword to Mao Jian, while he himself put 2 fingers together, pretending to use his fingers as a knife, but in reality, he used his fingers as a spear to practice the soul-severing spear technique. Nobody could understand it, and nobody cared what he was actually practicing. Soon, it was lunchtime. Just as Yang Ding was putting the things into his bag, Yiro leaned out from the doorway, peeking out her pretty head. "Honey, let's go eat." Yang Ding quickly said to Mao Jian, "You eat by yourself, I'm going to keep my wife company." Mao Jian was filled with envy. "I want a wife like that too." Yiro took Yang Ding directly to the instructor's canteen, where Fang Jing had already reserved a spot and prepared the food. Over here, come quick." Chapter 39. The end of the month is your death day. In the past, it would have been almost impossible for Yang Ding to eat with 2 women in this cafeteria. He simply wouldn't have been able to get in. It will be much more convenient from now on. At least he can move freely within the martial arts academy. Yiro glanced at the dishes and asked, "Sister Jing, why did you buy so many cultivation resources out of your own pocket? Give this to your husband. There's not much to eat in the canteen for Class C students. My husband can't absorb it either. Let him eat as much as he can absorb. If he can't finish it, pack it up and take it home so he can replenish it slowly." Whether you are a martial arts practitioner or a practitioner of supernatural abilities, the simplest way to obtain energy is through food. In addition to the distinction between high and low ranks, mythical beasts are also divided into general and special categories. For example, for awakened martial arts practitioners, the best training material is a powerful type of mythical beast. For spatial ability users like Fang Jing, the best energy source is spatial elemental beasts. However, such specialized high-level cultivation resources are usually extremely rare. Apart from high-level individuals like Zhou Ruoshi, they are rarely available on the market. If Yiro wants to become a grandmaster in the future, it is simply impossible to do so by relying solely on the cultivation resources of Jianling City. This is why, if you want to advance in your career, you have to join the army at the wall in the north. The guards of the wall in the north are also called hunters, and their main way of fighting off monsters is by hunting outside the wall. The captured prey would be sent to the slaughterhouse in the northern city for processing and packaging, and then transported to the other 4 major city-states to supply low and middle-level cultivators. Similarly, the strange beasts beyond the Great Wall also rely on cannibalism or consuming awakened humans to quickly gain energy. Looking at the snow-dried vegetables and braised beast meat on the plate, Yang Ding realized that the closer one got to the upper echelons of the empire, the more cruel this era became. In modern society, the methods of cannibalism are more civilized, usually through economic means. In this era, to improve oneself, one must devour the opponent's flesh and bones. Fang Jing put a few pieces of braised pork on Yang Ding's plate. This is the meat of the starthorn pig, a low to mid-level alien beast. It tastes a bit like our pork, and your body can handle it. Snow-dried vegetables were also transported from beyond the Great Wall. They grow by being nourished by the excrement of strange beasts. It is said that this plant did not exist on Blue Star before. It has a good taste and energy, and is the favorite food of wood-type cultivators. Thank you, Sister Jing. Yang Ding had just taken a bite of meat when the system interface popped up. Affection level, 17%, plus 0.5%. Cultivation progress, 17.6%, plus 0.5%. At first, he thought it was the energy from those pieces of meat that had increased his cultivation level. But upon closer inspection, the level of affection had also increased, and by quite a bit. What is the reason for this? He and his wife didn't interact at all. Upon seeing Yi Ro's expression again, Yang Ding instantly understood. My wife is jealous. I never thought that jealousy could increase affection. Fang Jing is becoming more and more attentive to Yang Ding, and Yi Ro has noticed it all. It would be a lie to say that she doesn't care at all. But she felt that since she was entrusting her child and husband to Sister Jing, making concessions now was necessary. In the era of polygamy, women were already used to it and adapted quickly. Fang Jing was incredibly shrewd. She saw right through what she was thinking. Xiao, Sister Jing treats Yang Ding like a younger brother, and I'm always bothering him while I'm staying at your house. You're not jealous, are you? How could that be, Sister Jing? You're my best friend. Fang Jing couldn't be too enthusiastic towards Yang Ding anymore, and the three of them finished their meal somewhat awkwardly. Yang Ding was in a good mood. Awkwardness meant guilt, and guilt meant things were progressing. He was not only attracted to Fang Jing's spatial abilities, but also to her charming and graceful young woman appearance. As for whether her husband is dead or not, or whether he will come back in the future, Yang Ding no longer cares. He just wants to get things sorted out first. Yang Ding packed up the leftovers and put them in a lunchbox. These cultivation supplies were very expensive. Lunch alone cost Fang Jing more than 3,000 yuan. As soon as Yang Ding reached the classroom door, he smelled a strong earthy smell. He recognized the smell. It was the smell of the White Walkers. Startled, he quickly scanned the classroom. They were all his classmates. There wasn't a single White Walker. Mao Jian also tasted the same flavor. Damn it, the food for cultivation at noon today is otherworldly sashimi. It's so disgusting. You ate White Walkers for lunch? Yes, they said the farm killed over 1,000 animals this time, and they're giving it to us new students as a reward for enrolling. To reward him, you could have made something braised or spicy, but instead you made sashimi, which is all sticky and gooey. Mao Jian cursed and kept clearing his throat, feeling like he was going to vomit. My wife killed all of these 1,000+ White Walkers, but I didn't eat lunch. So what did you eat for lunch? Instructor Fang Jing treated us to lunch at noon. The food we ate was braised pork belly with star thorns. As Yang Ding spoke, he opened the lunchbox and handed it over, saying, Mao Jian, you can try one piece, but only one piece. This one piece costs more than 200 yuan. The dried snow vegetables emitted a unique and exotic aroma that seemed to waft straight into Xiang Tianyu's nostrils, while the lunchbox stood right in front of him. Xiang Tianyu swallowed hard. Can you move this away from me? Don't you have any manners? At this moment, the counselor walked in. He stood on the podium, pinched his nose, and waited for everyone to quiet down before asking, was lunch good? Was the White Walker sashimi delicious? The students immediately shook their heads. It doesn't taste good. It's not just bad, it's disgusting. You'll have to eat it even if it's disgusting. For the next month, it'll be White Walker sashimi. The classroom erupted in chaos. Why, counselor? Why else? Because White Walkers are cheap and plentiful. The counselor said coldly, because every monthly exam from now on will be a cave test. What does go down into the cave mean? An unknown number of White Walkers are hiding underground in Jiangling City, attacking our farms and breeding farms, and may even attack densely populated areas of the city in the future. The enforcement team will take you down into the cave to find and exterminate the White Walkers. They will go down into the cave for 3 days each month. During that time, you will have to either eat the White Walkers or be eaten by them. The students were so frightened they wet themselves on the spot after hearing that. Counselor, we are all freshmen with very poor academic performance, why can't we let the senior students go? Because the senior students and those in the top class have lives that are more precious than yours. The counselor's words were utterly blunt, shattering many people's illusions. They thought that entering the martial arts academy was a miracle, a chance to live a carefree life in the law enforcement team and reap the benefits. Little did they expect that they would become the bloody harvesters in the very first month. This is an order from the Bureau of Law Enforcement, so please do not waste the flesh of the White Walkers, and lick even the gravy into your mouth. This is the only cultivation resource you poor bastards can access. Don't be lazy when practicing your sword techniques, or you'll all be dead by the end of the month. Another wave of panic and commotion swept through the classroom. Only Xiang Tianyu raised his hand and asked, "Counselor, if I perform well and make contributions, can I be admitted to Class B?" "Of course, the enforcement team will conduct an assessment for you." Chapter 40. Who is your wife? After the counselor's instructions, the students' enthusiasm for practice in the afternoon was completely different. They all trained like their lives depended on it, refusing to rest even when their legs were weak. If you don't risk your life now, you might lose it when you go down into the cave at the end of the month. Mao Jian practiced until he was panting heavily and drenched in sweat, then plopped down on the ground. "I hate my mom so much. I was doing fine on the farm, why did she have to send me here to die? Do you think I'm even her biological child?" Yang Ding was still practicing his soul-severing spear. "Instead of complaining, you should focus on your training. Do you think you're safe just because you're holed up on the farm? If the White Walkers can attack farms, they can attack farms too." "You're right." The counselor walked over to Yang Ding and looked at him for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. "What are you practicing?" "Report to the counselor, I am practicing the 9 forms of sword." "Is this the 9th form of swordplay?" "Yes, this is the sweeping sword style." Yang Ding gestured, noting that the sweeping sword style and the shaking spear style were somewhat similar. But the counselor, being a worldly person, sensed that something was amiss. "Did you teach yourself, or did someone teach you?" "My wife taught me." "Who is your wife? Can she teach you? Has she awakened her powers? Does she know martial arts?" "My wife's name is Ji Ro, she should be able to teach, right?" "Ahem, so you're Yang Ding?" The counselor immediately understood, "No wonder your swordplay is neither sword nor spear fighting." "Okay, keep practicing." With a wife like Yi Ro, he, as a counselor, can't offer any guidance anymore, so he's prepared to give up and leave. Yang Ding is definitely the one you don't have to worry about the most. When school was over, Yang Ding checked the system. "After practicing for a day, I discovered that my cultivation progress had actually increased by 0.2%, and the experience points for the soul-severing spear technique had increased by 1%. 0.2% may seem like a small amount, incomparable to what I get from my wife, but the love from my wife is limited. Even if she loves herself 100%, her cultivation level is still limited. If Yang Ding wants to surpass Yi Ro in martial arts cultivation, he has to rely on his own efforts. At least at the Martial Arts Academy, you don't have to serve sows, and you have plenty of time to cultivate every day, so your progress is indeed fast." Yang Ding went to the instructor's building to find his wife. Ignoring the strange looks from the instructors, he inquired everywhere about Yi Ro's office address. It seemed like she was asserting her dominance over the male instructors who secretly admired Yi Ro. Yi Ro was writing a report in her office about the battle with the White Walkers and an assessment of their combat strength. The female teaching assistant knocked on the door. "Instructor Yi, Yang Ding is here. May we let him in?" Yi Ro glanced at her watch. "He's probably here to pick me up from get off work. Let him come in and wait. There are a lot of people watching outside." "What's so interesting about it?" Yi Ro quickly went out, took Yang Ding's hand, and went into her office. She then closed the door and drew the blinds. "Honey, wait a minute, I'll leave as soon as I finish the report. Isn't Sister Jing treating us to dinner tonight? Why don't you call her from the landline?" "She just called me. She is going to pick up the child from the maternal and child health hospital first. We'll treat her to dinner tonight, she already spent a lot at noon." While Yi Ro was typing and writing, Yang Ding was practicing the 9 forms of sword with 2 fingers forming a sword shape. He was muttering to himself. The first move, sweeping sword stars hanging over the wilderness, conceals its sharpness and guards its simplicity, moving according to the situation. The internal energy slowly rises from the dantian, flowing along the meridians of the arm and into the sword, like the first glimmer of starlight, not revealing its sharpness but concealing vitality. Yi Ro, who was working, would occasionally look up at her husband. She discovered that Yang Ding was not only very focused, but also that his sword swinging technique was very well practiced, even possessing a similar charm to her spear shaking technique. "Honey, you're not some kind of martial arts genius who seems to achieve great things through seemingly simple techniques, are you? I haven't stumbled upon a treasure, have I? If I were a genius, I would have awakened to this long ago." Yi Ro put down her work and shook her head. No, the awakening we are talking about is just the awakening of bodily functions. But many martial arts awakeners are blockheads, possessing only brute strength but unable to understand the techniques. There is another type of martial arts prodigy who has an extremely strong ability to comprehend techniques. Although his own energy may be a little weaker, he can always overcome his inferiors and defeat opponents of higher levels in actual combat. Yang Ding was drawn to his wife's explanation. He had been looking for a reasonable explanation to justify his awesomeness in the future. Isn't this it? Instead of deliberately relying on brute force, starting with cultivation techniques is a good approach. Wife, if I practice my skills well enough in the future, my cultivation level won't be too bad, right? That's right. As long as you are good at using your true energy, you can fight a third-rank martial artist with a second-rank martial artist, and a fourth-rank martial artist with a third-rank martial artist. Our standard for measuring martial arts ranks is strength, which is not entirely reasonable. Should we switch to a more powerful cultivation technique? No, husband, the Nine Swords form is perfect for you. The Nine Swords form looks simple, but it is actually not easy. The basic techniques contain endless variations of moves and martial arts essence. Many grandmasters love the 9 forms of sword the most. If you master this, you'll look incredibly stylish and cool when you fight. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. Yi Ro was in a great mood. She didn't want to bother with the email she was going to send to the law enforcement team. She took Yang Ding's hand and left the office to go to the maternal and child health hospital to have dinner with Fang Jing. Fang Dalong is off work tonight and has come all this way to visit his sister. He was a good younger brother, worried that his sister might be depressed after losing her husband. But in reality, Fang Jing is in much better condition than last week. He carried the child down the elevator with Fang Jing. As soon as they stepped out, the child saw Yang Ding and stretched out his hands, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." Yang Ding didn't stand on ceremony and took it from Fang Dalong's arms. "Oh my darling, you've become even cuter after just one day apart." Fang Dalong, as the uncle, felt offended. He quickly glanced at his sister and found that she was actually smiling, showing no sign of anger at all. "Sister, the child keeps calling Yang Ding Dad. If your husband is watching from heaven, won't he be unhappy? What is there to be unhappy about? Your brother-in-law has never even seen the child. When I was pregnant, he couldn't wait to run off to the northern border. He was only focused on improving his cultivation and didn't come back for 2 years." As Fang Jing spoke, she felt particularly wronged, and her eyes reddened. Yi Ro glared at Fang Dalong. "Can you please stop bringing this up? Your sister is only just starting to feel better. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore." Fang Dalong could understand his sister's words. The two siblings grew up in the Jiangling Empire's maternal and child health hospital and could only see their parents once every 2 or 3 years, so they didn't have much of a relationship. The 4 of them went to a stir-fry restaurant for dinner. Fang Dalong was even more confused when he heard that Fang Jing had moved to Yi Ro's house. Could it be that my sister, who always has very high standards, is also interested in Yang Ding? Chapter 41: How to Take Advantage of a Vulnerability. After the 4 finished dinner, Fang Dalong wanted to go to Fang Jing's house to sleep. "Aren't you going back to your own home?" Fang Jing asked. "I can go back and check on you tomorrow morning, and spend more time with you." Unexpectedly, Fang Jing said, "You finally come back to the city, go and spend time with your wife and kids. Yi Ro and I are together, so don't worry." Fang Dalong was very reluctant. He wanted to go along and observe. He was worried that Yang Ding would take advantage of his sister's sadness and distress. The Fang family actually holds a very high position in the imperial military, at least in the upper middle ranks. My sister is also a rare and valuable talent-type spatial ability user, so she could easily find a high-ranking family member to marry into. A guy like Yang Ding is not fit to be his brother-in-law at all. I called my parents a couple of days ago, and they told me to spend more time with you. They might go back to Jiangling City at the end of the year to see if they can transfer you to Donghai City. "Oh, so you've become a good boy now, willing to listen to your parents?" Fang Jing asked irritably. "If you don't want to go, then don't go. You don't appreciate my kindness." Fang Dalong threw down his chopsticks, clearly annoyed, and decided to go home. But he still didn't forget to warn Yang Ding. The latest news from the law enforcement team is that there are definitely ghost kings and queens underground in Jiangling City, and there may be more than one. They must be eradicated, otherwise they will multiply wildly and the entire Jiangling City will be hollowed out. You specially recruited freshmen might just be sacrifices and bait. If you want your child to be born with a father, Work hard to improve your skills and don't focus all your attention on women. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Fong. Don't try to build connections randomly. Fong Dalong felt envious and jealous of Yang Ding. He had gotten the goddess pregnant, so surely his sister couldn't be his too. Fong Jing laughed awkwardly. My brother has this stubborn temper. When he comes to my house, he acts like a king, making a mess, and I have to serve him. The emptiness and pain in her heart could never be filled by her younger brother. The siblings barely exchanged a few words while together, which was far less interesting than living with Yang Ding and Yi Ro. The three of them chatted and laughed, sometimes creating a slightly awkward and tempting atmosphere. Yang Ding had been observing the conversation between the siblings. Women are emotional creatures. By controlling their emotions, you can control their minds and bodies. In the era of polygamy, men who wanted to keep their multiple wives obedient had to have the ability to control them. Yang Ding plans to marry only genius girls, each of whom will be a top-notch expert. If wives are not on good terms, they could tear the whole building down in a second, and life would be unbearable. Your brother is all talk and no action, but he's soft on the inside. Fong Jing's eyes lit up. It was clear that Yang Ding had hit the nail on the head. Really? Don't you two get along? At the farm, he said he didn't care whether I lived or died, but he still came to find me after get off work. Luckily, the building collapsed at that time, otherwise he would have been attacked by the White Walkers. Fong Jing appreciated this statement, as it at least showed that Yang Ding acknowledged her closest family member. The family member she cared about most, besides this child, or her younger brother, Fong Dalong. The two grew up together in a maternity and children's home and depended on each other for survival. Yes, that's exactly the kind of person my brother is. He's very loyal and sentimental. You'll be working together in the law enforcement team from now on, so please look out for each other. After the three finished their meal, they took turns carrying the child and walking around the school grounds. When Fong Jing holds the baby, Yang Ding and his wife Yi Ro hold hands, chatting and laughing, discussing how to name the child. At this moment, Fong Jing would feel superfluous and feel a bittersweet envy. This was actually Yang Ding's psychological manipulation of her. No matter how proud you are, how talented you are, or how well off you are still a woman, afraid of loneliness, and in need of a man's care. As this sense of loss accumulates, Fong Jing develops a latent desire to join. That would be Yang Ding's chance if his first wife, Yi Ro, didn't object. Back home, Yi Ro lay on the bed to rest and asked Yang Ding to help Fong Jing bathe and apply talcum powder to the child. Physically, there is no difference between people with superpowers and ordinary people. Fong Jing has to work during the day and take care of her child alone at night, which is actually very strenuous. However, Yi Ro's intention to deliberately help Yang Ding and Fong Jing get together was also very clear. Normally, a woman wouldn't let her husband spend time alone with her beautiful best friend. If she really wants to learn how to take care of a child, she can do it herself. With her own cultivation level, she could fight while pregnant without any problem, let alone such effortless housework. Fong Jing was so smart that she naturally saw through Yi Ro's intentions. She couldn't accept it, regardless of their relationship, her longing for her husband, or especially Yang Ding's social status. But she didn't object, and tacitly agreed to bathe the child with Yang Ding, even feeling a little happy about it. She also tacitly accepted that her daughter called Yang Ding dad, and felt that it would be impolite to deliberately correct her. The monthly exams are dangerous right now. You should use this time to practice your skills more. You're a father now, so you can't let Yi Ro become a widow. No matter how strong a woman is in martial arts, she will always need a man emotionally. There should be a balance between relaxation and intensity. Practicing continuously won't be very effective. I'm currently practicing for 9 hours a day. If I still can't improve, then adding more time won't help. When Yang Ding said this, he was very calm and showed no fear whatsoever. This is clearly abnormal. Ordinary people would have an extremely high mortality rate if they went down into a cave hundreds of meters deep to fight thousands of White Walkers. You don't seem afraid to go down into the cave? What's there to be afraid of? Of all my classmates, I'm the only one who has ever faced a White Walker head-on. These things aren't very strong in defense, they're just fast and sneak up on you with sneaky attacks. I'll break through to the lower first rank soon, and with the black gold sword, killing them will be more than enough. You've already broken through to the lower first rank? Fong Jing exclaimed in surprise. Her younger brother, Fong Dalong, was of mediocre talent and only broke through to the lower first rank after finishing his first year of university. Yang Ding nodded. 800 gene of strength is only required for the lower first rank. I should be about right. Besides, Yiro said that I have a strong ability to comprehend swordsmanship and can easily defeat opponents of higher ranks. In other words, although I am only at the lower level of the first rank, I have a chance to defeat a martial artist at the middle level of the first rank if I use a sword. As he spoke, Fang Jing watched him silently, her face full of admiration. Your personality is a bit like my husband's. Jingjie, what are you saying? Your husband is a fire-type ability user from the Gifted Youth program. Confidence is essential. It doesn't matter if a man is less talented, he can make up for it with hard work. He must be confident so that women can feel secure and at ease. Chapter 42. I'll give it a try. When Yang Ding and Fang Jing finished taking care of the child and returned to their room, Yang Ding's wife was already asleep. Yiro's biggest pregnancy symptom recently has been excessive sleepiness. The more she sleeps, the faster the baby grows. She's only been pregnant for a little over half a month, but the embryo is already the size of a melon seed. The growth rate is astonishing. Yang Ding didn't wake her up to brush her teeth or take a bath. Instead, he covered her with a blanket and went to the rooftop to practice his martial arts. Even if he could replicate his wife's cultivation level and techniques, he would still need to comprehend how to fight through cultivation. On the rooftop, dozens of instructors' children were practicing intensely, each with a serious expression, their former sense of superiority gone. Recruiting a new batch of lower-level cultivators and sending them down into the caves to their deaths to exterminate the alien demons, this was definitely the idea of the Jiangling city leadership. Yang Ding could only sigh. Zhouruoshi was really ruthless, he wondered which man could tame her. Mao Jian's mother was personally instructing him, resorting to both hitting and scolding. Yang Ding didn't go over to greet her, but instead found a corner to practice his marksmanship. He almost got caught by his counselor today, so he decided to practice swordsmanship during the day and spearmanship at night from now on. Before acquiring the Iron Blood Spear worth 5 million, his most lethal weapon was the Black Gold Sword, which was most effective against White Walkers. After practicing for 2 whole hours, he checked his cultivation level panel, his forehead covered in sweat. Affection level, 17%. Cultivation progress, 17.6%. Cultivation level, lower second rank, punching power, 4000 gene. The second level of the soul-severing spear technique, the 3-step shaking and blocking formation, has been unlocked, gaining 16.5% experience points, plus 0.5%. The first move of the 9 sword styles, the sweeping sword style, has been unlocked, with 13% experience points. Yang Ding thought he was practicing very late, but he didn't expect that the others had no intention of resting at all. It was almost 12 o'clock, and they were still practicing frantically. Death is the best motivation. Despite being severely scolded by his mother, Mao Jian resumed practicing the Thunderbolt Saber technique without complaint. Using the half-step crushing fist against White Walkers with claws would be very disadvantageous. If you can't break through the first level of the Thunderbolt Blade technique by the end of this month, there's no need for me to take out a loan to buy you a good blade worth tens of thousands, since you'll die at the bottom of the cave anyway. Mao Jian, who was always afraid of his mother, finally snapped. He threw the enforcement team's standard issue knife on the ground and roared, "Even if I can't break through the first level, you still have to buy me one. You're the one who made me take some martial arts exam. I don't want to practice martial arts at all. I just like growing crops. What a good for nothing. I'm just useless, as long as my brother is successful." Yang Ding passed by without saying anything and quietly went home. Covered in sweat, he wanted to take a shower, but his wife was already in the bathroom. Yang Ding knocked lightly a few times, and Yiro, wrapped in a bath towel, opened the door. "Honey, why are you knocking like that? You woke up Jingjie. I want to take a shower too, let's shower together." "Are you crazy? I'm pregnant." "The doctor said it's nothing." Yiro didn't want Yang Ding to go in, but Yang Ding insisted on going in, and the two of them were pulling and tugging at each other. Yiro, with a strength of over 3 million gene, was ultimately no match for her husband, who had a strength of 4,000 gene, and was broken into by Yang Ding. Fang Jing wasn't asleep, she had been suffering from insomnia for over a month. She could hear the sounds of the two of them pulling and tugging clearly from her bed. The thought that she hadn't been with a man for 2 years made her feel even more uncomfortable. She sighed deeply. "Husband, are you still alive? I want to go to the border to find you, but the Empire is demanding that I have 2 more children. If I were to find another man to father my child, would you hate me?" Since the counselor announced that the monthly exam would be held in the cave, the martial artists in Class C and Class D have become more than 10 times more motivated to train. I practiced until I was exhausted almost every day, and I also ate White Walker sashimi with great gusto. Yang Ding, however, was fed higher-grade cultivation ingredients by his wife every day, and never tasted a single one. He had already planned that when he went down into the cave, he would just bring some dry food. He didn't necessarily have to eat the flesh of the White Walkers. The counselor was very satisfied with everyone's enthusiasm. Practicing blindly is useless, you also need practical experience. Today, we'll do a small test, 2 people in a sparring match. Don't go all out, you can find someone to spar with. As soon as the counselor finished speaking, Mao Jian said, Yang Ding, how about we practice together? No problem. Soon, everyone was paired up, except for Xiang Tianyu and a pretty girl who hadn't found a match. Xiang Tianyu is too strong, no one wants to be beaten. The girl is too delicate and pretty, I'm too embarrassed to hit her. The girl panicked on the spot, Counselor, Xiang Tianyu is a genuine awakened one. I heard that his punching strength is over 1,000 gene, while I only have 500 gene of strength. How can I be his opponent? The counselor thought that made sense. Some boys in our class had a punching strength of over 600 gene during the last monthly exam. Can they switch with Huang Bingbing this time? Seeing that no one spoke up, the counselor cursed, you guys are really spineless. It's not a life or death battle, what's there to be afraid of? How can Huang Bingbing, a girl, withstand Xiang Tianyu's battle axe? Still, no one spoke up. Xiang Tianyu started to get a little cocky, he hadn't really taken the students in Class C seriously anyway. Counselor, I want to challenge Yang Ding. He chickened out last time, which caused me to fail the monthly exam. If he chickens out again this time, we'll call him Coward Dog from now on, how about that? The whole class started to jeer. Yang Ding's life is too good since getting married, he has become the public enemy of the entire school. Everyone was hoping he would make a fool of himself, to prove that they were more worthy of having a beautiful instructor like Yi Ro as their wife. That's a good idea. He has been taken to the instructor's canteen by Instructor Yi every day to eat high-grade cultivation ingredients. He can't possibly lack even this much strength. The counselor also looked at Yang Ding, taking the opportunity to observe. Since your classmates all recommend you, I think you can give it a try. Just keep it brief and it won't hurt you. Huang Bingbing tugged at Yang Ding's sleeve and pleaded in a coquettish voice, Yang Ding, please, I'm really no match for Xiang Tianyu. You're the only one in our class qualified to challenge him. Yang Ding disliked her manipulative voice, but he did want to teach Xiang Tianyu a lesson. Anyway, the matter of the breeding farm had already been closed, so there was no need to pretend anymore. Stepping on Xiang Tianyu, an awakened individual, to gradually reveal his strength is a good way for Yang Ding to unleash his cultivation. It would also make his wife and sister Jing think more highly of him. Xiang Tianyu sneered, Bingbing, stop begging him. He's just a useless coward hiding behind a woman. Since it's the counselor's idea, I'll give it a try. I hope Brother Tianyu will be lenient with me later. Xiang Tianyu was surprised that Yang Ding dared to agree, and he was immediately excited. He could finally vent his anger. Don't worry, my big axe won't kill you. Huang Bingbing jumped up with joy and said to Mao Jian, then the two of us are a team. Mao Jian was very excited because he hadn't expected to suddenly have such good luck with women. Let's go to the playground and have a match. To boost everyone's morale, the counselor gave out 3 neat coupons for the class's students' cafeteria. Whoever comes in first place today gets these 3 neat tickets, which can be used to eat 3 servings of cultivation ingredients of the next higher level. Chapter 43 This woman is a bit cunning. 100 students formed a circle on the playground outside the classroom, fighting in groups of 10 at a time, with the close combat instructors scoring them. After watching several sets, the counselor and the close combat instructor both shook their heads. Without awakening, there is no awakening. Not only is the strength weak, but the skills are also practiced in a mess. It's like dancing with an old lady. It's not much better than an ordinary person. The counselor nodded worriedly, yes, hopefully they'll have better luck by the end of the month. What are the higher-ups in the law enforcement bureau thinking? Couldn't they have trained for at least a year or 2 first? This means that the number of White Walkers is already quite large, but they don't want to sacrifice those awakened warriors and superhumans. Aren't the awakened ones meant to protect Jiangling City? The counselor remained silent, he dared not say anything more publicly. While dealing with the White Walkers is important, the Enforcement Bureau is essentially the guard of Jiangling City, and also the private armed force of the Lord of Jiangling City. These children have no idea that they are just fuel. Even if you realize it, it's useless. Being accepted is the same as enlisting in the army. You think it's that easy to get a secure job in the law enforcement team when you're nothing special? In the last group, Huang Bingbing will face Mao Jian, Xiang Tianyu will face Yang Ding, and Zhao Dongsheng will face Wu Daiyou. Upon hearing the names Xiang Tianyu and Yang Ding, the students immediately became excited, and even students from the two neighboring classes came over to watch. Xiang Tianyu is a genuine awakened one, the strongest student among the 10 Class C students, as everyone knows. Yang Ding is a well-known gigolo at Jiangling University. The students gathered around, not because they thought Yang Ding was so great, but because they wanted to see Xiang Tianyu beat this guy up. It's like someone winning 5 million, while others complain and grumble, feeling they're no worse off than him, wondering why it wasn't their turn. Soon, senior brother Xiang will make him understand that having a good wife is useless, one still has to rely on oneself to be a good person. I really want to see Yang Ding make a fool of himself. Seeing the students' enthusiasm, the counselor smiled and said, since everyone is so eager to see you two fight, the other 9 groups can fight first. After that, we'll all watch the ultimate showdown between Yang Ding and Xiang Tianyu. I reckon the first place will be one of you two, there shouldn't be any suspense, right? Xiang Tianyu gave a cold laugh, I have no problem. I have no problem either. Yang Ding kept his eyes on Mao Jian, completely ignoring Xiang Tianyu. Mao Jian, you better watch out, stop staring at his legs. He. Mao Jian revealed a lewd smile, I've trained for a year or two, so beating Bingbing shouldn't be a problem. Huang Bingbing, wearing shorts today, stomped her feet and said in a coquettish voice, Brother Mao, don't use so much force later, my arms and legs are skinny. Mao Jian used a standard issue knife, while Huang Bingbing used 2 shotguns. This shows that her family is well off, able to afford not only weapons but also special cultivation techniques, and naturally, cultivation supplies as well. Although it was a class of mediocre talents, its family backgrounds were still full of hidden talents. Huang Bingbing, Brother Mao only goes so far as to stop here, so you should take it easy too, Mao Jian reminded her. Alright, come on. Just as Mao Jian was about to attack Huang Bingbing with his knife, she flashed around behind him and shot him in the head. The gun barrel was made of high-quality steel. Mao Jian's head was splattered with blood after being hit, and he immediately fainted. The students around him gasped in surprise. Holy crap, that was brutal. The counselor was also frightened. He ran over to check Mao Jian's injuries and yelled at Huang Bingbing, how could you be so reckless? We agreed it was just a friendly sparring match. Counselor, I'm just a woman, what strength do I have? Who knew he wouldn't dodge? He was only going easy on you because you're a girl, how could you do this? Some students felt indignant on Mao Jian's behalf. But Yang Ding had fought Mao Jian many times and knew his strength. Although he didn't go all out, he didn't hold back either, since it was only the beginning. But Huang Bingbing was just too fast. Such fast footwork is driven by internal energy, it's impossible for someone at the level of a 3rd-grade student. Yang Ding couldn't help but take another look at this ruthless little green tea. With someone like this in the team, the mortality rate would be greatly increased. If you could get into Class B, why are you stuck in Class C? What does your family do? Huang Bingbing feigned concern and went over to help Mao Jian up, saying, Brother Mao, are you alright? It's nothing, I'm just a little dizzy. Huang Bingbing took out a qi-nourishing pill and handed it to him, do you want to take this? It will help you recover faster. Mao Jian, who was initially very annoyed, suddenly thought that Bingbing was not bad and swallowed it without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Huang Bingbing held out her hand, 1,500 yuan apiece. 1,500? Wasn't that what you were going to use to apologize? Brother Mao, are you even a man? This was a fair competition, why are you apologizing? I didn't let you eat it, did I? Mao Jian wanted to vomit, but he had already swallowed it. The students were immediately shocked by Huang Bingbing's shamelessness. Brother Mao, you're not broke, are you? I will give it to you. Mao Jian covered his head and scrambled to the side in a disheveled state. Yang Ding laughed and said, I told you not to look at my legs. You be careful too, this woman is a bit cunning. Yang Ding let out a cold laugh. When it came to underhanded tactics, he had never been afraid of anyone. Alright, next up is Xiang Tianyu versus Yang Ding. I'm warning you, stop when you've made your point. Don't go too far with your teammates. When you go down into the cave in the future, you'll need to look after and support each other. Xiang Tianyu didn't listen to a word his counselor said. He picked up the meteorite iron battle axe, which weighed 80 pounds, walked to the center of the circle, and looked fiercely at Yang Ding, who was holding the black gold sword. "Dad, this is the birthday gift you gave me before you died. Today, I will use it to send Yang Ding on his way. If he kills Yang Ding, he can claim it was an accident, and his aunt will save him at most. He'll only serve a few years in prison." The surrounding classmates fell silent, all eager to see just how capable the husband, trained by the genius girl, really was. Before the counselor could even say start, Xiang Tianyu launched the first attack, wielding an 80-pound axe aimed at Yang Ding's head. Yang Ding simply sidestepped and dodged. As his system experience points increased, he discovered that his opponent's movements would slow down, making it easier for him to hide. The counselor was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Holy crap, what grudge do these two have against each other? "Xiang Tianyu, you are an awakened one. Stop here when you've made your point. Stop here when you've made your point." Xiang Tianyu seemed not to hear him and swung his axe a second time, smashing the floor tiles to pieces. Yang Ding easily dodged it and looked at him with disdain. "If you don't listen, you won't get any meat coupons even if you win later." Xiang Tianyu was somewhat surprised that neither of his two axe blows hit Yang's head. Yang Ding's speed doesn't match his cultivation level. Enraged, he roared and swung his axe 3 more times. Although he possessed the strength of 1,000 gene, after 10 rounds of continuous chopping with an 80 gene heavy axe, he was already panting heavily and his movements slowed down. "It's my turn!" Yang Ding roared. Chapter 44. Your husband has a bright future. "Your turn, you old man." Xiang Tianyu raised his axe over his head and brought down the 11th blow. Yang Ding unleashed a sweeping sword technique, repeatedly striking the hands that were gripping the axe handle. The practice of the sweeping sword style involves using the high-frequency tapping of the sword tip to its fullest extent, creating a dazzling display like countless stars. When attacking, it dazzles the enemy, and when defending, it leaves no opening. Xiang Tianyu wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He would either have all 10 fingers cut off or let go to avoid it. Clang! The battle axe landed. He reacted very quickly, bending down to pick it up. Yang Ding is faster. The sword slammed into the back of his head, knocking Xiang Tianyu to the ground. Yang Ding controlled the force of his strike to the level of a first-grade lower realm cultivator, but 800 gene of force was still enough to give Xiang Tianyu a hard time. Xiang Tianyu was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground, cursing and swearing. He tried to spring up and fight back, but Yang Ding struck him on the head with his sword, slamming him back to the ground. "Ah, you fucking..." He huddled on the ground, covering his head, only daring to peek out, looking like an old tortoise, utterly pathetic. "Okay, stop," Yang Ding won, the counselor shouted. "Okay, counselor." Yang Ding answered verbally, but his eyes were fixed on Xiang Tianyu. Even if it's just a friendly sparring session during breaks, he won't accept being tricked by anyone. If it were a life or death struggle, Xiang Tianyu would have already been chopped into mincemeat by now, receiving 10 more blows. He, Yang Ding, is determined to become the #1 Yingbai of the Jinglong Empire. As expected, Xiang Tianyu did not actually admit defeat. Instead, he rolled on the ground, thinking that this would allow him to create distance and get up. Just as he was about to get up, Yang Ding struck him down with his sword. Xiang Tianyu could only keep rolling, while Yang Ding relentlessly pursued him, slapping him with his sword like a monkey. No matter where he rolled, Yang Ding followed him like a shadow. Before he knew it, the third sword struck him hard in the face, causing blood to splatter from his nose. After this was repeated 5 times, Xiang Tianyu was completely stunned and couldn't roll over at all. "The counselor told you to stop, but you still chased after me and hit me. You think I won't chase after you and beat you up if you try to ambush me?" Yang Ding's fighting style is not very damaging, but extremely insulting. Everyone was stunned. No wonder he was the husband trained by the genius girl. They can easily defeat a regular awakened one. Mao Jian pointed at Huang Bingbing. "This is my good buddy." "Humph, so what if he's your good buddy? He has a beautiful wife, do you?" Huang Bingbing mocked. "If you want to compete with him for first place later, he'll help me get revenge and beat you to a pulp, you bitch." Huang Bingbing ignored Mao Jian and instead stared at Yang Ding with a look of great interest. "You're an interesting guy." The close combat instructor, who had just recovered from his shock, rushed over and grabbed Yang Ding's hand. "Stop. His aunt is the discipline director, much more powerful than your wife. Take it easy." The counselor was also still shaken. He admired Yang Ding and Xiang Tianyu's fighting spirit and ruthlessness. Without that drive, it would be difficult to become a true martial artist. He was afraid because both of them had powerful backers, and if either of them caused trouble in class, he, as the counselor, would be in deep trouble. He pulled out 3 hostages and asked, "Huang Bingbing, are you still going to hit me?" Before Huang Bingbing could answer, Yang Ding laughed and said, "She'd swindle 1,500 yuan from someone with just one chi cultivating pill. How could she possibly part with 3 sex tickets?" Huang Bingbing winked at him. "What, you still want to avenge your brother?" Yang Ding nodded. "That's right, you can have these 3 hostages, but you have to let us shoot you. I'm a girl, you're a man. I just like hitting girls." Huang Bingbing gave a sassy laugh. "I didn't know you were so tough. How do you manage to live off a woman? Do you have a gun?" The male classmates, all of whom were married, immediately understood the meaning of the sentence and burst into laughter. But everyone was also moved by Yang Ding's loyalty in standing up for his friends, and they looked at him with higher regard. "You're so sexy," Yang Ding replied. The counselor was speechless. That's enough, that's enough. Why are you flirting? The close combat instructor and I are right here." Huang Bingbing put away her dual pistols. "Counselor, I don't want these 3 hostages anymore." The counselor also breathed a sigh of relief. He could tell that Huang Bingbing was no ordinary person. "Alright, I hereby officially announce that Yang Ding is the champion of this week's test. He will be awarded 3 neat tickets for the Class A canteen. Let's give him a round of applause." Thunderous applause erupted. Everyone admired Yang Ding. How could an ordinary person who hadn't awakened his powers have such a fast cultivation speed? They figured they could do just as well if they tried their best. Xiang Tianyu got up from the ground, his head still buzzing, his face swollen like a pig's head. This applause should have belonged to him. Seeing the counselor and close combat instructor sign the evaluation form, he went over and asked, "Counselor, isn't this competition supposed to be random? Do we still need to register?" "It's random, but an evaluation report still needs to be submitted to the school. Otherwise, would I personally pay for 3 sex tickets? Those 3 tickets would cost 5,000 yuan. Then what's the point of this assessment? When we go down into the cave, we might need to choose a team leader. There are 6,000 people in the 2 shifts, C and D. They need someone to lead them." "Captain, you didn't mention this before." "Originally, the close combat instructor and I wanted to choose you as the captain, but now there might be some changes." The counselor brought up the very thing that Xiang Tianyu didn't want to talk about, which really made Xiang Tianyu anxious. "What benefits does the captain get?" Mao Jian asked as well. "Leading the whole class to complete the task, the team leader may be promoted directly to Class B at any time." Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianyu gritted his teeth in anger and pointed at Yang Ding, shouting, "I was careless today. I won't lose again in next week's test. I must be the captain of Class 2, Grade 2. You can be the captain of Class C2, but you'll never be able to beat me in the future," Yang Ding replied, no longer the cowardly girl he was during the monthly exam. "We'll see." Yang Ding handed Huang Bingbing a hostage, saying, "Now you're even with my brother." Huang Bingbing took the hostage and took Yang Ding's hand, saying, "Brother Ding, you're too awesome. How about I become your little sister from now on?" Yang Ding shook off her hand. "I don't like slutty girls." This touched Mao Jian deeply. A single meat ticket cost over 1,000 yuan on the market, no cheaper than a pei-yuan pill. "Xiao Yang, you're such a good friend. When my brother Mao becomes successful in the future, he will never forget you. I just couldn't bear to see you get yelled at like a dog by your mother." Upon hearing this, Mao Jian was even more moved. He had just hit his head and broken it, but he was worried about being scolded by his mother if he asked her for money. He didn't want to be a mama's boy, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything well and could only rely on his mother's subsidies. "From now on, you'll be my brother. Only you understand me." The close combat instructors pointed out the problems that arose during the battle to everyone. The counselor then took the test forms to the grade leader to report. Yi Rou and Fang Jing were idly chatting in the office about what to have for lunch. The counselor casually remarked, "Congratulations, Instructor Yi." Yi Rou thought he knew she was pregnant, so she looked down at her stomach and said, "I'm not showing that quickly, am I?" The counselor looked bewildered. "I meant your husband got first place in the class in this week's test. He has a bright future ahead of him." "That can't be right." Yi Rou and Fang Jing replied almost simultaneously. Chapter 45. Anyone can spend money on in-game purchases. If it were in another class, Yiro believed her husband would have a chance to get first place. After all, she was personally taught by the genius girl and personally channeled her true energy. But there was a boy named Xiang Tianyu in class 2 of grade C, who had a strength of nearly 800 Jin when he awakened. Xiang Tianyu didn't participate in the war? Fong Jing asked. Yang Ding was targeting Xiang Tianyu. Your husband's sweeping sword technique really showed the style of a grandmaster. Instructor Yi has trained him very well. Yiro didn't care whether he was flattering her or telling the truth. In any case, her husband was number one, and he had made her proud. She jumped up with joy. Counselor Zhang, I'll pay for your lunch. My husband and I will treat you. No, I need to report to the team leader. Will the weekly test scores be included in my academic record? It wasn't necessary before, but now it needs to be entered into the Law Enforcement Bureau's file, saying that these students will be their team members in the future. After the counselor left, Fong Jing teased, Girl, you didn't just find a treasure, did you? I knew Yang Ding had a calm and composed demeanor. Yiro couldn't wait to go find her husband and give him a big, passionate kiss. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Jiangling University is full of outstanding talents, but none of them can compare to your husband, right? Fong Jing laughed. Yiro plopped down on the desk, crossed her arms, and looked smug. So what if I have many talented men? They're not my husbands. Before my sister left for the north, she told me about her criteria for choosing a partner. What standards? Fong Jing asked curiously. Yiro's older sister, Yiko, not only possesses extremely high martial arts skills, but is also exceptionally intelligent. She is usually quiet and reserved, spending her time either cultivating herself or reading, much like a philosopher. There aren't many people willing to read useless books these days. My sister said that while men who are born with talent and family background are certainly superior, it is not shameful to come from humble origins. The ultimate romance for a man is to climb up step by step with strong willpower, which is the rarest quality in this desperate era. No wonder you like Yang Ding, it turns out you've been brainwashed by your sister. Hee, my sister will probably like him too. This was the first time Fong Jing had ever heard of an ordinary man from a humble background possessing such charm. However, she didn't mock Yiro. After spending these days together, she had to admit that Yang Ding was indeed quite interesting. When school was over, Yang Ding's system popped up a dialog box. Affection level, 18%, plus 1%. Cultivation progress, 18.6%, plus 1%. Cultivation level, second rank lower realm martial artist, punching strength 4222 Jin, plus 222 Jin. What's going on? I haven't even told my wife the news that I'm number one yet. How come my affection level has suddenly increased? He planned to invite Mao Jian to eat at the Class A cafeteria, and then go find his wife afterward. The reason he wanted to go to the Class A cafeteria was because it was an honor he had earned himself, and the Class A cafeteria was the highest level student cafeteria at Gangnam University. Then I owe you 3,000 yuan. I'm currently unemployed, and my mother needs to buy me cultivation ingredients, so I can't pay you back. It's okay. You can pay it back when you become successful, or if you don't, it's fine. Anyway, you won it all, and you can keep winning next week. Shouldn't you ask your wife? Mao Jian asked in a low voice. Why? Shouldn't your wife be the one making the decisions in your family? Yang Ding laughed and said, Do you think I'm as weak as you, completely controlled by your mother and wife? Wow, that's amazing. A woman like Instructor Yi would listen to you at home? At this moment, Yang Ding was a god in Mao Jian's heart. Yiro appeared at the door right on time, smiling and calling out, Husband. Wife. Yang Ding hurriedly walked out, and Yiro, ignoring the envy of the passing classmates, jumped directly onto him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and her long legs around his waist. My husband is so amazing. He actually got first place in his class. Yang Ding was a little embarrassed. Being first in class 2, grade C was really nothing to brag about for Yiro. His wife is clearly trying to provide him with emotional support. You're the instructor, I'm the student, so be more reserved. No way. As Yiro spoke, she gave Yang Ding a sweet kiss. She has a straightforward and lively personality, and is fearless. Once she starts to care, she doesn't care about other people's strange looks. Let's go eat. Okay, don't let my baby go hungry. Yang Ding took Yiro's hand and left, leaving Mao Jian behind with a completely bewildered expression. Are we still going to the Class A cafeteria? Yang Ding waved his hand, let's reschedule for tomorrow. Huang Bingbing came out of the classroom, pushed aside Mao Jian who was blocking the door, and sneered, "How does it feel to be a lapdog for your brother? That's still better than licking you, you little slut. Dare to curse me like that? I'll tear your mouth apart." Yang Ding and Yi Rou went to the instructor's canteen, chatting and laughing, where Fang Jing was queuing up. She pointed to a corner not far away. "The discipline director is angrily scolding that young man. Isn't that Xiang Tianyu?" Yang Ding glanced at it and said, "Yes, it's this guy. He's ruthless." "Honey, you did a great job." Yi Rou used her powerful hearing, which was at the mid-fifth rank, to eavesdrop on the headmaster's words. "You can't even beat trash like Yang Ding who hasn't even awakened his powers? What have you been doing all day?" "Aunt, it was my carelessness. Besides, he's very strong." "It's probably because Yi Rou has been spending money on him." "Yi Rou isn't just spending money on him, she's spending her true energy on him." "You still have 3 more testing opportunities. If you don't seize them, you'll become the next victim." "What do you mean?" Xiang Tianyu asked, puzzled. "There are only 20 spots in Class C and Class D of the Law Enforcement Bureau. 6,000 people are competing for them. You must become the strongest in your class and survive the upcoming monthly exam to have a chance to be promoted to Class B." "Aunt, I am a genuine awakened one. Could you ask the counselor to recommend me as the team leader?" Being the team leader allows others to be sent to their deaths, naturally increasing the survival rate. The school has no say in this matter. The cultivation resources and expenses for the expanded enrollment are all provided by the Law Enforcement Bureau. You have to rely on your own abilities. Yi Rou pressed her lips to Yang Ding's ear and told him what she had heard. "It seems my victory this time has special significance." "Yes, honey, you're amazing, but Xiang Tianyu will definitely retaliate next. Look, the discipline master has already given him high-grade cultivation ingredients. Don't worry, at most he'll break through to the lower middle level. The gap isn't big, he can make up for it with swordsmanship." Yi Rou took out her meal card. "I'm going to give my husband a lot of nourishing food too." Fang Jing laughed and said, "Don't worry, although the discipline director's salary is a bit higher than ours, she has so many children and grandchildren that she can't even manage her own family, let alone make up for ours." "Us? Of course, I also have a meal card. Anyone can spend money on in-game purchases." Fang Jing took it out and stuffed it into Yang Ding's pocket. "There's 100,000 yuan in it. You can eat whatever you want. You're my daughter's godfather and my brother-in-law. Consider this a token of my appreciation as your older sister." Yang Ding could only sigh. When looking for a wife, you still have to find one who is rich, beautiful, and capable. Chapter 46. Her heart is malicious. Previously, Yi Rou didn't dare to give her husband too much nourishment, worried that his body couldn't handle it. But there are only about 20 days left until the end of the month. Going down into the cave is extremely dangerous. Rather than risk danger during the trial, we should put in extra effort now. "Honey, this is second-tier beast blood soup, you should try it." "Yang Ding, this is sweet and sour starthorn pork bone. Try it, perhaps you can absorb this kind of energy well." The two women not only fed Yang Ding cultivation ingredients for lunch, but also packed some to take home for dinner. "Honey, if you feel unbearably hot or uncomfortable during class, be sure to come to me immediately. I'll help you regulate your breathing. Trying to tough it out can backfire." Okay, it's fine. Anyway, I feel great. Maybe I'll be the first mortal grandmaster in the future." Fang Jing chuckled, "A mortal grandmaster? How did you even come up with that? Even a genius-level awakener might not be able to become a grandmaster." Seeing that Fang Jing and her husband were interacting more and more smoothly, Yi Rou was not to be outdone. "Honey, I forced you to take the supplementary admission exam. You don't hate me, do you?" "What is there to hate? If it weren't for a good wife like you, I would have died at the farm. Danger is unavoidable, so we might as well face it." Yi Rou felt a little guilty. Like the other students' parents, no one knew that this reform would be so cruel. At first, she thought that recruiting several thousand more people was the principal's idea, but she didn't expect it to be the idea of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the Imperial High Command also agreed. Once Yang Ding goes down into the underground cave, she won't have anywhere to rescue people. Fang Jing gave Yang Ding an approving look. The Jinglong Empire believes in the law that the strong live and the weak die. As long as you become the captain of Class C2, you can send your classmates to their deaths to reduce your own mortality rate. Although it is cruel, it is effective. Don't worry, Sister Jing, I'll do everything I can for my wife and kids. Fang Jing felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. Other men are after fame and fortune, after becoming grandmasters, but you're only after your wife and children. Aren't you afraid people will say you're spineless? Yang Ding chuckled. Fame and fortune are like fleeting clouds to me. The Jinglong Empire has done me no favors, and the future of the human race is none of my concern. Only my wife Yiro did not mind my humble origins, gave birth to my child, and saved me from dire straits. Whether now or in the future, she will always be more important than the empty title of Grandmaster. No, it's 10,000 times more important. Yiro's eyes reddened. Honey, what you said touched me so much. That's the truth. Fang Jing said with great appreciation. Only women who have been married and had children know the weight of Yang Ding's words. Young girls may want to marry up, but mutual support is the most important thing in marriage. After lunch, everyone returned to the classroom. Yang Ding, who was always looked down upon by his classmates for being a kept man, suddenly became a hot commodity. The significance of today's battle goes far beyond simply winning 3 hostages. Yang Ding's defeat of the regular awakened ones brought hope to all the students in classes C and D. Ordinary people can also become successful through resources and self-cultivation. A girl who was originally sitting in the back row quietly squeezed next to Mao Jian. Didn't you eat at the Class A cafeteria? Mao Jian shook his head. He went to the instructor's canteen with his wife. We'll go to the Class A canteen tomorrow. The food in the instructor's canteen is even better than the top-tier meals. Is his wife, Instructor Yi, an easy person to get along with? Mao Jian glanced at the girl warily. What, you want to be Yang Ding's second wife? What nonsense are you talking about? I was just asking. I'm curious about Instructor Yi after all, she's the campus belle of Jiangling University. I don't know Instructor Yi, but I know your thoughts very well. Lai Tianyi wants to eat toad meat, huh? Aren't you afraid that Instructor Yi will break your legs? She loves Yang Ding. The girl got angry. You're talking nonsense. I just wanted to be friends with him. Why didn't you teach him when others laughed at him for being a good-for-nothing? Are you crazy? I'm friends with him, not with you, you fatso. Although Mao Jian's cultivation level was not high, he was quite shrewd. The Martial Arts Academy and the Superpower Academy have a group of cultivation girls. They are usually good-looking and cunning, and they will go around looking for promising men with good family backgrounds to get close to. If you're lucky, you can become a concubine usually, it's done by exchanging your body for cultivation resources. Sun Li in front of me should be this type. Huang Bingbing also chimed in, what's so special about Yang Ding that makes a genius and beautiful girl like Instructor Yi so enamored with him? Then there must be a powerful weapon. I never would have guessed that Yang Ding, who was so thin, would be so exceptionally talented. What, you want to be my brother Ding's second wife too? Is it not allowed? With a stupid donkey like you at my beck and call, I'm determined to be your sister-in-law. Yang Ding walked over and sat down, coldly replying, you don't deserve it. Huang Bingbing wasn't angry. Such a big mouth. You'll find out whether you're good enough for me later. Yiro was in a good mood today and came to pick up her husband early after school. Even though get out of class was over and everyone else had left, the 3 girls surrounded Yang Ding, asking him how to circulate their qi and how to practice the 9 sword forms. Is the 9 sword styles more powerful than the Thunderbolt saber technique? Are there any similarities? Are you free tonight? How about I treat you to dinner? Sun Li asked. No, I need to go home to take care of my wife, she's pregnant. Let's have breakfast. After we finish, we can find a place to spar. We're going down into the cave at the end of the month, and I don't have much practical experience. Sun Li continued to rub her chest against Yang Ding's arm. Just as Yang Ding was about to get up and leave, Yiro, who was filled with jealousy, angrily rushed over and pushed Sun Li away. If you want to discuss the techniques, you can come and ask me. I'm the instructor, not my husband. Really? Will Instructor Yi really give me some guidance? Yiro was utterly astonished by this woman's shamelessness and sneered, you can try, I'll burst your big balloon with one punch. This scared Sun Li away. Huang Bingbing sat in the corner, looking at Yiro with a meaningful expression. Yiro led Yang Ding away from the classroom. I don't agree to that woman becoming your second wife. She has ulterior motives. Yang Ding put his arm around her waist and asked smugly, are you jealous? Can't I be jealous? I'm your first wife. All the wives you marry in the future will have to get my consent, otherwise they won't be able to be registered in the system. I don't like women like Sunli, and I will not allow any woman to disrupt my family. Hearing him say that, Yi-ro immediately beamed with joy. That's how a head of the household should act. You have to be careful when choosing a concubine, or the children will suffer. You can't go wrong by listening to the first wife. Let us go out to eat with Sister Jing and pick up the kids while we're at it. Tonight I'll try channeling more of my inner energy into you and see if you can handle it. Yang Ding was almost certain that if he were to have a second wife in the future, it would only be Fong Jing. Chapter 47. Who do you think you are? After returning home from dinner, Fong Jing took care of the child while doing laundry, while Yi-ro increased the amount of true energy she channeled into Yang Ding. He also had to go to the rooftop to practice his skills and absorb and digest this true energy. Yi-ro wanted to go along and give him some guidance, but Yang Ding disagreed. You just finished channeling your inner energy into me, and you look exhausted. You should rest more. I estimate I'll be practicing until midnight. Yang Ding is right. I think he's doing quite well practicing on his own. Yi-ro had no choice but to nod in agreement. Honey, look how much we two women support you, so you have to work hard and not be lazy. It's not just you two women, there are also 2 babies. I will fight tirelessly for my family. Yang Ding was indeed filled with fighting spirit at this moment. With 2 such stunning beauties by his side, what reason did he have not to strive? If he dies, according to the Empire's requirements, their genes from the Gifted Youth program must still be continued. Wouldn't that benefit another man? Yi-ro raised her little pink fist and encouraged him. My husband is amazing. Fong Jing could only give an awkward and pathetic smile. What kind of family member was she to Yang Ding? After living with the young couple for a few days, her requirements for men changed significantly. The atmosphere on the rooftop also became heavy. From striving for a secure job to now facing certain death by diving into a cave at the end of the month, a shadow has been cast over everyone. Although it is a world of advanced martial arts and technology, the 5 major empires of Blue Star all practice feudal slavery. Even if you are a gifted university instructor, you can only watch helplessly as your students go to their deaths in the face of law enforcement. Mao Jian is getting a scolding from his mother again. Because of today's weekly test, his performance was so poor that the close combat instructor had no way to give him a score. He was knocked out by Huang Bingbing as soon as he made his move. You've trained for 2 years and you still can't beat a little yellow-haired girl. How are you going to deal with the White Walkers at the end of the month? She seems to be an awakened one, just like Xiang Tianyu. Bullshit, don't make excuses. Xiang Tianyu was punished by Governor Zhou. If Huang Bingbing is an awakened, why should she be in Class C? Mao Jian remained silent. He was only guessing and had no evidence. Your parents earn less than 100,000 yuan a month, yet they have to support so many children. They've already spent over 1 million yuan on you, all of which has gone down the drain. Why don't you work harder? Mao Jian hung his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't dare to utter a sound. Answer me, why don't you try harder? With tears in his eyes, Mao Jian said, so what if I don't try? Mao's mother slapped him across the face, saying, we'll be going down into the cave at the end of the month. At worst, I'll just die in there and be eaten by the White Walkers. It's better than being punished by you every day. I'm a father now, can't you give me some face? Yang Ding passed by, not wanting to meddle. He could feel every hair on Mao's mother's head standing on end. This suffocating feeling could be felt even from 10 meters away, which gives you an idea of the kind of environment Mao Jian grew up in. He has already tried his best. Yan Ding reminded her that Huang Bingbing was indeed suspicious. Just as Mao's mother was looking for a place to vent her anger, Yang Ding bumped into her. She pointed at Yang Ding and yelled, shut up. Who do you think you are? A spineless gigolo who got first place in the weekly test by relying on your wife to channel your inner energy. What are you bragging about? Yang Ding sneered, showing no fear whatsoever, and retorted, why can't I show off? My wife only encourages and supports me, and even when she was pregnant, she insisted on channeling her inner energy into me. Unlike you, a mean and vicious tigress. No, you're not as good as a tiger. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. You are the dark cloud in the sky, the mold in the rotten wood, the rust in the ruins. Whoever touches you is doomed. You're blaming your son without even knowing the facts. You don't know Huang Bingbing, and you weren't there at the time. How do you know he didn't try? Yang Ding had been holding back for a long time, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He unleashed a torrent of eloquent and fluent curses in one go. Mao Jian was stunned and wanted to give him a thumbs up. Mao's mother, her face ashen, clenched her fists and demanded, "Who the hell are you cursing? I'll curse you, you fucking idiot." Mao's mother was already quite stout, and in her anger, she punched Yang Ding. Although she was a mid-stage third-grade cultivator with a punching power of 35,000 gene, she dared not use too much force because Yang Ding was Yi Ro's husband. If she gets hurt, she won't be a match for Yi Ro. This punch was only at the level of the middle stage of the first rank. Unexpectedly, Yang Ding easily dodged the attack, and the scabbard slammed hard onto her plump buttocks. Mao's mother was completely dumbfounded when she touched her bottom. Her bones and muscles were strengthened at the middle level of the third grade, so she didn't feel pain, but the humiliation was too strong. "You're asking for it." Then she used her second grade lower realm cultivation to prepare to slap Yang Ding a few times. Yang Ding used the sweeping sword style to strike her with various pinpoint punches, while simultaneously dodging using his wife's soul-severing spear footwork. Besides the true chi pulls, Yi Ro's strongest point in her soul-severing spear technique is her footwork, which is the essence of close combat. No matter how much you strengthen your bones and muscles, they are still no match for a sharp sword, let alone a black gold sword that can cut through iron like mud. For a moment, Mao's mother was at a loss with him. The more she attacked, the more shocked she became. Was Yi Ro's true energy really that powerful? Or did Yang Ding possess an innate talent for swordsmanship? Her palm strike was incredibly powerful, breaking several walls in the process. Just as Yang Ding was starting to lose, Mao Jian rushed over and stood in front of him. "If you're going to fight, then kill me." Mao's mother almost slapped him across the face, but quickly withdrew her hand. Given his son's cultivation level, if that slap landed, he would either die or be crippled. She then calmed down, clenching her fists in shame. Unexpectedly, the fight between the two alerted Yi Ro. With her cultivation level and hearing, it was impossible for her not to hear such a commotion on the 198th floor. Yi Ro, dressed in her pajamas, rushed over. She glanced at the two people's complexions and then at the fist-shaped dents on the wall, and immediately understood. "As a martial arts instructor, how dare you lay a hand on my husband? It's because he's ill-mannered." Pia. Yi Ro slapped Mao's mother across the face, leaving 5 finger marks on her plump face. She was known for her bad temper, but no one expected that she wouldn't dare to utter a sound after being slapped by Yi Ro. A cultivator at the mid-stage of the 5th rank can defeat 100 cultivators at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. As a genius girl, Yi Ro, with her close combat talent, could barely fight 200 of her. Anyone who dares to fight back will either die or be maimed. Yi Ro is the same age as her youngest daughter, but so what? The Jinglong Empire believes in the supremacy of the strong. Yi Ro pointed at her nose and scolded, "I can't bear to hit or scold my husband, so who do you think you are? Do you really think I'm young and don't care, and that I'm a good girl? I'm sorry, Instructor Yi." Seeing his mother being scolded like a dog, Mao Jian nudged Yang Ding, hoping he could persuade Yi Ro. No son doesn't love his mother. Yang Ding quickly laughed and said, "Wife, please forgive her this time, considering that Mao Jian and I are friends." Yi Ro finally calmed down. "I don't know how you act as a mother. My husband is a good swordsman and is friends with your son. Shouldn't they look after each other when they go down into the cave? Why are you acting like a shrew? Instructor Yi is right. Get lost. Stay away from my husband on the rooftop from now on, so as not to affect his mood for practicing martial arts." New. Chapter 48. This is talent, it can't be learned. Mao's mother left, but Mao Jian did not. He found that he progressed faster by cultivating with Yang Ding. This thing is just like studying. If you're under a lot of mental tension, you can't achieve enlightenment. "Honey, are you alright?" Yi Ro asked. "It's okay, his mother held back and didn't hit me." Mao's mother is a mid-level 3rd grade instructor with much richer combat experience, yet she couldn't even hit her husband. This made Yi Ro re-evaluate her husband. Could he really be her perfect husband, the one who can unleash her powerful potential in every battle? Yi Ro, always understanding, did not stop the two from making friends. Instead, she encouraged them, saying, "Husband, the White Walkers are fast and numerous. In close combat, you must not get injured. You should start by practicing footwork. Slashing and thrusting are instincts, so you can put them aside for now." Yang Ding nodded, "Listen to your wife, you can't go wrong. With our current strength, whether we kill the White Walkers or not is secondary, survival is the top priority. Do you need me to give you some pointers?" No need, no need, you go and rest first, you need to give the man some space. Okay, honey, don't overwork yourself. Yi Ro obediently left. Brother Ding, I've already called you brother, can't you teach me a few tricks for seducing women? Yang Ding patted him on the shoulder, this is talent, it can't be learned. Mao Jian scratched his head and quickly understood. A divine artifact. The system interface popped up in Yang Ding's mind. Affection level, 18.5%, plus 0.5%. Cultivation progress, 19.4%, plus 0.8%. Cultivation level, second rank lower realm martial artist, punching strength 4422 gene, plus 200 gene. The second level of the soul severing spear technique, the 3-step shaking and blocking stance, has been unlocked, gaining 25% plus in experience points, plus 8.5%. The first move of the 9 sword styles, the sweeping sword style, has been unlocked. Experience points increased by 23%, plus 10%. Yang Ding really didn't know why the affection level had increased, since he hadn't done anything to his wife just now. His punching power has reached 4422 gene, and 4800 gene would be considered the middle stage of the second rank. It's true that getting something for nothing is always the most satisfying. Students in the second class of the Martial Arts Academy, who have poor aptitude and cannot obtain additional cultivation resources, will only reach this level of cultivation by graduation. Fang Jing's younger brother, Fang Dalong, has no shortage of resources, but he is only at the first grade upper realm of cultivation. But the biggest gain this time was real combat, especially high-risk battles against strong opponents. This not only increased my cultivation progress but also significantly increased my experience points. The second level of the soul severing spear only has 3 basic moves, and it took so long because I have too little combat experience. Brother Ding, what are you looking at? It's nothing, keep practicing. As my wife said, you practice your Thunderbolt saber footwork, and I'll practice the 9-sword style footwork. Okay. Sure enough, with his mother gone, Mao Jian became even more enthusiastic about practicing his skills. The two practiced for a full 4 hours, sparring several times in between, and he didn't complain of being tired until midnight. Yang Ding practiced finger pistol all night, but Mao Jian couldn't understand it anyway. He found it very interesting to use his fingers as a gun. Once one's cultivation level exceeds the 5th rank, one can release true qi externally. At that time, he can create his own martial arts technique based on his wife's technique, which can be called 6 Meridian Divine Spear or 6 Meridian Divine Sword. Creating one's own martial arts method is an essential step to becoming a grandmaster, and it can bring fame and fortune. A grandmaster would be too ashamed to show his face if he couldn't find the martial arts technique he created in a bookstore. When Yang Ding returned home, Yi Ro was chatting with Fang Jing on the sofa. Honey, why aren't you asleep yet? I had already taken a nap, but the baby's crying woke me up, so I had a heart-to-heart talk with Sister Jing. This is also one of the advantages of the two sisters being together. No matter how strong a woman is, she still has a fondness for gossiping and talking about men. A person taking care of a child who can't speak will only hear crying and fussing all day long. It's no wonder they go crazy. Since Fang Jing started living with the two men, her insomnia has improved a lot. Okay, I'm going to take a shower first. Wait for me. Fang Jing immediately understood and laughed. I'm going to sleep. Take it easy, you guys. I have to remind you, it's getting a bit too frequent. Yang Ding, honey, why don't you listen to Sister Jing's warning? Yi Ro also said. The doctor has relented, but you can't come every day. Yang Ding took off his sweat-soaked t-shirt and threw it into the basket. Wife, it's mainly because you're so beautiful, I just couldn't resist. Then can you sleep on the floor? Then I can smell your fragrance. I can't even stand the smell. Yi Ro exclaimed in shock. Was her husband a pervert? Then, can you sleep on the sofa? Yi Ro had discussed this matter with Fang Jing tonight. This is something that even someone with high cultivation levels cannot stop. Honey, let's be more careful from now on. A maximum of twice a week, okay? Fang Jing was speechless. She put her hands on her hips and said, Sister Ro, can you wait until I come inside before you talk? You really don't treat me like an outsider. Hee, you're my Sister Jing, right? Help me persuade my husband. Fang Jing covered her ears. I'm not listening, you're just talking nonsense. I can't help you with this. After saying that, he went into the room, showing a great sense of propriety. Before Yang Ding transmigrated, he had never eaten anything good. His girlfriend was plain looking, had a poor figure, and a terrible temper. She was useless to him and would ask him for this and that every day, which was incredibly annoying. Now that he's met someone as exceptional as Yi Ro, and she's pregnant so soon after their marriage, how can he possibly resist? But thinking about how anxious his wife had been last night, he could only say, "I'll sleep on the sofa after I've put you to sleep." "Honey, can you really do it?" "Of course, I'm also afraid of hurting you and the child." To Yi Ro's surprise, Yang Ding actually did it. The next day, she got up to refine pills and saw Yang Ding huddled on the sofa, unable to straighten his legs, and felt a pang of heartache. She sat down and kissed Yang Ding's forehead, saying gently, "Husband, you are diligent and self-disciplined, you will definitely achieve great things in the future." Yi Ro had participated in formal combat when she graduated, and she once thought of herself as a cold-blooded woman. Unexpectedly, now that she's pregnant, she's become more and more sentimental. During class, she can't control her longing for Yang Ding and always wants to go find him. Fang Jing got up to make the milk powder, saying, okay, if you keep looking at it, it'll become stringy." To be honest, although she and her late husband were childhood sweethearts, they had never been this sweet. It would be a lie to say she wasn't envious. Yi Ro looked at her well-proportioned, fair figure, and hesitated to speak. Yang Ding is currently single, which is a good time for him to marry a second wife. In this day and age, polygamy is practiced, not only because there are more women than men, but also because men's resources are wasted when women get pregnant. If you have 10 wives, this problem basically doesn't exist. But Fang Jing's husband had only been dead for less than 3 months, and she really couldn't bring herself to talk about remarrying. During morning exercises, Yang Ding was now running towards the martial arts academy's formation. "I've saved you seats, come over here," Huang Bingbing shouted. Mao Jian decided not to pay any attention to her because her mother had hit her. Yang Ding said, "Let's go, let's get to know her. I'm also curious about Huang Bingbing's abilities. This woman is cunning, we'd better be careful. If even she can't handle it, how will she slack off in the law enforcement team in the future?" Chapter 49, Status Suddenly Elevated. The two walked over, with Mao Jian standing in front of Huang Bingbing and Yang Ding standing behind her. Huang Bingbing turned around warily and looked back. "Why are you putting me in the middle of this? I'll crush you to death so you won't sneak up on people and hurt them." Mao Jian still has bandages wrapped around his head. If he hadn't taken the Peiyuan pill in time, he probably would have had to take the day off. We're almost at the bottom of the cave. It was just a friendly sparring session between classmates, but this wretched woman is so vicious. We have to be careful. Huang Bingbing sneered, "The more useless someone is, the more of a rogue they become. It's true I'm useless, but my brother Ding is a genius born of ordinary mortal. Do you dare to fight him?" Huang Bingbing almost burst out laughing. She couldn't believe there was such a contradictory notion as a genius born of ordinary birth. I'm afraid your brother Ding will get beaten to a pulp by me and then go back to his pretty little wife looking down on him. I'll take you down any time, brother." As long as he doesn't resort to violence, Mao Jian isn't afraid of anyone. Last night, after witnessing Yang Ding and his mother's real fight, he was filled with admiration. In his heart, his mother's cultivation level of the middle stage of the third rank was an insurmountable mountain, while Yang Ding was able to fight him to a standstill. But Yang Ding was unsure of himself in the fight against Huang Bingbing. "Xiang Tianyu has indeed done his best, so you can rest assured that he can continue. This Bingbing is unfathomable, mainly because she is too relaxed and not flustered at all, which is far less genuine than Sun Li's performance. They'll be going down into the cave at the end of the month, and the White Walkers love to eat pretty, fair-skinned girls." After the broadcast gymnastics started, Yang Ding obediently warmed up with his breathing exercises and did not actually try to bump into Huang Bingbing. After all, his wife is Yi Ro and his roommate is Fang Jing. His standards are too high. Ordinary pretty but manipulative girls wouldn't even catch his eye. But to his utter surprise, while doing the jumping exercise, he was bumped by the person behind him. Yang Ding was immediately enraged. This was going too far. He turned around and yelled, "Sun Li, are you sick in the head? Why do you keep bumping into me?" Sun Li doesn't have many things she's proud of. Does Yang Ding not like big things? "Brother Ding, I'm sorry, I just wanted to learn more from you. Back off, back off." Yang Ding dared not be negligent and could only jump to a height of 2 or 3 meters. If my wife sees this, she'll throw a tantrum. Women's hormones surge during pregnancy, making it harder for them to control their emotions. Unexpectedly, Sun Li could jump 3 meters high, and she even tried to stage an accident, disrupting Yang Ding's internal energy circulation. He had to jump 5 or 6 meters high, which Sunli could no longer reach and almost got her head stepped on, so she had to retreat to a distance. Behind Sunli was Xiang Tianyu, who had also been supervising Yang Ding. He had insomnia last night and practiced the 36 axes of the Heavenly Gang all night, but he couldn't figure out why he was defeated by this good-for-nothing. Sunli, you're shameless. You were fawning over me just a couple of days ago, and now you're sucking up to Yang Ding. Brother Tianyu, you've misunderstood me. All I want is to live, okay? My cultivation can keep you alive, but you must obediently follow me. Sunli was quite good-looking, and more importantly, she had unique features. Xiang Tianyu originally wanted to take her as his second wife. Brother Tianyu, Lily only loves the strongest. Open your dog eyes and watch closely. Next week's test will determine who is the strongest in Class C2. Good luck, brother you that day. Xiang Tianyu cursed inwardly, once I marry you, I'll definitely teach you a lesson, you bitch. These days, the law of the jungle is being played out to the fullest. Just one weekly test, and Xiang Tianyu went from being the most sought-after girl in the class to a second-rate one, and his chances of finding a partner were also downgraded. When returning to the classroom after exercise, the usual rush of people crowding in became orderly. Everyone consciously let Yang Ding go first. No one reminded him or needed to supervise him. This is the school spirit of Jiangling University. Based on the current class rankings, Yang Ding is likely to be the next captain of Class 2, and he will be able to decide everyone's life or death when they go down into the cave. Mao Jian followed behind, feeling particularly proud. He felt he had chosen the right person to follow. There were 100 people in the class, and unless everyone was wiped out, he would be the second to last to die. Yang Ding accepted everyone's respect without hesitation, pushed Xiang Tianyu aside, and swaggered in. Xiang Tianyu was so angry that the muscles at the corners of his mouth were trembling. Huang Bingbing glanced at the steel axe in his hand and said, "You should just get a 10-pound one. With your level of cultivation, what's the use of carrying an 80-pound meteorite iron battle axe except for showing off?" Based on the comparison between weapon and strength, to wield an 80-pound meteorite iron battle axe as easily as a sword, one would need approximately 8,000 pounds of strength and a cultivation level exceeding the second rank. Xiang Bin spent a huge sum of money to buy this thing for his son, which was purely a case of putting on a show of wealth. If you have the guts, join forces with me to wipe out Yang Ding. What are you talking about? Hey, I'm not going to die. I'm not going to fight you for a woman. Why would I kill him? I just enjoy watching you dogs fight and making sarcastic remarks. Xiang Tianyu glanced at Sunli, then at Huang Bingbing. He felt the two women were completely different. Although Sunli had her own unique characteristics, she was definitely a loser. Huang Bingbing's confident demeanor exudes the air of a wealthy and beautiful woman. Thinking about how Yang Ding's cultivation level had increased dramatically since he started living off Yi Rou, he felt that he could do the same. A man who wants to accomplish great things shouldn't just be after beautiful women. Ideally, he should gain both sex and profit. Thinking of this, he didn't sit next to Sunli, but instead chased away the boy next to Huang Bingbing and sat next to her. What do you think of me? You're a bit better than these rotten fish and shrimp. At least you've awakened. My aunt is the discipline master. Oh my, that's scary. Your aunt has so many children, is her salary enough? You've been assigned to Class C2, can she help you get a different class? Are you from a better family than me? Xiang Tianyu asked tentatively. Huang Bingbing saw through his thoughts at a glance and leaned closer, saying, "Anyway, I'm better than you. If you want to be my lapdog, you'd better be obedient enough. What if you're a cultivation cultivator? Wouldn't I be left with nothing? Do I look like one? If you don't fawn over me, someone else will. I have plenty of simps." Xiang Tianyu was certain that Huang Bingbing's family background was indeed extraordinary, as she didn't even respect her aunt. Seeing that Xiang Tianyu was trying to curry favor with Huang Bingbing, Sunli felt a little disappointed. There were 60 girls in the class, 40 of whom were the first group who didn't find a husband. The competition among female competitors is exceptionally fierce. If Yi Rou hadn't spoiled Yang Ding's tastes, this guy would never have escaped her grasp. But it was precisely because of Yi Rou that she was willing to get close to Yang Ding. Whether it's acquiring advanced cultivation resources or marrying into the family as a second wife, there's no worry about running out of money. I've heard that genius-level instructors earn at least $1 million a year. Just as the counselor of Class C2 was about to go to class, he was called into the discipline director's office. "Zhang, the law enforcement headquarters just called. They suspect you tampered with the class's weekly test. What tricks would I have played? Yang Ding hasn't awakened his powers yet. How could he possibly be a match for Xiang Tianyu? How would I know? The second weekly test is coming up soon, and the discipline director can go and supervise it personally. I will go. After leaving, Counselor Zhang was also completely confused. Although the weekly test is crucial to survival rate after entering the cave, it shouldn't warrant a special inquiry from the Law Enforcement Bureau. I think the discipline master is trying to protect his nephew. Chapter 50. Is it wrong for me to do it? The head of discipline talking to Zhang, the counselor, wasn't making it up. She didn't dare fabricate a false order from the law enforcement agency. Instead, the governor's office secretary personally called to inquire. After the counselor left, she thought for a long time before finally dialing the governor's office. I waited a long time before I heard Zhou Ruoshi's voice. What's up? Your Excellency, I just asked the counselor of Class 2, and he swore that he did not protect Yang Ding. Should I join forces with the student council to conduct a thorough investigation into this kid? An impatient sigh came from the other end of the phone. Xian Lan, do you have nothing better to do? I was just responding to the call from the Law Enforcement Bureau, wasn't I? Who instructed you to use the student council to investigate a student in Class 2C? Who gave you permission to bypass the principal and call my office directly? Don't interfere in this matter anymore. I have other plans. I will secretly monitor the weekly tests, so please rest assured, Governor. Beep beep beep. The discipline director was a little flustered. Although she was paid by the Empire, this was Jianling City. She had always wanted to curry favor with the Zhou family, but never had the chance. This time, he could have both curried favor with Zhou Ruoshi and gotten rid of Yang Ding to avenge his brother, but the governor changed his mind at the last minute. That old geezer, the principal, is nowhere near as reliable as me. Why is Your Excellency, the governor, so interested in Yang Ding? Is it because of Yi Rou? Yes, it must be because of Yi Rou. Or does she think the Imperial High Command is plotting against the Zhou family? The old woman, who had a lot on her mind, frantically tried to guess the emperor's intentions, and couldn't help but smile smugly at the thought. Humph, Yang Ding, you think that marrying such a beautiful wife as Yi Rou will make you rich and powerful? In this grand game of empire and city-states, you are at best a pawn with no way back, destined for certain death. When Zhang, the counselor who had been wrongly accused, arrived at the classroom, she first glanced at Yang Ding, then at Xiang Tianyu and Huang Bingbing, and couldn't help but curse in her heart. I initially thought it was a trash squad, human bait for the enforcement team to use as bait, something to just get by with, since they were all food for the White Walkers anyway. As it turned out, there were many hidden talents among them, none of whom were easy to deal with. If a few people die in the cave at the end of the month, will his role as counselor be implicated? You're free to move around. You can discuss martial arts techniques or go out to practice swordsmanship and fight. Zhang, the tutor, was having a headache and was planning to find a colleague to switch classes before the news leaked, so as to get rid of this hot potato. While the students rushed outside, Yang Ding continued practicing his 9 sword forms. Huang Bingbing was pretending to practice the Thunderbolt saber, even though Zhou Su was using double short spears. Xiang Tianyu leaned closer, with a fawning smile. Bingbing, let's practice together. Huang Bingbing was unwilling to participate, saying, I'm not interested. Let's be frank. Yang Ding and I are definitely going to split up. Whom do you support? Huang Bingbing smiled slyly, that depends on who's willing to be my dog. Xiang Tianyu also had his pride. Can't we be friends? We're all classmates, why say such harsh things? Huang Bingbing took out a dark-colored pill. This is a second-tier pure beast pill. Its energy is equivalent to eating 10 pounds of second-tier beast meat. It costs 10,000 yuan per pill in the weapon market. As long as your body can handle it, I can give you one every week. One a week? That's right. If you make rapid progress in the future, you can easily have 10 or even 100 times more resources. Bing bing, 40,000 yuan a month is already an astronomical figure. Even if the cost is 10 or 100 times higher, not many people in Jianling City can afford it. What kind of family background do you have? You don't need to ask that. The condition is that you have to be my dog. I'll make you kneel, I'll make you die, I'll make you lick my feet. Xiang Tianyu, who only wanted to live off a woman, couldn't hold back when he heard about athlete's foot. Humph, this is going too far. My aunt is the dean of students at Jianling University, and my family background is not bad. Why should I bow and scrape in front of you? Do as you please. You don't have much time left. There are over 2,000 boys in Class C. You'll have to wait in line to be my dog. A man should learn to seize opportunities. If you have such a family background, why would you be in Class C, adventuring with us? Can't I do what I want? Huang Bingbing's wicked smile is both irresistibly charming and sends chills down your spine. Xiang Tianyu glanced at the grinning Yang Ding. They were both living off women, so why was this kid so happy? At noon, Yang Ding swaggered into the Class A canteen with Mao Jian. The Class A dining hall is the highest level dining hall among all students at Jiangling University, and the free training ingredients are on par with those in the instructor's dining hall. Only students in the martial arts A-level class and the supernatural A-level class can eat here. Because there were relatively few people, it wasn't particularly crowded. Mao Jian looked at the meat coupon in his hand and felt a pang of heartache. The daily lunch allowance for a Class A canteen is 1,500 yuan. That's right, starting with Tier 2 beast meat. That's incredibly extravagant. Each student needs 500,000 yuan worth of cultivation ingredients every year. It's all the hard-earned money of ordinary people at the bottom of society. Those from wealthy families spend at least $1 million each year, but these cultivation ingredients are all hunted and brought back by awakened ones outside the Great Wall in the north, so they have nothing to do with the lower classes. If I could visit the wall in my lifetime, I would die happy. Yang Ding smiled. He was going to go sooner or later anyway, and if the war became urgent, Yi Rou and Fong Jing would both have to go. The conversation between the two was overheard by a senior student in the queue behind them. This guy was a third-year student who was standing in the front row on the day of the forced pairing and recognized Yang Ding at a glance. Who gave you permission to come to the Class A cafeteria? The senior student shouted angrily, as if afraid that others wouldn't hear him. Yang Ding knew that marrying Yi Rou would make him the enemy of the entire school, but he didn't intend to argue. He just shook the hostage in his hand. So what if you have a meat coupon? If you're not in the top class, then stand at the back. Sorry, we've been waiting in line for a long time, Yang Ding replied. Mao Jian was terrified. He was a senior in the top class of the third year of university, with good talent and family background. His cultivation level was comparable to his mother's. Never mind, it's okay if we eat later. The student council is here to maintain order, so don't be afraid of him, Yang Ding said. The boy laughed loudly and pulled out an armband from his pocket. I'm in the student council, are you pissed off? The noise startled the students nearby, and Fong Jing came out of the line carrying 2 lunchboxes. Yang Ding, what happened? Sister Jing, what are you doing here? Yang Ding asked. I'll buy DeLong's training ingredients for this month. The ones from the student cafeteria are cheaper. She's only 20 years old this year, and with her petite face and figure, wearing a high ponytail, a white t-shirt and jeans, and clean, clear eyes, she exudes youthful energy. You wouldn't guess she's a young woman at all. The students at the Martial Arts Academy didn't recognize her either. Fong Jing. Hey, you're pretty popular with pretty girls, huh? You're not really good at serving women, are you? Fong Jing wanted to hear the reason, but she got angry when she saw the boy being so rude. How did you get into the student council with such a foul mouth? Beautiful lady, would you like to have a sniff? The boy, with his mouth open and spitting out foul breath, closed his eyes and pressed himself against Fong Jing. Fong Jing pushed away Yang Ding, who was trying to help her, with her left hand, and drew 2 fingers above her head with her right hand, creating a crack more than a meter long in the void. Then, with a gentle touch of her slender fingers, the crack enveloped the boy's head, swallowing him whole. The boy vanished into thin air in full view of everyone. Instructor Fong Jing's breathtaking performance created by senior brother Wang of the Hahuan sect. The crowd erupted in excitement. Holy crap, a space-type ability user, and an A-level expert at that. Jiangling University only has one A-level expert, which is Instructor Fong from the Space Department. Chapter 51. This woman is a bit strange. Yang Ding was also stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen Fong Jing use her spatial abilities. Sister Jing, where did that guy go? Fong Jing replied calmly, it should be in the latrine of the women's restroom at the Institute of Technology and Agriculture. Agricultural students are required to learn composting, manure production, and biogas technologies, so the public toilets in the College of Engineering and Agriculture are still dry toilets to facilitate collection. No wonder a strong stench came out of the crack just now. Fong Jing pulled Yang Ding to stand in front of her to protect her. You're really brave to come all alone. The hostage was a reward from the school, what's there to be afraid of? Apart from the sons of the major powerful families in Jianling City, anyone who marries your wife will be in deep trouble. These guys think they are the chosen ones, but in the eyes of the powerful, they are nothing more than tools to be used. Because my wife is too beautiful? Yi Ro's beauty enhances her value. Even if she is ugly, all the female gifted students in the gifted youth program have to marry into wealthy families. Talent is a resource, and resources are power. Then why didn't you marry into a wealthy family, Sister Jing? Space-related talents should be even more sought after, right? My family is considered somewhat wealthy, so they wouldn't do anything to me. It's just that my brother and I didn't receive much love from our parents growing up, and we don't want to go to Donghai City. After understanding Fang Jing's meaning, Yang Ding sighed and said, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you want to hold the rose, you must bear its pain. If it were before, I might have been cowardly, but Yi Ro already has my child, and she is very good to me. Even if I go against the whole world, I will not give up on her. After listening, Fang Jing gave him a gentle and appreciative smile. Her husband had previously made a fuss about joining the army at the Northern Wall because he felt inferior after being bullied by the student council a few times. He felt he was not good enough for Fang Jing and wanted to use high-level resources to quickly improve his cultivation. This has led to the current situation. Originally, Fang Jing wanted to find an opportunity to transfer him to Donghai City so that he could serve in the army under his parents. Yi Ro was right about you. In this era, humanity is on the verge of extinction. Fame and fortune are not that important. The most important thing is family. Hurry up and get your food. Take it back to the classroom to eat. Don't stay here. The student council president is Governor Zhou's cousin. Don't be reckless. Even grandmasters wouldn't dare to provoke them easily, let alone us. Yang Ding nodded, keeping these words in mind. If he were just a low-level student in the pig farming department, the student council wouldn't even give him a second glance. But now that he has married Yi Ro and is gradually moving closer to the center of power in the empire, things are completely different. However, he was not discouraged. If a grandmaster could not deal with the powerful and wealthy in Jianling City, what if he was both a martial arts grandmaster and a space grandmaster? It can even integrate the cultivation of 3 or 5 grandmaster level abilities into one. Mao Jian was completely unable to get a word in edgewise and was at a loss for what to do. Instructor Fang, hello, I'm Yang Ding's friend, a good friend. Oh, you go stand at the back, don't cut in line, Fang Jing replied coldly, her attitude completely different from how she had treated Yang Ding earlier. Okay. Mao Jian stood in the line of students from the top class, his palms sweating profusely. It was really not easy to get a good meal. Gangnam University does not encourage students to engage in a survival of the fittest mentality, but it tacitly condones it. Because once you leave the school, the city-state, the wall in the north, or even the earth, this is the environment you'll find. Yang Ding prepared 2 portions of food for his training and left the Class A cafeteria to return to his classroom to eat. Mao Jian remained silent the entire way, feeling depressed. There wasn't such a clear hierarchy when he worked on the farm. We're all farmers with no future, just getting by, having kids, and waiting to die, so we have a very ordinary mindset. These top-tier awakened individuals all believe they will become grandmasters in the future and be able to enter the inner sanctum, so they look down on the weak. Brother Ding, given our qualifications, we'll only ever be cannon fodder. I'm afraid we'll never get ahead. Seeing that Yang Ding remained silent, he said, I'm alright, just an ordinary person, and no one makes things difficult for me. You married a celebrity like Instructor Yi, which is great, but you're also in deep trouble. Your future will be 100 times more difficult than mine. Are you afraid to follow me? Yang Ding asked with a smile. No, you are a friend worth having, but I no longer dare to envy you. Yang Ding handed him the second-tier beast meat, saying, as the ancients said, even in poverty, one should remain steadfast and not lose one's lofty aspirations. Which ancient person was so arrogant? Ahem, anyway, don't panic, don't be afraid, chaos is a stepping stone. When the two pushed open the classroom door, they discovered an appalling scene. In the corner, Xiang Tianyu knelt in front of Huang Bingbing with his head down, while Huang Bingbing lay half reclined on a chair. Holy crap, retreat! Retreat! Mao Jian thought he had seen something he shouldn't have, and prepared to close the door. Huang Bingbing raised her foot, patted Xiang Tianyu's face, and shouted, You 2 idiots, come back here. He's cutting my toenails, what are you thinking? The 2 then entered the classroom and were indeed clipping their nails. Yang Ding looked at Mao Jian, and Mao Jian looked at Yang Ding. They stared at each other with their small eyes. They couldn't understand how Xiang Tianyu, such a pretentious guy and an awakened one, could have the nerve to do something like this. Even a simp shouldn't be this decisive. Brother Ding, what's Bing Bing's background? It's definitely not simple. A rich girl, she gave him cultivation resources? I guess so. Seeing the two whispering, Huang Bingbing beckoned to Yang Ding with her finger. Hey, I still have one leg. If you're willing to serve me, I'll give you 2 second-tier beast cores. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Tianyu put his other foot in his arms. This is mine, and no one is allowed to take it from me. Mao Jian swallowed hard. Giving away second-tier beast cores like that, she must be incredibly wealthy. Are you tempted? Yang Ding asked. Even if I can't digest them all, I can still make a profit by selling them, 10,000 yuan apiece. I advise you to be careful. Huang Bingbing is a bit strange. Be careful, or you might lose your life. Huang Bingbing took out the second-grade beast core and said to Xiang Tianyu, you did well today, open your mouth. Xiang Tianyu opened his mouth, and with a flick of his head, he caught the beast core and swallowed it. A powerful energy spread through his dantian, his face turned red, he was covered in sweat, and he stood up shakily. It was obvious that the energy of a second-grade beast core was too strong for him. Dizzy and disoriented, Xiang Tianyu, with bloodshot eyes, roared at Yang Ding, your death is imminent. Xiang Tianyu was sweating profusely all afternoon, practically sweating buckets. Huang Bingbing had been secretly guiding him in practicing axe techniques. When Yang Ding got home that evening, he planned to make sweet and sour pork for his wife. Recently, Yirou's tastes had changed, and she especially liked sour foods. Yirou changed into a loose and comfortable set of home clothes and pretended to practice shooting in the kitchen while her husband smelled the cooking fumes. Hey! Ha! Sour for boys, spicy for girls. My son will definitely be a martial arts grandmaster and a good father who will protect him in the future. Yang Ding shared some funny things that happened in class today with her, and Yirou immediately felt something was wrong after listening. There's no wealthy family with the surname Huang in Jiangling City. Who is Huang Bingbing? How could she just give away a second-grade beast core like that? Fang Jing, who was comforting her child at the door, also heard it. If she had these resources, why would she be stuck in a third-class class? Jing Jia, call your dad after dinner and ask him. He's in a high position and knows more than we do. Fang Jing nodded, okay, I also think that wherever your husband goes, something strange happens. Chapter 52 My sister offers advice. Yirou, who was drooling over the sweet and sour pork, suddenly became anxious after hearing Fang Jing's words. She pulled Fang Jing into the second bedroom and whispered, Jingjia, I won't kill my husband, will I? Don't scare yourself. Last time the farm was so dangerous, he led a group of ordinary pig farmers and they escaped, didn't they? My husband is smart. But let alone his cultivation, even you and I couldn't withstand being targeted by those wealthy families. There's always a way out. Let's ask my dad first. I should have insisted on making a scene back then, even taking it to the queen. I was too naive to think that no one would dare to oppose the imperial marriage system's decisions. You really want to marry into a wealthy family? Yirou shook her head, I don't want to. I think those second and third generation rich kids are not as good as my husband. That's settled then. You already have a baby. You have typical pregnancy symptoms, excessive anxiety. But you had your husband with you, while I only had you and your sister at the time. After the three finished their meal, they went to the maternal and child health hospital to make a phone call to visit their relatives. In the Jinglong Empire, individuals are not allowed to have communication devices. Each person is an information island. Universities, law enforcement teams, city-states, and even the frontline military except for high-ranking officials all use local area networks LANs, with large networks containing smaller ones. The maternal and child hospitals were important units directly operated by the empire. In order to facilitate governance, a network of kinship needed to be woven, which naturally became an information link. By entering relatives' information, satellite phones could be dialed. She called the Northern Border Army camp several times to arrange Yirou's wedding, but couldn't get an appointment. My sister has been on missions outside the Great Wall for months at a time. Fang Jing could easily contact her parents because they had a dedicated line that could be used whether she was in the military camp or in her bedroom at home. But when their parents make appointments with them, they never return the call. Soon, her father, Fang Hongba, answered the phone. Hello, is this Jing? Yes, Dad, have you rested? Not yet, what happened? My daughter never calls unless she needs something from me. Have you heard that my best friend Yiro married an ordinary person who hasn't awakened his powers? I know, stay away from them, I can't be friends with them anymore. Fang Jing frowned and quickly pressed the microphone against her ear. Yiro was right next to her, and even with her level of hearing, pressing the microphone wouldn't help. Seeing that Sister Jing was in a dilemma, she could only make a gesture. How about we just forget about it? Fang Jing disagreed. Dad, I haven't said anything yet, why are you in such a hurry to draw conclusions? The same thing happened at Tunghai University, but that boy is already dead. Fang Jing's expression changed drastically, and she quickly pulled Yiro over. Oh, so it's all ordinary boys paired with gifted girls? Yes, the same bug has occurred in both Northern City and Western City. What about the two boys? He died the night he was paired up. Fang Jing's face began to turn ugly, and Yiro was so frightened that her face turned pale. How did he die? The case is being investigated by the law enforcement team. Dad has no right to interfere and doesn't want to ask about it. Remember what I said. Bye. Wait. Fang Jing's eyes darted around, and she quickly said, Yiro is right here. She heard what you said, and she's very sad. She's been taking care of me and the child these past few days. I can do as you say, but you must give her some advice. It's not convenient over the phone. Dad, you once fought alongside Grandmaster Yi Jian, and Yiro is his daughter. Sigh, okay, let her answer the phone. Yiro answered the phone nervously. Ahem. Fang Hongbao cleared his throat and said in a deep voice. The imperial marriage system is personally supervised by the Queen and the 8 Grandmasters. No one dares to openly harm your husband. Just be careful when you walk at night. Yiro understood the implication in his words. It was as if he was warning the eavesdropper. If something happens to my husband, will the Empire investigate? Of course, this is a blatant provocation against the imperial authority, and it's not impossible that the Queen would send a Grandmaster in person. Is there anything else, Uncle Fang? At the end of the year, Fang Jing's mother and I will go back to Jiangling City to process the transfer orders for the siblings. If your husband is still alive by then, we will treat you to a meal. As for the rest, it's up to your fate. Yiro was completely numb. Yang Ding heard it too. Damn it, he just married a beautiful wife, why does it involve the entire power network of the Jinglong Empire? After hanging up the phone, Yiro pouted, feeling very sad. She hugged Yang Ding's neck, tears welling up in her eyes. Honey, are you scared? When you went alone, pregnant, to rescue me from the White Walker's lair, were you afraid? Yiro shook her head. I'm not afraid. I think I have some ideas. I'll go back and tell you about them. Okay, I'll try calling my sister. I miss her so much. If she were here, she'd definitely have a way. Yiro dialed the phone number of the Northern Army camp again. Has Hunter Yiku from Squadron 6999 of the 5th Army returned to camp? Please wait 15 seconds. Hello, Captain Yiku of Squadron 6999 reported back to camp last night. Would you like me to transfer her to my unit? Yiro quickly replied, yes, please hurry. Yiro pulled Yang Ding over, preparing to introduce her to her sister. My sister has been gone for less than 2 years and has already been promoted to captain, so her cultivation level is probably already at the lower 6th rank. A captain in a northern military camp is not the same as a captain in an enforcement team. Their salaries differ by 3 or 4 times. A moment later, a cool voice came from the other end, gentle? It's me, sister. Hearing her sister's voice, Yiro felt as if she had a powerful force. After all, the two sisters grew up together in the maternal and child health center, and her sister had always protected her since she was a child. I heard you got married? Married to an ordinary person? Yes, sister, his name is Yang Ding, and he's very nice. Are you in trouble right now? Sis, how did you know? Tell me what happened. Yiro covered the microphone and explained all the important details. Isn't that simple? Just remarry after Yang Ding dies. Yiro turned her head and glanced at Yang Ding. Yang Ding frowned. What kind of scoundrel is this sister-in-law? Sis, what are you saying? I'm pregnant. You? There was a full 10 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. You're truly a talent. Sis, are you mocking me? How long has it been? It's been a month, more than a month. Then came another long silence. Ro, is that your husband's breathing sound next to you? Yes. Remember what I'm about to say. There's a book at home called The History of Evolution. The numbers I'm about to say will be divided into 3 parts: page number, line number, and word order: 157, 931, 183, 3358, 2689, 1213. Go back and investigate immediately. Don't tell anyone. Bye. Sister. Beep beep beep. In the Jiangling City Law Enforcement Bureau's governor's office, Zhou Ruoshi took off her headphones, her head spinning from the string of numbers. She asked her secretary, "What evolutionary history? What book is this? Is it something left over from before the catastrophe? I've never heard of that." Yi Jian's wife, who is also Yi Ku and Yi Rou's mother, was a university professor and loves collecting books. Sending someone to fetch it is too late. Bring Azzy here. Chapter 53. He's not your husband. Half an hour later, Huang Bingbing lazily walked into the governor's office in her pajamas. She plopped down opposite Zhou Ruoshi, her eyes and posture filled with hostility. "Seventh sister, why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Who told you to go to the martial arts academy to contact Yang Ding? What's wrong? He's not your husband, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhou Ruoshi suppressed her anger. "Did Dad send you? You are his most beloved daughter. Go ask him. You can only control the Law Enforcement Bureau, not us." Zhou Ruoshi's father had 5 concubines, and in addition to his 12 children at home, he also had 10 illegitimate children outside. These illegitimate children do not bear the surname Zhou, their identities are fake, and they will not participate in the evaluation of Jiangling University. They are not allowed to acknowledge their kinship openly, and no one knows about their relationship. After they come of age, they will all join a secret service called Stinger to do shady things, such as removing the queen's spies planted in important positions in Jiangling City. Huang Bingbing is the youngest of these illegitimate daughters. Her real name is Huang Azzy, or Zhou Azzy. The Sting organization is managed by illegitimate children, who recruit assassins known as dark slaves. Xiang Tianyu is currently being groomed by Huang Bingbing. What are your plans? I'm not telling you. Who do you think you are? Zhou Ruoshi slammed her fist on the table in anger. Huang Bingbing sneered, "Humph, what are you asking me? We, the Stinger, can do the work that the Law Enforcement Bureau can't do, and we can kill the people that the Law Enforcement Bureau dares not kill. We do all the dirty work for the Zhou family. It's not you, Zhou Ruoshi, who protects the Zhou family, but us, Poison Sting." Even if Zhou Ruoshi was furious, there was nothing she could do. "My father's illegitimate children were raised as suicide soldiers from a young age. Each of them is insane and psychologically twisted. This 22-year-old girl, in particular, is a perverted person with male-hating syndrome. She believed that men should be slaves to women, not have multiple wives and concubines. I have received the latest news that the bug grooms of the other 3 city-states have all died. The queen is furious and is preparing to send down 8 grandmasters to investigate, so you cannot touch Yang Ding for the time being. I'm going to make a move. The 8 grandmasters don't have the energy to search through the 4 city-states. This means we're being watched, understand? And with the 8 grandmasters reorganizing the other 3 city-states, we can just preserve our strength and watch the show. Why drag trouble into our own hands? Do you think your underhanded tactics, with your bunch of scoundrels, can withstand a single blow from a grandmaster?" Seeing Huang Bingbing's reluctance, Zhou Ruoshi worried that she would harm her family, so she could only patiently persuade her. "The queen is a prophet. The other 3 bugs might just be a decoy. Her target is our Jiangling city, so don't make any rash moves, or I'll make you wish you were never born." "But that Yang Ding is very arrogant, and the secret agents I trained are going to kill him," Huang Bingbing said. "Yang Ding is just an ordinary person, a pawn testing the waters. He poses no threat to us. We can ignore him. Our opponents are the Imperial High Command, not him. Understand? What if I could take him in as a secret slave? What makes you think he's so great? He's not short of money, or are you prettier than Yi Rou? Humph, I understand men better than you old maid." This touched a nerve with Zhou Ruoshi, who waved her hand and said, Get out. As long as he's alive, I don't care about anything else. Just you wait. Once I've tamed him, I'll give him to you as your male concubine." "Shut up!" Zhou Ruoshi snapped. Bang! The water dispenser suddenly exploded. The exploded mineral water first remained suspended in the air, then quickly merged and solidified, turning into 7 chilling, transparent ice spikes that hovered in front of Huang Bingbing. Don't push your luck. If I kill you, Dad will just scold me at most. These words clearly provoked Huang Bingbing, who bit her lip until it bled and dared not be arrogant anymore. Instructor's building. Yi Rou, Yang Ding, and Fang Jing searched the entire house but couldn't find the book Evolution Theory. Could it be that our phone was tapped and they sent a space age ability user to take the book before we did? Yi Rou asked. Fang Jing used her powers to scan the room and shook her head. There are no signs of spatial tearing or folding, so no one should have been here. Yang Ding looked at the hundreds of books on the bookshelf and said, "Honey, your sister reads so many books, don't you read any of them? I can't find any of them anywhere. Honey, I get dizzy when I see words. For example, your name, if I don't look carefully, I might see it as Yang Xiang or Changjing." Put. Fang Jing burst out laughing. My dad said that Rou is like her father, upright and honest, with a pure heart, and is most likely to become a grandmaster in the future. Ku is like her mother, meticulous and talented in both literature and martial arts. Yi Rou, who had a rather slow reaction time, finally snapped out of it. She put her hands on her hips, glared at Yang Ding, and asked in a cute but fierce tone, "What's with that expression? Do you think your wife is illiterate?" No. Yang Ding quickly hugged Yi Rou. "My wife is just innocent and adorable. Honey, I'm so sleepy from reading too much, I don't want to look anymore. Let's look for it again tomorrow. It might come out if we don't look for it now." On the bed, Yi Rou snuggled into his arms, pressed against his neck, and pestered him to tell her about her discoveries. Yang Ding, who has studied history, believes that this is the Queen's attempt to weaken the power of the vassal states. If these city lords are allowed to turn all the geniuses and awakened talents in the youth class into their own people, a bunch of grandmasters will emerge in a few decades, and the empire will be completely hollowed out. The Queen is one of the few time manipulation ability users, possessing wisdom that transcends time and space. She is the most suitable person to lead humanity in resisting the alien beasts, Yi Rou analyzed. Theoretically, that's true, but humans, once they've had a few days of peace, will start vying for power and profit. Power means cultivation resources, and the higher your cultivation level, the longer you live. Even a grandmaster isn't the ceiling for humans, is it? It shouldn't be that, it's just that cultivation resources are limited. Yi Rou pressed her lips against Yang Ding's neck and asked lazily, "Then why not assign me to other awakened beings, but to ordinary people instead?" Yang Ding shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe it's fate, or maybe I have some special talent." Yi Rou wholeheartedly agreed and nodded sincerely, "Yes, my husband does indeed have extraordinary qualities. Another possibility is that our union has a higher chance of producing a martial arts genius." At this point, Yi Rou suddenly perked up and looked at the safe. "Before my mother died, she wrote a book about awakened people. I think it was called The Theory of Awakening Evolution. She advocated breaking the aristocratic monopoly on reproduction, allowing the system to randomly match people, and trying to let awakened people and ordinary people combine as much as possible. After several generations, the entire human race can awaken, thereby achieving a dimensional ascension and securing a place in the vast universe. But since it's a manuscript, the title hasn't been decided yet." "Where?" "It's in the safe." Yi Rou quickly got up, opened the safe, and took out a file box. Inside was a thick layer of A4 paper manuscript, with neat handwriting, showing that the mother-in-law was a gentle and quiet woman. Yang Ding never expected that his wife not only came from a family of martial arts masters, but also from a scholarly family. No wonder her temperament is so different from those flashy, cheap women. Chapter 54: A Helping Hand from My Wife. Fortunately, Yang Ding wrote down the number Yika gave him after hanging up the phone, otherwise he would have forgotten it by now. "Can your sister remember the position of every word on every page? She has an extremely high IQ and a photographic memory. I feel like she sucked my IQ away." No, my wife is super smart too. You just have a little reading difficulty." Yi Rou suddenly realized that her husband was even better than her own sister. "After my sister gets married, she will have her own home, and her husband will be the one to share her joys and sorrows." At this moment, she decided to change her mind. She could remain married and join the army in the north. Once she reaches the 9th rank, or even becomes a grandmaster, she will bring her husband and children over. As Yang Ding was flipping through the manuscript paper looking for words, the system in his mind suddenly popped up. Affection level, 23.5%, plus 5%. Cultivation progress, 24.4%, plus 5%. Ding, congratulations host, you have broken through to the middle stage of the second rank. Your bones and muscles have been tempered. Your punching strength is 5,422 gene, plus 1,000 gene. Yang Ding looked at Yi Ro with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Just by flattering someone, the progress jumps by 5% and increases strength by 1,000 gene? It didn't work this well before. Little did he know that for Yi Ro, this meant she had made up her mind to spend her life with him. Even if she goes to the Great Wall in the north, her annual salary of over 1 million to 2 million will all be deposited into Yang Ding's account. Honey, don't just stand there. You check, I'll copy. Okay. Honey, the manuscript is in loose pieces. Should we call Sister Jing over? Never mind, she gets up several times a night to feed the baby, she doesn't say much, and she finishes quickly. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. The two of them fussed for a full hour, and Yi Ro was so drowsy that she could barely keep her eyes open. She looked at the two crooked sentences she had written, they were completely illegible. Honey, did you find the wrong one, or did I write it wrong? Yang Ding picked it up and read it once, drag Fong to the grass and green woman down to the ice. If the woman is unwilling, let Ding Yi go to the system to match the woman with a drowsy state. It should still be the woman. The soil will be the main one to cultivate the green woman with thorns. Your sister is really cautious. Even if someone finds out she's broken down the characters, she can still argue and defend herself. Honey, did you understand? Yang Ding stroked his stubble and translated, drag Fong Jing into this. If she doesn't want to, let Ding go to the system for a marriage match. It should still be her. The city lord is raising poison sting. Yi Ro suddenly realized. My sister actually wants you to marry Sister Jing. You're considering things from the perspective of the children and me, worrying that I'll find a second wife who doesn't love the children, while your sister is considering things from the perspective of weighing the pros and cons. What's the meaning? Originally, it would have been almost costless for them to kill me, and you could have just made a fuss. But Fong Jing is different. Her parents have some status in the Imperial Army. If they were to fall out with Donghai City just to kill an ordinary person like me, what if the Imperial High Command joined forces with the Lord of Donghai City to deal with the Lord of Jiangling City? That makes sense, but would Uncle Fong really fall out with the city lord for the sake of your son-in-law? Isn't there still the queen? Excuses can be big or small. Weighing the pros and cons is not about pursuing absolutes. When you are in a weak position, you should stay away from absolutes. At least with Sister Jing married, it will be more costly for them to kill me. You've also gained a beautiful wife, why not? Yi Ro asked, pouting. We had no choice, the situation was critical. But my sister said that if Sister Jing doesn't agree, we should just go to the system to match her, and she will still be matched with her. Why is that? The probability is very low. If we are matched with another woman, I will not have the right to object. The chances of me being a good match for you are even lower, Yang Ding said. Is the system controlled by the queen? It definitely is, but I don't know whether to be happy or sad. Of course it's a happy occasion. Without system bugs, could you find a wife like me to have your babies? Yi Ro continued to boast, whenever I'm in a bad mood, I look in the mirror and admire my own beauty, and suddenly I feel that the world is still a beautiful place. That's absolutely true. As Yang Ding spoke, he kissed Yi Ro on the lips, and as he kissed her, he began to have those kinds of thoughts. This young wife is truly alluring. Stop, stop, stop. Yi Ro pushed Yang Ding away. Husband, calm down, look at the last sentence. What does it mean that the city lord is raising poisonous thorns? I don't know. Your sister is on the front lines, fighting alongside elites from all over the country and children of the ruling class. Maybe she heard something, and the names sound like assassins or something. As long as there is a balance of power, I will have the time and space to cultivate. When I am strong enough, I will not be afraid of any governor or city lord. Yi Ro poked Yang Ding with her slender index finger and suddenly said something. You and my sister would definitely be a perfect match. What do you mean? You've already found me 3 wives? Yi Ro was so angry that she bit his shoulder hard. What are you thinking? Isn't what your sister gives you enough? I mean, you have the mindset of a strategist. My sister should enjoy talking to you, her brother-in-law. I also want to meet my sister-in-law. Yiku is already at the 6th rank, and Yi Ro is at the middle stage of the 5th rank. With their dual cultivation levels combined, wouldn't they be able to reach the 8th or 9th rank, or even the Grandmaster level, very soon? add spatial abilities, and who can rival us? Just thinking about it is exciting. Don't think about it, honey, I'm so sleepy. Sleep, sleep. Can you hold back tonight? I have to hold back. We agreed to do it twice a week. Yang Ding slept until dawn. He was indeed very tired. The next day, Yi Ro got up but didn't dare to tell Fang Jing what her sister had said. While the two were washing their faces together in the bathroom, she couldn't wait to ask, Sister Jing, I suddenly thought of something. What? According to the new imperial regulations, the system should be releasing your marriage quota soon. Fang Jing, who was brushing her teeth, was stunned. Even though she was so shrewd, she didn't have the mind to consider why Yi Ro suddenly brought it up. I heard there's only a 1-month mourning period left, which I've already passed. I could be matched up at any time. What if they give you one you don't like? This really made Fang Jing anxious. Seeing her like this, Yi Ro quickly comforted her, don't worry, what if he's a great man who's good to you and the baby? Fang Jing remained silent. She knew that men like that were rare, the probability was extremely low. Just then, the child burst into tears. Yang Ding asked from outside, Sister Jing, the milk isn't hot anymore, can I feed her directly? Okay, thank you. A thought suddenly flashed through Fang Jing's mind. Could we let Yang Ding reserve her spot for now, without any actual relationship, and then divorce and untie her when she finds someone suitable? But she glanced at Yi Ro and didn't have the courage to bring it up. The two had always been best friends. There aren't many people like my husband who love children. Most high-quality awakened individuals want to join the army in the Northern Territory, Yi Ro added. Let me think about it some more. People are in high spirits when they have a happy occasion, and Yang Ding hummed a little tune as he entered the classroom. Xiang Tianyu practiced his axe technique all night again last night, and his skill level increased rapidly, making him feel incredibly strong. As he massaged Huang Bingbing's shoulders, he excitedly shouted, I can't wait for Monday to come. My axe is itching to get to work. Mao Jian nudged Yang Ding, I heard that this guy doesn't sleep at all and practices his kung fu like crazy. Sooner or later, even a grandmaster will go mad and have to sleep. Are you confident? I have to be sure. I'm definitely going to be the captain of Class 2. My wife is due to give birth in a few months. I can't die at the bottom of the cave. Chapter 55. I'm not getting involved in this mess. During free practice time, Huang Bingbing used a short spear as a sword and practiced with Xiang Tianyu using the moves of the 9-sword style. Her 9-sword techniques only have form, she knows each one, but she doesn't master any of them, merely possessing the outward appearance. It's clear that she wasn't particularly talented in martial arts, she was just lucky. Yang Ding has a system that controls his movements. If his proficiency in the sweeping sword style is below 100, he cannot achieve the top-level effect of the Starry Night move in the technique, and therefore cannot practice the second move. Xiang Tianyu has indeed made great progress and is probably close to breaking through to the middle stage of the first rank. In addition, he has used a lightweight steel axe, making his axe skills more fluid and agile than before. In next Monday's match, all we need to do is keep Xiang Tianyu in the lead. If someone can defeat a mid-level first-grade cultivator, then naturally, Yang Ding's cultivation level must be stronger, or at least on par with his. Brother Ding, this kid is improving by leaps and bounds. Are you his match? Mao Jian asked worriedly. My wife and I are also training like crazy, but I'm hiding some of my strength. Why hide it? At the poker table, you can't let anyone see your whole cards. If your opponent can see them, it must be because you deliberately let them see them. Can I see through it? Yang Ding smiled and said, Of course you can, you're my friend. Mao Jian was very pleased and leaned closer to whisper, Then tell me, brother, what's your strength now? Has it exceeded 800? Come here, come here. Yang Ding whispered in Mao Jian's ear, 999, No way, that's amazing. Is the genius girl's internal energy really that effective? Shoo, keep a low profile, don't let that little bitch Huang Bingbing find out. I understand. Then the two of them began practicing their own martial arts techniques. Huang Bingbing had been monitoring Yang Ding's hearing. When she heard him proudly say 999 and chuckle twice, she felt extremely contemptuous. A pig farmer who's never seen the world. She certainly had the right to laugh. Her martial arts cultivation had just broken through to the upper third rank, making her a level higher than Mao Jian's mother's punching power, and her hearing was naturally not bad either. According to the martial arts ranking rules of the Jinglong Empire, the punching power must increase several times with each level of cultivation, and the punching power increases by 50% for each of the 3 realms within a rank. For example, when Yang Ding was in the first rank of the upper realm, his fist strength was 1,800 Jin. When he reached the second rank of the lower realm, it would be 3,600 Jin. When he was in the second rank of the upper realm, his fist strength would be multiplied by 3, jumping directly from 8,100 Jin to 24,300 Jin. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade the grade. Based on this calculation, Huang Bingbing's punching power exceeded 50,000 Jin, almost 10 times that of Yang Ding. To put this into perspective, it means being able to punch through a 10 centimeters thick steel plate and throw a car several meters away. Huang Bingbing walked over with her hands behind her back, sizing up Yang Ding as he practiced the 9 forms of swordplay. Why do you practice the first move every day? None of your business? At the Stinger organization, if any man dares to speak to Huang Bingbing like that, he will be castrated an hour later. Since joining the poison sting at the age of 16, she has castrated 13 men in 6 years, all of whom she did herself. Her subordinates secretly called her Eggplant 13, or simply Eggplant Girl. But Zhou Ruoshi's words last night indirectly protected Yang Ding, meaning that at least in the short term, this guy can't be touched, not even castrated. If you castrate this guy, you have to kill Yi Ro, otherwise Yi Ro will kill you in return. 1 Yi Ro can beat 100 of her. Huang Bingbing barely suppressed her anger, seeing how quickly Xiang Tianyu has improved. Aren't you feeling insecure? They're all second-rate noobs. If a yellow-class noob teaches another noob, it's just noobs pecking at each other. Huang Bingbing was so angry she almost jumped up. She thought she was just being sarcastic, but Yang Ding was even worse. I'll cut you off someday. Huang Bingbing likes to show off in front of Zhou Ruoshi. She always wants to prove that illegitimate daughters are better than the children of the first wife, so she vows to win over Yang Ding. She believed that Yang Ding, an ordinary person from the lower class who had never seen the world, would inevitably fall into her hands and become her secret slave. But it doesn't seem that easy now. The main reason is that this guy suddenly got a wife like Yi Ro, and he got a little too cocky and lost sight of his own position. After Huang Bingbing left, Sun Li, who was practicing her sword, approached Yang Ding. Brother Ding, Huang Bingbing is very wealthy. What's her background? She seems to be very rich. I don't know, I guess she's some rich guy keeping a mistress. However, recalling the hint his sister-in-law had given him last night, Yang Ding couldn't help but suspect that this Bingbing was poison sting. Are the assassins raised by the Lord of Jianling City really this arrogant and high profile? So, do you prefer black tea or green tea? Sun Li asked. Mao Jian said impatiently, stop trying to sell yourself everywhere. My brother Ding doesn't think much of you, and you don't think much of me. Why don't you just give me a price? How much per time? This was insulting enough, but Sun Li didn't get angry. Instead, she held up 5 fingers. 5 50-50? Mao Jian asked excitedly. Eat shit, you're both poor and cheap. Yang Ding's indifference drove Sun Li to despair, and she decided to throw herself into Xiang Tianyu's arms. Unexpectedly, Xiang Tianyu also rejected her, saying, how can someone like you compare to Bingbing? Get lost. Just as Sun Li was about to turn around, Huang Bingbing stopped her, looking at Xiang Tianyu. If you beat Yang Ding in this weekly test, I'll have her accompany you, and I'll pay for it. I only want you. Huang Bingbing sneered disdainfully, you only deserve to be my dog, don't think too much about it. At the classroom door, Instructor Zhang and the counselor of Class C1 were smoking, chatting, and watching the students practice. Zheng Peng, your class is full of hidden talents. Coach Zhang's eyes lit up. How about we switch classes? I'm not getting involved in this mess. Zheng Peng had already asked several colleagues to switch classes, but no one fell for it. He even made all the instructors in Class C aware that Class C2 might be a trap. At lunchtime, Yang Ding originally planned to have lunch with his wife, but Yi Ro said she had made an appointment with Fang Jing. What does it matter? Honey, I need to find a chance to confront Sister Jing. You don't want her to be your second wife anymore? I didn't even take this to heart, but you're so enthusiastic about it, honey. I'm ashamed. Come on, I may not understand men, but I understand you. When Sister Jing walks past you, you instinctively sniff the air because you're smelling her fragrance. I didn't, Yang Ding shook his head desperately. Your wife is a mid-level 5th grade cultivator. Even the slightest tremor of a fly can't escape my ears. But having Sister Jing around is good too, she can help me share the burden. In the instructor's canteen, Fong Jing went to reserve a seat, while Yi Ro went to queue for food. The discipline director plopped down in front of Fong Jing. Instructor Fong, you haven't gotten your food yet? Instructor Yi is in charge of serving meals today, he'll be here soon. Fong Jing's meaning was clear, she was telling the discipline director that someone was there. The discipline master pushed up his black-rimmed glasses. I need to talk to you about something. What's up? Marriage. Fong Jing's face fell. My husband died on the front lines less than 3 months ago. What are we talking about marriage for? It used to be 3 months, but now the Empire's marriage system has been reduced to 1 month. Rather than letting the system randomly match you up, you might as well register yourself. You should know that since the bug appeared, you are very likely to be matched with a pig farmer, a farmer, or even a manure collector. I'm not in a hurry. To put it simply, the 5th son of Master Zhao of Jiangling City has taken a liking to your abilities and hopes that you can marry him and become his 7th wife. 7 wives? How old is he? He's only 49 this year. Chapter 56. I will definitely win this time. Fong Jing sneered, only 49? My dad is only 45. He has the cultivation of a 5th grade upper realm, and looks to be only in his 30s. Moreover, with the resources of the Zhao family, as long as you marry into the Zhao family, you will definitely become one of the few space-type grandmasters in the Jinglong Empire. Please tell him that my father will come to help me with my transfer order at the end of the year. My brother and I will either teach at Tunghai University or join the Tunghai Garrison. What if the system forces you into a match? If the man I'm matched with will come with me, can the Zhao family come with me to Donghai City? Fong Jing asked rhetorically. Ungrateful. The discipline master threw down those words and stormed off in a huff. This Master Zhao is the brother-in-law of the Lord of Jiangling City, Zhou Ruoxi's great-uncle, and the second largest family in Jiangling City. The man who wants to marry Fong Jing is Zhao Zikai's 5th uncle, the student council president. As the core members of Jiangling City, they certainly wouldn't move to Donghai City for a woman. Yi Ro brought over the food and asked, what did that old witch say? She came to play matchmaker for me. Yi Ro immediately became nervous. After all, Sister Jing was her husband's. Who are you trying to matchmake for? The Northern Guard commander of the Law Enforcement Bureau, I can't remember his name. Yi Ro's heart skipped a beat. This was a powerful and influential figure in Jiangling City. To strengthen the family's centralized power, the Jiangling City Law Enforcement Bureau has a very simple hierarchy. Governor Zhou Ruoxi was the highest-ranking official, followed by the 9 guards, each with 10,000 law enforcement officers. The highest-ranking officer of the 9 guards is the general, and below the general are the 3 lieutenants who fight on the front lines. 8 guards were stationed inside the 8 city gates of Jiangling City, and another 20,000 men from the Central Guard were responsible for maintaining order in the city. Sis, what are you planning to do? I would rather die than marry a man older than my father. Without relying on them, I can become a grandmaster in the north. Exactly, marrying a lousy old man is not as good as marrying my husband. He's a really good kisser. Fong Jing stared at Yi Ro, her face full of shock. She used to be such a naive and silly girl. You brat, what are you saying? You and my sister are both my sisters, I don't treat you as an outsider. Anyway, my husband and I sleep comfortably in each other's arms, nose to nose, mouth to mouth. The more we hug, the more we feel. Now I can't sleep alone. Not satisfied with just that, she added, it's hard to say what would happen if a 49-year-old woman hugged you. You. Fong Jing was so angry that her head ached. She felt that Yi Ro was doing it on purpose. I'm not worried about the Zhao family, I can simply refuse. What I'm worried about is that I'm not mentally prepared to be paired with some random man. We'll go with you this weekend to check the marriage matching system and see if your spot has been released. All right. Yi Ro buried her head in her rice, revealing a cunning and sly smile for the first time. She used to be naive and innocent, always being fooled by Sister Jing and her older sister. Now she can finally fool Sister Jing about her life's most important matter. It's true that women become more mature after they get a husband. Class C, Martial Arts Academy, Student Dormitory. On the rooftop, Xiang Tianyou's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically practiced the 36 axes of the Heavenly Gang. Despite being severely exhausted, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He could have stayed in the instructor's building for a while, but since Huang Bingbing wanted to take in a secret slave, the first step was to sever his ties with his family. Including his wife, they had to sleep in separate beds after having a child. Xiang Tianyu actually obeyed this bizarre order. He would beat his wife every time she made a fuss. Huang Bingbing sat to the side, a cigarette dangling from her lips, constantly berating and humiliating him. You piece of trash, are you about to give up? No, I can handle it. What difference does it make whether you awaken or not if you're a good-for-nothing who can't even beat an ordinary person? I can beat you, Bingbing. I'm sure I'll win this time. Call me master. Master, I promise. Xiang Tianyu. His wife stood at the entrance to the rooftop, watching her husband being tamed by other women like a dog, feeling extremely wronged. What are you doing? Your aunt is at my house. Did you send her? Xiang Tianyu asked angrily. Yes. Huang Bingbing stubbed out the cigarette with her hand. Do you know what to do? Xiang Tianyu nodded. As soon as he entered the house, the discipline master slapped him across the face. I told you to stay away from Huang Bingbing. She's not a decent person. I'll follow whoever makes me stronger. Aunt, you should take care of your own children first before you try to educate me. You've only known me for a few days, and you already dare to talk back to me? If Aunt cares about me, her nephew, please invite the captain of the campus enforcement team or a high-ranking member of the student council to watch the evaluation next Monday. I want to beat Yang Ding to death and try to get the captain's name approved in one go. They have the authority to do so. The discipline director earns nearly 2 million yuan a year, which is indeed very high, but she has 6 children and 10 grandchildren to take care of. This time, Xiang Tianyu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a budget of 50,000 yuan to support him, but it will take a year. But Huang Bingbing casually tossed out a second-grade beast core. Fine, I'll help you one last time. You're the kind of person who's willing to do anything for you. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. After the discipline director left, Sun Li went into the room. She took off her coat, revealing a sexy outfit, and said to Xiang Tianyu's wife, I'm staying here tonight. If you dare to fart even half a fart, I'll have your husband beat you. In contrast to the atmosphere at the Xiang family's home, the young couple in the Yang family were enthusiastically helping Fang Jing solve her problems. Sister Jing, they make no secret of the fact that they are attracted to your abilities. If you really marry into that family, not to mention the children, you won't have a good life either, Yang Ding said. I know that they will force me to keep having children in order to obtain more genius offspring in the space system, but there is no better way at the moment. Yi Ro sighed, and Xiaomei flicked her hand, finally revealing her long-planned idea. If all else fails, I'll have to make my husband go through with a fake marriage with you first, and then we can find a chance to get a divorce later. Fang Jing was moved. She was truly moved. The current dynamic between the three of them was very warm and loving. She no longer felt the same disdain for Yang Ding as before. In fact, she felt a subtle, unspeakable unease towards him. Although Yang Ding's cultivation level wasn't high, she felt particularly at ease with him by her side. But from a moral standpoint, Fang Jing cannot accept it. He is your husband, and you're my best friend. If I register my marriage with him, the whole school will call me shameless. Oh, it's a matter of life and death, why worry about these things? As long as we know what's going on, that's enough. After marriage registration, divorce is not possible unless one party is infertile. I'll get a divorce when I'm pregnant with my third child, and I'll just say my husband is impotent, Yi Ro replied decisively. You've already given birth to 3 children, who would believe you if you said it wasn't possible? Combat injuries, mental illness, isn't it easy to find an excuse? It just depends on whether my husband is willing. Fang Jing bit her lip and thought for a long time. She secretly glanced at Yang Ding and shook her head, saying, No, I can't accept it. Yang Ding couldn't show that he was envious of his wife's best friend. He had to maintain an objective attitude at this moment. The second method is to use the system for matching. If you are matched with an ordinary person, they can come to Donghai City with you. At that time, whether you force him to divorce or continue to have children, isn't that all up to you? Shall we try it tomorrow? Fang Jing asked. Chapter 57 Marriage Eligibility Released. Yang Ding deeply understood the principle that one must bear the weight of a crown if one desires to wear it. An ordinary person who hasn't awakened his potential, who marries 2 celestial genius girls in the junior class in less than 3 months of schooling, will inevitably suffer more jealousy and sabotage. He either chooses to give up or enjoy the challenge while embracing it. Yang Ding chose the latter without hesitation. He was no monk or eunuch now that he had risen from his slumber. He had to eat meat. Eat beautiful meat, eat sweet meat, eat the finest meat in the world. Especially after his wedding night with Yi Ro, he deeply felt how wonderful it was to have such a beautiful wife. After comforting Fong Jing, Yang Ding took his wife to rest and went to the rooftop to practice the 9 forms of swordplay with his black gold sword. After this weekend, he will have his second weekly test with Xiang Tianyu. If he wins 2 more times, he will become the captain of the 100-person team in Class C2, where he only needs to give orders to minimize the risk of death. Mao Jian was already waiting for him on the roof. Yang Ding thought of a good way to practice the swinging sword style. Let Mao Jian attack him with soybeans, and he would use the tip of his sword to kill the soybeans. Mao Jian, carrying a basin of soybeans, asked with a smile, "Brother Ding, is this enough?" "That's enough." "Interesting. Others cultivate by gathering resources to nourish their bodies, but you use soybeans. How can you hit something so small?" Even with the strength of 10,000 tons, if one cannot comprehend superior techniques, one will ultimately fall into inferior levels and never reach the realm of a grandmaster. We ordinary people shouldn't even think about becoming a grandmaster. 8,000 caddies of fist strength in the second grade upper realm is already an insurmountable limit. Mao Jian had been suppressed and educated by his mother since childhood, and had long lost his ambition, so Yang Ding was naturally not influenced by him. "Bring it on." Mao Jian grabbed a soybean and smashed it against Yang Ding from all directions. Yang Ding would need to use the sweeping sword style to shatter them one by one, a skill he had learned when he challenged Mao Jian's mother, who was of a higher level, last time. Mao Mo attacked with both fists. The punches were very dense, but flesh is flesh, and hitting the sword tip is self-harm. What does stars falling across the field mean? It means that when the sword tip strikes, the stars fall densely across the wilderness, like countless stars falling from the sky. As the first move, it can both defend against attacks from weapons, fists, and hidden weapons, and also look for opportunities to strike the opponent's vital points. The reason why 9 sword styles is simple is that it only has 9 basic moves, and practitioners can use these 9 moves to create thousands of variations. The two practiced until 2 a.m., a full 5 hours, until half of the soybeans were crushed before they stopped. Mao Jian's arms ached from exhaustion, but Yang Ding was full of energy. This is the surging passion that comes with the prospect of marrying a second wife. Yang Ding took out the snacks Yi Ro had bought for him and ate them with Mao Jian. "You should learn some hidden weapon techniques." "Why?" "Since you're going to be part of the law enforcement team, you'll be dealing with low-level alien beasts. Hidden weapons are effective against them, and they're also good against low-level martial artists. The downside is that you're easily killed by metal-type ability users," Yang Ding analyzed. "That's right. We low-level martial artists should use hidden weapons. But I transferred to the Martial Arts Academy and the wages from the farm have stopped. I don't have much money. My wife only earns 3,200 a month, and my mother has already spent all her savings. We should get a subsidy for going down into the cave, otherwise who would risk their lives?" "Brother Ding, isn't your future role supposed to be with the law enforcement team? Does the law enforcement team deserve my wife?" "She's going to be a martial arts grandmaster someday." Mao Jian shook his head. "She's definitely not good enough for me. It's not good for a woman to be too strong." "Of course it's good. Look at those powerful and noble families, the women they marry are all excellent. But you also have to work hard. If I had to give a goal, I would say the stars and the sea. You're even more daring than I was when I ate poisonous mushrooms." The following Saturday, in order to let Yang Ding get some more sleep, Yi Ro and Fong Jing went to the 195th floor to make breakfast. After the two finished eating, Yang was served the top. As she reached the door, Fong Jing glanced back at her wedding photo. "Ro, you go upstairs first, I'll open the window to let some fresh air in." "Okay, let's meet downstairs. There are a lot of people using the matchmaking machine on weekends, so we need to get there early." Fong Jing walked up to the wedding photo, intending to wipe the dust off her husband's face, but to her surprise, it was unusually clean. "Husband, we grew up together in the Women and Children's Hospital. I wanted to observe 3 months of mourning for you, but the marriage system in the empire has changed. I must remarry today. It's just a delaying tactic, no matter who I marry. I will go to the north to find you whenever I have the chance. However, I can no longer call you husband. Don't blame me, we were born in this era, we didn't have much of a choice." Fong Jing thought she had a lot to say, but at this moment she was speechless and could only leave silently. After finishing their meal, Yang Ding and Yi Ro held hands and took the elevator downstairs. Because it was the weekend, many people were still catching up on sleep, and the elevator was almost empty. "Honey, should we tell Jing the truth?" Actually, we didn't lie to her. You suggested that she marry me as my second wife before, but since she didn't agree, let the marriage system decide. Yiro nodded, thinking about it, and agreed. What if she's not paired with you, or my sister guessed wrong? Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Anyway, we didn't lie to her, so don't feel guilty. Yiro felt much better immediately, as she also regarded Fong Jing as her own sister. Fong Jing was already waiting downstairs. The three of them went straight to the marriage matchmaking building at Jiangling University without saying a word. The matchmaking building has 5 floors and 1,000 matchmaking machines, which are responsible for the matchmaking of more than 110,000 teachers, students, and staff in the school. It wasn't the start of the school year, so there weren't many people in line. The three of them found their way to the 5th floor and lined up in front of marriage matching machine number 996. The people in the front group turned around at the same time and instantly recognized Yiro and Yang Ding. The news of Yang Ding's wife's rise to fame had almost reached the front lines at the Great Wall in the north. Holy crap, isn't marrying such a beautiful instructor Yi enough? That petite girl looks like Instructor Fong from the Space Department. No way, she's so beautiful and feminine, why would she marry this guy? The three of them standing together formed a beautiful sight, quickly attracting the attention of everyone in the bridal chamber. Fong Jing wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. These people are so annoying. You guys came here to keep me company, but they misunderstood and thought I was going to marry Yang Ding. If it's a misunderstanding, then it's a misunderstanding. Just ignore them, Yiro comforted her. The people in front were very understanding and made way for him, saying, Instructor Fong, you go first. What are you here for? I'm here to check things, not to arrange a marriage, Fong Jing said irritably. Then you go first, you're the instructor. With hundreds of eyes watching, Fong Jing was too embarrassed to chat with them, so she could only bite the bullet and walk to the matchmaking machine. Facial scan complete. Fong Jing, female, 20 years old, ex-husband is dead, has a daughter, her marriage eligibility has been released, and she has one chance to be married. Chapter 58. Congratulations on your successful pairing. I'm truly free. Sister Jing, that means there's always the possibility of being paired up. Fong Jing nodded, looked at the next button, stretched out her finger, unsure whether to click it. Not only were Yang Ding and Yiro on edge, but the other boys watching were also tense. Ever since news of Yang Ding's marriage spread throughout Jiangling University, ordinary awakened individuals have been caught up in endless fantasies. If someone like Yang Ding can be paired with Yiro, why can't they? To match me. You're a good match for me. I don't mind that you're a widow. It can't be Yang Ding again, can it? Absolutely impossible. With his abilities, how could he possibly support these two beautiful young women? Both of these instructors are graduates of the Gifted Youth Program. As talented individuals, they stayed on to teach at the university, earning annual salaries of around 1 million yuan each. Do they need to support each other? Holy crap, does that mean the more powerful your wife is, the better your life will be? More and more people gathered around, and their fantasies grew. Yang Ding originally wanted to keep a low profile and find a partner, but it seems that's impossible now. He's destined to become the most dazzling man at Jiangling University. Fong Jing hesitated, worried that she might be matched with a man she didn't want. Why don't we go back and think about it first? We only came to visit today anyway. Okay, I also think that pairing people up directly is too hasty, Yiro replied. The older sister is probably just speculating that the queen was behind this. As Yiro's best friend and a space-type genius, giving Yang Ding a larger dose of medicine would stimulate the major powerful families in Jiangling City and prevent them from having another space-type grandmaster. But this is just speculation, and the risk is still very high. Fong Jing's marriage to Yang Ding can still be done through voluntary registration. Just as Fong Jing was logging out of the system and preparing to leave, the discipline director, who was accompanying his eldest grandson to his second wife, rushed over in a flurry. Fong Jing, what are you doing? General Zhao has already given you instructions. What are you doing here? Fong Jing was getting impatient. It's none of your business how I get married. I'm doing this for your own good. Do you really want to be paired with someone like this? The discipline director asked, pointing at Yang Ding. Want to be paired? Want to be paired? I'll be paired right now. Fong Jing, who was already under immense pressure, instantly exploded. She dropped her bag and walked back towards the matchmaking machine, startling the other students who quickly made way for her. The boys, who had been feeling down, had their hopes rekindled. Yiro pulled her along. Sister Jing, think it over again. Don't let this old witch disrupt your plans. Marrying anyone is the same, it just means having kids, right? Fang Jing shook off Yiro and logged back into the Jinglong Empire marriage system. Fang Jing, female, 20 years old, ex-husband deceased, has one daughter, her eligibility for marriage has been released, and she has one more opportunity for marriage. Without hesitation, she clicked next and entered the 2-option page. Marriage registration, random matching. Sister Jing. Before Yiro could finish speaking, Fang Jing clicked on random matching. The system is about to begin random matching. Please do not leave. It is expected to take approximately 30 seconds to filter for the most suitable husband. Since you are in your second marriage, both men in their second marriage and men in their first marriage will be considered for a match. After a successful match, the system will notify the man. For men getting married for the first time, their first wife's consent is required for the match to be successful. If she does not consent, the system will automatically select the next man. Pairing begins. Yiro looked at Yang Ding nervously, their hands clasped tightly together, both sweating profusely. Fang Jing had such good conditions, but she was forced into this situation. If Hika's prediction is wrong, everything will fall apart. Yiro couldn't find a second wife she knew well to help her husband take care of the children. Jingjie may have met the wrong person, and her life is filled with suffering. The discipline director initially wanted to stop it, but upon hearing the sound of pairings starting, he fell silent. The huge wedding hall fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. Fang Jing was sweating profusely, staring intently at the screen. Congratulations on your successful pairing. Please click to view your spouse's information. Fang Jing's index finger went numb. She pressed the button a few times with trembling fingers, but couldn't get it to work. Ro, can you help me click it? I don't know if the screen is broken or if my hands are sweaty. Yiro extended her slender index finger and clicked the button, but it didn't work. Just as she was about to click the button a second time, Yang Ding's photo popped up, startling her so much that she jumped back 2 or 3 meters. She looked at her fingers. This has nothing to do with me. Yang Ding, male, 18 years old, with no relatives or connections and no special talents, transferred from the Saocair major of the College of Agriculture and Engineering at Jiangling University to Class C2 of the Martial Arts Academy half a month ago. He has a cultivation level of the lower first rank. He already has a wife, Yiro, who is a close combat instructor in the A and B classes at the Martial Arts Academy. Click to view details. The system has sent the marriage information to his home's access control system. Once he reviews it and obtains the consent of his first wife, Yiro, the registration will be successful. Please negotiate the cohabitation arrangements yourselves. One of the students from Class A, who was standing nearby, angrily exclaimed, "What a piece of garbage system! It's bugged again," and assigned instructor Fong to Yang Ding again. The news quickly spread throughout the entire 5th-floor wedding hall, causing an uproar. Yang Ding, a good-for-nothing from Class C2, how come he can marry 2 wives of such caliber? Fang Jing's mind was also buzzing. She glanced back at Yang Ding and Yiro, feeling lost and confused. Yang Ding was also shocked. Honey, how come your sister is so smart? She can make such an accurate analysis so quickly. Now is not the time to talk about this, hurry up and make a statement. The discipline director was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She thought she had seen wrong, so she went closer to take a look. Yiro, you wouldn't agree to Yang Ding marrying Fang Jing, would you? Then she looked at Yang Ding. Do you have the guts to marry instructor Fang? System pairing is the will of the empire, and cannot be defied. Of course, I must marry her. Yang Ding shouted. The students erupted in uproar again, and the entire room was in an uproar. Yiro also said loudly, I support my husband too, let's verify it. Holy crap, this is weird. Yang Ding logged into the marriage matching system. Yang Ding, male, 18 years old, has one wife. His marriage eligibility is valid indefinitely, with no limit on the number of times he can marry, but he needs the consent of his current wife for verification. Ding. You have received a marriage matchmaking message. Please check it immediately. When Yang Dingtian enters, he sees Fang Jing's photo and information, and there is only one option. It was neither a rejection nor an agreement, but rather Yiro's confirmation. The reason why you need your current wife's consent is quite simple, you need to be able to support her and work hard before you're qualified to find the next one. If you can't even keep up with the current one, you naturally lose that qualification. Without hesitation, Yiro clicked the verification button and said to the camera, "I, Yiro, Yang Ding's first wife, agree to his marriage to Fong Jing as his second wife." Verification complete. Ding. Marriage registration successful. Congratulations to Yang Ding and Fong Jing on their marriage. The wedding gifts will be delivered to the door of room 19891 at 6 p.m. Please check your mail. Chapter 59. What face do you have? The entire marriage matchmaking process was full of drama and unexpected events, something even Fong Jing hadn't anticipated. She looked back at her new husband, Yang Ding, still in a daze. It's not absolutely necessary to match them when they come. The Zhao family can delay it. How could he do something so stupid after being provoked by the old witch? Why you? She posed a profound question. The probability of this happening is extremely low. Yang Ding shook his head. I don't know, Sister Jing. Could it be another bug? Yang Ding originally wanted to pretend and persuade Fong Jing to give feedback to the principal. But considering that the marriage had already been arranged, and that pretending would damage her husband's image, she gladly accepted. The system does not accept fake affection levels. True love must be built on mutual trust. Fong Jing also vaguely noticed some clues at this moment. Once it's called a bug, twice it's called an inevitability, and the situation seems to be becoming clear. Seeing that the three of them had become the focus of attention, Yiro said, Sister Jing, let's go home first and talk about it later. Fong Jing, still holding the child, nodded and said, okay, let's go back first. She turned to look at the discipline master blocking her way and shouted angrily, get out of the way. If this old witch hadn't suddenly appeared, she wouldn't have made this mistake at all. Yiro thought the discipline director was going to stop them, so she put her hands on her hips and walked to the front to protect her husband and Fong Jing, saying fiercely, Director Xiang, do you want to fight? I'm not afraid of you metal-type ability users. The discipline director glanced at Yang Ding, his expression changed drastically, and instead of getting angry, he obediently made way for him. That's not what I meant. The system's matchmaking is the will of the Empire. The three were somewhat surprised their attitudes had changed rather quickly. Can't you see that the 68-year-old head of student affairs has been assisting the president in managing the university for a long time? Only now did she realize why the principal had refused to report the system bug to the Empire and instead tricked and deceived Yiro into following him. That old fox almost got her into a trap. This kind of high-level game is not something she can afford to play. Although Yang Ding was an unawakened pawn, he had now become a test subject, and she, as a mere discipline director, could not afford to offend him. She was just curious whether choosing the unremarkable Yang Ding was random or intentional. Thinking that his nephew was going to test Yang Ding's skills the day after tomorrow, and seeing Tianyo's bitter and hateful look, he might accidentally kill Yang Ding, which would bring trouble to the Zhou family. She went to Xiang Tianyo's house again. He had beaten his wife again that morning. His wife was at least a second-class cultivator, with a first-grade lower realm cultivation level. She smashed the house to pieces, even tearing the refrigerator door off. Her legs were also broken, and she sat on the ground crying. Where is Tianyu? That beast brought a woman back to sleep, and then went to the rooftop to practice his kung fu with that little vixen Huang Bingbing. The discipline director stormed upstairs, and seeing Xiang Tianyo's greatly improved skills, he became even more worried. If that axe had struck Yang Ding on the head, the entire Zhou family would have been wiped out. Stop, I need to talk to you. Didn't we agree to stay out of each other's business? Xiang Tianyu didn't want to talk to this ant. I told you to stop. With a loud shout, the discipline master's steel axe flew from his hand and became lodged in the wall. Although the discipline director, Xiang Lan, is 68 years old, she is still an A-level metal-type ability user who can manipulate all metal elements and has extremely powerful attack capabilities. However, those with superpowers who don't reach the S rank cannot control aging through mental power. As she gets older, her abilities decline. She fell from grade A and will soon fall to grade B. Xiang Tianyu tried to pull out the axe, but he couldn't get it out no matter what he did. Huang Bingbing crossed her legs and laughed, Your aunt is using her powers, I can't even pull it out, so don't waste your energy. Xiang Tianyu was so angry that he yelled at his aunt, Just say what you want to say all at once, don't keep bothering me. Xiang Lan looked at Huang Bingbing and said, Huang, could you please spare my nephew for my sake? What face will you have after leaving Jiangling University? Huang Bingbing asked. If Xiang Tianyu were even slightly sensible, he would know that Huang Bingbing's background was not normal. For a student from Class 2, Grade 3 to dare speak to the discipline director like that, his family must be at least middle or upper class in Jiangling City. The number of middle and upper level families can be counted on one hand, and none of them would even give Xiang Tianyu a second glance. But Xiang Tianyu's mind was already under control, and he was completely unaware of it. Then I have no choice but to ask the governor for help. The once domineering head of discipline at school was now so humble. Even so, it still did not arouse the nephew's suspicion. Upon hearing that she was going to see Zhou Ruoshi, Huang Bingbing said impatiently, "I didn't do anything to him. I just think he has potential. You can pay for his training yourself." Xiang Tianyu was naturally unwilling. "Aunt, could you give me one top-grade second-rank beast core every week? Next year, when I advance to the second rank, I can take a third-rank beast pill. It costs 30,000 each. Do you have the money?" The discipline director certainly couldn't do that. A nephew can never compare to a biological son or grandson. "Tianyu, I'm just here to tell you that Yang Ding and Fong Jing have successfully paired up again today. His identity is very special. You must not kill him during the weekly test the day after tomorrow, or our family will suffer." Before Xiang Tianyu could realize the seriousness of the problem, Huang Bingbing jumped up. "Didn't Yang Ding just get married not long ago? Why is he going to arrange another marriage? It wasn't her who got the role. Fong Jing volunteered to get the role, but he is still her husband." "Which Fong Jing?" "There is only one Fong Jing at Jiangling University, and that is Fong Jing, the A-level ability user in the space department." Xiang Tianyu finally realized, why? Why did the imperial marriage system match Yang Ding with such a rare gem? Who does he think he is? Who does he think he is? Huang Bingbing was very annoyed and slapped him on the mouth. "Shut up." "Yes, master." Although she was ruthless and perverted, she was still a member of the Zhou family. The Zhou family is weak, and this vicious woman who has done all sorts of evil deeds will surely be torn apart by her enemies. Seeing how quickly Huang Bingbing reacted to the matter, the discipline director became even more certain that he had not guessed wrong. The woman's file shows she comes from a very poor family. Her parents died tragically when she was 3 years old. So there's only one possibility. She was a member of that legendary spy organization, but her exact position remained unknown. There's only one reason she ended up in Class C2, she was close to Yang Ding. My nephew won't listen to advice and is willing to die. No one can stop him. Anyway, she doesn't want to get involved in this mess anymore. Huang, please advise him to be careful on Monday. Xiang Tianyu, however, refused to comply. "You're the one who called me incompetent and said I was no match for this piece of trash. You're also the one who advised me not to touch him. The Martial Arts Academy's tests have always been about self-inflicted injury or death. What are you afraid of?" Chapter 60. The hierarchy must not be confused. Back home, after putting the child to sleep, Fong Jing went to the living room and looked at the young couple, Yang Ding and Yi Ro. She placed her left hand on her slender waist and ran her right hand through her hair, stroking it repeatedly while sighing. "I'm so stupid. I'm not usually this stupid. I haven't been sleeping well lately because I've been taking care of the kids. I'll get the 3 of us killed." Yang Ding felt an irrepressible excitement, but he dared not show it. He could only nudge his wife's leg to get Yi Ro to step in. "Sister Jing, oh no, second sister, if you keep pulling like this you'll go bald." Yang Ding. Fong Jing? The change in the way Yi Ro is addressed is truly shocking. "You brat, who are you calling second sister? Can't you be serious for once?" Yi Ro's face showed a kind of excitement, like a serf who had been liberated and was now singing. She used to be the youngest, and Fong Jing and Yi Ko were both very principled and would often argue. After comforting this one, she has to comfort that one. Now it's her turn to be the eldest sister, all thanks to her husband. "Honey, I feel so good." Sure enough, married girls tend to go astray. Fong Jing was so angry her heart ached. She stomped her foot and said, "Another woman is stealing your husband, and you're not angry at all? You're actually happy about it? Other women won't do, you're different. Don't laugh. How dare you agree to the marriage so readily? Yi Ro has the right to veto. You should be calmer than me." Yi Ro shrugged. "I'm just being very calm. The system has already matched you up. If I reject it, you'll be matched with someone else. The ranking matches are all very bad choices, making it seem like you're unwanted." "How bad could it be?" Yi Ro stood up, hands on her hips. "Hey, Jingmei, how dare you say my husband? No, our husband is bad." This girl doesn't play by the rules, leaving Fong Jing speechless. "Don't pretend to be cute. I'm the first wife, you're the second wife, how could I be pretending? Fang Jing has already registered her marriage with Yang Ding, so legally speaking, he is indeed her husband. Even though Yi Rou is 2 years younger than her, she is the senior member of the family, so it's not wrong for her to call her Jingmei. Fang Jing, who is usually eloquent and unforgiving, was speechless at this moment because of Yi Rou. That's not what I meant. I meant that I've had really bad luck. This could be the beginning of a wonderful life. Then Yi Rou started doing the math. Although she was sometimes a bit absent-minded, she was a master at accounting. Our combined salaries amount to 160,000 per month, which is enough for the three of us. If that's not enough, there's my sister. She's been promoted to captain in the Northern Army, and her monthly salary is probably no less than 150,000. She could easily support 10 children with 300,000 a month. Besides, we are both capable and can protect our husbands and children. Yi Rou's analysis was correct, they were all very wealthy in terms of money and material possessions. Fang Jing is another concern. What I'm saying is that Yang Ding might be a sword hanging over the heads of the powerful and influential in Jiangling City. If I become his second wife, it might exacerbate this conflict and harm him. Yi Rou didn't think much of it and quickly looked at Yang Ding. Husband, is that so? Jingjie is right, but her perspective is not right. As long as my sword is still hanging, it will be fine. In fact, it can serve as a buffer between the two sides. But if they kill me, the sword will fall. Unless the city lord of Jiangling dares to openly rebel. Fang Jing never expected that Yang Ding, a boy from a pig farming background, would have such insight. She has this insight because she has parents who hold important positions. Are you sure? Of course, even if they wanted to kill me, they wouldn't dare to do it openly. They would only do it secretly when they went down into the cave. In that harsh environment, when the two sides were evenly matched, no one should be able to kill me easily. Yi Rou loved listening to Yang Ding analyze the situation. She nodded enthusiastically, like a little fangirl. My husband is right. Besides, even if we didn't marry him, wouldn't he be in danger working on the farm? That's true. My husband said that danger is unavoidable, and we must face it bravely for the sake of our family. Yi Rou stood up, put her hand in Yang Ding's hand, and said to Fang Jing, come on, Sister Jing, from now on we are family. Fang Jing placed her delicate hand into Yang Ding's left hand as well, but you have to grant me one request. Please go ahead, Sister Jing. We can be a family forever, but we can't have sex. We agreed on this last night. This is just a delaying tactic. We'll get a divorce after Yi Rou gives birth to her 3 children. No problem, Yang Ding replied readily. They're husband and wife in name only, and they live under the same roof, so why would they worry about not being able to eat together? To make up for what I owe you, I will give you 3 million in compensation when I leave Jiangling City. In addition, you can take Yi Rou's child to Donghai City to seek refuge with my father at any time. I can even find you a job in the law enforcement team. Okay, it's settled then. Yang Ding really likes the women of this era. First of all, they did not use their fertility or beauty to blackmail men. In fact, they knew how to make fair deals and compensate men for what they owed. Yi Rou said the same thing back then. You can do without a man, but you can't go back on your word. Yi Rou furtively raised her slender hand. Husband, you're the head of the family, should I call her Sister Jing or second sister from now on? Why are you so fixated on this? Fang Jing asked. The seniority system can't be messed up, Yi Rou argued. Ahem, listen to the head of the family, Yang Ding said, feigning seriousness. Okay, I'll do as you say. I've always wanted an older sister, so I'll call you Sister Jing. Yi Rou has always wanted to be the big sister, so you can call her Sister Rou. Fang Jing could only roll her eyes at Yi Rou. Sister Rou, hello. I'm your Jingmei. From now on, you'll be the eldest sister in this family. Please take good care of me. Hey, second sister is so good. We're all family, no need to be so polite. Yi Rou even raised her voice deliberately. She's all about having fun and can easily get carried away, while Fang Jing is more mature and composed. Uncle Yang, you need to hurry up and practice the 9 sword forms. The second round of weekly tests is the day after tomorrow. You must win and become the team captain to reduce the risk of being murdered. Yi Rou nodded. I wonder if that old witch Xianlan will say anything to Xian Tianyu, so be careful. Don't worry, I feel like I'm about to break through to the second level of the lower grade. Both women asked at the same time, so fast? Yi Rou quickly took out the force gauge. Honey, give it a try. Yang Ding got a feel for the move and threw a punch. Yi Ro was utterly stunned when she saw the numbers on the screen. 1,300 pounds, honey, you've already passed the first grade intermediate level, you're too strong. No wonder you're so confident, Fong Jing said with a smile. From now on, I'll allocate 30,000 yuan from my salary each month to buy you cultivation resources. Yi Ro can transfer true qi to you, but the space system relies on mental power, so she can't help you much. 1,300 gene of strength is simply not enough for a gifted youth class. But the two women knew that Yang Ding had put in a lot of hard work and effort for this. As soon as Yang Ding stepped onto the rooftop, Mao Jian rushed over and slid down to his knees, almost kowtowing. I bow to the gods and saints, please accept my humble bow. Seeing that all the instructors were looking at him, he quickly pulled Mao Jian up. Are you fucking crazy? What are you doing? They say you married instructor Fong Jing, is that true? Chapter 61 You've acquired a space wife. The news spread faster than Yang Ding had anticipated. It reached the instructor's building rooftop so quickly. I estimate the whole school will know by next Monday, and soon the entire city of Jianling will know. Yes, that's right. I'll kowtow to you. Mao Jian was about to kneel down again when Yang Ding lifted him up. Stand still, you think this is some kind of good thing? You can't possibly understand the suffering involved. What's so bitter about it? Who wouldn't want to endure this kind of suffering? This was forced upon me by the system, not what I wanted. Let's continue practicing. My mortality rate has skyrocketed today. Alright, in order for Brother Ding to enjoy two stunning beauties forever, I'll go all out. I just went and bought another 100 gene of soybeans. You bought 100 gene? Adding to the original amount, it totals 200 gene. Don't forget to pay me 1,000 yuan for the soybeans and 300 yuan for the labor. Pa. You are my god, why do you need hourly wages? Just give me 1,000 yuan as principal. Holy crap, are you trying to kill me with work? How many are those 200 pounds? Around 150,000, that's over 100 per round, you can't kill more than a few by hand. Mao Jian grabbed a handful of soybeans. Brother Ding, the weekly test starts the day after tomorrow, and we'll be going down into the ghost cave in half a month. If you don't suffer today, others will suffer for you in the future. You'd better shut up. Yang Ding drew his black gold sword and continued practicing his sweeping sword technique. He checked his experience points in the system. The last time he spent 4 hours killing soybeans, he actually gained 4% more experience points, which showed that this training method was reasonable and efficient. The second level of the soul-severing spear technique, the 3-step shaking and blocking technique, has been unlocked, with experience points increased by 26%. The first move of the 9 sword styles, the sweeping sword style, has been unlocked, with experience points increasing by 27%. 5 hours later, the bag of soybeans was used up. Yang Ding's arms were almost cramping, and Mao Jian's eyes were blurry. Yang Ding's sword speed increased rapidly, beyond what someone with his cultivation level could see clearly. Yang Ding opened the system again to check. Affection level, 24%. Cultivation progress, 25%, plus 0.4%. You have broken through to the middle stage of the second rank. Your punching strength has increased by 200 gene 5,622 caddies. The second level of the soul-severing spear technique, the 3 strikes of shaking, thrusting, and blocking, has been unlocked, with experience points increased by 25%. The first move of the 9 sword styles, the sweeping sword style, has been unlocked. Experience points increased by 32%, plus 5%. Yang Ding looked at the system panel and was very satisfied. At this rate, he might be able to master the first move by the end of the month. Just then, another unfamiliar dialog box popped up in the system. Ding! You have acquired a wife from another dimension. The multiple wives, multiple blessings system is generating information. Second wife, Fong Jing. Age, 20 years old, height, 160 centimeters. Talent in cultivation, a level space type ability user, 3rd level of personal domain technique, 5th level of void rift technique, 4th level of void escape technique. Affection level, 0%. Cultivation progress, 0%. Please establish an intimate relationship as soon as possible to awaken your spatial abilities. Yang Ding remembered that although he failed to consummate his marriage with Yi Ro last time, he had done almost everything except the last step before he awakened his martial arts ability. Fong Jing's situation is more complicated, as she is still in mourning. Mao Jian ate the snacks Yang Ding handed him, completely ignoring the fact that Yang Ding was staring at him. At that moment, he only had one thing on his mind. Brother Ding, are you two going to the bridal chamber tonight? Go to hell. I do have a younger sister, but she looks like my mother. Yang Ding closed the panel, stood up and said, let's practice for another 2 hours. We need to go back for our pre-prepared wedding feast at 6 o'clock. Mao Jian stood up listlessly. Once I join the law enforcement team and earn more, I'll take a second wife. Maybe I'll even get to marry a beautiful female instructor. There's definitely hope. She might even be prettier than my wives. Room 198-91. The two women cleaned the house spotlessly, making it impeccably clean, especially since it was their wedding day. But after a while of not chatting, an awkward atmosphere arose. They used to be best friends, but now they'd become family. Fang Jing was also absent-minded while mopping the floor, and it's hard to imagine how Yi Ke would react if she knew. Yi Ro broke the silence first. Jingjia, should we go take some wedding photos? The three of them together. Well, bring your daughter along too. We're a family, so let's make it a family photo. Fang Jing quickly shook her head. Your husband and I are going to divorce sooner or later, don't make a fuss about this. Hee, that's not necessarily true. Yi Ro smiled mischievously. She understands her husband's capabilities, and soon Sister Jing will understand as well. Yi Ro was probably the first wife in the Jinglong Empire to desperately try to bring her second wife and husband together. Just then, the doorbell rang, and the voice of the school's logistics staff came from outside. Mr. Yang Ding, Ms. Fang Jing, please check your wedding meal. Ro, go get it. Go ahead, I'm not the bride. Your brother will be here soon, right? Our husbands have been practicing for 5 hours, they must be starving. Let's heat up the food quickly. Fang Jing felt a little flustered at the thought of her younger brother, Fang Dalong, coming over later. Yang Ding married both his goddess and his sister. He looked down on Yang Ding. Fang Jing opened the door, and there was a basket of delicious pre-cooked food on the door, along with a red candle, a red rose, and a red greeting card that read, wishing Mr. Yang Ding and Ms. Fang Jing a happy marriage and many children. Fang Jing brought the things in and was about to close the door when Fang Dalong arrived. He pushed the door open. Sis, what are you doing? Why are you going to arrange a marriage for no reason? Dalong, come in first and let me explain slowly. I don't want to hear it. Did you register with him voluntarily, or were you matched by the system? System matched. How is this possible? The probability is too low. Yi Ro came out of the kitchen. Fang Dalong, are you out of your mind? Your sister is getting married today, and she invited you over for dinner. What are you yelling about? Why should my sister marry that good-for-nothing Yang Ding? Who are you calling trash? What kind of talent are you? Yi Ro retorted angrily. He hasn't even awakened yet. Does he not belong to us if he hasn't awakened? He's already broken through to the middle stage of the first rank. Impossible. The siblings had relied on each other since childhood and knew how important the other was to them. Fang Jing comforted her brother. Yang Ding has indeed broken through to the middle stage of the first rank, and his punching power is now over 1,300 Jin, but this matter. Fang Dalong tried very hard, but with little success. He has been awakened for many years, but he has not been able to break through to the first grade upper realm. To this day, his punching strength is only a little over 1,600 Jin. I don't believe it, where is he? He practices swordsmanship on the rooftop, you can go and see his skill level. Fang Dalong shook off his sister and rushed into the stairwell. When Yi Ro heard the sound of a sword being drawn, she immediately realized something was wrong. Sister Jing, let's go up quickly. When the two reached the rooftop, Fang Dalong was already confronting Yang Ding. A bunch of instructors from martial arts and superpower academies came to watch the spectacle. Only if you defeat me are you worthy to drink this bottle of wine. Fang Dalong is always stubborn but soft-hearted. Even though he was dissatisfied, he still brought his sister a bottle of red wine worth 3,000 yuan, which is equivalent to half a month's salary. These days, unless someone is extremely wealthy, no one would be willing to spend 3,000 to buy wine. Even Yi Ro couldn't bear to part with it. You are my second wife's brother, which means you are my brother. It's ridiculous for a brother-in-law to beat his brother-in-law. Who's your brother? Who's your second wife? Every word and phrase provoked Fang Dalong. The intense humiliation caused him to lose his temper, and in a fit of rage, he smashed a wine bottle at Yang Ding. "Brother, don't do this." Chapter 62. I was careless just now. Yang Ding didn't know the price of the wine, he only knew that it was a token of his brother-in-law's goodwill. He executed a light, sweeping sword move, catching the wine bottle with the tip of his sword, then using the momentum to fling it towards Yi Ro in a perfect arc. "Wife, catch the wedding wine that your brother-in-law is bringing." This was child's play for Yi Ro. She easily grabbed the wine bottle and excitedly exclaimed, "Honey, your sweeping sword move was so cool." This was the first time she had ever seen someone wield a sword so elegantly and with such precision. Affection level, 24.5%, plus 0.5%. Cultivation progress, 25.5%, plus 0.5%. You have broken through to the middle stage of the second rank. Your fist strength has increased by 300 gene 5,922 catties. Who's your brother-in-law? Fong Dalong had already stepped forward. After all, the marriage was a fait accompli, and swords have no eyes. He didn't dare to attack with all his might, lest his sister become a widow twice in a month. Yang Ding thought his brother-in-law was a decent person, and besides, Fong Jing was right there beside him. He didn't want to hurt him with a real sword, so he had to use the scabbard to perform the sweeping sword technique. He first deflected Fong Dalong's slashing blade with his sword, then struck Fong's right hand, which was holding the blade, hard. Ah! The knife fell from Fong Dalong's right hand, but he caught it with his left hand. Feeling utterly humiliated and shocked, Fong Dalong felt incredibly embarrassed. He was already a useless person. How come he couldn't even beat a freshman from Class C2 and was almost defeated in one move? He couldn't understand how the simple and useless nine swords technique could become so powerful in Yang Ding's hands. "I was careless just now, let's try again." "Stop, along," Yang Ding warned. He had already given him face the first time, but since this guy won't listen, there's nothing he can do. Sword sweeping style. With a loud shout, Yang Ding's sword sheath struck Fong Dalong's hand, holding the knife with a flurry of blows. Mao Jian, who was watching the commotion, nudged an acquaintance next to him and asked, "What's the benefit of shouting out your sword moves?" "Just showing off." Fong Dalong was flustered and retreated step by step. No matter how he slashed, his knife would be deflected. It was as if there was an impenetrable wall in front of Yang Ding. "I accidentally hit the bone in my left hand." Clang! The knife fell to the ground. Yang Ding also gave him plenty of face, saying, "I told you we're family, and you're even giving way to your brother-in-law." But everyone knows that Yang Ding's 9 sword forms are executed with exceptional skill, demonstrating a very solid foundation. Even in the top 2 classes, Yi Ro had never seen anyone use the sweeping sword style so well. Fong Jing quickly picked up the knife from the ground and handed it to her younger brother. "Are you all right, Dalong? Happy wedding." Fong Dalong took the knife, his face flushed, and left feeling extremely uncomfortable. Knowing that he and Yang Ding didn't get along, Fong Jing didn't try to stop him, lest it ruin the atmosphere for the evening. She could only explain to him alone another day. The first move of the 9 sword styles, the sweeping sword style, has been unlocked. Experience points increased by 34%, plus 2%. Although it was a real, hard-fought battle, the experience points gained were minimal, probably because Yang Ding's cultivation level had far surpassed Fong Dalong's, making it too unchallenging. "Sister Jing, is your brother all right?" "It's all right, that's just his personality." "Look, he still brought us some wine," Fong Jing said with a smile. Yi Ro swirled the wine. "It's a very high-quality red wine. Let's go home and heat up some food." The three returned home. Yang Ding took a shower, while Yi Ro and Fong Jing were busy in the kitchen. "Ro, based on your experience, could your husband beat Xiang Tianyu?" "Definitely. No matter how much Xiang Tianyu improves, he'll only reach the middle level of the upper grade. But listen carefully, not your husband's, but our husband's sword sweeping style is something that ordinary students can't compare to." Yi Ro, who was always helping her husband, left Fong Jing speechless. "Next, tonight she'll be taken to Yang Ding's bed by this brat." After Yang Ding finished washing up, he called out, "First wife, come out here, there's too much grease and smoke inside." Yi Ro deliberately came out with her belly sticking out and winking at Yang Ding, signaling him to find an opportunity to get closer to Fong Jing. "I'm going to the living room to enjoy the treatment of the first wife. Call me when you're done." Fong Jing was picking greens. Ever since Yang Ding stir-fried greens with garlic a few times, Yi Ro couldn't eat the broccoli and the pre-cooked dishes anymore. She only wanted to eat fresh ones. Yang Ding walked up behind Fong Jing, inhaling her alluring and unique fragrance. Actually, from now on, you row and I can cook, so you can just rest in the living room. Let me help you, there are a lot of green caterpillars in the vegetables. No, I'll be done in a minute. Fong Jing was terrified of bugs. Where are the bugs? Can you see them? Look, it's right there on your collar. Ah! Fong Jing was terrified and looked up at Yang Ding, shouting, quick, grab him down. But she soon realized something was wrong. Yang Ding looked down at her beautiful face, began to swallow his saliva, and started breathing rapidly. He kept moving closer to her, almost kissing her. Startled, she quickly stuffed the vegetables in her hand into his arms. If you love doing chores, you do the washing. I'm afraid of bugs. At dinner, Yang Ding sat in the main seat, with Yi Ro on his left and Fong Jing on his right. This was their future new family. Yi Ro poured red wine for Fong Jing. Sister Jing, my husband and I drank the nuptial wine together. It's the procedure in the newlywed handbook. Would you like to try it? No, let's have a drink together. We agreed it was just a temporary measure, so please don't take it seriously, or we might end up not being friends anymore. Yes, don't make things difficult for Sister Jing. Just let's get along in the usual relaxed atmosphere. Yi Ro was pregnant and couldn't drink alcohol, so she could only drink tea instead. Yang Ding drank a cup with Fong Jing. Fong Jing was quite lively before, but tonight she was very reserved, just like a newlywed bride. Honey, don't practice anymore tonight. Take a rest. Too much of a good thing can be bad. It's too early to sleep, I might as well go practice, Yang Ding replied. Yi Ro knew what her husband meant. Two legally married, stunningly beautiful wives were right beside her, their bodies within reach, their fragrance seemingly right at her nose, yet she couldn't have them. He had been drinking. Anyone would be unable to sleep under those circumstances. It's okay, I'll stay with you tonight, alright? Yang Ding's eyes lit up. Really? This is what the first wife should do. Fong Jing felt guilty. A man is a man after all, how could he not want her body? I'm sorry, Yang Ding, I'll make it up to you later. We're family, so let's not be formal. If I can't give it to my husband in the future, Sister Jing can help me too. Chapter 63. We all support our husbands. On his wedding day with his second wife, Yang Ding was surprised when his first wife came to the bridal chamber. This didn't frustrate him, instead, it excited him. He adores his first wife, Yi Ro, and can't get enough of kissing her. If she weren't pregnant, he could be living a life of debauchery every night. The next day, Fong Jing got up early to make breakfast for the two of them. She didn't sleep well all night. She had never felt guilty before, but after registering their marriage, the feeling grew stronger. It was a basic requirement of the imperial marriage law that a wife's body must be given to her husband, but she could not do that. I knew this was destined to be a mistake. Sister Jing, what mistake did you make? Yang Ding asked, stretching. Fong Jing turned around and saw that Yang Ding was only wearing a pair of shorts. She hadn't seen a man in a long time, and was so frightened that she quickly turned her head away, not daring to look. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? You have a lot of energy in the morning and you have to get up by willpower, otherwise it will affect Yi Ro's pregnancy. Fong Jing couldn't possibly not understand, and said shyly, tomorrow we have our weekly test with Xiang Tianyu. The second weekly test is crucial, and everyone will be giving it their all. You should conserve your energy and come have breakfast. This was the first time Yang Ding had seen his second wife's shy expression before. She was mainly embarrassed. This is probably the power of marriage. When Yi Ro got up, Yang Ding had already gone upstairs to practice his sword. Did you transfer your inner energy to him last night? Fong Jing asked. He did send it, but not too much, because he was afraid I would get tired. Fong Jing didn't say anything, but brought her food. Eat first, then brush your teeth, it's getting cold. I am indeed hungry. I expended a lot of energy last night. Yi Ro ate her meal heartily. The fetus was already 3 months along and had entered a period of rapid growth, so the mother's nutritional needs were extremely high. Fong Jing was quite gratified. Although she couldn't satisfy Yang Ding, helping him take care of his wife was at least somewhat useful to the family. Ro, are you going to watch the weekly test tomorrow? We're all going to support our husbands. Will there be any unexpected events? Fong Jing asked, puzzled. Given Yang Ding's performance against her brother yesterday, Xiang Tianyu has almost no chance of winning. Fong Dalong, who worked in the law enforcement team, had more combat experience than the average student, yet he was still powerless to fight back. It is said that the discipline director wants to invite the student council president to watch the battle and falsely accuse Zhang, the counselor, of protecting Yang Ding. My husband's single move of the sweeping sword style is comparable to all the idiots in the first and second classes of the martial arts academy. Put. Are you insulting him or praising him? With us sisters keeping an eye on them, I don't believe they'll dare to openly mess with our husbands. Okay. Fong Jing nodded. Keep an eye on Huang Bingbing, watch out for her underhanded tricks. That little bitch, I'll beat her to death in a minute. You're different now than before. Don't be so quick to fight. Analyze the situation first. I am a born battle angel, why can't I fight? Yi Ro asked. Fong Jing pointed to her stomach, now you have a weakness. Do you think the empire is forcing us to have 3 children just to produce geniuses? Yi Ro realized this problem for the first time, and she touched her stomach. I hope my husband can quickly improve his cultivation level so that he can protect our child in Jiangling City in the future. Don't worry about Yang Ding. He is calm and strategic, and can see the development of the situation clearly. Listen to his advice more. Yang Ding practiced for a full 10 hours, scattering 150,000 soybeans all over the rooftop. He was exhausted, so he went home to be with his 2 wives. Practicing martial arts is for living longer, and living longer is for enjoying 2 beautiful wives every day and night. Don't put the cart before the horse. Honey, how did you feel after practicing for so long today? Yi Ro quickly took the black gold sword and made him lie on the sofa so she could massage him, but in reality, she was taking the opportunity to transfer her true energy to him. I feel refreshed and have gained a lot of insights. Tomorrow I will unleash an even more advanced sword sweeping technique. Yi Ro was wearing home shorts, and Yang Ding was lying on her lap, seemingly having all her fatigue swept away. He closed his eyes to rest while checking the system interface. Affection level, 25%, plus 1%. Cultivation progress, 26.3%, plus 1.3%. You have broken through to the middle stage of the second rank. Your fist strength has increased by 800 gene 6,422 caddies. The second level of the soul-severing spear technique, the 3 strikes of shaking, thrusting, and blocking, has been unlocked, with experience points increased by 25%. The first move of the 9 sword styles, the sweeping sword style, has been unlocked. Experience points increased by 42%, plus 10%. He noticed that at the beginning, the newlyweds' affection level increased quickly, but their punching power increased more slowly, probably because he was an ordinary person and his body needed a process of tempering and strengthening. As cultivation level increases, the percentage increase in affection level slows down, but the increase in punching power accelerates significantly with each 1% increase. With less than 1% more progress, he will reach a punching power of 7,200 gene and break through to the upper level of the second rank. This aligns with the significantly increased difficulty of advancing in cultivation. The difference in punching power between the upper second grade realm 7,200 gene and the lower third grade realm 21,600 gene is 14,400 gene, so it should improve even faster. Honey, I need to talk to you about something. You say. If I can easily beat Xiang Tianyu tomorrow, could you please stop channeling your inner energy into me? At least don't lose during my pregnancy, I'm afraid it will affect our baby. The true energy Yi Ro transferred had very little effect on her current cultivation level. Instead, it made her more tired and affected her cultivation progress. This amount of internal energy isn't that tiring for me. I'm exhausted. I don't want to be a burden to you. Maybe I can improve my physical condition and absorb energy through cultivation techniques. There are no fixed rules for cultivation. All paths lead to mastery. Yi Ro scratched her head. All roads lead to mastery? Why does that phrase sound so familiar? Fong Jing came out carrying the child and reminded him, my father came to Jiangling City 3 years ago to celebrate the Lunar New Year. He told you and your sister that the original work was by your father. How did my husband find out? I figured it out myself. Aren't all the principles in the world pretty much the same? Yang Ding replied. Yi Ro had never met her father, and seeing Yang Ding in her arms, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. It's good to observe for a while. I've found that your cultivation is progressing much faster than the true energy I'm transferring. Affection level, 26%, plus 1%. Cultivation progress, 27.3%, plus 1%. Ding, congratulations host, you have broken through to the upper level of the second rank, your punching strength increased by 900 gene to 7,322 gene. Bone and muscle tempering complete. The speed of his cultivation caught Yang Ding off guard. Xiang Tianyu is much more miserable than Yang Ding, he doesn't have a wife to lean on. After a week of relentless training, he broke through to the middle stage of the first rank, but he was completely exhausted. Seeing that his axe speed was getting slower and slower, Huang Bingbing shouted, "Stop, stop, stop! You're useless!" Xiang Tianyu looked at Huang Bingbing with a look of utter exhaustion. "Master, I'm feeling a bit weak. Should I rest for a while? Kneel down and open your mouth." This excited Xiang Tianyu, and he immediately did as instructed. Huang Bingbing took out another second-grade beast core and flicked it into his mouth. "I've spent 20,000 yuan on you in a week, and also wasted so much of my time. If I don't cut off Yang Ding's hand tomorrow, I won't want you anymore, you stupid dog." Chapter 64. The sword sweeps across the wilderness. Sun Li switched sides during Monday morning exercises. Instead of currying favor with Yang Ding, who had performed exceptionally well last time, she started flirting with Xiang Tianyu. Xiang Tianyu took 2 grade 2 beast pills in a week, and with his power greatly increased, he felt that he was terrifyingly strong. When he jumped, he could jump 10 meters high, making him the tallest in Class C. Holy crap, has Xiang Tianyu broken through to the middle stage of the first rank? It should be. Sun Li is the trendsetter. He's been practicing martial arts like crazy lately. It seems that Huang Bingbing's family is rich and she's become his sugar daddy. So I guess I still have to live off a woman. Yang Ding, as the #1 gigolo at Jiangda University, originally had the advantage, but unfortunately he didn't realize it. Without awakening, it will be difficult to break through to the middle stage of the first rank in the short term. Yang Ding deliberately jumped 5 or 6 meters high, looking as if he was panting heavily, which further solidified everyone's perception. After finishing morning exercises and returning to the classroom, the atmosphere was relatively relaxed, because everyone had given up on competing for first place, and only 3 candidates remained. Yang Ding, Xiang Tianyu, Huang Bingbing. They would curry favor with whoever was the team leader and try to avoid carrying out dangerous missions. "Hey Sun Li, you jumped up and down to rub against brother Xiang today, you didn't misjudge him this time, did you?" someone asked with a laugh. Sun Li was touching up her makeup. "My taste has never been wrong. Yang Ding is alright, but Xiang Gu is even more ruthless. It seems they've tested the waters." Everyone burst into laughter. Huang Bingbing also laughed and said, "Mao Jian, it's not too late for you to surrender now." Mao Jian turned to look at her. "Screw you, my brother Ding is invincible. You've got nothing to show for yourself, so you'd better not try to act all high and mighty," Huang Bingbing sneered. Yang Ding had also advised Mao Jian not to provoke Huang Bingbing, as the Stinger organization was not someone he could afford to mess with, but this guy always liked to talk big. Counselor Zhang Pang and the close combat instructor walked in. Seeing Xiang Tianyu's murderous aura, the two were very worried. Today, the Dean of Students from Jiangda University, Chairman Zhao from the Student Union, Yi Rou, the close combat instructor of Class A, and Fang Jing, the instructor of the Space Department of the Superpower Academy, will be here to watch the battle. I hope that you will remember your friendship with your classmates and not go too far during the battle, otherwise you will be punished by the Student Union. The classroom erupted instantly, and it was perfectly normal for the discipline director and the student council president to come and watch. Instructor Yi and Instructor Fang actually came too. Are they here to cheer on their husbands? Yang Ding's ability to control his wife is truly extraordinary. The student council president was invited by his aunt, so Xiang Tianyu wasn't afraid at all. "Coach Xiang, didn't you say that we wouldn't be held responsible if something went wrong during the competition? An accident will certainly not be investigated, but what if it is intentional injury or even murder? How to tell the difference? Do you think all experts are just vegetarians?" Coach Sheng asked. Xiang Tianyu gave a cold laugh, still showing no fear. With Huang Bingbing backing him up, he felt he didn't even need to be afraid of becoming the student council president. "Remember, only cripple one of his hands, don't kill him," Huang Bingbing instructed. "Yes, master." When everyone gathered in the open space outside the classroom, the onlookers had already arrived. Coach Zhang walked over with a forced smile and asked, "Gentlemen, when shall we begin? Let the strong ones compete first. I have no interest in watching these weaklings fight each other." Student Council President Zhao Zikai was very impatient. He wouldn't have come over if the discipline director hadn't contacted the principal. Anyway, they're all just useless trash who will be going down into the cave to die at the end of the month, so whether they cheated or not is completely irrelevant. Apart from the president and vice president, no other instructor at Jiangling University dared to disobey this student. Although Gangnam University was directly run by the empire, the student council president had long been a member of the Gangnam elite, representing local power. Alright, I'll arrange for 3 people to compete first, Coach Zhang replied. Soon, Yang Ding, Huang Bingbing, and Xiang Tianyu were invited out. The 3 of you have the best potential to compete for first place. How should we compete? The counselor asked. Huang Bingbing raised her hand. Counselor, I want to fight Mao Jian again. Mao Jian turned pale with fright. His head was still raw from being hit by an iron rod last week. Coach Zhang was humane enough to reject her suggestion. He's injured, and the gap between you two is too big. There's no need to compare. Zhao Zikai asked the discipline director, puzzled, what's the background of this Huang guy? I don't know either. My file is at the maternal and child health hospital. I have no parents. My husband drives a truck for a farm. Even if she guessed Huang Bingbing's identity, she didn't dare to say it. Who knew if Zhao Zikai was just pretending? Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Yang Ding will fight Xiang Tianyu, and whoever wins will then compete against Huang Bingbing. None of the 3 objected. Xiang Tianyu took the steel axe, and Yang Ding drew his black gold sword. The 2 stood in the middle of the circle. Students from Class C1 and Class C2 also ran out and surrounded the scene. After marrying Fong Jing, Yang Ding became even more famous than before. Die! Xiang Tianyu was straightforward and brutal. He swung his axe and chopped at Yang Ding. Unlike last time, Yang Ding no longer dodged, but instead directly used the sweeping sword technique to strike the axe that was coming at him. Xiang Tianyu chopped faster and faster, soon unleashing over 100 axe blows, but Yang Ding's sword was even faster. No matter how he chopped, the axe seemed to hit an invisible wall of swords, bouncing back and forth. The scene was filled with the clash of swords and axes, and the sounds of weapons clashing were incessant. The students in Class C, whose cultivation level was too low, couldn't see it at all. Even Zhao Zikai, the student council president, was shocked. He glanced at Yi Rou. Instructor Yi, how much true energy did you transfer to him? Not many. I haven't lost recently. My husband says he wants to refine his qi with swords. What do you mean by cultivating qi with a sword? Does he even have qi? Xiang Tianyu launched another 50 axe blows, only to be bounced back once more. He retreated 10 meters, panting, looking at his trembling arm and then at Yang Ding with some fear. What is this thing? Sword sweeping style. Can't you try something different? My eyes are getting blurry. Why change? One move is enough to defeat you. Have you broken through to the lower first rank? I don't know. We haven't tested your strength recently. If you're scared, just admit defeat, Yang Ding said. I thought this guy would put up a fight, since he wasn't injured, but Xiang Tianyu replied, okay, I give up. Good, let's stop here, Coach Zhang said with a smile. Zhao Zikai looked at the discipline director and said, this is your nephew? He gave up before even starting. Does he need to cheat? Just then, Yi Rou and Fong Jing shouted in unison, husband, be careful. After admitting defeat, Xiang Tianyu pretended to walk towards the crowd, then suddenly turned around and raised his axe to chop Yang Ding in the back. Yang Ding took off running, but after running less than 5 meters, he suddenly jumped more than 10 meters high, turned around and faced downwards, with the tip of his sword pointing directly at Tianyu. The sword sweeps across the wilderness, stars hang low. My brother is showing off, Mao Jian blurted out. Given that the distance was only about 10 meters, Yang Ding only unleashed 3 sword strikes. The first sword strike deflected the steel axe. The second sword cut off his left little finger, which was holding the axe. The third strike splits the little finger in 2. When the sword and axe clashed, sparks flew everywhere, falling to the ground like countless stars falling. Ah! Xiang Tianyu screamed as he threw down the axe, clutching his injured hand and searching the ground for his fingers. My finger, my finger. Take me to the infirmary. No one cared about his fingers, because everyone was amazed by Yang Ding's sweeping sword star over the wilderness. A sword sweeping technique that descends from the sky? Zhao Zikai murmured. He had practiced many martial arts techniques, and he did exactly what the book said, never thinking of creating his own moves. Chapter 65. It's all thanks to my wife's good teaching. My finger, it can be put back together. Xiang Tianyu continued to wail. Sister Jing, our husband is amazing. I've never seen such a magnificent sword sweeping style before. Yeah, he's so handsome. The two sisters cheered for their husbands. In front of outsiders, Fang Jing is indeed Yang Ding's wife, and she has no intention of denying it. Moreover, although Yang Ding did not have any so-called awakening, his diligence and spirituality deeply moved her. This guy is something else. Even Zhang Ping, the counselor who had been trying to get rid of Class C2, looked at Yang Ding in disbelief. Swordsmanship stars over the wilderness? Auntie, I can't find half of my finger. On one side, there was a voice shocked by Yang Ding's words. On the other side, Xiang Tianyu, covered in blood, was searching everywhere for his severed finger. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but received no care from anyone, only cold indifference. That's how this era is, the strong win everything, and the losers are ignored. Huang Bingbing looked at him with disdain. She was utterly disappointed in this secret servant. This is just an ordinary, unremarkable Class C. If this guy weren't so obedient, she would have kicked him out right now. The disciplined master picked up the dusty severed finger and threw it at Xiang Tianyu's face. Here, you useless thing, a disgrace. Xiang Tianyu held his fingers in his hands. We agreed it was just a friendly spar, but he deliberately hurt someone. Doesn't the student council care? Yang Ding pulled out a tissue, wiped the blood off his sword, and laughed. You flatter me, classmate. I had no choice but to attack you. A drop of 10 meters is nothing more than a blink of an eye. I had no chance to do it on purpose. You fucking can actually laugh. I told you it was an accident. Zhao Zikai crossed his arms and stared coldly at Yang Ding. Although he looked hostile, as the student council president, he couldn't vent his personal grievances in front of everyone. He turned to look at Yi Ro. Instructor Yi, you're a close combat genius. Analyze whether your husband did it on purpose or by accident? Of course it was an accident, but even if it was intentional, my husband did nothing wrong. Zhao Zikai nodded. Yes, Xiang Tianyu, as an awakened, dared to ambush a student from Class 2. He's shameless. Even if he loses his head, let alone his finger, it's his own fault. That's all. After saying that, he left. Although Zhao Zikai is a senior student, he doesn't attend classes much. His family has experts who teach him, and he doesn't use the ordinary resources in the school cafeteria for cultivation. The discipline director could only take Xiang Tianyu to the infirmary in frustration. Huang Bingbing left the group with 2 shotguns, ready to compete with Yang Ding for first place. She turned and glanced at Yi Ro. Instructor Yi, aren't you leaving yet? I'll use the soul-severing spear, and you'll use your twin short spears. I want to see how good your marksmanship is, Yi Ro replied. Hey Yang, I don't have a husband to back me up. Can you tell your 2 wives to get lost? Huang Bingbing asked. Why don't you get lost, Shui? My name is Bingbing. Yang Ding put the tissues he used to wipe the blood into his pocket, intending to use them later, while pointing his black gold sword at Huang Bingbing. It doesn't matter anymore, let's start fighting. He also wanted to find out who Bingbing was. His wife was experienced in combat and should be able to see through him. But Huang Bingbing suddenly put away her 2 guns and said, I'm not fighting anymore, I admit defeat. As expected, you're a complete idiot. No wonder Xiang Tianyu, whom you taught, is also so incompetent. Huang Bingbing was so angry she was practically twisting in her heart, wishing she could skin Yang Ding alive, but she dared not reveal her identity, so she could only force a smile and say, whether I'm a fraud or not, you'll find out sooner or later. The counselor was more than happy to accept this. Good, Yang Ding has won twice in a row, and with an absolute advantage. Huang Bingbing has voluntarily conceded defeat. I hereby announce that Yang Ding will serve as the class monitor of Class 2, and the qualification for class captain must be applied for by the law enforcement team and the student council. Hey, Coach Zhang, there are still 2 more weekly tests left, Huang Bingbing said, unconvinced. Only by supporting Xiang Tianyu to the position of captain can she have fun manipulating things behind the scenes when they go down into the cave. As a psychologically twisted and vicious woman, she relished the pleasure of crushing the lower classes. Moreover, she has another important mission this time, to go down into the cave to study the White Walkers and see if she can find the Queen of the Demons in advance to control them and use them for her own purposes. The White Walkers are intelligent, so they can be controlled. The law enforcement team certainly can't do this dirty work, but the Stingers can. With Yang Ding taking over the captaincy, things won't be so convenient anymore. Why bother with weekly testing? Yang Ding has an absolute advantage, and I don't think Chairman Zhao would have any objections. Upon hearing this, Yiro was a little excited, as it meant that Yang Ding's chances of surviving the cave had greatly increased. She rushed towards Yang Ding and shouted, "Honey, you're amazing." The clueless Mao Jian also rushed over to celebrate with Yang Ding. "Brother Ding is awesome." Yang Ding kicked the flying sword away and hugged Yiro in his arms, saying, "It's all thanks to my wife's good teaching." Once they hugged, they almost couldn't stop and nearly kissed. Coach Zhang quickly stopped him. Hey, there are hundreds of people watching, can't you be a little more reserved?" Only then did Yang Ding reluctantly let go of Yiro. Mao Jian patted the dust off his backside and said, "If I had a wife like that, I wouldn't be able to keep my composure either." Zhang, the tutor, handed Yang Ding 3 neat vouchers for the Class A cafeteria. "Congratulations, keep it up." "Thank you, Coach Zhang." Both are counselors, but Zhang Peng is 100 times better than Xiang Bin. At least this guy looks like a teacher. Yi Ro and Fong Jing had taken leave to come and cheer on their husbands. After their husbands won a resounding victory, they happily went back to class. "Ro, what should I give Yang Ding to celebrate? A martial arts manual? A shield?" He doesn't want the shield, and given his current level of proficiency with the sword swinging technique, the shield really won't be of much use to him. "Then help me think of something, let's go buy it together after school." "Yes, I do have some, but I'm afraid Sister Jing won't give them to me." "What?" Fong Jing saw Yi Ro's mischievous smile and immediately understood. "You brat, we made a deal back then, why are you always helping your husband out?" While the other students were arguing amongst themselves, Yang Ding checked the system panel. Affection level, 26.5%, plus 0.5%. Cultivation progress, 27.8%, plus 0.5%. You have broken through to the upper level of the second rank. Your punching power has increased by 8122 gene approximately 428 caddies to plus 800 gene approximately 400 caddies. The first move of the 9 sword styles, the sweeping sword style, has been unlocked. Experience points increased by 52%, plus 10%. Progress is accelerating. A mere 0.5% increase in affection level has added 800 pounds of strength. You should know that those awakened individuals in the top class need to eat beast meat and cultivate every day, and it takes them half a year to break through to the lower first rank. Because of his poor aptitude, Mao Jian spent hundreds of thousands of yuan of his mother's money to buy cultivation resources and practice day and night for 2 years, but he still only has a strength of over 600 gene. Brother Ding, I finally won!" Mao Jian shouted excitedly. "Okay, I'll treat you to meet at the top-tier cafeteria for lunch." "Still dare to go?" "Of course I dare, I'll go even if it means getting beaten up. That guy ate several pounds of shit last time and was punished by the student council for trespassing into the women's restroom. No one should dare to make things difficult for us now," Yang Ding said. "But you just married Instructor Fong, and your jealousy has skyrocketed." "It's okay. I've married such a good wife, so I can't keep a low profile anyway. I might as well show her off." Chapter 66. What can you do if you're unhappy? At lunchtime, Yang Ding and Mao Jian once again swaggered into the Class A student cafeteria. This time he became even more famous. The 3,000 students eating there stared at him from beginning to end, their eyes conveying only 5 words. "I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it." I had only one question in my mind: why this guy? Was the Empire's marriage system created by its mother? Instructor Fong just lost her husband, and she still got pleasure from this guy. Mao Jian felt increasingly guilty as they walked. "Brother Ding, how about we come back later?" "Why?" "They seem to dislike you." "So what if they're unhappy?" "As long as I'm happy, do they still dare to go against the will of the Empire?" Yang Ding pulled out a meat ticket and handed it to Mao Jian. The two not only got their meals but also ate in the Class A canteen, and no one dared to offend them. Back in the classroom, the students of Class C2 stood up to greet everyone. "Hello, Squad Leader Yang. Don't call me Class Monitor, just call me Team Leader." Yang Ding readily accepted and asked, "Have you had lunch?" "I've eaten, thank you for your concern, Captain Yang." The atmosphere in the class suddenly changed because after going down into the cave, the class captains had absolute command authority and could send anyone they didn't like to their deaths. Xiang Tianyu has returned, no longer as arrogant as before, and Huang Bingbing no longer pays him any attention. The most embarrassed person was Sun Li, who misjudged the situation again. Yang Ding married another exceptional instructor as his wife. Someone as ordinary as her would probably never be able to curry favor with him again. Captain Yang, the Class A canteen is so far away, you must be tired from walking. Let me give you a massage. Never mind, I don't like the smell of gynecological diseases. You son of a bitch, you bastard. Sun Li left with a very unpleasant expression. Mao Jian almost burst out laughing. Damn, you've got a really sharp tongue. She can't curry favor with me, but she might curry favor with you. Stay away from her in the future. If you get seduced by this kind of scheming woman, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Don't worry, I already know she's show you on. Yang Ding discovered that his status had indeed changed. Whenever he went to the toilet, someone would immediately make way for him. When he entered the classroom, the trash inside and outside his desk had been cleaned up, and the cultivation materials were neatly arranged. Even Mao Jian, the little follower, suddenly rose in status. Mao Jian was a little flustered. There were just too many people vying for his favor. Brother Ding, you have to remember who threw soybeans at you day and night. Let's continue tonight. Yang Ding wanted to master the sweeping sword style before descending into the cave. When school was over, his first wife, Yi Rou, and his second wife, Fang Jing, came to pick him up, intending to pick up the children first before going home. Upon arriving at the maternal and child health hospital, the receptionist informed us that Fang Jing had an appointment number, which was being called by her parents. It was obvious that Fang Dalong had already told his parents about her marriage to Yang Ding. Fang Jing didn't want to answer the phone. Her father had just told her to stay away from Yang Ding, and now he was her father-in-law. She had even taken the initiative to be paired with him. If she answered the phone, she would be scolded to death. Let's wait until they come back for the Chinese New Year. It's easy to let information slip over the phone. Sister Jing, once I go to the northern border, you can take my husband and children to Donghai City to find us jobs, Yi Rou said. We'll see when the time comes. There's still a year and a half to go. 2 weeks later. Office of the Chief Enforcement Officer. Zhou Ruoshi, who had just finished a meeting, called her younger sister Huang Bingbing over. Because they were going down into the cave to exterminate the others tomorrow, she was worried that Huang Bingbing might do something reckless and kill Yang Ding. Fang Jing has also been paired with him. The queen's intentions are no longer concealed. She's just waiting for us to provoke her. So you not only can't assassinate him, but you also have to protect him and ensure his safe arrival. If we don't deal with Yang Ding, then the future of the Gifted Youth Program will no longer be available to our families. This is not a problem for you stingers to worry about. Father and uncles will know what to do. Okay, I got it. I heard you have other plans for going down into the cave this time? Zhou Ruoshi asked. Aren't you Daddy's precious daughter? Why don't you ask him yourself? Zhou Ruoshi did ask, but her father felt that her personality was too upright and didn't want to tell her. Huang Bingbing took out a cigarette and lit it. It seems he doesn't trust you much either. The existence of poison sting is to keep your main branch in check. I could guess even if Dad didn't say it, but I didn't want to ask. But I've heard that you're a bit perverted. Don't make fun of those students. They all have parents and families too. Huang Bingbing disagreed, saying that everyone has a family these days. Does having parents, a wife, and children mean you can't die? I'm not the captain, you talk to Yang Ding. I will give them a motivational speech tomorrow, and I will say it naturally. White Walkers feed on humans, and cooperating with such creatures would certainly be considered a crime against humanity if discovered by the Empire. Zhou Ruoshi disagreed, but she couldn't change the family's decision. Fang Jing left work early and bought nutritious concentrated dry food to take to Yang Ding in the cave. There's no way to heat the cave, so we'll have to endure 3 days inside. If we don't eat the White Walkers, we'll have to rely on dry rations. Yang Ding had the afternoon off and didn't want to practice martial arts anymore, so he stayed home to help Fang Jing take care of the children. When Fang Jing arrived home, Yi Rou hadn't gotten off work yet. Seeing Yang Ding changing diapers, she quickly went to run hot water. A baby's bottom is delicate and needs to be cleaned every time, otherwise it is easy to develop eczema. Yang Ding put the child in the bathtub and played with the little girl. Fang Jing rolled up the sleeves of her undershirt. My eyelids have been twitching for the past 2 days. I don't know if it's dangerous to go down into the cave. If it's being used as a medicinal ingredient, how can it not be dangerous? You're the captain. Let others do the things that are meant to be killed. These days, being soft-hearted is being irresponsible to your wife and children. Tomorrow, the enforcement team will emphasize the captain's absolute authority. I'm not afraid of death, I'm just afraid of dying. What? Fong Jing looked up and asked. It's nothing, it's nothing. Yang Ding and the little girl were having a water fight when Yang Ding accidentally splashed bathwater on Fong Jing's face. He quickly reached out to wipe the fair and tender face in front of him. Sorry, I used too much force. This was the first time the two had been intimate. Fong Jing was so frightened that she tried to dodge away, but Yang Ding cupped her face in his hands. I'm afraid that if I die, I won't even know what my wife tastes like. What smell? Fong Jing asked, puzzled. A kiss before going into battle is surely acceptable. Fong Jing turned her head away. No, Yi Ro will be back soon. You are my second wife, it is my right to kiss you, and she won't say anything. Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? We agreed on this. What a load of rubbish. Yang Dingkai ignored all of that. He hooked his arm around Fong Jing's neck, pulled her close, and showered her with passionate kisses. Chapter 67. You have activated spatial abilities. Fong Jing wanted to push Yang Ding away, but her strength was no different from that of an ordinary person, and coupled with her petite figure, she even had difficulty struggling. She had no choice but to use her spatial abilities to try and escape. The first time I tried to concentrate, I was distracted by the kiss and failed on the spot. This was the first failure in her life. She had never failed before, even when facing life-threatening situations. This is a major taboo for those with spatial abilities. Daddy, mommy, daddy, huh? The child watched the two of them playfully splashing around in the water, each trying to outmaneuver the other. It seems like the first time I've experienced the joy of having a complete family. Yang Ding, who was enjoying himself, suddenly felt empty. He had kissed someone who was nowhere to be found. His second wife had vanished into thin air. He quickly opened his eyes and saw a crack in the void rapidly healing before disappearing. Through the crack, he seemed to see Fong Jing's wedding photo. It seemed she had escaped back to her home on the 195th floor. Smelling the unique lingering fragrance of Fong Jing in his palm, Yang Ding smacked his lips and checked the system panel that popped up in his mind. Second wife, Fong Jing. Affection level, 1%. Cultivation progress, 1%. Cultivation level, D rank ability user. You have activated your spatial abilities, first level of the personal domain technique, first level of the void rift technique, and first level of the void escape technique. Yang Ding was interested in all three techniques. The first personal domain is the personal space, which is relatively easy to understand. It is gradually expanded according to one's own abilities to create a world of one's own. He didn't know whether Fong Jing had her own private space, or what was hidden inside. This space remains in the mind of every superhuman, and no one else can ever find it. The second void rift technique is spatial tearing. The size of the rift is determined by an individual's cultivation level. It can be used for long-distance escape and to move any other matter. The last time I moved that top-tier senior to the women's restroom, it was with this technique. A highly imaginative spatial technique. If it can move a person, it can naturally move an entire army as well. The third is spatial folding, which is like folding a piece of origami to fold the plane distance so that 2 points coincide and shorten the distance between them. This technique consumes a huge amount of energy and is currently mainly used for short-range teleportation. Yang Ding didn't quite know what abilities he could expand in the future. All three methods only provide basic cultivation concepts. What tricks one can come up with later depends on their individual abilities. However, given Yang Ding's current mental strength, it's unrealistic for him to cultivate everything, and his relationship with Fong Jing won't progress too quickly either. Since the initial strategy is to focus on improving himself, he plans to first cultivate his personal domain so that he can hide cultivation resources and weapons when he ambushes people and steals. Later, he can also hide people and corpses. Moreover, this is an exclusive private domain, and no one can find it. He really likes Xiang Tianyou's meteorite iron axe, and he also likes the Ironblood spear from the weapons market. Can he get it without spending 5 million? He also wanted to carve out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house so that when he went to the outskirts of the northern border city, while others were freezing to death, he could sleep inside with his first and second wives. Awesome ability, just thinking about it is wonderful. At that moment, Yi Ro pushed the door open and came in. Honey, what are you muttering about? I'm chatting with the little girl. Where's Sister Jing? They must have gone to the 195th floor. Go and rest for a while, I'll help the child dry off. No, 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 your belly is so big, you need to rest. Go sit on the sofa, it'll be ready soon. Yi Ro is now exactly 2 months pregnant, which is equivalent to more than 4 months for an average person, and her pregnancy is starting to show. She now wears loose t-shirts and pants, and dares not wear her stylish leather jackets and pants anymore. It's okay, go try on the leather jacket. I'd like to help take care of our kids more in the future, I always have to learn. Why did you buy me a leather jacket? You can't wash your clothes when you go down into the cave, so you can just wipe your leather jacket if it gets dirty. Otherwise, do you think I'm just trying to look cool? It's so good to have a wife. Just know I'm alright, this time you have to come back safely. Yi Ro has been very anxious these past 2 days, but she can't bring herself to ask Zhou Ruoshi for favors, especially since her husband is the captain of Class 2, Grade 2. Yang Ding also forbade her from going to see Zhou Ruoshi, and she didn't even dare to go on training. How would she survive in this apocalyptic world in the future? The enforcement team will issue pigskin coats, but the students have to buy their own. A set costs more than 3,000 yuan, which most people might not be willing to spend. Yi Ro has a high income and is generous to Yang Ding, so of course she wouldn't buy a pigskin coat. She bought a level 3 animal hide coat, which cost 50,000 yuan and could withstand an assassination attempt with a force of 3,000 jin. In other words, as long as Yang Ding wears this thing, those others won't be able to scratch it at all. He had just put on his coat when Fang Jing opened the door and came in. She was carrying a black bag, and when she saw Yang Ding's leather jacket, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. The bag contained her ex-husband's fur trench coat, which he had only worn 2 or 3 times. He had originally intended to give it to Yang Ding, but now he felt embarrassed to take it out. She's a woman with children, and she's better at managing her household than Yi Ro. Where are the children? Ro is inside playing with her. Yang Ding acted as if nothing had happened, casually shaking his leather jacket, completely forgetting that he had just broken his promise and given a forceful kiss. Sister Jing, can you check if it fits me? Fang Jing stuffed the bag into the closet, straightened his collar, and then put the belt into the buckle. It looks great, and the size is just right. When you go down into the hole, don't just focus on looking cool, make sure to fasten your belt for maximum protection. I heard there are law enforcement officers accompanying the team this time. Will your brother go down into the cave? Probably. If he's assigned to your team, we'll have to look out for each other. I'll force him to go to Donghai City for the new year, it's not safe for him here anymore, Fang Jing replied. She refused to marry into the Zhao family, taking a huge risk. Her younger brother had little talent, low cultivation level, and worked in the law enforcement team, making him vulnerable to mysterious death. Yi Ro came out carrying the baby. Honey, quickly bring the prickly heat powder. Fang Jing lowered her head and went to the kitchen, saying, you guys stay with the kids, I'll go cook. Okay. Why are you looking so down, Sister Jing? Yi Ro asked. I don't know, maybe they're worried. I guess Fang Dalong will go down into the cave too. Yang Ding understood, of course, that she felt guilty and sorry for her deceased husband. But it was up to him, the husband, to break the awkward situation. Yang Ding didn't plan to go to the rooftop to cultivate that night, he wanted to spend the night with his wife. After half a month of hard work, his punching power has exceeded 10,000 jin, and his proficiency in the sword swinging technique has exceeded 80%. Dealing with the White Walkers should not be a problem. Yi Ro lay in his arms, saying nothing, letting him kiss her. Men are always meant to go to war. The next day, the 2 sisters got up at 6 o'clock. Fang Jing made breakfast for Yang Ding, while Yi Ro organized his supplies. They had to bring their own water and dry food. Fang Jing pulled a high-tech headlamp out of the bag. Ro, this is what my husband bought before. It was fully charged last night. It said that this solid-state lithium metal battery can last for 3 days and 3 nights. You can give it to Yang Ding. Give it to him yourself. My husband, oh, my ex-husband's things, I'm afraid he'll be disgusted by them. Yang Ding yawned as he walked out. Why are you complaining about something this good? Just put it in my bag. Oh well. Fang Jing's voice was light and cheerful, and she seemed to be in a much better mood, probably because she felt she could be of help. Chapter 68. The captain's power is indeed great. After breakfast, Yi Ro and Fang Jing accompanied Yang Ding to the elevator, where family members could see him off today. Of the 6,000 people who went cave exploration this time, it's hard to say how many will come back, it might be their last. Classes C and D are filled with inferior martial artists who have just started training. Those from poor families still only have a strength of 4 or 500 gene. Even after a month of practicing the Thunderbolt blade technique, Yang Ding was only at the level of street brawling. Having witnessed the speed of the White Walkers, he was pessimistic about the casualty rate this time. He wasn't a pervert, nor did he intend to send his classmates to their deaths for nothing. As the team leader, he should do his best to protect his teammates within his capabilities. At the very least, it can build a good reputation and accumulate some prestige for him when he becomes president in the future. When the elevator reached the 120th floor, Mao Jian and his mother walked in. The elevator was mostly filled with instructors seeing their children off, creating a very somber atmosphere, except for Mao Jian, who was just being silly and making a racket. Yang Ding, my mom dressed me in a Tier 3 animal hide vest. It's said to be able to block the claws of the others. I'll let you try it out later. Mao Jian was extremely excited, feeling that his chances of returning alive this time were very high. Yang Ding pushed the boy in front of him aside and said, "My wife just happened to buy me one too." The brand new animal skin coat dazzled Mao Jian's eyes. Holy crap, this must cost tens of thousands. Yiro laughed and said, "It's not that exaggerated, it's only 50,000. He's my husband, of course I'm willing to spend money on him." Only 50,000. Mao Jian glanced back at his wife, who was farming on the farm. My wife also boiled 5 eggs for me, and we'll eat them together when we go down into the cave. What are you looking at? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? It's more than enough. Although Mao Jian said this, he had already sworn in his heart that he would obediently become Yang Ding's underling and follow him to work in the law enforcement team. By then, his wife wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to him anymore. He would have to find a beautiful and wealthy woman through the system. Yang Ding set a path to rise for the men of the empire. Finding a wife was not about annexing lower-ranking women, but about climbing higher. On the playground, most of the students had arrived, many of whom were brought by their parents or wives. Xiang Tianyu was all alone. After he sought refuge with Huang Bingbing, he severed ties with his family, including the discipline director, and even sent his wife back to her parents' home. Yang Ding led Ji Rou and Fang Jing to the front of the group with an imposing air. "Greetings, Captain." "Greetings, both captains' wives." Yi Rou almost burst out laughing. "Honey, you're more impressive as a captain than a governor, even the captain's wife has come out." "Yes, this is my first time being a wife," Fang Jing said with a smile. Me too, me too." As the illegitimate daughter of the Jiangling city lord, Huang Bingbing couldn't understand what Yang Ding's special talents were that made these 2 genius-level female instructors from the junior class so infatuated with him. The truck driver assigned to her by the system at the farm still doesn't dare to enter her room. His only purpose is to cover for her. She plans to kill him once she completes her mission. She can find her second husband herself, but he must be a nobleman from Jiangling City or another city-state. Student Union President Zhao Zikai stood on the stage, holding a microphone, and organized the students. The captains of each class should organize their soldiers. Once they leave school, they will be trainee soldiers. They must be disciplined and follow the rules. The governor will be giving them a speech later. Yang Ding turned around and shouted, "All of you, stand still. You, Sun Li, if you keep posing like that, I'll kick you to death. Huang Bingbing, if you keep acting like this, I'll send you to your death later. Xiang Tianyu, if you keep looking at me with that half-dead look, I'll break your injured finger." Yang Ding immediately felt like he was the captain and became extremely arrogant. Yi Rou and Fang Jing were stunned. How could their husbands be so gentle with them but so fierce with their female classmates? "I told you our husbands are clear about what's inside and outside the family. He'll be a good father and won't get involved with those flashy, cheap women." "Then you and your child are very lucky," Fang Jing said with a smile. "You can have a baby with him too. Anyway, if you want to go to the north, you have to have 2 more babies. My annual production is equivalent to yours for 2 years. What are you saying?" Fang Jing was speechless. They're not pigs, why are they talking about output? She looked around for a long time but couldn't see any law enforcement officers. They were probably waiting at the cave entrance. Mao Jian, like a dog catching a mouse, was also using someone else's power to intimidate others. You, shut up. My brother Ding has already reminded you twice." Just then, 20 large manned aircraft flew in from the sky. They did not intend to land, but instead scattered and sprayed water at everyone. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Just as Yang Ding raised his hand to wipe his face, he was surprised to find that the water droplets were suspended in mid-air. The aircraft in the middle opened its hatch, and Joe Ruwashi, dressed in a gray suit, stepped into thin air, startling everyone. But she didn't fall instead, she hovered steadily in the air, giving off a feeling of floating on clouds and ethereal beauty. Governor Zhou. This move shocked everyone. The most powerful woman in Jiangling City truly lived up to her reputation. The governor has arrived. Kneel down, shouted Zhao Zikai, the student council president. Yang Ding, standing directly below Zhou Ruwashi, couldn't understand why there was a custom of kneeling before high-ranking officials these days. Husband, kneel down now, you'll be her soldier from now on, Yiro said. I'll make her kneel before me one day. Yang Ding muttered something, just about to kneel down. Zhou Ruwashi lowered her eyelids and glanced at him. You don't need to kneel anymore. You have to pass this trial and survive to be qualified to become law enforcement officers. Only soldiers of the enforcement team are qualified to kneel before this governor. Her voice wasn't loud, and she wasn't used to raising her voice, but Yang Ding could hear it clearly, as if the sound was coming from raindrops. Yang Ding, who hadn't knelt down yet, quickly got up. Sound transmission via water? This water-based ability is really impressive. Zhou Ruwashi continued her speech. Although you have not yet awakened, you have all cultivated for many years, spending a lot of your parents' money and resources, and you are determined to serve the Law Enforcement Bureau. That is why I have decided to expand your recruitment and give you a chance to rise. Our intelligence indicates that the White Walkers are multiplying uncontrollably underground in Jiangling, threatening the safety of the city. This extermination operation will last for 3 days, and we hope everyone can prove their worth. Each person's performance will be scored and evaluated by the team leader, which will affect your future employment. Those who make special contributions will receive generous rewards. A member of the student council came over and handed Yang Ding a small tablet. Don't lose it. It contains your team members' information. You can score them at any time. Use the battery sparingly. You can also contact the command center in case of danger. Yang Ding couldn't help but sigh. The captain's power was indeed great, no wonder Xiang Tianyu was so desperate to grab it. Chapter 69 For my sister's sake. After giving her speech, Zhou Ruwashi returned to the plane, dusted herself off, and left. Millions of raindrops suspended in the air suddenly fell. She was just saying things to keep the peace. Nobody really cared about the 6,000 bait fish that were being baited. If you do something good, you get a reward when you come back. If you die, so be it. A month later, the deceased's wife will be matched with someone in the system, and the child will be taken in by the Imperial Maternal and Child Hospital, becoming an orphan without parents. It's an efficient yet ruthless era. Okay, please have the team leader take the class to the main gate parking lot to get in the car. The law enforcement officers accompanying the trial are already waiting at the entrance. Hurry up, all of you. Try to enter the cave during the day. At night, when the White Walkers come out to hunt, you will be in greater danger. The association's chairman, Zhao Zikai, urged them on. 60 teams departed in a grand procession, with parents and relatives silently accompanying them. There was no noise, only heavy words of advice. Many parents who have exhausted half their life's income to raise their children are now left only to weep in secret. In the process of climbing upwards, there is a 99.99% chance that those at the bottom will become cannon fodder. Only the 1 in 10,000 can step on the corpses of their kind and defy fate. When we arrived at the parking lot, everyone said their reluctant goodbyes. Looking at Yiro touching her belly, Yang Ding felt a pang of reluctance. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. I will definitely come back. Yiro hugged him tightly, and their affection level was about 30%, which may not seem high, but it is an extremely high number in any marital relationship. Fang Jing walked to his side and emphasized like an older sister. You're going to be a father, your own life is the most important thing. Even if it's Mao Jian, you can't risk your life for him. Yes, I understand. As Yang Ding spoke, he pulled Fang Jing over, hugged her, and kissed her. With everyone watching, Fang Jing was too embarrassed to struggle and could only let him take advantage of her. Sure enough, once she started again. This new husband was far more cunning than her deceased husband. They promised everything before the wedding, but completely broke their promises afterward. When you get to the cave entrance, see if my brother is there. If he is, then it's revenge. I understand. He's my brother-in-law, he's family. He'll be fine. Yang Ding tried to kiss her again, but Fang Jing had no choice but to turn her head away and push him away, pointing to the area outside the venue. That fat guy keeps staring at you, is he your classmate from the farm? Yang Ding turned around and saw that it was indeed Hu Feng. Seeing that Yang Ding was saying a tender goodbye to his two wives, he felt embarrassed to disturb them and decided to turn around and leave. The two hadn't seen each other for a month, so Yang Ding rushed over. Hu Feng, are you here to see me off? Hu Feng was a little reserved. He handed over a package, saying, "This is half a roast suckling pig that I made. It's your favorite food. Take it with you as provisions." Good. Yang Ding accepted without hesitation. Hu Feng liked cooking and originally wanted to become a chef, but his wife insisted that he study self-care. No one's bullying you now, right? No, my back injury is also recovering, thank you. Of all the people, only Hu Feng vaguely felt that Yang Ding had helped him eliminate Xiang Bin. He didn't mention it to anyone, not even his wife. Yang Ding stuffed a qi-nourishing pill into his hand. "Alright, I'm leaving now. I'll come visit you when I have time. I've heard there are ghosts underground. Take care, brother. I won't die." Yang Ding hugged his two wives again before getting into the car and counting the number of people. This time the treatment was much better. We were traveling on a superbus with 100 seats. After leaving the university, the 600 buses dispersed to investigate 60 ghost caves in the suburbs, feeding 100 people in each cave. Yang Ding looked back at the gradually disappearing university buildings and felt a deep sense of happiness in sleeping with his wife in his arms. They had just broken up when the system popped up a notification that their affection level had increased. First wife, Yi Ro. Affection level, 29%, plus 0.5%. Cultivation progress, 30.8%, plus 0.5%. You have broken through to the upper level of the second rank. Your punching power has increased by 11,122 Jin, approximately 5,500 caddies. The first move of the 9 sword styles, the sweeping sword style, has been unlocked. Experience points increased to 82%. Not only Yi Ro, but Fang Jing, who had always kept her distance from him and was very cold to him, also started to show affection. Second wife, Fang Jing. Affection level, 2%, plus 1. Cultivation progress, 2%, plus 1. Portable realm technique, level 1, 3%, plus 1%. Void rift technique, level 1, 1%. First level of the void escape technique, 1%. Please practice diligently to improve your control over your mental energy. I told you, a forced kiss works, doesn't it? Yang Ding was very pleased with himself. He discovered that this system could not only be used for cultivation, but also to monitor his wife's attitude towards him, which was amazing. Even if he married a woman who was just playing around, he couldn't hide it from her. With so many wives in the future, this will practically be a polygamous management system. If the intimacy level is slow to develop, find an opportunity to increase the intensity. The carriage was very quiet. Even the usually lively Mao Jian became silent, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly in his hand. Only Huang Bingbing remained calm, painting her nails and occasionally humming a strange tune in a cold, eerie tone. Xiang Tianyu, on the other hand, acted like a sycophant. "Bingbing, are you thirsty? Bingbing, shall I apply it for you? Sister Bingbing, let me help you apply it. I'm the best at this," Sun Li said. Huang Bingbing completely ignored them. It took about 2 hours for the car to exit the city through the north gate, where the 100-meter-high north city wall was built along the river. Fishing boats can occasionally be seen fishing on the river, while water-based ability users from the law enforcement team patrol and escort the boats. The bridge spanning the river has been in disrepair for years, with its steel frame covered in rust and its surface overgrown with weeds. On the other side of the river are towering, abandoned buildings. This was once a bustling city. On the screen in the carriage, a speech by Zhao Pang, the general of the Northern Guard, was playing. This guy is the one who wanted to marry Fang Jing as his 7th wife. Dear students, you are about to arrive at Huangji Sluice Gate, which is an important water source entrance for Jiangling City. The White Walkers also need water. The enforcement team discovered many ghost caves on the shore, some of which even lead directly to the underground pipe corridor of Jiangling City, posing a direct threat to our survival facilities. Your mission this time is to find the Queen of the Demon Stronghold and eradicate it completely. The Empire needs you, the people of Jiangling need you, your families need you. Fight on, children. Half an hour later, the bus stopped in a spacious area by the river. One vehicle had already arrived ahead of schedule, indicating that this was an important entrance, and they were actually going to send in 200 supplies. The law enforcement team also had 4 patrol cars parked nearby. Yang Ding spotted his brother-in-law, Fong Dalong, who was looking around. The fact that a law enforcement team of over 100,000 people could have such a coincidence is clearly a case of using public office for private gain and deliberately retaliating against Fong Jing. I heard that only 10 law enforcement officers are assigned to each class, Mao Jin said. If they wanted to send more law enforcement officers, they wouldn't have let us go scout ahead. Judging from Fong Dalong's rank, the law enforcement officers sent down this time were also of relatively low rank, serving as bait as well. Fong Dalong may lack talent, but he is still smart. When he saw Yang Ding, he was completely dumbfounded. What a coincidence! Didn't I tell you your class before? Yang Ding asked. No, just tell me to wait here. Who gave you the order? General Zhao of the Northern Guard. Damn it, Yang Ding cursed. Don't worry, I'll protect you for my sister's sake, Fong Dalong said. Your brother-in-law likes your confidence.